Only someone with a problem in their brain would choose to be a summoner. Let me remind you once again, once you choose a profession, you can't change it anymore. That profession will stay with you for life. A profession doesn't just decide how far you can go in the future, it also directly decides the level of your future life. Although some people say that every profession has a future, each one becomes powerful at different stages. Only the warrior profession is the most suitable for you. It doesn't need money, doesn't need much talent, has combat power early on, and as long as you reach level 10, you can get a job. Profession Awakening Class, First High School, Class 3. The homeroom teacher repeated this paragraph that he didn't even know how many times he had said before. In short, if you meet the conditions to change to a warrior, no matter how good the other professions look, just choose warrior. If your family has money, and I mean real money, like your family can give you 10 million to buy equipment, 10 million to buy spells, and another 10 million to hire fighters, then don't hesitate, just choose the money-burning life. If you don't meet the warrior conditions, and your family also has no money, then what do you choose? The students in the class all answered in unison, support profession. Yes, choose support. Don't aim too high, don't choose things like druid, ranger, monk, or shadow walker. I'm not saying these professions are weak, but we need to know our own limits. These professions are not prepared for us. In short, either choose warrior, or choose support, or just rely on your rich dad to burn money. The homeroom teacher repeated again and again. He knew his words were a bit negative. But he had no choice. The school he worked at was just an ordinary Profession Awakening high school. Students with high talent had already been picked by top schools. The remaining students were mostly average in talent. He was just trying to find a steadier path for his students. Alright, after the lunch break, gather at the playground. Get ready to go to the temple for the profession change. The homeroom teacher looked at the obedient students and nodded with satisfaction. He thought to himself, this year's employment rate should be stable. After the teacher left, the class instantly exploded into chatter and discussion. Finally we can awaken. I've been waiting so long for this day. Doesn't mean much, we'll all end up as warriors anyway. Warrior is good too. At least we can start making money. My dad already arranged it. Once I reach level 10, he'll place me in the biggest angel pharma company in our province, starting salary is 8,000. So jealous. What do you mean warrior is just okay? Being able to change profession is already great. Our class had only a 50% pass rate in the tests before, which means half of us can't even change profession. I can change profession, but my strength talent rating isn't enough. I can't become a warrior. Luckily my spirit power is high enough. I can become a priest. Priest is great too. Lots of professionals pay money to hire priests for deep dungeons. That's a money-making job. I plan to choose shield warrior, be a tank to take damage for the mages. Yeah right, a tank needs to be at least level 15 to survive the damage from a level 1 abyss. Whether you can even reach level 10 is still a question. I wonder what profession Junyu will choose. Our class monitor should be a warrior too, right? What a waste, his intelligence talent rating is so high. No choice, his family has no money. He doesn't want to choose support either. Anyway, his warrior rating is enough, he can switch to magic warrior later. Ha, magic warrior is a rare profession. You think just anyone can become that? Such a pity. What's there to pity? We don't even know what to do with our own futures, and we still have time to worry about others? True that. At this moment, the boy being talked about, Zhengyu, was sitting in a corner seat, listening to the classmates talking from afar. Zhengyu, class monitor of class 3. Talent rating number 1 in the entire grade. Except for his agility talent being a bit weak, everything else was top level. This score was top-notch in first high school, but in the whole Jianshui city. Yugu, have you decided what career you want to choose yet? Zhang Yu's deskmate, Tao Qian, also heard others talking and directly turned to ask his opinion. Zhang Yu shrugged, of course, a warrior. Why is everyone choosing warrior? Tao Qian said with a hint of regret, such a pity for your 4.7-point intelligence potential. What's so regrettable about it? Employment is more important than anything. Even if I choose mage, I wouldn't have money to buy equipment, nor money for spell skills. Might as well honestly pick warrior. Zheng Yu didn't think it was regrettable at all. He fully agreed with what the head teacher had just said. It's like choosing whether to attend a vocational school to learn a trade, or a regular third-tier university for a diploma. Warrior is like a trade. Simple, easy to pick up, and with a high chance of employment. Druid, ranger, assassin, shadow, monk, and other professions are like third-tier universities. It's not that these professions are bad. It's just that if you go to a third-tier school to study law, you're likely to end up unemployed, but if you go to a prestigious university, the chances are much better. Everyone here is a talent with average potential, so choosing warrior is the most secure path. The army will recruit level 10 warriors, but will not recruit level 10 rangers. Big companies will only hire low-level warriors, not low-level monks. Because in this world, leveling up is too difficult. Zheng Yu, as a former office worker who had crossed over, knew the importance of employment very well. So, warrior was his first choice. The most important thing is to survive. Zheng Yu said seriously to Tao Qian. Because of the universal class change system, there are almost no universities in this world. After high school graduation, people can change professions, level up, and then get a job. Students who cannot change professions will choose to attend technical schools to study subjects like law, management, architecture, and mechanical engineering. Because in this world, it is the professionals who are the most important. To resist the abyss. To protect the last remaining space for humanity. And to accumulate power to prepare for those terrifying doomsday prophecies. In short, in this world, the strong are respected. The level of a professional is a symbol of status. So, Zheng Yu was quite satisfied with the fact that he could change into a warrior. It's much better than not being able to change at all. Tao Qian then said seriously, I plan to change to monk. Gambling on talent? Yes, betting on talent. If I get an A-level talent, I'll take off directly. Someone nearby scoffed, betting on A-level talent? You're better off betting on a hidden profession. Last year, there was only one A-level talent professional in the entire Jiangsu city. Last year, in the entire Jiangnan province, there was only one S-level talent professional, 30 A-levels, but there were over 30 hidden professions in the province. Tao Qian said defiantly, couldn't I be one of those 30? Wish you the best of luck. Seeing that Tao Qian had become obsessed, Zheng Yu no longer tried to persuade him. Instead, Tao Qian began persuading Zheng Yu, "You go, I think we shouldn't listen to the head teacher. That kind of life is too ordinary. You've got to take a gamble. What if a bicycle turns into a motorcycle?" Zheng Yu took out the potential test sheet from the day before and handed it to Tao Qian, saying, I want to gamble too, but take a look at my results. Tao Qian took Zheng Yu's test sheet. Strength, potential rating 3.7. Intelligence, potential rating 4.7. Constitution, potential rating 4.0. Mental power, potential rating 3.8. Agility, potential rating 1.9. This isn't bad at all. Any rating above 3 is considered excellent. You totally crush me. Zheng Yu pointed at the bottom of the evaluation, take a look at this. Tao Qian saw a recommendation at the very bottom of the sheet, according to the temple's analysis, the profession that matches you best is summoner. Tao Qian slightly opened his mouth, summoner? This can't be right. Your potential rating may not be as high as those top-tier geniuses, but it's definitely not low. How could they recommend summoner for you? Zheng Yu smiled and said nonchalantly, maybe the temple makes mistakes sometimes. After all, it has been decades, and no one has figured out where the temple came from. Anyway, I don't believe in the temple's recommendation. Even if the summoner is the best fit for me, I still can't choose it. A typical sewer job. Anyone who chooses it will be deceived. I'd rather die than choose it. A warrior is much better. Each year, only a few people choose the summoner profession. Those who choose it are all forced into it because other professions are not up to standard. Warriors have always been strong. Monks and druids are strong in the mid-game. Assassins and shadowmancers are strong in the late game. Mages are true divine professions in the late game. Shield warriors, paladins, and priests, although not strong, are meant to be support, so they have no trouble forming teams. But summoners. A profession hated by both humans and ghosts. Neither strong nor weak, always at a disadvantage in early, mid, and late stages, spending more money than mages, and still not being able to beat paladins in combat. The only advantage, the swarm tactic, was outdone by necromancers. Spending the most money, training the most foolish profession. No one wants to form a team with them. They can't even solo efficiently. Summoner is a profession completely abandoned by other players. Only someone with a problem in their head would choose summoner. Zheng Yu said seriously. Beside him, Tao Qian agreed, yes, only a fool would choose summoner. Just as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice appeared in his mind. Detected that the host has a deep prejudice and misunderstanding towards the summoner profession. Activating summoner's divine level talent in advanced Hex-Tech Enhancement Rune talent. Hex-Tech talent, every 5 levels, randomly select 2 Hex-Tech Enhancement Runes. The effects of these runes will only apply to summoned creatures. This talent is exclusive to the summoner profession. If the host does not choose the summoner profession, the system will explode in anger. Please be careful and treat this decision seriously. Do not treat it as a joke. Zheng Yu. Good news, the system has arrived. Bad news, I just seem to have cursed the system. Well, it seems like I cursed myself too. Chapter 2, The Eighth Contract and the Heart of the Steward. Only someone with a problem in their head would choose Summoner. This was what he had just said himself. Well, he had just thoroughly scolded himself. From the system's description, it seems that if he doesn't choose Summoner, not only will he not get the divine level talent, but he may also have to endure the system's self-destructive damage. He really didn't expect that the system he had been waiting for, the one every transmigrator needs, would actually be related to the Summoner profession. Zhang Yu had a helpless expression. Are all systems like this these days? Threatening the host with self-destruction? But it didn't matter. Since the system promised him a divine level talent, any profession would do, even the despised Summoner. After all, it's a divine level talent. The highest talent in this world is the SSS level talent. There is only one person in the world with this talent. He is currently ranked first on the level rankings, battle power rankings, and abyss monster killing rankings, holding the top spot in all leaderboards. The god of war of Jojo, Nan Muyun. The talents below that are SS level, S level, A level, B level, C level, down to F level. An A level talent is already considered genius. S level talents will have resources gathered from the entire province to train them. SS level talents are marked as national key training objects, ensuring a lifetime of abundant resources. Except for Nan Muyun, who has the special SSS level talent, SS level talents are the best in the world. But divine level has never existed before. But, Hextech. Isn't this just a feature in the teamfight tactics game? It's similar to enhancement runes. Every Hextech has a unique way of strengthening, allowing summoned units to grow stronger. Units are the same as summoned creatures. Hextech is the group strengthening rune. And every 5 levels, you get 2 Hextech runes. Currently, the highest level on the rankings is the war god Nan Muyun at level 71, and he hasn't leveled up in a long time. It seems that he has encountered some kind of bottleneck, or the experience required to level up at level 71 is too much, making even a powerhouse like Nan Muyun struggle to level up. Even at level 70, there are still 30 chances for Hextech selection. At least 30 chances for full body enhancement. No wonder this talent can only be used by summoners. If it were any other profession, this rune would lose its effect. 30 full body enhancements, isn't that equivalent to 30 talents? As expected of a god level talent. Even though the individual Hextech talent isn't as good as an SSS level talent, having at least 30, or even more, could still stack up to something god level. I just don't know what effect the Hextech rune will have in reality. Zhang Yu was already looking forward to the job change in the afternoon. After the lunch break, Zhang Yu followed the school bus to the temple branch in Jianshui City. When the abyss descended and the alien invasion began, the 9 main temples of the 9 regions of Jojo appeared. They were located in the capitals of each province in Jojo. The strength they brought to humanity also gave people hope for survival. Empowered by the profession given by the temples, humans continuously leveled up, and after decades of struggle, humanity finally managed to protect their territory. Although the threat and pressure from the abyss and aliens never went away, at least humans now had their own strength. All of this was thanks to the temples. The Jianshui City Temple was just a branch. It only had the functions of providing first-time job changes for newcomers, testing potential, displaying leaderboards, and so on. Please, Class 1 of the senior year from Experimental High School, Zhao Kuan, 00278, come to Station 3 to receive your job change baptism. As soon as they entered the temple, they noticed many people had already gathered. Many schools had already started their job changes. Zhang Yu, take your classmates to Station 4 for their job changes. The head teacher said to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was the class monitor, so these matters naturally fell under his responsibility. Okay. Since it wasn't Zhang Yu's first time at the Jianshui City Temple branch, the process was very familiar to him. It was just registration, then picking up a number, and waiting at Station 4. They waited for about an hour. It was finally their class's turn. Please, Class 3 of the senior year from Jianshui First High School, Zhang Ao, 01876, come to Station 4 to receive your job change baptism. When Zhang Ao's name was called, his expression tightened. He immediately stood up. It's my turn. He was a little nervous. Although the test results indicated that he was suited for the warrior profession. There were still cases where the test passed, but the job change failed. Please stand in the middle of the job change platform. There might be symptoms like nausea, dizziness, vomiting, or even shock. Don't worry, these are normal during the job change process. Just endure for 5 seconds. Afterward, you will be able to see your attributes, profession information, and talent level. If your talent level is higher than B level, be sure to let us know. Following the staff's instructions, Zhang Ao walked to the job change platform, standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Buzz. In the next moment, a beam of light was projected from the temple's ceiling. Zheng Yu remembered that the textbooks mentioned that the light for job changes at branches actually came from the main temple. The staff then said, based on the feedback from the temple's holy light, you meet the conditions for the warrior job change. The first profession is monk, and the second profession is warrior. You can choose either one for your job change. Zhang Ao's face brightened immediately, and he quickly said, warrior. He chose the safest option. Job change successful, congratulations, you are now a warrior job changer. The staff congratulated him in a flat tone. Then, they continued to explain to Zhang Ao, you can now go to the second floor to find the warrior guild's office. Joining a guild will help you understand more about being a warrior. They will teach you how to level up and some of the rules for professionals. Thank you. Zhang Ao's expression was full of excitement. Being able to change to a warrior meant he would definitely have a good job in the future. It could be said that his future was worry-free. Next, Jianshui First High School, Class 3 of Senior Year, Zhangyu, 01877, come to Station 4 to receive your job change baptism. The second one was Zhangyu. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates and the homeroom teacher, Zhangyu walked to the job change platform. They were all curious about what Zhangyu's choice would be. For Zhangyu, the maid should have been the first choice, but they all knew the situation at Zhangyu's home. The mage, such a money-burning profession, isn't something that everyone can afford to train. Becoming a warrior would be a bit of a waste of his intelligence talents. Other professions also had a few options, it just depended on Zhangyu's own choice. You know the process, right? I won't repeat it. The staff member didn't repeat, just simply said it to speed up the process. MHM. Zhangyu nodded. In the next moment, a beam of light shone down on Zhangyu. A warm feeling enveloped his entire body. The sound of the staff member's voice came from his ear. According to the feedback from the Holy Temple's holy light, the most suitable first profession for you is summoner. There is no second recommended profession. The staff member froze for a moment after seeing the holy light's feedback. Because he could see Zhangyu's test data, based on his data, besides assassin and ranger, which require more than 3.5 agility, other professions could all be selected. But the Holy Temple only gave one recommendation. The key point was that this recommended profession was summoner. The staff member said, according to the data feedback, you could also become a mage, warrior, priest, or paladin. I choose summoner. Zhangyu said. If you don't choose summoner, you should close your eyes now and you should see other profession options, choose what you want. Wait, what did you say you chose? The staff member thought he had misheard. Zhangyu repeated, summoner. You should think carefully about this. The staff member rarely gave a word of advice. As a profession change staff member, he knew very well that the number of people who chose to become summoners was even fewer than those with S-level talent. In fact, there hadn't been a summoner this year yet. But Zhangyu smiled and said, since the Holy Temple recommends me to choose summoner, and does not recommend any other profession, it means I am very suitable for summoner. The Holy Temple isn't always right. The staff member muttered. But I choose to trust the Holy Temple. Zhangyu did not hesitate, he selected summoner in the profession change interface that appeared before him. To be honest, it wasn't that he believed in the Holy Temple. He had never even considered summoner before, and even before this, he always thought that people who chose summoner as a profession were fools. But the system gave too much. Divine level talent, only a fool wouldn't choose it. You have changed to the summoner profession. Activated divine level talent, Hex-Tech Enhanced Runes. Extracting Hex-Tech Enhanced Runes. Congratulations! You have drawn your first rune, Prism level rune, Demon Contract. Congratulations! You have drawn your second rune, Silver level rune, Heart of the Butler. Demon Contract. Zhangyu's face showed excitement. Demon Contract was the strongest Hex-Tech rune in the early stages, without a doubt. He didn't expect the first talent to be a Prism level rune. Hex-Tech Enhanced Runes come in 3 levels, Silver, Gold, and Prism. The 2 enhanced runes he just obtained were 1 Silver level Heart of the Butler and 1 Prism level Demon Contract. Demon Contract, Prism level Enhanced Rune, consumes maximum HP to gain talent points. Talent points can only be applied to summon creatures, allowing your summoned creatures to have higher talent. The consumed HP cannot be restored or recovered, and will permanently reduce the maximum HP. Heart of the Butler, Silver level Enhanced Rune, your team is considered to have an additional Butler and receives a Butler emblem. Hiss. After seeing the effects of the Demon Contract, Zhangyu took a sharp breath. No wonder it was Prism level. No wonder it was the old 8 contract. Using the maximum HP to exchange for talent, it's a tightrope walking enhancement, but also extremely tempting. The reason why summoners are called sewer professions is that their summon creatures are not strong enough, most of their talents are not high, and training them is difficult. Each one requires a large amount of money to cultivate. But with the old 8 contract, Zhang Yu could guarantee that every summoned beast had the maximum level of talent. According to the system's modified demon contract, even in the later stages, it would still be very useful. After all, a professional's health limit would increase as their level rose. As long as there is health, one's summoned beast will continue to be improved. Sigh. Zhang Yu's thoughts were interrupted by a sigh. He turned around and saw the staff and the class teacher. It was the staff sighing, while the class teacher looked confused and sad. They both couldn't understand why Zhang Yu chose the summoner profession, which was considered a dead-end job. The class teacher looked at Zhang Yu and shook his head in disappointment. I have met many students, some with extraordinary talent, even better than yours, and in the end, due to their arrogance, they chose other professions. A few years later, without exception, none of them stayed on the path of becoming a professional. I thought you were different from them. But unexpectedly, you're even more extreme than I thought. Do you really understand the consequences of choosing summoner? The class teacher's face was full of disappointment. Even if Zhang Yu had chosen a mage or an assassin like Shadowcaster, it would have been better than choosing summoner. Summoner doesn't even have their own guild or national welfare benefits. Not having these would be fine, but how do you plan to level up? With your level 1 goblin that you summon? A level 1 abyssal beast, even in a team, poses a life-threatening danger. I really feel like all the advice I gave before was in vain. The class teacher was so emotional because she genuinely believed in Zhang Yu's future development. Talent and potential meant rapid growth in the future. Zhang Yu also clearly understood the teacher's expectations for him. And he understood that the class teacher, who spoke these words, was worried and didn't understand him. Zhang Yu smiled and said, everyone says summoners are weak. Then what if I have an S-level talent, is the summoner still weak? Zhang Yu then showed his attribute sheet. An S-level talent called the demon contract appeared clearly in the talent attribute column. S-level. The staff's voice rose by 8 octaves. The class teacher next to him stared blankly at Zhang Yu's attribute sheet. It's really S-level. It took the class teacher a while to react. But what kind of talent is this demon contract? I've never seen it before. Zhang Yu said, the contents of the talent can't be told to you, but is this S-level talent real? The staff excitedly nodded and said, of course it's real. Can something in the attribute sheet be fake? Zhang Yu then asked, can I enjoy welfare resources? Absolutely. So far this year, no other professional has had an S-level talent, you're the only one. Then it's settled. Zhang Yu said to the class teacher, actually, I initially wanted to listen to you, but I always had a feeling that if I didn't choose summoner, I would regret it. After all, the feedback from the temple was that I am only suited to be a summoner, so I decided to take a gamble. The gamble paid off. Compared to a warrior with an ordinary talent, I'd rather choose the dead-end summoner with an S-level talent. After Zhang Yu's explanation, the class teacher could accept it. This kind of professional intuition is often more important than experience. But summoner still feels too unsettling. The class teacher was still a bit worried. Zhang Yu, however, nonchalantly said, it's fine, after all, the district benefits for S-level talents only require the talent level, they didn't say an S-level summoner can enjoy it. As long as there's money and resources, it's fine. The class teacher nodded, that's true. Regarding Zhang Yu's transition to summoner, the classmates originally planned to mock him for having a problem with his brain, but before they could start making sarcastic comments, they heard about Zhang Yu's S-level talent. The feeling was more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. They all had complex expressions. Although Zhang Yu had a great reputation in class and had many friends. But still, jealousy remained. After all, he feared his brother would suffer, but he also feared his brother would drive a Range Rover. S-class talent, really, damn it, monster. What a pity, he's a summoner. What a pity. You said it was a pity when the class leader changed to a soldier. Now that he has an S-class talent, you're pitying? Why don't you pity yourself? Don't speak so harshly. What he means is, if Zhang Yu were an S-class mage or warrior, at least in the future we could say, the great one on the rankings was my high school classmate, and I still have his contact info. But as a summoner, I can hardly imagine a summoner making it to the top of the rankings, even with S-class talent. An S-class summoner, I think it's still worse than an A-class warrior. Tao Qian, listening from the side, became a little unhappy. Are you guys underrating S-class talent too much? Up until now, no one with an awakened S-class talent has ever failed. Heh, then Zhang Yu will be the first S-class professional to fail. Exactly. Even if I had F-class talent, I wouldn't choose summoner. Do you really think one's talent can save a profession? Forget it. I want to see how far he can level up summoner. Putting S-class talent on a summoner is just pure waste. Exactly, it's better to give it to me. Tao Qian rolled his eyes. Ah, right. You're right, all of you are right. Tao Qian no longer argued with them. When they started spouting foolish remarks like, better give it to me, it was clear their minds were clouded by jealousy, and it wasn't worth debating. Keep being sour, keep being sour. You're all F-class talent, what face do you have to mock Zhengyu, who has S-class talent? But before Tao Qian could finish, he saw those students who had spoken badly about Zhengyu earlier, quickly standing up and heading in a certain direction. Tao Qian looked over, and it turned out Zhengyu had completed his registration and was returning. He was being warmly surrounded by classmates. And the ones closest to Zhengyu were precisely the ones who had said the worst things just moments ago. But in front of Zhengyu, they didn't wear their previous faces, instead, they were all smiling and said, Class leader, our relationship, you have to watch out for me in the future. S-class talent. When the class leader makes it big, don't forget us. Tonight I'll treat, to celebrate our brother you awakening S-class talent. Everyone come to my dad's restaurant. I'll have him serve the best mitai from the finest year. Tao Qian. No way, you guys change faces too quickly, right? When he wasn't here, you guys weren't like this. In front of people, you're good buddies. Behind their backs, you're jealous as hell. Just now, you said summoners are worse than dogs. Now you're shamelessly begging for him to watch over you? This. In that moment, Tao Qian suddenly understood what growth was. This was growth. This was the essence of adult life. Even if I hate you so much it makes my teeth itch, I won't show it. After all, even if Zhengyu is a summoner, S-class talent is there. I'm not afraid that Zhengyu won't grow, I'm afraid that he'll truly become a powerful professional. By then, if you want to flatter him, you won't be able to do it anymore. Chapter 4, Give up early, treat early, enter the factory early, make money early, avoid 40 years of detours. Tao Qian eventually changed his profession to monk. And he gambled on a B-class talent. Although it wasn't A-class, Tao Qian still seemed pretty satisfied. After Zhengyu waited for Tao Qian to finish changing professions, he didn't stay in the temple and went home early. Because summoners don't have guilds, among the tens of millions of professionals in the whole of Jojo, there wouldn't be even 100 summoners. And among those 100 summoners, 98% of them probably never considered going down the professional path. How could there be a guild? Without a guild, there are no seniors, no experienced professionals to guide you. Everything must be explored by yourself. Zhengyu wasn't interested in the professions of others, he only waited for Tao Qian. Because he could distinguish who was a true brother, and who was a fake friend. When he returned home, Zhengyu bypassed the scattered garbage and entered his room. This is the relief housing given to poor households by the government. When he crossed into this body, the parents of Zhengyu, who shared the same name as him, had long since disappeared. Leaving Zhengyu alone, raised by his grandfather. 2 years ago, his grandfather passed away due to illness, and the relief house given to his grandfather by the government has now become Zhengyu's only place to live. He entered the room. Zhengyu, who always loved cleanliness, had arranged the room neatly. Although small in size, it was still warm. He didn't spend much time with the grandfather of this world. Burying his grandfather was also a way of giving closure to this body. Afterward, it was just him living alone, much like in his previous life. Zhengyu didn't feel any discomfort from the transmigration. He ate a simple meal. Zhengyu began to do serious work. He first opened up his attribute panel. Name, Zhengyu. Title, None. Occupation, Summoner. Level, 1, 100 experience away from the next level. Health, 1100. Mana, 110. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 13. Agility, 11. Remaining free attribute points, 5. Skills, Contract Formation, Summon Beast Frenzy. Summon Beast Space, no Summon Beasts contracted yet, currently available for 1 contract. Talent, Demon Contract, Steward's Heart. Equipment, none. The talent list did not show Hex-Tech Enhanced Runes but rather the recently obtained Prismatic Demon Contract and Silver Steward's Heart. Previously, the staff and class teacher had seen the S-level talent, which was the display of the Demon Contract. However, Zhengyu felt that the Demon Contract was not as simple as just an S-level talent. The Demon Contract could consume the health limit to exchange for the Summon Beast's talent, but first, a Summon Beast was needed. Zhengyu looked at his empty Summon Beast space. He found a dusty book. Starting from zero, Mastering the Summoner's Profession. A textbook. A textbook that had been abandoned for a long time, never even opened. Before, Zhengyu had never thought he would change professions to become a summoner, so he had never looked at this book. He knew nothing about how summoners contract summon beasts or how to develop. So it's really starting from zero. Zhengyu muttered. Opening the first page of the textbook, he saw a sentence. Please give up on the summoner profession. A straightforward discouragement. If you really have no other choice and have switched to Summoner, then prepare for the factory job. Because this book won't be much help to you. Zhang Yu. Wow. Is this really a textbook? So blunt? Zhang Yu patiently continued flipping through it. In less than 10 minutes, he finished the textbook, which had over 100 pages. Because there really wasn't much content. Other than the first few pages teaching how a summoner contracts summon beasts, the rest were all illustrations. The author of this book had collected many pictures and data of summoned beasts, writing some vague comments to barely fill the pages. At the end of the textbook, Zhang Yu saw the author's thoughts on summoners. The relationship between a summoner and their summoned beast is not like the relationship between other professions and their skills, but one of mutual growth. Summoned beasts are similar to creatures sealed by skills. Through a contract, they help you fight and grow together. The attack and skill damage values of the summoned beast are directly related to the summoner, so one could say that the summoner's talent limits the summoned beast's growth. But on the other hand, if the summoner's talent is very high, they can train their summoned beast to have the ability to fight against other professions. Of course, this is just my personal fantasy. Young summoners and those who are about to change professions to summoner, don't hold on to this fantasy. If you have that kind of talent, why not choose a profession that grows faster? Isn't warrior or mage better? In conclusion, give up early, get treatment early, go to the factory early, earn money early, and avoid 40 years of detours. Author, Zhang Anshuan. Zhang Yu. Such a book can even be chosen as a textbook, it shows how unwelcome summoners are. But actually, there is really nothing to teach. Unlike warriors, they need to choose whether to go the blood and vigor path, or the berserker path, whether to balance attack and defense, or focus on output. Every kind of path needs to carefully choose skills. How to add skill points, how to add attribute points, how to choose equipment, which abyss area to farm, all need careful choice. If you choose wrong once, you will take a detour. This is the reason textbooks and professional courses exist. I need to buy a summoning beast skill book that can be learned at level 0 first. Zhang Yu opened the computer. Clicked on the Sanctuary website built by the Division of Justice. On the homepage you can find the shop section. Equipment, skill books, all kinds of medicines and items exploded from the abyss, will all be sold here. Summoning Beast Skill Book. Zhang Yu searched the keywords. Hundreds of items for sale popped up. Although there are very few summoner players, there are still people selling Summoning Beast Skill books online, and a lot. Mainly because keeping them is useless, putting them on the website does not need a handling fee. Just wait for a sucker. Zhang Yu picked for a long time, only found one Summoning Beast Skill book that can be learned at level 0. Summon Goblin. Skill book, can be learned at level 0. One-time item, after learning the skill book disappears, summoner professionals can learn, get a goblin that can be cultivated. Price, 500 yuan. Cheap to death. Zhang Yu dared to say, this is the cheapest item in the whole shop. Even a potion that adds 200 HP, needs 1000 yuan a bottle. Zhang Yu laughed a little, mocking himself and said, this is probably the only advantage of a summoner. Prices are cheap. Because can't be sold, no one buys, so it is cheap. Zhang Yu saw warrior-type tradable skills, a level 0 learnable Furious Slash, needs 12,000 RMB. Summoner's skill book, is not even a fraction of that. Because there is only one Summoning Beast skill book that can be learned at level 0 in the shop, it also saved the trouble of choosing. Goblin is goblin, better than nothing. Now it depends on whether the demon contract is strong or not. Zhang Yu bought the skill book. Directly transferred to personal inventory through the Sanctuary Holy Light, very convenient. Prepared the Contract Magic Circle in advance. Contract Magic Circle is the basic inherent skill of summoners. Used the skill book, in the center of the magic circle appeared a green-skinned goblin. Different from other professions skill books learn skills, summoners' skill books summon creatures. Just like what is written in that textbook, summoning beasts are lives sealed by skills. Contract. With Zhang Yu's voice sounding. The contract magic circle lit up, the goblin's at first confused eyes gradually became clear. When looking at Zhang Yu, there was a very close feeling. Congratulations, you have successfully signed a contract with Summoning Beast Goblin. Goblin will be summoned as a skill, and will level up with you. Summoning Beast can wear equipment. After Summoning Beast dies, equipment has a chance to drop. Summoning Beast will not truly die, after death will wait for revival in summoner space. After successfully signing the contract, a Goblin attribute panel popped up in front of Zhang Yu. Summoning Beast Goblin. Level 1, will rise with summoner's level. HP, 400. Attack power, 32.5, 13, summoner intelligence, asterisk 2.5, coefficient. Talent, 0 rank, 1 talent point left to upgrade, plus. Skill I, a jumping hammer strike LV1. Jump high, quickly hit enemy with a hammer strike, deals 162.5 coefficient, asterisk 32.5, goblin attack power, damage, and has 15% chance to stun target. Skill 2, Stone Throw LV1. Precisely throws a stone, deals 130, 4x32.5, goblin attack power, damage. Summoning beast equipment, none. Junyu looked at Goblin's attributes and was speechless for a while. No wonder summoners are hard to level up. With this goblin strength, no one really wants you in a team. Just this 400 HP alone, already much worse than other professions. The goblin's attack power and skill damage are related to its own intelligence, proportional according to a coefficient. The key is, this coefficient is too low. One skill can only deal a bit over 100 damage. Although the summoned beast is currently only level 1, it will improve as it levels up. But the problem is, no one wants to team up with a summoner, so the summoner has to clear the abyss solo, and with these stats, even the weak monsters can't be defeated. The main issue is that the summoner themselves has no combat power, everything depends on the summoned beast. The goblin has no sense of security at all. I hope the demon contract will help. Junyu placed his hopes on the demon contract. He opened the demon contract talent. A prompt appeared. For every 10 points of max health sacrificed, gain 1 talent point. Junyu thought for a moment. He tried sacrificing 600 points of health max. He gained 60 talent points. Junyu didn't sacrifice all of it, after all, the summoned beast can be revived if it dies, but if he dies, he truly dies. He still needed to leave some health to ensure his own margin for error. Junyu saw a plus sign appear after the goblin's talent section. He clicked the plus sign. Ding! Goblin, 0th level, Talent Evolution Goblin Warrior, 1st level. Chapter 5, Tier 3. Goblin Wolf Rider. The goblin still inside the contract formation suddenly began to swell in size. The once small body now grew to about 1.7 meters tall, but due to its curved spine, it appeared much shorter than Junyu. But its muscles were very obvious. The goblin's overall aura had increased significantly. It no longer wore rough cloth, but instead wore reflective armor. The data was also directly refreshed. Summoned Beast Goblin Warrior. Level 1 increases with summoner's level. Health 800. Attack power 39, 13, Summoner Intelligence, asterisk 3, coefficient. Skill 3, Warrior's Heavy Strike LV1. The Goblin Warrior charges a heavy strike at the target, the damage increases with the charge time, dealing 273 to 468, 7, coefficient, asterisk 39, Goblin Attack Power, 12, coefficient, asterisk 39, Goblin Attack Power, damage. Summoned Beast Equipment, none. Nice. Junyu nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the refreshed data for the Goblin Warrior. With the improvement in talent, the overall stats had increased, and a warrior-type skill was added. Health increased to 800. The hammering and heavy strike skills could deal over 200 damage. Although it was still not enough to solo the abyss. But this only cost 1 talent point. Junyu still held 59 talent points and 500 health max. He could improve even further. Junyu clicked the talent plus sign 10 more times. Another improvement. Ding. Goblin Warrior, 1st level, Talent Evolution Elite Goblin Warrior, 2nd level. Health 800, 1500. Attack power, 3952, 13, Summoner Intelligence, asterisk 4, coefficient. 50 more talent points are needed to advance. Nice, nice. The elite Goblin Warrior's health had already surpassed Jungyu's own health. The attack coefficient had also reached 4. Still not enough. To solo dungeons at level 1, except for certain hidden classes, most classes must form a team. Because the bosses in the level 1 abyss can have over 10,000 health, it's hard to kill them instantly, and they must be taken down with team coordination. This is why leveling up is so difficult for players. The abyss dungeons are simply too tough. The team setup requirements are extremely high. In most cases, no one would want to team with a summoner. For Junyu to level up, the only option is to solo. Still 49 talent points left. To reach tier 3, it needs 50 points. Junyu didn't hesitate at all and directly sacrificed 10 more points of health to top up his talent points to 50. Just 10 health points. Junyu now had 490 health remaining. He added all 50 talent points to the goblin. Ding! Elite Goblin Warrior, 2nd level, Talent Evolution Goblin Wolf Rider, 3rd level. Roar! A low roar came from the contract formation. A massive, exaggerated giant wolf appeared in the formation, with the elite Goblin Warrior riding on its back, exuding far more power than before. Health 1500, 3000. Attack power, 5265, 13, Summoner Intelligence, asterisk 5, coefficient. 3000 health. 5.0 attack coefficient. Not bad. Zheng Yu was quite satisfied. Although it was still a little far from killing the boss, it was enough to deal with level 1 abyss small monsters. After leveling up, the stats would be higher. And Zheng Yu discovered that the Goblin Wolf Cavalry had one more new skill. Skill 4, Wolf Cavalry Charge LV1. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry launched a charge, hitting the target and causing 1640, 65, Goblin Attack Power, *25, coefficient, points of damage. Hiss. 1,600 points of damage? In the novice area, this was not a small number. And this was still without Zheng Yu wearing equipment, and the Goblin also without equipment. The Summoner's equipment and the Mage's equipment were the same set. Mages, as everyone knows, are money-burning professions. Summoners, a lesser-known fact, burn even more money than mages. Using the same set of equipment, spending the same amount of money, but unable to deal the damage of a mage. Zheng Yu looked at the Summoner's equipment in the store and muttered, another reason why Summoners are abandoned. In the whole Holy Temple Mall, there was not even a Summoner's area. Zheng Yu could only browse in the Mage equipment area. Finally, he chose a beginner staff priced at 6,000 yuan. Equipment name, Beginner Staff. Equipment level, Level 1. Equipment stats, Intelligence plus 10, Strength plus 2, Mana plus 50. Equipment origin, Level 1 Abyss. Equipment durability, 50-50. Although Zheng Yu felt that spending 6,000 to buy a beginner staff that only added 8 points of intelligence and had no other effects was not worth it, he still had to buy it. Because unlike real games, newly changed professions would not receive a newbie gift pack. Everything had to be bought by oneself. This was already pretty good, at least he did not need to open up the wilderness himself. Zheng Yu learned in history class that the first batch of human professionals entered the abyss empty-handed at the beginning. Countless people died. Opening up the wilderness was even more of a mass death. Now being able to easily find abyss strategies and buy level-appropriate equipment was all thanks to the efforts of predecessors. This was why Nan Muyun ranked first on the leaderboard. He was now in the process of opening up level 70. Humans had never set foot in the level 70 abyss dungeon before. Zheng Yu searched for summoned beast equipment again, and really found someone selling summoned beast equipment. Summoned beast equipment, Sharp Fang. Equipment level, Level 1. Equipment stats, Health plus 300, Attack plus 5. Price, 500 yuan. That was all. Simple stats. Cheap price. Put on the beginner staff, gave the Sharp Fang to the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. The overall stats increased again. But it was not over yet. Because Zheng Yu still had one last way to improve. Silver level Hex Strengthening Rune Butler's Heart. Butler's Heart, your team is considered to have one additional butler, and gains one butler emblem. Emblem. Emblems could add bonds to flags. Zheng Yu did not expect that the modified emblem could also add bonds to summoned beasts. If multiple summoned beasts can form a high bond lineup, it is also a very strong boost. I wonder if Lucky and Pirate bonds, which rely on luck, are here. Maybe I can gamble on them. Zheng Yu opened the heart of the emblem. Took out a Butler emblem. Butler Bond, 2/4/6/8. Butler summons will be promoted to Butler VIP, evolving into more powerful abilities. Currently activated 2 Butler Bonds. 2. Select a summoned beast to evolve into VIP Butler. All Butlers gain 20% health, 20% attack. VIP Butler will gain special skill enhancements. Zheng Yu, VIP Butler? Special skill enhancement? Zheng Yu suddenly became interested. VIP he knew. Butler he also knew. But VIP Butler Goblin he was really curious. Chapter 6 VIP Butler. A Goblin Noble? Your Goblin Wolf Cavalry has equipped the Butler emblem. Currently activated 2 Butler Bonds. You can choose Goblin Wolf Cavalry to evolve into VIP Butler. Do you want to evolve? Yes. Can you refuse? Impossible. Ding. Your Goblin Wolf Cavalry has evolved into VIP Butler level Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Skill 4, Wolf Cavalry Charge Enhanced Wolf Cavalry Charge. A dazzling light shone onto the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Suddenly, the elite Goblin warrior straddling the Wolf Cavalry underwent a huge change in temperament, like a high-class noble, Goblin. Although the aura was noble, it was still a Goblin. Ugly, but the fur was combed extremely clean. Green face and sharp fangs, but the eyes were very gentlemanly, full of noble air. All in all, it felt very out of place. A Goblin noble? Hard to imagine, but it really appeared in front of Zheng Yu. He noticed, even the giant wolf had flowing fur, like a pampered imperial dog just groomed from a pet salon. Zheng Yu couldn't bear to look directly. As long as it becomes stronger, that's enough. The noble goblin was hard to look at, but its evolved stats made Zheng Yu's eyes light up. Summoned Beast VIP Butler Class Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Level 1, increases with the summoner's level. HP, 3,900, 3,000, base HP, plus 600, 20% Butler Bond HP boost, plus 300, Fong Attribute HP. Attack, 120, 23, Summoner Intelligence, asterisk 5.0, Coefficient, plus 5, Fong Attribute, plus 23 asterisk 0.2, 20% Butler Bond Attribute. Talent, Tier 3, 100 talent points to next upgrade, plus. Skill I, Jumping Hammer Strike LV1. Leaps high and slams a hammer strike on the enemy, dealing 600, 5, coefficient, asterisk 120, goblin attack, damage, with 15% chance to stun the target. Skill 2, Archery Mastery LV1. Shoots an arrow precisely, dealing 600, 5 asterisk 120, goblin attack, damage. Skill 3, Warrior Smash LV1. The Goblin Warrior charges up to attack the target, damage increases with charge time, dealing 840 to 1440, 7, coefficient, asterisk 120, goblin attack, 12, coefficient, asterisk 120, goblin attack, damage. Skill 4, Enhanced Wolf Cavalry Charge LV1. Goblin Wolf Cavalry charges, hitting multiple, 3, targets, dealing 3,120, goblin attack, asterisk 25, coefficient, damage. Summoned Beast Equipment, Sharp Fong. Now this is what a summoned beast should be. Zheng Yu looked at the stat board and couldn't help but say. 3,900 HP, far higher than the tank class paladins. The scariest thing was the skill enhanced by the VIP Butler class. Deals 3,000 damage to 3 targets. You know, Zheng Yu only had 1,100 HP before sacrificing his life points. Who could survive that charge? And Zheng Yu noticed, the old stone-throwing skill had become archery mastery. Makes sense, after all, now it's a VIP Butler, an elite warrior class, throwing stones doesn't fit the image. An elite goblin warrior skilled in archery makes perfect sense. Worthy of a god-level talent. Worthy of a demon contract. Even though his max HP dropped to 490 and could never recover, in exchange for such a strong summoned beast, it was worth it. Time to take a trip to the Abyss. South District of Jiangshui City. Decades ago, this was once a bustling street, now heavily guarded by the military, transformed into an abyss dungeon for new careerers to level up. Even though it was late at night, this place was still brightly lit, packed with people. Cold Street Abyss. Level 1 Abyss. Abyss level matches the level of the careerer. Called Level 1 Abyss. Actually it's Level 1 to 10 Abyss. Careerers below Level 10 can all enter. Once over Level 10, entering Cold Street Abyss causes backlash, hunted by the manager Butcher patrolling the Abyss. No one knows which powerful race runs the Abyss behind the scenes. But as long as they can level up, the small careerers don't care. Or rather, they have no right to care. What conspiracy, what big picture issues, what foreign race war, under Level 50 they have no right to touch any of it. They have only one thing to do: level up. Looking for team. Level 1 Warrior, comes with beginner shield, full set of 5 beginner equipment, armor, shoulder pads, pants, boots, gloves. Carrying players through Easy Cold Spring Abyss. I'm a level 7 Blood Warrior, cleared Easy Cold Street Abyss 4 times, 2 slots available, 15,000 per run, no haggling. Speed run Cold Street Abyss, need 1 more warrior, level 3 and up, hurry in. Self-carry. Easy Abyss, current team setup. 3 level 1 warriors, 1 level 1 priest, and 1 more warrior or paladin. New mobile ranger, looking for team. Level 10 Berserker Path Warrior, leading a normal Cold Street Abyss run, 100,000 per time, chance of a lifetime. As soon as he entered the Abyss Hall, he saw all kinds of people shouting to form teams, asking for teammates, looking for power levelers. The screen in the hall kept scrolling team information. These messages on the screen cost money, 100 yuan each time. Not expensive, but not cheap either. Because it only scrolls once, if someone sees it, it's fate. If not, pay again. Zheng Yu looked around. He found out they were all looking for warriors. Some teams even had 5 warriors, no support, no tank, no mage. It was a warrior gathering, basically. Zheng Yu heard someone call his name, turned his head, and saw Tao Qian waving at him from the crowd. Several familiar faces stood by him, all classmates, around a dozen people. Why are you just getting here? We've been here a long time. Tao Qian and the others basically came straight to Cold Street Abyss after leaving the temple, barely wasting any time. Cleared it? Zheng Yu asked. Tao Qian rolled his eyes. Clear my ass, no one forms teams. Zheng Yu frowned. You've been here for hours, and no one's teamed up? Guofeng and Xu Xiaozhan got into teams, since both are warriors, and both have B-level talent, very in demand. Xu Xiaozhan even bought a 100,000 yuan warrior starter set, got picked right away. The warrior starter set had 7 pieces in total. Warrior starter sword, starter shield, starter armor, starter shoulder guards, starter pants, starter boots, starter gloves. These 7 pieces were originally cheap stuff. But there were too many warriors, high demand made prices shoot up. Then why don't you try forming a team and going in? Zheng Yu asked curiously. He felt like they were just standing there wasting time not entering the abyss. Tao Qian said helplessly, mainly we're scared. You didn't see it earlier, a team of all rookies went in, guess what came out? A pile of meat chunks scared the hell out of me. Tao Qian spoke with lingering fear on his face. Even though there are guides for Cold Street Dungeon, guides are guides, reality is reality, you still need someone experienced to lead. But I just saw on the big screen, a bunch of level 1 warriors recruiting teammates. Hard-headed, not afraid to die, they can play like that. I changed class for a better life, not to die in the abyss. I'll wait. No way a B-level monk, can't find a team? Zheng Yu asked, how about I take you? Tao Qian grinned, I was waiting for you to say that. With your S-level talent banner, no worries finding teammates. Tao Qian could have found a team. Monks were more useful than mages or rangers early on. With his B-level talent, he didn't need to spend money to be wanted by teams. He was just waiting for Zheng Yu. With Zheng Yu there, the team would definitely be strong, clearing was guaranteed. Tao Qian immediately said, then let's publish info quickly, find 2 strong teammates, clear it fast. But Zheng Yu interrupted him. I want to fight for the leaderboard. Tao Qian was stunned. Then he looked at Zheng Yu seriously. Even though he always supported Zheng Yu, this was no joke. Can you do it? Zheng Yu didn't waste words, said directly, for sure. Then alright. Tao Qian clenched his teeth, deciding to believe Zheng Yu this once. Fighting for the leaderboard meant fighting for the level ranking. Every year on the day of class change for newbies, the temple opens a leaderboard. Within a time limit of 1 month, a newbie level up ranking. After 1 month, the leaderboard would settle, rewards given by the temple, and the city and province would give extra prizes too. Zheng Yu needed money now. And he had already revealed his S-level talent, what he needed was to show off as much as possible. Only that way could he get more attention. Zheng Yu also had done his homework, learning in advance about the ways to compete for ranking, the timing, and the rewards from the dungeon. He wanted more, faster experience. At most 5 people could enter the abyss, the more people, the stronger the monsters would be slightly, and the experience would increase along with it. Speaking of solo run, it actually was not entering alone, but bringing 4 pendant teammates. The team leader killed the abyss monsters, the remaining teammates were responsible for shouting 666. The experience would mainly go to the team leader. The teammates not only would not take away the experience, but would even increase the difficulty of the abyss, giving Zheng Yu more experience. This way, it could maximize the experience. Of course, the premise was that the strength must be enough. Tao Qian chose to trust Zheng Yu, and after Zheng Yu made the decision, he immediately shouted around, S-rank talent profession competing for ranking, bringing 3 soy sauce, priority to number 1 high school profession holders, come quickly. Chapter 7 Team Up, Enter Dungeon. Cold Street Abyss. Someone competing for ranking? Who? Said to be S-rank talent. So fierce? Our Jiangshui City has S-rank talent profession holder? You don't know? Our Jiangshui City's WeChat account has already announced, Zheng Yu from number 1 high school, S-rank talent summoner. What? You didn't hear wrong, it's summoner. Put. Then what ranking is he competing for? I thought it was some great god, turns out it's a fake tough guy. Summoner? These days, there really are people choosing summoner? No, even if he is summoner, he is S-rank talent, why are you all only looking at the profession summoner? Let me put it this way, if Zheng Yu wants to team up, I will directly go to hug his thigh, because even if he is summoner, he is S-rank talent, his strength surely is not weak. But what he wants is to compete for ranking. Do you know what competing for ranking means? It means bringing 4 soy sauce, he eats the big share of experience, he solo runs level 1 abyss alone. If he is warrior, I directly start licking, but he is summoner, so I don't think he has that strength. To speak unpleasantly, he simply doesn't have the strength to compete for ranking, he might even, because of his arrogance, kill himself and the other 4 soy sauce. What you said makes sense, I got happy for nothing, thought could catch a cheap ride. Many people were watching, but no one came. All were waiting and watching. Even most didn't think highly of Zheng Yu. Damn, these blind ones. Tao Qian saw no effect, looked at his own class's classmates. They quietly took a step back. Zheng Yu, Tao Qian. Didn't expect the hurt from stepping back half a step to be so big. Tao Qian angrily said, forget it, not hoping on these cowards, I'll post a screencasting message, see if there are warriors. Zheng Yu also couldn't say much, people already used the word warrior, it was obvious, before showing his strength, following him into the abyss indeed needed some courage. Screencasting sent. S-rank talent profession holder competing for ranking, bringing 3 soy sauce, priority to number 1 high school profession holders, come quickly. Still that sentence. The effect was very obvious. Directly a bunch of people sent private messages to inquire about the situation and price. But after seeing Zhang Yu, this team leader's profession, immediately stopped talking. Instead, an assassin profession holder privately messaged Zhang Yu. Koeng, assassin, are you really S-rank talent? Zhang Yu, summoner 1. Koeng, assassin, then can it be cheaper? I really have no money, is 5,000 okay? Zhang Yu turned his head to ask Tao Qian, what's the market price for level 1 abyss carrying pendant? 15,000, though it's soy sauce, the experience gained isn't little, so the price doesn't change. Zhang Yu nodded, then sent a message to this assassin. Zhang Yu, summoner okay, just apply. Price didn't matter, after all, indeed no one dared to team up with him, because after entering the abyss, unless clearing it, could not exit, once something went wrong, it would be death. Zhang Yu didn't want to waste time waiting anymore. Koeng, assassin, thank you so much. Soon, an assassin joined the team. Koeng, assassin, great god, I see there's still spot, I have a friend, can she join too? Zhang Yu, summoner okay. Koeng, assassin smile.jpg thanks, I'll pull her in right away. Zhang Yu, summoner 1. Faced with Zhang Yu's succinct and cool reply, Koying's small face showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, she was very happy to find such a cheap ride. On the side, when Rin Changyu, who was watching the chat records, complained, this guy, silent and pretending to be a master, right? No, Xiaoying, are you really planning to join this team? Isn't it too dangerous? Many people are too afraid to join this team. Koing said nothing but directly opened her mobile banking, showing her meager balance. This is all the money I have. Why don't you think of a way? The two had been teaming up here for a day. No one wanted to team up with assassin professionals. Unless paid for it. What's more, they were both assassins. A simple dungeon requires 15,000 to bring one person. For 2 people, that's 30,000. Koing saw when Ren Qingyu's worries and comforted her, trust my judgment. I think it's unlikely there will be a problem. Just think, this guy named Zhang Yu has an S-level talent. Talents are the least likely to take risks, only ordinary people who are desperate will do something reckless. The higher the talent, the more they cherish their lives. Besides, where else can we find such a cheap team? When Ren Qingyu felt Koing had a point but still said, let's hope so. I hope this isn't our last descent into the abyss. Koing, however, wasn't as negative as when Ren Qingyu. She smiled and said, actually, all have dangers. Teaming up is even riskier. You don't know if your teammates are normal people unless you've been through synergy training. Bringing in random people is also dangerous. What if they make a mistake? At least Zhang Yu has an S-level talent as a guarantee. I think he is even more reliable than others. The reason why professionals have difficulty leveling up is mainly because the Abyss dungeon cannot be exited quickly. After encountering danger, one must disengage from combat to leave the Abyss. The way to disengage from combat is to disappear from the monster's field of vision or kill the monster in front of you. Either way, it's quite difficult. In general, if a mistake is made, one will be stuck by Abyss monsters, ultimately unable to escape the Abyss, leading to death. Of course, one could buy some resurrection items and teleportation items, but both types of items are sky-high prices. Not to mention novices, even high-level professionals might not afford them. So, new professionals who can quickly level up are only of 3 kinds. One is reckless. One is strong. Another is wealthy. The rest, like fellow student Zhang Yu, fearful of dying in the Abyss, must find a good team. But good teams don't want them, so they can only awkwardly wait there for a day. Their first day was probably just about hoping for luck. In a few days, they would spend money to find someone to lead them. After all, 15,000 isn't too expensive, and a typical family could afford it with a bit of effort. After Kaing and when Ren Qingyu entered, Tao Qian also called a friend. A tall and strong young man appeared. He looked considerably older than Tao Qian and Zhang Yu. Tao Qian first introduced Zhang Yu, this is my coach, 3 years older than me, named Wu Zong. He also graduated from our school, a monk like me. Back then, he couldn't afford school fees, so he stayed at level 1. Then he introduced Zhang Yu to Wu Zong, this is our team leader, S-level talent. Zhang Yu nodded, acknowledging the introduction. However, Wu Zong's eyes showed a bit of hesitation. Especially when he saw the team configuration, he couldn't hold back a bit. 1 summoner, 1 monk, and 2 assassins. All at level 1. If there was a warrior or a priest, he would feel it was normal. But this team configuration was a bit too unusual. However, retracing the path of a professional has always been his dream. He just needed a chance, so he gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. Even if Zhang Yu failed, after years of training, he was confident he could disengage from combat and exit the abyss. The most critical point was cheap. They only charged 5,000. To know, that is his monthly salary after tax deductions. There are only a little over 3,000 points. If according to the original price, it's 15,000 each time, he has to work for half a year. Taking the path of a professional, he'll need to spend even more later. He's not a warrior, a money-making profession. The money he's saved over 3 years must be used wisely. Thus, the team was formed just like that. The captain is an S-grade talented summoner. His good buddy, Tao Qian, trusts Zhang Yu. And 3 bystanders who are poor and desperate for money. They made a team. Then I'm going in. Zhang Yu said in the team voice chat. Tao Qian, Monk LV1 Gogogo. Kuang, Assassin LV1 go for it. Wenren Qingyu, Assassin LV11. Wu Zone, Monk LV1 I'm ready, we can enter. Following the prompt on the panel, Zhang Yu chose the cold street abyss. 5 beams of light descended, and Zhang Yu, Tao Qian, Kuang, Wenren Qingyu, and Wu Zong disappeared from the spot. Classmates who saw Zhang Yu disappear started discussing. Zhang Yu really found 4 bystanders? Is he planning to compete for the rankings? I thought he was joking. Let's wait for the results. Let's see if Zhang Yu comes out lying down or if he slaps all our faces. We have to wait until tomorrow. The fastest time for the Cold Street dungeon is 4 hours and 41 minutes. Zhang Yu is a summoner, so he'll probably be slower. I guess 8 hours. Just getting through is already good enough. I guess he won't make it. Haha, that'll be interesting. The first S-grade talent to die in a level 1 abyss dungeon would make big news. Can't you all hope for the best? Zhang Yu is the only S-grade talent in Jiangshui City. It's a kind of honor. It's not my honor. Why should I hope he does well? If I had an S-grade talent, I'd be better than him. Exactly. A summoner, how far can he go? In front of Zhang Yu, they wouldn't dare to say these things. But without Zhang Yu around, they spoke without restraint. While this group of people spoke recklessly out of jealousy, Zhang Yu and his team had already entered the Cold Street Abyss. Chapter 8, 1 Arrow Instant Kill, Powerful Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Whoosh. A cold wind blew through. Hiss, I'm freezing to death. Tao Qian shouted, taking out a coat from his inventory and putting it on. Zhang Yu also took out the military coat he had prepared long ago, putting on gloves and a thick hat, wrapping himself up tightly. At this moment, he also saw the 2 female assassins who had just joined. Koing was petite, with a very youthful face. If it weren't for the job change needing to happen after adulthood, he would have thought she was an underage girl. Wenren Qingyu looked like a typical recent high school graduate, a youthful girl. With 2 different types of beautiful girls in the team, it made the gloomy abyss dungeon feel less monotonous. Zhang Yu said to Wu Zong, Kuang, and Wenren Qingyu, you know the rules, right? Wu Zong nodded. Kuang, being more talkative, replied, we know. We'll just watch while you're responsible for killing the monsters and clearing the dungeon. We won't pick up items, wander about, disturb you, or steal monsters. Wenren Qingyu curiously added, we all know the rules, but we're really curious about how you, a summoner, will solo the abyss dungeon? Zhang Yu smiled and said, how else could I clear it? Of course, I'll use my summoned beasts. As he spoke, Zhang Yu raised his hand, and the summoning formation appeared. Roar! A wolf howl echoed from the formation. The summoning formation's light faded, revealing a massive wolf before everyone. An elite goblin warrior sat atop the giant wolf, respectfully bowing to Zhang Yu, with movements as standard and exquisite as a gentleman. After greeting his master, he politely nodded towards Tao Qian and Wenren Qingyu, as if to say hello. Tao Qian exclaimed in surprise, wow, I can actually feel that this goblin has more charisma than I do. Wu Zong directly stated, you don't need to feel that, it's just more charismatic than you, like a noble gentleman. How strange, a polite goblin. Koang looked at the goblin wolf cavalry from head to toe. Her gaze was a bit rude, and when met with the giant wolf's glare, the goblin patted the giant wolf's head, calming its emotions. It feels like saying, don't be rude to ladies. This feeling is too discordant. The key point is that this goblin and giant wolf not only have a gentlemanly demeanor, but also an overwhelming aura that makes them unable to resist. His 3,900 health. 120 attack power. At this moment, Tao Qian finally noticed the goblin's stats. 3,900 health is somewhat acceptable. A blood tank class like the Paladin has over 3,000 health at level 1, but the problem is 120 attack power. Tao Qian glanced at his own strength, which was only 13 points. With one furious slash, he could deal about 200 damage, but this goblin's attack power alone is 120. Tao Qian then said, you go, it turns out you really weren't boasting. Just seeing the Goblin Wolf Rider's stats, he already knew this dungeon was most likely secure. Zhang Yu asked in confusion, "You thought I was always boasting, then why did you follow me in?" Tao Qian chuckled, "I think it's one thing for my buddy to boast, and it's another for me to trust my buddy." Ka! 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 At that moment, the sound of ice shards cracking echoed around Han Street. From both sides of the street, some frozen corpses walked out. Abyss Monster, Cold Corpse. Level, LV1. Health, 500. Attack Power, 20. Skill I, Bite. Skill 2, Slow Aura. Ka! As the cold corpses appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees again. Tao Qian and Kuing, the four of them, tacitly retreated behind Zhang Yu, not only to avoid stealing Zhang Yu's experience but also to protect their own safety. Don't be fooled by the cold corpse's 500 health and 20 attack power. But there are a lot of them. In an instant, nearly 7 or 8 cold corpses appeared from both sides of the street. They retreated and watched the battle. The elite goblin warrior took out a longbow from his back, sat on the giant wolf without moving, drew the bow, aimed, and shot. Whoosh! The arrow precisely hit the nearest cold corpse. Ka! The arrow shattered like it had struck a block of ice, directly bursting its head. A damage value floated above the cold corpse's head. Minus 693. Kill cold corpse, LV1, gain 7 experience points. Wow! Wu Zong, who had been very silent, couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the appearing value. It was just too high. To them, the arrow shot by the goblin seemed like a normal attack, but in reality, it was the skill of archery mastery that made a difference. Dealing nearly 700 damage in one shot and instantly killing a cold corpse was indeed a bit outrageous. Ko Eng and Wen Ren Qinji exchanged looks. The two understood each other without a word. They had guessed right. This summoner was truly a heavy hitter. Furthermore, at the speed of instant killing cold corpses, breaking a record shouldn't be too much to ask. They also watched videos of other players' records in the Cold Street Abyss dungeon, and it was never this easy to instant kill. The cold corpse has a slow aura that can hinder the warrior's speed. 500 health is not something a warrior can take out in one go. The first wave of 12 cold corpses had to be kite and fought. The first wave taking half an hour could be considered fast. But looking at here, the goblin warrior had already shot 4 arrows in just a few dozen seconds, consecutively killing 4 cold corpses. Eliminating 12 cold corpses wouldn't even take 3 minutes. This is just too absurd. So it turns out summoners are this powerful? When Ren Qinji finally put down her prejudice against summoners and instead felt a deep curiosity. If summoners are this strong, why is everyone saying they're weak? Tao Qian, hearing this, proudly said, "It's not that summoners are strong, it's that my buddy is strong." At that moment, Zhang Yu was also figuring out the damage issue. According to the stats and skill coefficients, an arrow shot by archery mastery can deal 600 damage, and 600 is just theoretical damage, considering the opponent's armor and level. The cold corpse is also level 1, so there's no suppression. Armor absorbs some damage. But the actual damage dealt reached an astonishing 700 points. Could it be because it's a headshot? Zhang Yu guessed. The theoretical damage and the actual damage must be different. A headshot is likely to be the reason for the increased damage. Since the cold corpse is very slow, the goblin warrior can almost achieve a headshot with every arrow. A single arrow, a small cold corpse. Minus 666. Kill cold corpse, LV1, gain 8 experience points. Minus 711. Kill cold corpse, LV1, gain 9 experience points. Minus 705. Kill cold corpse, LV1, gain 8 experience points. Minus 619. Kill cold corpse, LV1, gain 7 experience points. Minus 659. Kill. The cold corpses couldn't even get close to the goblin, as they were shot dead by a series of arrows. Minus 782. The last arrow hit right in the forehead. Kill cold corpse, LV1, gain 8 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV1 LV2, 200 experience points needed to level up, but health, 410 510. Magic, 160 170. Intelligence, 23 26. Strength, 13 14. Level up. Zhang Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Leveling up means an increase in health limit. As long as he accumulated a bit more, he could continue to improve his summoning beast talent. Chapter 9, Charge Up and Strike, 3000 damage. The area of the Cold Street Abyss is vast, needing to pass through the frozen streets and then delve deeper into the street to find the boss. They are currently at the entrance of the Cold Street. After killing 8 cold corpses, Zheng Yu waited at the first intersection for a few minutes according to the Abyss strategy. According to the strategy, there is a level 4 cold corpse in the shop here. If we don't wait for it to come out and just pass by, we will be ambushed from the front by the Abyss monsters and the level 4 cold corpse here. The Cold Street strategy is a course every student in Jianshui City needs to learn. For Zheng Yu, the Cold Street strategy is as deeply engraved in the mind of an examinee as the difficult road of Shu. Crack! Crack! Sure enough, after 2 minutes, the ground began to freeze. A giant cold corpse walked out of a shop. Abyss monster, cold corpse. Level, LV4. Health, 2000. Attack power, 80. Skill I, Bite. Skill 2, Slow Aura. Skill 3, Ice Axe Throw. Roar. The level 4 cold corpse let out a low roar, warning the goblin wolf cavalry that it stepped into its territory. Clatter. Other nearby shops made unusual sounds, and nearly a dozen cold corpses walked out from the dark corners. Wow! So many! Tao Qian exclaimed. Beside him, Wu Zong also said, no wonder so many teams didn't choose to team up with me, it turns out I'm really not useful. Both Tao Qian and Wu Zong, who is 3 years older than them, are entering the Abyss for the first time. They had only learned about the Abyss through videos and online images before. They thought those teams that didn't include them were just overly cautious. Those professionals who died in the Abyss were simply too clumsy. But after experiencing it firsthand, they finally understood the difficulty of the Abyss. In other words, without Zheng Yu, they might not even be able to handle the first wave of cold corpses, let alone the level 4 cold corpse with 2000 health in front of them. Tao Qian, Wu Zong, Kuing, and Wen Rinchengyu quickly withdrew from the battlefield, keeping a safe distance from the level 4 cold corpse. Now I finally understand why Zheng Yu wants to fight for the ranking, those people didn't believe him. Just this level 4 cold corpse alone is not something our group of level 1 small Karamis can defeat. Tao Qian looked at the massive, icy level 4 cold corpse, his heart still pounding, thankful they retreated quickly. Wu Zong nodded and said, that's why I trust you. If I had known you were unsure, I would never have followed you in. Saying this, Wu Zong chuckled, it's also lucky I came along, who would have thought a summoner could be so strong? Wu Zong had a look of having struck it rich. Although the level 4 cold corpse is powerful, but it faced goblin wolf cavalry that could deal over 700 damage with a single hit. The goblin wolf cavalry had barely moved, just standing in place, shooting arrows, and had already killed a large number of cold corpses. So fierce. When Ren Chengyu, who always had prejudices against the summoner Zheng Yu, also admired him. She looked at the attributes of the level 4 cold corpse, and questioned, I now seriously doubt if those warriors outside who charge fees to lead newcomers can really defeat this cold corpse? Answering her question was Zheng Yu, who sat beside her. You underestimate it, although this cold corpse looks fierce, its attack power is only 80, and a skill can only deal 4 or 500 damage. Those warriors outside who charge for leading newcomers. It's not one person, usually 2 or more warriors, plus a paladin or a priest to assist. Although they can't instantly kill the icy corpse, their agility is low, and it's not difficult to fight while pulling back. Faced with Zheng Yu's detailed explanation, when Ren Qingyu only wanted to know one thing, why are you here too? Zheng Yu shrugged, can't I be here? When Ren Qingyu said, you can, but it's strange. It feels like the one leading us is that goblin wolf rider and not you. They were far from the battle area, honestly just being bystanders, but didn't expect the person responsible for leading them to be here, and even more comfortable than they were lying down. He was really lying down, I don't even know where he got that lounge chair from. Zheng Yu lay on the lounge chair and said with a smile, you got it right, the one leading you is indeed that goblin wolf rider, I'm a summoner. Perhaps because they had never encountered a summoner before, the feeling of being led by a summoned beast along with a big shot was quite new. Tao Qian stared at Zheng Yu's lounge chair and asked, where did you get that lounge chair? I brought it from home, anyway, I have plenty of space for items. You only brought one? Just one, but there's another one at my home, I can bring it next time. Okay, this lounge chair looks pretty comfortable. It's alright, I plan to bring my lazy sofa next time. By the way, do you want some coffee? Do you have hot water? I filled a pot in advance. Didn't they say the Cold Street Abyss is quite chilly? I thought it was necessary to bring hot water. You sure know how to enjoy. Watching Tao Qian and Zheng Yu talking about seemingly normal things, it felt completely abnormal considering the situation. The other three had strange looks on their faces. Is this the Abyss? Why does it feel like you two are here on vacation? You even brought tea? Zheng Yu looked up and asked, would you like some hot tea? Wu Zong, Kuing, Wen Rin Chengyu, yes, please. Thus, a strange scene appeared in the Cold Street Abyss. In the front, the goblin wolf riders were shooting icy corpses with arrows, fighting fiercely. In the back, a group of young men and women were holding teapots, chatting and laughing. This was even more out of place than the goblin with gentlemanly manners. Zheng Yu sat drinking tea, his experience points rapidly increasing. Minus 694. Kill Icy Corpse, LV1, gain 9 experience points. Minus 777. Kill Icy Corpse, LV1, gain 8 experience points. Minus 782. Kill Icy Corpse, LV1, gain 9 experience points. After leveling up, the goblin's precise archery damage increased as well. They killed the recent Icy Corpses completely. That level 4 Icy Corpse finally couldn't stay still, it threw a spinning ice axe at the goblin. Whoosh! The ice axe didn't hit. It turned out the goblin had long gathered the bow and arrow in hand, leaped sharply, dodged the ice axe attack, and jumped right in front of the level 4 Icy Corpse. Holding the hammer tightly, it struck the level 4 Icy Corpse's head fiercely. Bang! Minus 890. A leap and hammer strike took away a large portion of the Icy Corpse's health. The attack coefficient of the leap strike skill was the same as that of archery, but this time it was more precise, hitting right on the head. And the actual damage from close combat is indeed higher than that of ranged attacks. Stunned. Hitting the head accurately triggered the stun. The Icy Corpse's speed was already slow, this hit left the level 4 Icy Corpse frozen in place. The goblin warrior gripped the heavy hammer, with its right arm's muscles bulging. Taking advantage of the Icy Corpse's stupor. Charge up. Heavy hammer strikes. Bang. Minus 1750. One hit to death. Damage overflow. The entire body of the level 4 Icy Corpse was crushed in two. Kill Icy Corpse, LV4, gain 72 experience points. Experience points increased a significant amount. It is estimated that with one more wave of Abyss Icy Corpses, they could level up to 3. Early stage leveling is still quite fast. Basically, going through a simple dungeon can easily reach level 4. Zheng Yu's way of upgrading while being a bystander will be even faster. Damn. 1750 damage. Tao Qian spilled half of his hot tea. Isn't this goblin a pure newbie summoned beast? How is it so insane? Tao Qian could still sit still earlier, but upon seeing the goblin wolf rider's hammer strike deal nearly 3,000 damage, he couldn't help it. He indeed couldn't hold it any longer. This probably can directly take down a paladin. Kuing said with surprise. No need to guess, even though a level 1 paladin can reach 3,000 health, I bet the paladin wouldn't even get close before my brother Yu's goblin shoots him dead. Facing their surprise, Zheng Yu felt it was fine. After all, this was a fully charged strike. If the damage wasn't high, it would really be an insult to the 15% chance of stun. The skill Warrior Strike, combined with the stun effect of Leap Hammer Strike, was just enough to charge fully. A strike with a 12-fold coefficient, plus various numerical bonuses, creating this damage was well within Zheng Yu's expectations. Next, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry killed the remaining cold corpses. A total of 14 level 1 cold corpses earned 112 experience points. One level 4 cold corpse gave 72 experience points. Just a little more to level up. The only pity was that the level 4 cold corpse didn't drop any equipment. Chapter 10, One-Shot Level 5 Cold Corpses, Pushing Through in Style. Minus 778. Kill Cold Corpse, LV1, gained 8 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV2 LV.3, need 349 more experience points to level up. Health, 510640. Magic, 170180. Intelligence, 2631. Strength, 1415. After entering Cold Street again, they encountered another wave of level 1 cold corpses, easily killed, leveling up. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry's level also rose to 3, their health increased to 4,500, and their attack power grew to 160 points with Zheng Yu's intelligence increase. Now, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry could shoot out 900 damage with one arrow. With the effect of precision shooting, almost as soon as the cold corpse revealed itself, it would be taken down. Pushing through at high speed. The only downside was that the experience earned was a bit low. Each cold corpse only gave 7 to 8 experience points. Occasionally encountering level 3 or 4 cold corpses was rare. Level 3 cold corpses increased 30 to 40 experience points. Level 4 cold corpses increased 70 to 80 experience points. After several waves of cold corpses, less than an hour had passed, and they had pushed deep into Cold Street, where the last boss refreshed. If it weren't for the large Cold Street map, wasting time running around, and the slow movement of the cold corpses needing them to respawn, they could have been even faster. Along the way, Zheng Yu and the others moved briefly. With the Goblin Wolf Cavalry leading the charge, an arrow took down one little cold corpse after another. No matter how many cold corpses respawned, they could never reach them. After all, the speed of the cold corpses couldn't match walking pace. This is the final location. Tao Qian looked at the park center at the end of Cold Street, speaking to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu nodded seriously and said to them, "Let's begin." "Yes." Wu Zong took out a grill from the item bar and skillfully opened it, while Tao Qian prepared the fire and anxiously asked, "Old Wu, can you really handle the barbecue?" "Don't worry, I did barbecue for 3 months before becoming a coach." "Then it's settled, it's up to you." Kuing and Wenren Qingyu also didn't idle, starting to set up small tables, with Wenren Qingyu making tea and Kuing preparing snacks and setting plates. As for Zhang Yu, he pulled out a lounge chair and comfortably laid down. Though the wind in Cold Street was cold, the heater placed beside Zhang Yu perfectly kept the chill away. While burning charcoal, Tao Qian said, "I've observed this place, no cold corpses will respawn, we are absolutely safe." Their location was on the rooftop of a small Western-style building next to Central Park. Zhang Yu not only brought tea but also instant noodles, a grill, snacks, and even meat skewers. A session in the abyss would take nearly 3 hours at least. As a summoner, they didn't need to fight themselves, would they just freeze there? So Zhang Yu nearly emptied his fridge and even borrowed the barbecue grill and heater temporarily not needed by the old man downstairs. Going for the ultimate enjoyment. While brewing tea, Wenren Qingyu quietly said to Kuing, "Is what we're doing really okay?" Kuing rolled her eyes, "Who is it bad for? Do you think it's disrespectful to the cold corpses? Or that barbecue doesn't taste good?" Wenren Qingyu remained silent for a long time before saying, "I just feel it's not very realistic." This point, Kuing agreed, "Not just unrealistic, I never dreamed I would clear the abyss like this." Wu Zong chimed in, "From now on, if anyone calls summoners weak, I will be the first to oppose." "Didn't we already say, it's Zhang Yu who is strong, not the summoner?" Tao Qian also joined the chat. Wu Zong shook his head, "No, what I mean is, even if a warrior is strong, he can't clear the abyss while eating barbecue. What if you let a warrior try to lie down and clear it? Even if the martial god Nan Muyan came here, seeing this scene, he would have to say wow. Tao Qian nodded, rough words but not wrong. Kuing, indeed. Wenren Qingyu, Wu Go, after you finish grilling, wait for me to take a photo, I'll post it on moments later. Zhang Yu was not far away and could also hear their chat. Turning to Wenren Qingyu he said, "Send me a copy after you take it, I will also post." "Okay. Come on, big god, look here." Wenren Qingyu took a picture of Zhang Yu first. In the photo, Zhang Yu was lying on a lounge chair, sipping hot coffee with a look of bliss. Wenren Qingyu added the text below: abyss, coffee, barbecue, cold corpse, and Zhang Yu the great god. Tao Qian's charcoal fire was not ready yet, and there was already commotion downstairs. Crack! 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 The continuous sound of ice cracking came from the forest deep within the park. A layer of visible reflective ice crystals covered the ground. This is the first wave. Zhang Yu drank hot coffee, watching the situation below in the park. The summoner didn't need to operate entirely, just simply 2 things. First, give commands to the summoned beasts. Second, find a place to hide, keeping the summoner safe. The rest could be left to the summoned beasts. A profession with simple operation, no doubt about it. Bang! The first to charge out was a level 5 cold corpse. Level 5 cold corpse, health reached 2500. It was huge, and the area of its slow aura was also wide, even goblin wolf cavalry over 100 meters away would be slowed down. There, an elite goblin warrior drew his bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! An arrow shot into the cold corpse's brow. Headshot, but didn't kill it. Minus 928. A high damage over 900 appeared, directly knocking off more than a third of the cold corpse's health. Whoosh! The precise marksmanship had no skill cooldown, as long as there was stamina, he could keep shooting. The shooting speed related to the goblin's agility. The second arrow followed up. Minus 901. The damage from level 3 archery could hit a theoretical minimum of 848 damage, plus the precise headshot damage. After deducting the cold corpse's ice armor resistance, each hit could deal over 900 damage. Whoosh! Another arrow. Minus 910. 3 arrows to kill a level 5 cold corpse. Kill cold corpse, LV5, gain 105 experience points. So fierce. Beside, Wu Zong, responsible for grilling, was unable to help but exclaim upon seeing the scene. Wu Zong studied the Cold Street Abyss longer than Zhang Yu and Tao Qian. After all, the entire Jiangshui city has only the Cold Street Abyss as its level 1 abyss. For 3 years, he had watched many guides on the Cold Street Abyss. He remembered clearly, after entering Central Park, they would encounter a level 5 cold corpse, which must not be allowed to get close, and they must use the surrounding buildings to fight around it. Otherwise, once caught in the slow aura, with 2,500 health and 100 attack power, the cold corpse could wipe out the entire team. This was the first difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss. How to quickly kill a level 5 cold corpse. But seeing it being taken down by 3 arrows, hardly moving a step, the level 5 cold corpse what strategy, what team depth, did not compare to the goblin's 3 arrows being so decisive. Is the S-class talent that strong? He remembered that several S-class talent players had come out from Jiangshui City, none seemed this outrageous. At this moment, the level 5 cold corpse had already died, and the first wave of cold corpses that should have spawned alongside the level 5 cold corpse was just now showing their heads. Roar ah! The cold corpse that had just walked out from deep in the park forest hadn't even let out a roar before being shot in the head by an arrow. Whoosh! Minus 941. Whoosh! Minus 909. Whoosh! Minus 932. Almost an overwhelming momentum. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry. No corpse should appear for more than 3 seconds, if it does, it's an arrow. Clean, sharp, and straightforward. The first wave is finished. Level directly increased to level 4. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV3 LV.4, 600 experience points needed to level up. Health, 640810. Mana, 180190. Intelligence, 3137. Strength, 1516. Zhang Yu realized that leveling up was especially important for him. Not only did he gain more health, he also increased skill damage. With the boost in intelligence, base damage increased, and skill coefficients rose too. Now his precise archery could theoretically deal 1000 damage, the actual amount would be higher, surpassing the standard of the same tier professionals. Most importantly, as long as Zhang Yu kept hiding well, the abyss creatures would not attack him at all. If I want to farm the hard or even nightmare level abyss dungeon, the goblins need to be stronger. Or, should I go all in? Zhang Yu hadn't dared to go all in before, partly because he was worried that his health would drop too low, and if an abyss creature touched him, he would die. On the other hand, it was also because upgrading a tier 3 goblin's talent to a tier 4 talent required 100 talent points. His health limit wasn't enough. If I level up one more time, it should be sufficient. Zhang Yu decided to go all in. Preparing for the upcoming challenge in the hard difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss. Chapter 11, Why should they benefit? Delicious. Tao Qian made a sound like a pig. Tisk, with a cup of strong white wine, it would be great. You know what? Although the meat is roasted average, and the wine quality is ordinary, eating a meal like this in the abyss is more enjoyable than outside. The wine was brought by Tao Qian, as he said, to boost his courage, because he was quite scared of dying. The meat was roasted by Wu Zong. But neither of them rebutted the claim that the roast meat is average, and the wine quality is poor. Because that sentence was said by Zhang Yu. Who would dare to argue? Downstairs, a gentlemanly goblin was handling the fallen but not dead cold corpses around Central Park. Upstairs, a group of boys and girls were happily barbecuing and eating meat. Anyone who saw it wouldn't think this was the abyss. The second wave is over, we need to wait 20 minutes, and the third wave of cold corpses and the boss will all come out of the forest. Once we finish the third wave, it will be over. Wu Zong said while grilling skewers. When Ren Qingyu then asked, so why don't we just enter the forest? At a glance, you haven't read the guide carefully. Kang, who was devouring her food, replied, for the simple difficulty level of the Cold Street Abyss, it's enough to wait in Central Park, entering the forest would waste more time. Kang is right, Central Park must have something that attracts these cold corpses, causing them to actively gather here. So waiting here is the fastest way to clear the simple Cold Street Abyss. I see. When Ren Qingyu nodded with an expression of understanding, stuffing a skewer of meat into her mouth. Clearly, she wasn't very concerned. Tao Qian curiously asked, you don't even look at the guide, yet you want to become a professional? When Ren Qingyu casually gave a glance at Kang beside her, with a top student like Kang here, why should I look at the guide? Anyway, I can't understand it. Even if I understood it, I wouldn't remember it. Better not to look at all. Such a lazy attitude drew admiring glances from everyone. So let's speed up, after 20 minutes, we end the battle and go out. Zhang Yu interrupted their conversation. Okay. Everyone replied. If Zhang Yu said it would end in 20 minutes, then it would definitely end in 20 minutes, there would be no mistakes. The simple difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss posed no challenge for Zhang Yu. At this moment, Wu Zong asked, you won't be challenging the simple level next, right? It was an obvious question. Zhang Yu shook his head, I should increase the difficulty. If it weren't for the fact that beginners must challenge a simple level abyss at least once, Zhang Yu estimated he would directly choose normal or hard. According to the market price, 100,000 for a normal dungeon, I've saved a bit of money over the years, I can afford it. Can you take me with you next time? Wu Zong asked seriously. He must hold on to Zhang Yu's big leg. Although, the money in his pocket could persuade anyone to take him, but Zheng Yu is someone who could break speedrun records. The temple rewards those teams that clear the game the fastest, breaking historical records. This reward has great significance for professionals. If you think the price is low, feel free to raise it, I can still take out a loan. Wu Zong asked nervously. He knew that once they exited the abyss, the record-breaking Zheng Yu would definitely slap everyone in the face. And if he re-entered the abyss, the price would surely rise, everyone would seek to team up with Zheng Yu, including some professionals with power, conditions, and status at home. So what if he gets slapped in the face? For a record, what does face matter? But Zheng Yu just smiled and shook his head. This gesture sent a chill down Wu Zong's heart. Indeed, the cheap offer could only be grabbed once. Just when Wu Zong was feeling down, he heard Zheng Yu say, 100,000 is definitely not enough, how about 300,000? This left Wu Zong speechless. Even Tao Qian couldn't help but say, brother, this is a bit too expensive. But Kuing sighed and said, actually, it's not that expensive. According to Zheng Yu's speed in getting through the abyss, I estimate that for a regular instance, he should be able to create a clearing record as well. For a record, there are many willing to pay 300,000. When Ren Qingyu just looked at Zheng Yu, saying nothing, clearly sensing something. But Zheng Yu innocently said, for clearing a nightmare level instance, isn't 300,000 a fair price? It is indeed not expensive, after all, a record reward for a normal level instance is quite generous. Wait a minute. At this moment, Wu Zong finally reacted. You said nightmare? Zheng Yu nodded, yeah, I'm planning to challenge the nightmare level next. I've heard that so far, no one has cleared the nightmare level abyss in Han Street, so I'm going to challenge that. If I clear it, not only will it be the first clear, but it will also set a historical record. First clear reward, nightmare instance reward, historical record reward, 3 rewards, 300,000, isn't that expensive? Wu Zong immediately shook his head and hurriedly said, not expensive. Not expensive at all. But, are you really planning to take me with you? Wu Zong was a bit skeptical, after all, that was a nightmare level abyss. Let alone the abyss of Jiangshui City, even in the central district, many nightmare level abysses have yet to be cleared by anyone. Zheng Yu smiled and said, as long as you are not afraid, I will take you. Not afraid. Wu Zong quickly clarified, fearing that he would miss the opportunity if he was late. Really not afraid? This is a nightmare level abyss. Zheng Yu looked at Wu Zong. Wu Zong chuckled foolishly, what's there to be afraid of? You're not afraid, how could I be afraid? This is no longer a gamble but an opportunity not to be missed. Wu Zong wasn't afraid of Zheng Yu failing the nightmare level abyss, he was afraid of regret. Once this opportunity is missed, it really won't come again. After finishing, Zheng Yu looked up and asked Kuing and Wen Ren Qingyu, what are your plans? Wen Ren Qingyu immediately said, we are willing. Not afraid. 300,000, no, we'll transfer you 600,000 for the two of us soon. Beside them, Kuing whispered, but we don't have any money. When Ren Qingyu glanced at Kuing, are you really silly? Take out a loan. Back then, you dared to gamble when you didn't know Zheng Yu's strength, are you afraid now? Kuing nodded, but he still asked Zheng Yu a question, why are you still willing to take us? In fact, this is also what Wu Zong and Wen Ren Qingyu wanted to know. They all looked at Zheng Yu. Even Tao Qian wanted to know. After all, for a nightmare level instance, even if Zheng Yu priced it 1 million, there would still be people willing to pay. Zheng Yu explained, the reason is very simple, I don't want others to pick up this bargain. Zheng Yu is actually quite petty. When he was recruiting teammates, those people looked on coldly, rejected, watched the show, and even made almost insulting comments. Zheng Yu remembers everything. Why should I let them have it cheap? What I want is for them to regret not teaming up with me, what I want is for them to have no more choices. I am a very stingy person. If they didn't treat me well before, then they should never come near me again. Records of the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss are not meant for them. Historical records are also not meant for them. As he spoke, Zheng Yu looked at Kuing and Wu Zong, smiling as he said. Besides, each of you possesses unique skills, you know how to brew tea, grill meat, and you understand the rules, plus you all look good. Why would I want to trouble myself with finding another group of disobedient, ugly, cowardly teammates? Zheng Yu spoke very frankly. Finding new teammates might not be as obedient as these three. When Ren Qingyu agreed, saying, that's right, they should regret it. Kuing chimed in, exactly, let them not team up with my Zheng Yu god. Roar. As they spoke, a roar echoed from deep within the forest. Everyone looked towards the forest. The last wave of cold corpses had arrived. Chapter 12, Instant Kill of 10,000 Blood-Cold Corpses, Astonishing Power. Abyss Monster, Boss Cold Corpse. Level, LV7. Health, 11,000. Attack Power, 150. Skill I, Level 3 Slow Aura. Skill 2, Ice Shock. Skill 3, Enhanced Ice Armor. Skill 4, Summon Group of Corpses. The boss Cold Corpse from the Cold Street Abyss finally appeared, along with 2 5-level Cold Corpses, 2 4-level Cold Corpses, and a group of nearly 21-level Cold Corpses. The boss Cold Corpse was massive, nearly 2.5 meters tall. It was wrapped in a thick layer of ice armor. Roar. It looked at the Goblin Wolf Cavalry and let out an angry roar. With this roar, a chill swept through the surroundings. Crack, crack, crack. The ground, trees, and even the air began to freeze. This chill even affected Zheng Yu and the others watching the scene upstairs, making the heater ineffective, and the temperature dropped sharply. Every Abyss boss has high health, and this Cold Corpse was no exception. Over 10,000 health. It was dizzying to look at. First break the ice armor, then charge. Zheng Yu reminded the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. He was afraid that the Goblin Wolf Cavalry would waste all their skills on the ice armor, wasting stamina and skills. Whoosh! The elite Goblin Warrior fired arrows from a distance first. The advantage of the Goblin Wolf Cavalry is that they can fight both up close and from afar, with high health and strong mobility of the giant wolf. They are truly versatile summoned creatures. Even their only flaw in appearance was somewhat improved due to the effect of the VIP Steward Bond. -0. An arrow hit the ice armor of the level 7 boss Cold Corpse. Crack. A crack appeared in the ice armor. No damage was done. This was something Zheng Yu expected. In the strategy, the ice armor had the ability to block any attack 3 times and refreshed every 30 seconds. This was the problem that blocked many adventurers. It was also the reason why the Abyss dungeon took longer. Because the Cold Corpse had over 10,000 health, and novice adventurers had low attack power, they could only grind down the health, killing the Cold Corpse bit by bit. Additionally, the protection from the ice armor further increased the difficulty. A well-equipped team, without high-level adventurers leading, could only stall for time. It would even take 5 hours to kill a Cold Corpse to be considered fast. Therefore, under normal circumstances, pure novice players could clear the simple Cold Street dungeon in 8 hours, which could be described as impressive. Those who could solo it in 8 hours were also considered strong. After all, it was a solo run. The records of the completion on the leaderboard were all made by level 10 adventurers. Whoosh! -0. Whoosh! -0. The Goblin Warrior shot 2 more arrows. It pierced through the ice armor. Roar! The furious boss Cold Corpse roared at the Goblin Warrior, and the Cold Corpses around it suddenly accelerated, charging at the Goblin Warrior. Whoosh! -1,167. Whoosh! -1,098. Whoosh! -1,200. Facing the numerous Cold Corpses, the Goblin Warrior remained very calm, like a seasoned battlefield veteran, steadily and quickly shooting arrows. The giant wolf beneath him carried the Goblin Warrior, deftly dodging the ice axes thrown by the Cold Corpses. Despite the giant wolf's length being over 3 meters, it moved with a sense of lightness. The ice axes flying in from different directions not only failed to hit them but also allowed the Goblin Warrior to maintain stability, so he could continue accurately drawing his bow and shooting arrows. Watching the Goblin Wolf Cavalry fight is a joy. Yes, if I had known summoner control was this easy, why choose Monk? Woo good, you chose Monk not because you could only change to Monk, right? With your 0.1 intelligence score, you can't change to summoner. Hey, don't mind the details. During the conversation, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry has leaped high, fiercely pouncing on a level 4 Cold Corpse. Bang! The sound of a skull shattering. The level 4 Cold Corpse dies instantly. Without any pause, the Goblin Warrior raises his hand and shoots 3 arrows. Whoosh! 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 -1,099. -1,122. -1,097. The boss Cold Corpse instantly loses 3,000 health. Roar! The angry boss Cold Corpse roars, releasing cold air. Buzz! The ground trembles. The cold air spreads out like a shockwave. The boss Cold Corpse's skill, Ice Shockwave. This is a large area skill. Crack! -817. A damage value appears above the Goblin Wolf Cavalry's head. The giant wolf's fur is covered in ice shards. Because summoned beasts have no defense equipment, they take higher damage. Thankfully, the level 4 Goblin Wolf Cavalry has high health, with a total of 4,900 health. Taking a hit doesn't affect much. A woo! A wolf howl is heard. Charge! After the Cold Corpse releases its skill, it will have a brief moment of stiffness. Taking advantage of this stiffness, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry activates its strongest skill, Wolf Cavalry Charge. With the bonus from the VIP Butler Bond, the Wolf Cavalry Charge evolves into a VIP skill. Not only does the damage coefficient increase, but it can also charge towards 3 targets at once. The wolf cavalry's charge is exceptionally fierce. 2 giant wolf phantoms appear on both sides. The giant wolves run, making a booming sound. Boom! With a loud crash, the goblin wolf cavalry collides with the boss cold corpse. The other 2 phantoms collide into the level 5 cold corpses. Minus 5,762. Minus 5,542. 2 exaggerated massive damages directly smash the level 5 cold corpses. Kill cold corpse, LV5, gain 110 experience points. Kill cold corpse, LV5, gain 104 experience points. The level 5 cold corpse is killed instantly. Minus 4,819. A high damage value also appears on the boss cold corpse. Due to level suppression, the damage doesn't exceed 5,000, but it still takes away half of the boss cold corpse's health. But it's not over yet. The goblin wolf cavalry doesn't give the boss cold corpse any chance to react. At the instant the charge is completed, it turns and shoots 3 arrows. Crack. 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 Minus 0. Minus 0. Minus 0. Time is stalled, directly shattering the cold corpse's freshly restored ice armor. At the moment the ice armor is broken. The goblin wolf cavalry immediately switches to a giant hammer, jumps up, and strikes hard at the cold corpse's head. Minus 1,200. Upgraded to level 4, the jumping hammer strike, skill stun probability also increases to 19%. Whether it's luck for the goblin warrior or the cold corpse's weak stun resistance, nearly every jumping hammer strike triggers a stun. The goblin wolf cavalry twists its waist, pulling the hammer as far back as possible. Charging. Then, with all its strength, it smashes down on the cold corpse's head, just as it recovers from the stun. As long as it can hit the head, the goblin warrior never strikes the body. Whoosh. The sound of the hammer slicing through the air. Bang. The warrior's strike, charged to the highest degree, crashes heavily onto the cold corpse's head. Crack. Like a frozen watermelon being smashed. The cold corpse's head shatters into pieces. Minus 3,005. This charged strike actually dealt a high damage of 3,000. Originally, the cold corpse had already taken an arrow's damage, the wolf cavalry charge plus jumping hammer strike plus fully charged warrior strike, a combo delivering exactly 10,000 damage, directly kills the boss cold corpse. Watching this scene, Tao Qian and others fell silent. Although they were already somewhat used to it, they were still shocked into silence by such high damage. 5,000 damage. Is this something a level 4 little summoner can deal? Even the highest damage hidden class swordsman couldn't achieve this, right? This ridiculously high damage gives Wu Zong, Kuing, Wenring Shengyu, and others a bit more confidence for the nightmare level abyss they are about to enter. With sufficient damage and health to withstand, this simple abyss dungeon is just a smooth push for Zheng Yu. If you are careful, serious, and pull a bit harder, the nightmare level abyss shouldn't be that difficult. When Wu Zong and others thought about becoming the first group of professional players to clear the nightmare level Cold Street abyss in Jianshui City, they couldn't be happier. After all, before this, they were an unwanted profession. Kill boss cold corpse, LV7, gain experience 521 points. Congratulations! You have obtained ice armor, LV1. Congratulations! You have obtained beginner mage boots, LV1. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV4 LV.5, 1000, need 446 more experience to level up. Health, 81011010. Magic, 190200. Intelligence, 3745. Strength, 1617. Agility, 1213. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Skills, Contract Array, Summon Beast Frenzy. Summoned Beast Space, VIP Butler Level Goblin Wolf Cavalry, currently contractable quantity 2. Talent, Demon Contract, Butler's Heart, 2 chances left to draw Hex Strengthening Runes. Equipment, none. Chapter 13 Refreshing the Historical Clearance Record. Abyss? Is this it? You have cleared the Cold Street Abyss, easy level, rewards, Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level, professional experience plus 300, health recovery potions, plus 200, *5. In 1 minute, you will be teleported outside the abyss, get ready. Is this really the end? Ran Wuqingyu said with some confusion. Because it was too easy, too fast. In total, it was less than 3 hours. Eating barbecue, drinking a little wine, wandering along with Zheng Yu's summoned beast, and they cleared it. Tao Qian said, Abyss? Is this it? Ha, garbage. Zheng Yu. It's as if you cleared it yourself. Before Zheng Yu exited the dungeon, he said, after we go out, I won't disband the team. Kuing and Ren Wuqingyu, you two quickly go to handle the loan, I'll wait for you. But you have to be quick. I want to compete for the leaderboard, so I need to reduce resting time. Koing and Ren Wuching Yu nodded, okay. To be fair, Zheng Yu wouldn't take other people, but he wouldn't bring them for free either. 300,000 to buy a nightmare-level abyss clearance record is already very cheap. Normally, clearing an abyss would extremely consume the energy and physical strength of a professional player. After all, continuous fighting and running around for 7 to 8 hours is exhausting. Usually, people would take a day off, recover their energy, and then resume fighting. But Zheng Yu is different. Consume energy? Who sees eating barbecue as consuming energy? Waste of physical strength? It's not him fighting. As long as the summoned beast's stamina is exceptionally abundant, there is no worry about stamina issues. To rush for the leaderboard, every second counts. Buzz. As soon as 1 minute was up, the 5 were teleported outside the abyss. It was around 1 a.m. at this time. The Cold Street Abyss Hall was still crowded, most were waiting to form teams, and many professionals even set up tents in the hall to live there. Luck is not stumbled upon, it is awaited. They decided to stay here firmly to grab onto a strong ally as soon as possible. Another team has cleared the abyss. So envious, the newbie who cleared the abyss at this time must be a professional player who just switched professions and entered the dungeon, truly in the first tier. Wait. Isn't that Zheng Yu? Don't talk nonsense, Zheng Yu entered the abyss 3 hours ago, he has to come out tomorrow morning. Whether Zheng Yu can come out is another question. Exactly. It's not. Are you blind? Can't you see? Isn't that our class monitor Zheng Yu next door? Or am I the blind one? Actually, this person does look a lot like Zheng Yu. But the problem is, he can't possibly be Zheng Yu. I'm counting the time, he entered the abyss for less than 3 hours, how could? Is there a possibility? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is a summoner. The impression that summoners are weak and couldn't clear the abyss had already taken root in their minds. Just when someone began to recognize Zheng Yu but couldn't dare to believe he would clear the abyss so quickly. A notice from the temple for all professionals silenced the entire hall. Notification. Congratulations to the professional team Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time of the Cold Street Abyss, easy level. Clearance time, 2 hours 48 minutes 23 seconds. Captain, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Wu Zong, Monk, Koing, Assassin, Wenrin Shengyu, Assassin. Rewards received, Professional Experience plus 500, Historical Record Package, Simple Level of Cold Street Abyss, Title of Historian, Simple Level Version of Cold Street Abyss, *1. Silence is the main theme of the hall. The temple gave all the professionals in Jianshui City. Not just the novice professionals. It was directly thrown in their faces, so no professional could miss this information. This kind of record-breaking news happens often. After all, as professionals improve, the treatment of novice professionals increases, and records are frequently broken. But the problem is, this time it's a bit different. The team configuration is too bizarre. The captain is a summoner. The members are 2 monks and 2 assassins. Assassins are useless before level 15, they are stronger than mages but not by much. Monks have some combat power, but not much, compared to mainstream warriors and knight professions, they are also a hard-to-team existence. No way, did he really clear it? And broke the record? It can't be true? How could a summoner do that? Some questioned. But some had already started to private message Zheng Yu, only to find out that Zheng Yu had closed private messages and refused all private chats. But this could not stop their determination to cling to him. Especially Zheng Yu's former classmates. Brother Yu, congratulations. Zheng Yu, oh, congratulations on what? Congratulations on breaking the record solo. Zheng Yu, me breaking the record has nothing to do with you, what qualification do you have to congratulate me? Brother Yu, have some water. Zheng Yu, I won't drink, not thirsty. Brother Yu, have you eaten? Or should we take a break? I'll treat you to dinner. Zheng Yu, I won't eat, not hungry. All attempts to get close were rejected by Zheng Yu. You didn't care about me before, now you can hardly reach me. Zheng Yu is not that generous. He could even be described as calculating, avenging every grievance. Brother Yu, I'm a warrior, I've already cleared Cold Street Abyss once, how about we challenge the normal abyss together next time? Zheng Yu, not a chance? You're too weak. No, I'm a warrior. Zheng Yu, what does being a warrior add? You say warriors are weak? Zheng Yu retorted, then can you solo the abyss? I can tank damage for you, I can help you deal damage, even though you cleared the simple level of the abyss, the normal level is very different from the simple level. Zheng Yu, you can't hold on. I'm a level 4 warrior, my skill point is on Iron Wall, you say I can't hold on? Zheng Yu nodded, you really can't hold on. You really got carried away. Do you really think clearing the simple level abyss makes you strong? Without a warrior to tank damage for you, you can't clear the normal level dungeon at all. You want to compete for a ranking without the help of teammates? I've never seen a genius who relies on the simple level abyss to compete for a ranking. Faced with this person's cold mocking, Junyu looked at him seriously and then said, "Do you know how you are different from Neza?" "What?" "Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms. You have 1 head and 2 arms." After Junyu finished, he dove into the tent that Tao Qian had just set up to find some peace. Inside the tent, Tao Qian asked in confusion, "Why is it different from what I imagined?" Junyu asked, "What's different?" Tao Qian said, "I thought they would regret not teaming up with you and start pounding their chests in frustration." Tao Qian looked regretful for not seeing the scene he wanted to see. Junyu smiled, "It's still early, this is just a simple level dungeon. Besides, this is quite normal. When they feel regret, they will start to make excuses for themselves, begin to act tough, thinking you passed the simple level, you definitely can't pass the normal level. Those who really regret not coming to me will also hold back, even if they feel bad inside, they won't show it. Just watch, even if we clear the nightmare level abyss, there will still be people acting tough, saying summoners are weak in the late game, my future is worrying, and so on." Having seen many internet giants, Junyu is very clear about these things. So he decided not to recruit any other professionals except for Tao Qian and the other 3. "This is not fair," Tao Qian said unhappily. But Junyu smiled, "You are wrong. Their tough talk is just a facade. When they go home at night, alone in the silent dark, they will toss and turn in bed, open their phones, and start feeling emo. They will start to regret, start to blame themselves, start to reflect. These feelings will be magnified infinitely after we pass the nightmare level abyss." Junyu said with a smile, "Especially that warrior just now, who thinks he is a bit strong, and considers it an honor to be my teammate. But after a while, he will regret why he didn't lower his attitude when talking to me, why he didn't choose to team up with me at the first moment. But you can't see him beating his chest in frustration. If it were you, you wouldn't either." Tao Qian nodded in understanding, "You are right. If I were him, I would also stubbornly hold on. Don't let anyone else into the tent. I need to do some things." Junyu interrupted this topic and said to Tao Qian, "Don't worry, with me around, no one will disturb you." Tao Qian assured him. Tao Qian stood outside the tent, blocking all the professionals who wanted to talk to Junyu. Wu Zong went out to find friends to borrow money because he was short on cash. Kuling and Wenren Xingyu went to find a nearby loan shark to raise money, leaving only Junyu inside the tent now. He was about to start boosting his strength to prepare for the upcoming nightmare level Cold Street Abyss. Claim the historical record reward. Experience increased by 500. Level increased again. Chapter 14, Tier 3 Talent. Twin Fire Demons. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV5 LV.6, 1700, needs another 1046 experience points to level up. Health, 10101230. Magic, 200210. Intelligence, 4553. Strength, 1718. Agility, 1314. Remaining free attribute points, 17. Adding 10 intelligence from the novice staff, the overall intelligence increased to 53 points after reaching level 6. The health limit also returned to above 1000. Moreover, there are still 17 free attribute points unused. Junyu thought for a moment. He decided to put all the attribute points into health. After leveling up to 5, the summon slot increased to 2, meaning he has the ability to summon a second beast. Going all in can not only upgrade the goblin to tier 4 but also upgrade the new summon to tier 2. Compared to increasing intelligence for a slight boost in damage, it's better to enhance the summoning beast's talent. Otherwise, a tier 0 summon would be of little use against nightmare level abyss monsters. Junyu first opened the rewards. 1 is the completion reward. Cold Street Chest, easy level, can yield Cold Street Abyss equipment, medicines, materials, and valuable ores. The other is the easy level Historical Record. Historical Record Gift Package, easy level, can yield high level Cold Street Abyss equipment, LV5, high level medicine, LV5, and other items. All 2 treasure chests were opened. Congratulations! You opened the Cold Street Chest, easy level, and obtained 1 novice warrior armor. Congratulations! You opened the Historical Record Gift Package, easy level, and obtained an Ice Crystal Pendant LV5, silver. Silver equipment. Junyu showed a joyful expression. Equipment is divided into no rank, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, radiant, legendary, and divine. 9 tiers in total. Didn't expect the gift package to yield silver grade equipment. This is already miraculous for novices. Ice Crystal Pendant, silver level. Wearing level, LV5. Attributes: Intelligence plus 25, Magic plus 100. Effect: wearing this equipment increases ice resistance by 10, reduces ice property slow effects by 20%, and grants immunity to 1 freeze, refreshes every minute. Not bad. Besides increasing intelligence by 25 points. Whether it's ice resistance, immunity to freezing, or reducing slow effects, they are all very targeted for the Cold Street instance. The attributes are generally average, but the effects fit Zheng Yu perfectly. Put on all the equipment that can be equipped. 1 piece of cold armor dropped from the boss cold corpse. 1 piece of mage boots. The cold armor increases health by 300 and comes with a one-time ice armor effect. The ice armor's cooldown is long, but for Zheng Yu, who has low health, it is very useful. The mage's boots increase health by 150 and agility by 5. The 450 health provided by the equipment cannot be sacrificed. It is precisely because of these 2 pieces of equipment that Zheng Yu has the confidence to prepare for the upcoming all-in action. First, add all 17 points of free attributes to health. Consume 1 point of free attributes to increase health limit by 50. Consume. With 17 points of free attributes, he gains 850 health. Currently, Zheng Yu has 2080 health points available. The health provided by the equipment is 450. No need to say much, just sacrifice 1000 health points to exchange for 100 talent points. Put all of it into the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Goblin Wolf Cavalry, Tier 3, Talent Evolution Goblin General, Tier 4. Base health 4000-8000. Attack Power Coefficient 5.06.0. New Skill V, General's Order. Hint: the General's Order is enhanced by VIP Butler, evolving into VIP Butler level General's Order. General's Order, VIP Butler level Summon Goblin Army, 18. The number of summons increases with level. For temporary battle, summoning 2 Goblin Wolf Cavalry, 5 Goblin Archers, 5 Goblin Deaths, 5 Goblin Shield Soldiers, and 1 Goblin Wizard. There is no time limit for summoning. It cannot be recast until all Goblin Army members are dead. Hiss. This is something impressive. Zheng Yu looked at the newly refreshed skill, feeling that the health consumption was worth it. From Goblin Wolf Cavalry, he directly evolved into a general. Not only did his strength increase overall, the extra skill truly made goblins become generals on the battlefield. The emergence of this skill gave Zheng Yu more confidence in clearing the nightmare level abyss. Next, Zheng Yu opened his phone. He entered the temple mall. He bought the Summoner skill book that had long been added to his shopping cart. Summon, Fire Elemental. Skill book, can be learned at level 5. One-time item: after learning, the skill book disappears. Summoner professionals can learn it to gain a cultivable 0-tier talent Fire Elemental. Price: 2000 yuan. Still very cheap. Other professions' level 5 skills are at least sold for over 5,000, while warrior skills have even soared to tens of thousands. In the tent, he drew the contract array. Tao Qian's tent is very large, providing enough space to summon a Fire Elemental. Buzz. A flash of fire flickered. A fireball appeared in midair. The next moment, the fireball and Zheng Yu established a psychic connection, sensing the coldness within Zheng Yu's body, and actively released warmth to wrap around him. Not only was it not hot, but it was a warm current just right for Zheng Yu's body temperature. The fireball made no sound. This is a pure elemental body. Just like a mage can control fire elements, this fireball is an elemental body with its own life. Summoning Beast, Fire Elemental. Level 6, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 1100. Attack power, 172/78, current intelligence of summoner, *2.0, coefficient. Talent, 0 tier, needs 2 more talent points to level up, plus. Skill I, Flame Aura LV6. Can control the temperature within a 10-meter diameter range, at maximum, burning 121 damage per second to all objects, 172, Fire Elemental attack power, *0.7, coefficient. Skill 2, Fireball LV6. Releases a fireball that tracks the target, dealing 551, 172, Fire Elemental attack power, *3.2, coefficient, fire damage. Summoning Beast equipment, none. Looking at the attributes of the Fire Elemental, Zheng Yu truly felt the weaknesses of summoners. Although the elemental follows the summoner's level, the improvement is actually not significant. A warrior at level 6 can face the simple level Cold Street Abyss without fear, but if the Fire Elemental's attributes do not improve its talent, it still cannot pass the simple level Cold Street Abyss. A fireball just dealt 551 damage. How many fireballs would it take to defeat a cold zombie boss with 10,000 health? Zheng Yu glanced at the current attributes of the Goblin General. Summoning Beast, VIP Butler level Goblin General. Level 6, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 8,900. Attack power, 489. Talent, 4 tier, needs 500 more talent points to level up, plus. A total attribute of 6.0, with razor-sharp equipment. The Butler's Bond raised the attack power to nearly 500. The skill damage nearly doubled. Now the warrior can charge up to deal a minimum of 4,000 damage. It completely overwhelms the fire spirit. It seems the strength of a summoner entirely depends on the talent level of their summoned beast. Fortunately, the demon contract can enhance the talent level. Zheng Yu glanced at his remaining health. 1080 base health plus 450 equipment health. Because the fire spirit is a level 5 summoned beast, the increased talent points are even more than the goblins. Level 1 requires 2 talent points. Level 2 requires 15 talent points. Level 3 requires 85 talent points. Zheng Yu calculated that he needed a total of 102 talent points, which means a 10-20 point life limit. Just enough. Zheng Yu looked at his remaining 60 base health and found it amusing. I guess I'm the professional with the least health in history? Fortunately, he had 450 equipment health, otherwise, with only 60 health, he would have died with just one hit. Zheng Yu directly upgraded the fire spirit to level 3. Summon Beast Fire Spirit, 0 level, Talent Evolution Summon Beast Twin Flame, 1 level. Summon Beast Twin Flame, 1 level, Talent Evolution Summon Beast Fire Goblin, 2 level. Summon Beast Fire Goblin, 2 level, Talent Evolution Summon Beast Twin Fire Goblin, 3 level. Chapter 15 Focus on Companionship. Boom. Flames burned fiercely. If it weren't for being in the contract array, this tent rented from Tao Qian might have caught fire. The blazing flames could not harm Zheng Yu, the summoner. Instead, a warm feeling surged within him. Who? The flames danced. In the end, 2 fire goblins snuggled up to each other. The fire goblins floated in the air, about 1 meter tall, resembling small fire sprites from Ice Fireman, cute and graceful, with balanced figures. They were definitely more attractive than the goblins' appearance. But their aura could not compare to that of the VIP butler and the general, both powerful and majestic. The twin fire goblins had more of a vibe similar to a sweet and obedient neighbor's child, cute, sensible, lively, and very smart. At this moment, its attributes had also undergone significant changes. Summoned Beast Twin Fire Goblin. Level 6, upgrades with the summoner's level. Health 3000. Attack power 375/78, current intelligence of the summoner, asterisk 4.8, coefficient. Talent, level 3, need 150 more talent points to upgrade, plus. Skill I, Flame Aura LV6. Can control the temperature within a diameter of 10 meters, at maximum, it deals 825 burning damage per second to all objects, 375, Fire Spirit attack power, asterisk 2.2, coefficient. Skill 2, Fireball LV6. Releases a fireball that chases and locks onto a target, dealing 2325, 375, Fire Spirit attack power, asterisk 6.2, coefficient, fire damage. Skill 3, Twin Contract, special skill, no level. The twin fire goblins coexist and can unleash skills simultaneously, stacking damage, doubling fire attribute damage. Skill 4, Flame Cage LV6. Presets the position of the flame cage. When enemies enter the range, it automatically triggers, covering the entire cage area with high-temperature flames, dealing 2100, 375, Fire Spirit attack power, asterisk 5.6, coefficient, per second. Summoned Beast Equipment, none. Now there were 2 more skills. One is the Twin Contract. The other is the Flame Cage. The Twin Contract means double spellcasting, doubling attribute damage, making the Twin Fire Goblins' damage very impressive. The Flame Cage is a trap-type pure damage skill. Although the damage skill seems low, upon closer inspection, it deals 2100 damage per second. It's not the explosive damage of a wolf cavalry charge. But 2100 damage per second can kill a 10,000 health cold corpse in 5 seconds. Wait. Zheng Yu suddenly realized. 2100 damage is not counted as the twins' double bonus. This means that if the fire spirit attacks a 10,000 health cold corpse, it can end the battle in 3 seconds. Strong. Zheng Yu couldn't help but praise. However, although the twin fire goblin is strong, it still can't compare to the already 4th level talent goblin general. The goblin general's current damage values can directly kill the cold corpse with a single charge, being even stronger. Having strengthened the fire spirit, Zheng Yu still had one very important upgrade left untouched. That is his core, the Hex Strengthen Rune. Every time you level up by 5 levels, you gain 2 Hex-Tech Enhancement Runes. Zheng Yu couldn't wait to draw. Drawing Hex-Tech Enhancement Runes? Congratulations! You have drawn the 3rd rune Golden Level Rune, focused on companionship. Congratulations! You have drawn the 4th rune Silver Level Rune Library card. Focused on companionship, provides a training mannequin. All damage attacking the summoner will first target the training mannequin. If the training mannequin survives at the end of each abyss, it provides 10 talent points. Library card, gain a Book of Emblems. The Book of Emblems allows you to choose one from 4 random bond emblems and gain an equipment forge. Seems not bad? Although he didn't draw a prism level rune. But the effect of the training mannequin is just what Zhengyu needs right now. You must first attack that taunting unit, the training mannequin. A typical life-saving rune. Zhengyu's health limit is low, having the training mannequin can ensure he won't be ambushed and killed. A pretty good rune. And every time he clears an abyss, he gets a free 10 talent points, which is a good thing, equal to getting 100 life limit for free. What he needs now are talent points. Zhengyu didn't hesitate and directly opened the Book of Emblems given to him by the library card rune. Please choose one from Mage Emblem, Ionian Emblem, Barrier Emblem, Steward Emblem. Stewards. A single emblem cannot activate a bond. He already had 2 steward emblems. If he gave one to the fire spirit, although it couldn't activate 4 stewards, it would allow the fire spirit to share the 20% health and 20% attack power increase attribute bonus from the stewards. Acquired steward emblem. Acquired equipment forge. Equipment forge can transform unequipable equipment into usable equipment. This thing is good. Zhengyu stored the equipment forge in his item space and equipped the steward emblem on the fire spirit. Everything was ready. At this moment, Zhengyu received a message. It was a message from the homeroom teacher. Zhengyu, was it you who broke the record? Zhengyu replied, yes. The homeroom teacher soon called. So, if you have time tomorrow, come to the Jianshui City Government Building. The mayor wants to see you. Zhengyu was not surprised. After all, every year the newcomer who breaks the record is personally received by the mayor with rewards. Zhengyu said, is it for rewards? Rewards are one aspect, and also to give you some publicity, and then. Before the homeroom teacher could finish, Zhengyu said, I might not have time, just bring the reward for me. This. The homeroom teacher was a bit troubled. Zhengyu said directly, just tell the mayor that I'm about to enter a nightmare-level dungeon. If he doesn't want this record, then I'm going. Zhengyu doesn't like that kind of occasion, mainly because it doesn't offer any benefits. He only wants the reward, everything else is secondary. After all, at the end of the day, he is just a few level professional. Fame and reputation are not important for the time being. Troublesome and still dealing with so much. Nightmare level? The homeroom teacher thought he heard wrong. Yes, you heard right, it's nightmare level. Anyway, don't ask too much, I don't want to answer too much, just look at the result, and the mayor will understand. After saying that, Zhengyu hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, the homeroom teacher scratched his head and then dazedly called the mayor. Bro, lend me some money. In the martial arts hall, Wu Zong found his elder brother, who is also the owner of the martial arts hall, Wu Xian. How much do you want to borrow? 200, 500,000, maybe. Too little? Wu Xian almost dropped his teacup. No, you and I are brothers. If you have no money or need money, of course, I will lend it to you, but you open your mouth for 500,000. Do you think your brother is rich? If not, then go wherever is cool. Wu Zong didn't get angry, he just showed Wu Xian something. Title? Holder of the historical clearance record of the Cold Street Abyss? Wait a moment. Wu Xian immediately jumped up from the sofa, opened his computer, and looked up the Jianshui City Cathedral official website. Without needing to search carefully, a message popped up on the page. Congratulations to the professional team Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time of the Cold Street Abyss, simple level. Clearance time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, 23 seconds. Captain, Zhengyu, Summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Wu Zong, Monk, Koing, Assassin, Wenrin Shengyu, Assassin. Wow, you did well, buddy. I wondered why you didn't come to work today, turns out you're back on the pro path. Wu Xian was very happy. He always knew that his brother had been reluctant to eat and spend money these days just to save up for another shot at being a professional. He didn't expect him to actually succeed. Not only did he succeed, but he also set a record. The reason he was so sure it was a record was that he knew very well Wu Zong's strength. A D-grade gifted monk couldn't break records. Then he noticed the team's composition. Bro, this team configuration is a bit strange. Wu Zong said, don't worry about the profession, Zhengyu has S-grade talent. No wonder. So, are you still not planning to lend me money? He plans to take me through the Nightmare Abyss. I need to tell your sister-in-law. No one has ever cleared the Nightmare Abyss and the Cold Street Abyss. This is something that can be recorded in the clan's genealogy. Our family will bow in the front row during the prayer next year. Come with me to the bank. For a southerner starting a business here from Guang province, nothing is more important than bringing glory to the ancestors. How much do you need to borrow? The Interest Compounding Commercial Lending Company. A tattooed bald man stared at Kuing and Wenren Chengyou and asked. 2 million. Do you have collateral? No. Then why would I lend to you? How about? The bald man pointed at the camera on the table. How about 2 pictures? Kuing was about to get angry but was stopped by Wenren Chengyou. She stared at the bald man and said, Are you sure you won't lend? Then I'll look for another company. The bald man was taken aback. He had never seen someone so tough while borrowing money. But he still patiently asked, What do you need the money for? To go through the abyss. What level? Nightmare level. Ha, are you kidding me? I'm serious. Do you think I will believe you? Many have come here to scam money, and none returned complete. Don't make me unhappy. Then forget it, don't lend. I was thinking of advertising for you after Zheng Yu leads us to clear the level. Who? Zheng Yu, you don't know? The bald man certainly knew. He was also a professional, or how could he have the confidence to lend to professionals? The message that popped up a few hours ago was still the hottest topic in the forum. After all, a summoner had achieved an astonishing feat. 2 hours and 45 minutes. What does that mean? The previous record was 3 hours and 49 minutes. In other words, a summoner, considered by everyone to be the weakest profession, not only broke the record but did so an entire hour earlier. Is he planning to directly challenge the Nightmare Abyss? The bald man's tone softened a bit. Yes, he said it to us personally. Then how can I believe you? He will take you inside? Wenren Chengyou showed the team information. He has been out of the abyss for several hours. If he wanted to form a team, he would have already left the group. Just say whether you'll lend or not. Lend. The bald man no longer hesitated this time. Even if Zheng Yu truly couldn't clear it, he would still be willing to lend with a give-it-a-try attitude. He knew very well that if Zheng Yu could indeed clear the nightmare level abyss, all resources in the entire province would unconditionally tilt towards Zheng Yu. The future prospects are limitless. Such a big shot, even if he can't get close, can't afford to make bad relations. 2 million, right? Let's make it clear first, regardless of whether Zheng Yu can clear the nightmare level abyss, the borrowed money must be paid back with interest. Since he didn't know the relationship between these two very beautiful girls and Zheng Yu, to avoid any possibility of default, he had to make it clear in advance. Zheng Yu is Zheng Yu, their lending company's rules are rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do business. No problem. Wenren Chengyou smiled and said. Chapter 16, This idiot can't keep the act together. When Kuing and Wenren Chengyou returned after finishing their loan, they found Zheng Yu sitting outside the tent, chatting with a group of people. It's over. Kuing suddenly said when she saw the group of people. What's wrong? Wenren Chengyou couldn't see anything unusual yet. Those people chatting with Zheng Yu are the team that refreshed the record for ordinary level abyss yesterday. Kuing explained. Wenren Chengyou remembered, indeed there was a notification about a record being refreshed for the ordinary level abyss earlier yesterday. 2 things happened yesterday in total. One was Zheng Yu, as a summoner, single-handedly leading a team to refresh the simple level Cold Street Abyss. The other was 4 A-grade talented professionals, along with 1 B-grade talented professional, refreshing the record for the ordinary level abyss. In terms of heat and discussion, of course, Zheng Yu, the summoner, received more attention since he is a summoner. No matter what Zheng Yu does, the heat is always high. However, in terms of focus, the refreshing of the ordinary level abyss is what needs more attention. Among the new professionals this year in Jiangshui City, apart from the 4 A-grade professionals, this is the most we've seen in nearly 10 years. Now they all came together in one team. I estimate they are here to recruit Zheng Yu into their team. With Kuying's explanation, Wenren Chengyou finally understood why she was so panicked. If Zheng Yu joins their team, then no one will lead them anymore. Not only would they have borrowed money for nothing, but they would also have to pay interest. After all, bald heads are not a proper loan. Hurry up! Wenren Chengyou pulled Kuying to quickly get closer. Just then, a proud and high-up voice said, Originally, we didn't think much of you since you were just a summoner, afraid you would delay our progress in clearing. But you proved yourself, leading the team to single-handedly clear the abyss. Although it's just a simple level difficulty, it's still not bad. Who is that? Talking so arrogantly? Wenren Chengyou couldn't help but look over. She found that the speaker was a handsome young man, but his face was filled with pride and some disdain for Zheng Yu's summoner profession, making Wenren Chengyou feel that his handsomeness instantly turned oily. This person was also recognized by Kuing and Wenren Chengyou. Li Feng. They were from the same school. Warrior profession, A-grade talent, and it was said that his talent type was extremely suitable for combat, not just a popular profession but also a genius talent. He indeed had the qualifications to be proud. So, after our discussion, we all somewhat acknowledge your strength and decide to allow you to join our team to clear the abyss together. As Li Feng said this, the team's only B-grade talented warrior had a dark expression. It was clear that not everyone agreed. At the very least, this B-grade warrior did not agree. After all, once Zhang Yu entered the team, this B-grade warrior would have to leave, so he harbored some resentment towards Zhang Yu. But Zhang Yu had a confused look. So, who are you? What do you want from me? Zhang Yu almost had the words "Are you sick?" written all over his face. Showing off superiority right in front of me? But unfortunately, Li Feng, who confidently thought Zhang Yu would be grateful to join their team, completely failed to perceive the meaning behind Zhang Yu's expression. He even really thought Zhang Yu didn't know who he was. I am Li Feng, an A-grade warrior. I know you just cleared the simple level abyss, we just cleared the ordinary level abyss ourselves and refreshed the historical record. Li Feng said with a proud face. Oh, that's indeed ordinary. Li Feng, infinity? You call that ordinary? Zhang Yu nodded. No, you might have heard wrong, I meant the record for the ordinary level. And then? Zhang Yu asked with no expression. Don't you feel surprised? Zhang Yu laughed. Bro, when you say that, your arrogance disappears. How can you show off by asking others if I'm impressed by your awesomeness? This act just doesn't hold up. Li Feng. In summary, what you say is ordinary. So I followed what you said, and then you got anxious. Zhang Yu pointed at Li Feng, speaking with the tone of someone who has been through it. Your act is a bit lacking. Li Feng. This set of words left Li Feng speechless. He had never seen someone chat like this before. Although he did come to Zhang Yu to show off. His original intent was to think, look, you, an S-level talented professional, still have to join our team? It was originally a thing full of superiority, giving himself face and also pulling in a decent teammate, a win-win situation. But unexpectedly, Zhang Yu didn't give him any face at all. Are you crazy? Seeing this scene, another A-level talented professional standing beside Li Feng criticized. Even though you are S-level, don't forget, you are a summoner. We let you join the team out of respect, don't be demanding. This person obviously saw through more than Li Feng did. Zhang Yu was just playing with Li Feng, so he directly spoke harshly. In Jianshui City for several years, you are the only S-level talented professional, but you turn to summoner, it's just slandering Jianshui City. We kindly brought you along, but you treat our kindness like dirt? Don't really think that after clearing a simple level of the Cold Street Abyss, you're some big deal. When other cities' S-level talented professionals crush you, it's our Jianshui City that will be humiliated. Zhang Yu looked utterly speechless. Wow, moral kidnapping is on the table? If this person goes to Weibo, he would definitely be a superior boxer. At this moment, Li Feng also realized he had crossed the line, quickly interrupting his teammate and saying to Zhang Yu, to be honest, we plan to go for the hard-level Cold Street Abyss next. We hope to set another record. We actually knew you were S-level a long time ago, but because of your summoner profession, we really didn't intend to take you along. After all, you know very well, summoners are just too weak. But now it's different. You've proven your strength, enough to team up with us, so we are ready to give you a hand. So you won't fall too far behind other S-level professionals, at least you can have a hard-level history record. Li Feng spoke more gently this time. But his tone was still filled with an undeniable discrimination and arrogant tone. Beside them, Ke Ying and Wen Chengyu were laughing uncontrollably. This is killing me with laughter. Ha ha, he even said he wants to help Zhang Yu? Who is helping whom? The funniest part is that he thinks letting Zhang Yu into his team is giving Zhang Yu a big favor? I can't breathe from laughing. The reason these two were laughing was also because, with Li Feng's tone and attitude, Zhang Yu would 100% not join their team. With no strong backing, everything could be said easily. Their laughter also caught the attention of Zhang Yu and Li Feng. Is it that funny? Li Feng's face darkened. Yes. When Ren Qingyu answered honestly. Then you just keep laughing, I want to see how long you can keep this up. When we refresh the hard-level record, let's see if you can still laugh. Li Feng clearly realized that Ke Ying and Wen Qingyu were the two assassins in Zhang Yu's team. Zhang Yu's complete disregard and the laughter from Ke Ying and Wen Qingyu made Li Feng extremely furious. If it weren't for not being able to fight in the military area, he would have struck already. Ignore them, we are aiming for a higher record, different from them, a teammate stated. Exactly, competing for the leaderboard with this attitude? No vision at all. Even if Li Feng and Zhang Long's tone and attitude are problematic, if you want to compete for the leaderboard, you have to endure it. Are you sure you're trying to help me? Your attitude is indeed problematic. We agreed to bring Zhang Yu along for the hard abyss to increase the chances of clearing it, yet your posture is so high. Before this uniquely rational teammate could finish, he was pulled away by Li Feng and others. Zhang Yu looked at these people with a smile. He could actually understand the mentality of Li Feng and the others. An A-level talent, a popular profession, just breaking the record, it's the peak of their spirits, and with the misleading impressions of his summoner profession. It's hard to really be like a workplace elite, only caring about profit and not face. Young people care about face and like to show off. Did you borrow the money? Zheng Yu asked Ko Ying and the others. Ko Ying nodded and handed Zheng Yu 600,000. Zheng Yu nodded and said, got it. Tao Qian and Wu Zong have gone to prepare the ingredients, they should be back soon. If you two want to prepare something, hurry up, don't wait until you enter the abyss without the food you like. Although they both knew what Zheng Yu meant, they still felt it was strange. Is this really going into the abyss? And not going on a picnic? I want to make some desserts. Ku Ying said. When Ren Xingyu glanced at Ku Ying, you adapt quite quickly. Then I'll get some fruits too. Ku Ying. Chapter 17, High Mortality Rate, please choose carefully. Zheng Yu refused Li Feng's invitation, and this matter spread quietly, becoming another topic in the forum. Zheng Yu is getting arrogant, actually refusing a team made up of 4 A-level talents. As the only S-level talent in Jianshui City, and the first S-level talent to appear in years, his actions are baffling. A detailed analysis of the difficulty of completing the simple level 2 of the Cold Street Abyss in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Rational analysis, Zheng Yu's refusal of Li Feng's invitation is actually a good thing, proving Zheng Yu's great confidence. I think Zheng Yu is just scared. He's satisfied with completing the simple level since Li Feng and the others are preparing to enter the difficult level abyss. Coward Zheng Yu, trash summoner, pure hate post, don't enter. I guess Zheng Yu will enter the ordinary level abyss and still lead the team alone. I'm saying this, Zheng Yu can't compete for the ranking. After being rejected by Zheng Yu for team formation, I decided to vent. The Jianshui City professional forum was almost filled with posts about him. Zheng Yu looked at it and felt quite amused. He found it rather fun to be the subject of discussion. The internet has a magical ability, no matter how much it flips, no matter how painful it is to be slapped in the face, the poster is always behind the scenes. So there's really no face to lose. Feel free to talk, switch sides at will, as long as you clear the nightmare level abyss, the forum will probably show a different scene again. In short, it's interesting. Zheng Yu spent time browsing the forum. When Tao Qian and Wu Zong returned from shopping, Ku Ying and when Ren Xingyu had bought fruits and snacks. All were placed in the item slots. Brother Yu, we are ready. Tao Qian said. Zheng Yu nodded, thought for a moment, and reminded, if you have the money, it's best to buy a resurrection tool, just in case. Tao Qian immediately said, a resurrection cross is already selling for 5 million in the market, we can't afford it. Wu Zong said, I don't think there's much danger, I believe in Brother Yu's strength. Zheng Yu, you're 3 years older than me, why do you call me brother? Wu Zong casually replied, hey, there's a sequence to knowledge, the stronger one is the brother. Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu then looked at Ku Ying and when Ren Xingyu, what about you too? When Ren Xingyu said, we also don't have money to buy resurrection crosses, but we bought 5 stealth tools. As she spoke, she directly gave one to each in the team chat group. Even Zheng Yu received one. Stealth Potion. Enter stealth mode for 1 minute, ignores any damage, can move, but cannot attack. Attacking will break the stealth state. That seems to be 300,000 on the market, right? Tao Qian exclaimed. I know an apothecary, I got it for 200,000 each. While Tao Qian marveled that when Ren Xingyu had this connection, he said, 200,000 each is not cheap, are you really giving this to us? Consider it a thank you, and also tie myself to the ship of the great Zheng Yu. When Ren Xingyu had nothing to hide and spoke frankly. Her way of doing things was simple, if you flatter, do it openly and without feeling small, treating everyone equally. Using borrowed money to buy stealth potions was actually Ku Ying's idea. But when Ren Xingyu thought that if they were going to buy, they shouldn't only buy for herself, if buying, she would buy 5, 1 for each person. She wanted to firmly hold on to this team. In other words, this team was her future. Even if Zheng Yu surpassed both of them in strength and refused to team up, Wu Zong and Tao Chang were still great teammates. Starting with a nightmare level abyss, her future development might not be smooth sailing, but it surely wouldn't be too bad. Zheng Yu didn't refuse and could see through Ren Xingyu's careful thoughts, directly accepting the stealth potion. He couldn't always rely on Tao Chang. He himself was already level 6. While Tao Chang, who had always been a sidekick, was only level 4. After going through a nightmare level abyss, leveling up to level 10 meant it was time to change maps. Tao Chang still had to stay here. Ren Xingyu and the others were decent teammates. For Tao Chang, this brother who trusted him unconditionally, he hoped that Tao Chang could walk his own path as a professional. Not always relying on him. With his leveling speed, soloing was the right choice, no teammate could keep up with his pace. Zheng Yu accepted the stealth potion. He then directly selected the nightmare level difficulty for the Cold Street Abyss on the interface. Hint. You have chosen the nightmare level difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss. This difficulty 100% restores the true appearance of the abyss and recreates the entire history of the abyss. Difficulty is extremely high and the death rate is extremely high. Please choose carefully. 3, 2, 1. The system even kindly gave Zhengyu 3 seconds to think. Do you insist on entering the nightmare level abyss? Yes. He had been prepared for a long time, there was no reason to refuse. Zhengyu, summoner, no problem, we're entering the abyss. Tao Chang, monk, charge. 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 Nightmare level abyss, I'm coming. Wu Zone, monk, this is my first time entering a nightmare level abyss, I'm a bit nervous. Kuang, assassin god Zhengyu, go for it. 1 Run Qingyu, assassin 1. Entering Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level, please wait. At the same time, all professionals waiting in the Cold Street Abyss lobby saw a notice. Notice. The Team Summoner Squad has entered the Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level. A notification directly caused an uproar. Isn't this the Summoner Squad that Zhengyu is in? Among all the professionals present, besides Zhengyu as a summoner, who else could it be? It's him. Damn, are they crazy? Nightmare level? All I can say is, they're asking for death. Strong. No matter if Zhengyu is a summoner or not, just having the courage to step into a nightmare level abyss deserves my respect. That's so fierce, just cleared the easy level, and now going for nightmare level? Such a big leap? It seems the forum analysis was right, Zhengyu really got carried away, thinking after clearing an easy level abyss, he could tackle a nightmare level abyss. This isn't just being carried away, this is simply madness. Isn't there a possibility that Zhengyu might clear the nightmare level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Zhengyu, as a summoner, clears the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, I'll directly stand on my head and eat *T. What the F******, it's so outdated to eat traditional fan food. At least eat some seafood from Sakura country. Heh, not daring. At this moment, Li Feng and others who were about to enter the difficult level abyss also received the notice. They were stunned at the same time. Looking at each other, they read something from each other's eyes. No, we absolutely cannot enter the nightmare abyss, said an A-grade gifted warrior decisively. Zhang Long's brows furrowed tightly, Zhengyu is being too ruthless, going directly into the nightmare level abyss. If we enter the difficult level, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? That's not just ruthless, that's suicidal. No, to be accurate, that's asking for death. Anyway, I'm not going into the nightmare abyss, whoever wants to go can go. I'm just a B-grade warrior, I'm out. Seeing the team start to disagree, Li Feng directly said, don't act tough. Zhengyu is Zhengyu, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with us, there's no need to risk our lives just for a point of pride. Zhengyu was clearly angered by us, he was so furious that he entered the depths of the nightmare and sent himself to his death. As long as we steadily pass through the difficult abyss, we already crush 90% of A-level talent professionals. Li Feng remained relatively calm. But he was actually scared. He wasn't even sure if he could clear the difficult abyss, so he chose to invite Zhengyu to increase their chances of clearing it. Nightmare level? He didn't even dare to think about it. In other words, the nightmare level is not prepared for us, nor for S-level talent professionals. Instead, it is prepared for those true geniuses who were dug away by the Central District, the SS-level talent professionals. In short, Zhengyu is sending himself to death, we just need to avoid following him. Anyway, he can't pass the nightmare level abyss. If Zhengyu were SS-level talent, he would indeed worry a bit, but Zhengyu entered with 4 supporters, and he was a summoner, so he wasn't worried at all. Chapter 18, The Pork Shop Owner and the Bone-Cutting Knife. Hiss. This temperature is much lower than the simple level Cold Street Abyss. I feel like my lungs are hurting with every breath I take. Entering the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, a wave of cold air made Tao Qian and the others shiver uncontrollably. Only Zhengyu, after contracting with the fire spirit, was relatively resistant to the cold. It is said that the difficulty of the nightmare level simulates the real scenes of the abyss at that time, whether it was the simple level abyss we entered before or the difficult level abyss Li Feng and his team entered, they were all simplified and weakened. Koying recalled the information she had seen and said. Tao Qian wrapped himself in a thick coat and said, so, it's not that the nightmare level abyss difficulty has increased, it simply lacks the weakening? That should be the case, Koying nodded. At this moment, Zhengyu said, I uploaded 2 pieces of information in the chat group. The first piece of information I shared is the basic information about the nightmare level abyss, and the second piece is a guide for the difficult level Cold Street Abyss that someone created earlier. I don't know if it will be useful, but understanding a bit won't hurt. Zhengyu did not really just rush into the nightmare abyss on a whim. Before entering the abyss, he had done a lot of research. He had knowledge about the Cold Street Abyss and nightmare level difficulty. In school, Zhengyu was considered an academic star. While Tao Qian and the others were looking over the materials, Zhengyu continued to speak. Before we enter the abyss, we have been reminded that the nightmare level faithfully reproduces the true appearance of the abyss and restores the entire history of the abyss. The abyss is like a closed segment of time and history. Professionals can enter the abyss and continuously experience that history. And the nightmare level abyss is a 1:1 reproduction of the history sealed within the abyss. The difficulty goes without saying, and the story is certainly different from other levels. I have read all the guides about the Cold Street Abyss on the forum. I can basically sort out a story framework. While summoning the Goblin General, Zhang Yu added, in the simple level Cold Street Abyss, we can only reach Central Park. Just killing a 7-level boss Cold Corpse can end the battle. In the ordinary level Cold Street Abyss, we need to enter the forest and find a spring. This spring is the source of the freezing of this street. We need to protect this spring until all Cold Corpse attacks are repelled before it can be considered over. The highest level for ordinary level is a 9-level Cold Corpse, which is a general level of difficulty. General level of difficulty? Listening to Zhang Yu's description, Tao Qian and the others pursed their lips, feeling skeptical in their hearts, but they said nothing. Only you would call a 9-level Cold Corpse a general level of difficulty. In the difficult level abyss, besides protecting the spring, we also need to retrieve a frozen female corpse from inside the spring and deliver it to a non-freezing lake deep in the forest. On the way, we will be chased by a spider-like special Cold Corpse. Killing this spider or enduring the cold to carry the corpse to the center of the lake will be the test. And you can clear the instance. The strategy ends here. There is currently no strategy for the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss. Of course, there can't be a nightmare level Cold Street Abyss strategy, since no one has cleared it. Those who once entered the nightmare level abyss, none have walked out. Koing and Wenren Qingyu shivered, clearly a bit scared. Only Zhang Yu smiled and said, then just right, you won't have to pay back your loans. Wu Zong, Koing, Wenren Qingyu. By the way, brother Yu, your goblin wolf cavalry seems a bit different. Tao Qian stared at the goblin general and said. Then he and the goblin general on the giant wolf exchanged glances, immediately feeling a heavy pressure coming. It was as if this upright, gentlemanly goblin was a battle-hardened general, able to create pressure just with its gaze. Not just a bit different, it has changed greatly. Elaborate on the great change. Zhang Yu made a joke and did not explain. He blocked the goblin general's attributes, with nearly 10,000 health and almost 500 attack power. It was indeed a bit scary. To avoid the trouble of explaining, he just didn't show them the goblin's information. Roar. As the goblin general walked into the entrance of the cold street, familiar roaring sounds echoed around. The Cold Corpses still followed the old routine and walked out of the shop. According to previous experience, the goblin needed to kill at least 3 or 4 waves of Cold Corpses in this street. It would take at least an hour. Whoosh! The goblin general was more decisive than the previous goblin warriors, shooting an arrow without any nonsense. Crack! Minus 3051. An ordinary arrow. Dealing 3000 damage. Kill Cold Corpse, LV5, gain 110 experience points. Instantly killing a level 5 Cold Corpse. Damn! The first wave of Cold Corpses in the Nightmare level abyss starts at level 5? What level 5? Look behind. When Ren Qingyu pointed at a shop hidden on both sides of the street. A large, fat figure, weighing at least more than 300 pounds, was holding a bone-cutting knife, staring intently at the goblin general. Isn't this the type of Cold Corpse that only appears at the hard level? Having just seen Zhang Yu's hard-level strategy, they recognized the fat Cold Corpse holding the bone-cutting knife. Wu Zong couldn't help but say, sure enough, it is Nightmare level. The first wave of Cold Corpses is already comparable to the hardest Cold Corpses except for the boss at the hard level. Roar! The fat Cold Corpse let out an angry roar. But it did not move forward. As if it was trying to drive the Goblin General away, telling him not to enter Cold Street. But the Goblin General refused to listen. Raising his hand and shooting an arrow. Whoosh! Crack! -0. The fat Cold Corpse also had an ice armor. With no damage done, it was time for more arrows. Whoosh! 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 The Goblin General's shooting speed was even faster, mainly because his agility was twice that of the Goblin Warrior, so the shooting speed increased a lot. -0. -0. -2998. Breaking through the ice armor, the arrows hit the fat Cold Corpse squarely on its fleshy face, piercing through from the eye socket. The arrows lodged just below the fat Cold Corpse's eyeball. Roar! Seeing that the threat was useless, it roared in anger, rushing out of the shop. Due to its enormous size, it smashed through the doorframe, and the wall was also knocked down. Like a flesh-made tank, every step caused a slight vibration on the ground. It charged towards the Goblin General in a rampaging manner. The Goblin General, facing the huge fat Cold Corpse, showed no fear, gripping the heavy hammer. As the fat Cold Corpse was about to collide with him, gently tapped the giant wolf's neck. The giant wolf understood instantly and quickly jumped up, easily avoiding the fat Cold Corpse's charge. Boom! The fat cold corpse collided with a stone pillar behind, smashing it to pieces. Minus 1087. A damage value appeared above the fat cold corpse's head. According to the hard level strategy's description, the fat cold corpse has great strength, high health, but low intelligence, only able to charge recklessly. And it can't stop. When it crashes into obstacles, it also loses health. So, the way to deal with the cold corpse is to keep avoiding its charges, and then slowly wear it down. However, that is the method of ordinary players. It is not only time-consuming but also has a low margin for error. The best way is to kill it in an instant. In the moment the fat cold corpse crashes into the stone pillar, the goblin general has already positioned himself, and the heavy hammer in his hand is crashing down towards the fat cold corpse's head. Boom! Minus 3596. Dizziness. High damage numbers appear. Due to the surprise attack from behind, and the precise hit to the head, dizziness is triggered. The fat cold corpse stands there in a daze. Now at level 6, the Goblin General's jump hammer strike damage coefficient has reached 6.2, plus an attack power of 489. Easily deals 3000 damage. Adding on headshot, inertia, impact, and other actual factors, 3500 damage is understandable. Still, the same old combo without explanation. The jump hammer strike falls. Dizziness triggers. During the dizziness, the heavy hammer swings back, charging power smash. Boom! A powerful and heavy strike directly sends the fat cold corpse flying away, lifting the ground slabs as it crashes. Minus 6823. Exaggerated damage appears again. Charging strike maxed out, the damage is quite considerable. Minus 2719. Minus 2876. Minus 2633. Minus 2922. Not only that, the flying fat cold corpse crushes 4 or 5 level 5 cold corpses behind it. Boom! The fat cold corpse with 10,000 health instantly dies. Along with it, the first wave of the cold corpse group is also killed. Kill cold corpse, LV5, gain 101 experience. Kill cold corpse, LV5, gain 103 experience. Kill cold corpse, LV5, gain 112 experience. Kill cold corpse, LV5, gain 106 experience. Kill Butcher Cold Corpse, LV6, gain 449 experience. Congratulations, you have obtained the Equipment Bone Cutter, Bronze Rank, LV5. Congratulations, you have obtained Superior Pork, Consumable, LV5. Gear dropped? Zheng Yu glanced at the bone cutter that appeared in his warehouse. Equipment name, Bone Cutter. Wear level, level 5. Rank, Bronze. Attributes, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 2. Equipment effect, attacks have a 5% chance to trigger bleeding effect, losing 20 health per second. Zheng Yu thought for a moment but still held back the thought of using the equipment forging tool. After all, this was just a level 5 equipment. A piece of bronze rank, level 5 equipment, not worth using the forging tool. However, this bone cutter is very suitable for bleeding warriors, and its price is inflated in the temple market, able to sell for a good price. Chapter 19, Internal Organs Cake, Level 9 Cold Corpse. To be honest, Zheng Yu is not short on money. It's not that he is short on money now, but he has already shown enough talent and potential, and the future resources will be paid for by the state. That's why he only charged Tao Qian and the others 300,000. Of course, more of the purpose is simply to annoy those outside talking behind his back. Putting away the bone cutter. He noticed there was still a consumable in his backpack. A piece of superior pork. Superior pork, eating it can restore 1,000 health points, and gain 500 extra shield value. Pork is best cooked before eating. If you don't have time to cook the meat, eating it raw is okay. Of course, you are very likely to get diarrhea. More cooking ingredients. Zheng Yu tossed the superior pork into the cooking inventory. Meanwhile, the Goblin General has already cleaned up all the cold corpses in the entrance area of the cold street. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV6 LV.7, 2450, need 2441 experience points to level up. Health, 500800, 450 equipment attributes. Magic, 310320, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 7886, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 1819, 2 equipment attributes. Agility, 1415. Remaining free attribute points, 3. Still need the Nightmare level Abyss to level up one more time. Levels are too important to players. Not only because level increase boosts all attributes, but more importantly, level 10, 25, and 50 count as 3 stages. At level 10, you can learn exclusive skills and unlock different styles for the same profession. At level 25, there is a profession evolution. At level 50, there is a profession awakening. It is said that at level 70, you can unlock even stronger abilities, but the only player in the world who has reached level 70 and above is only Nan Mu Yun. He just said. Level 70 is a watershed, after level 70 and before level 70 are completely two worlds. No specific information has been revealed. In short, leveling up is the only way to become stronger. All the way, the Goblin General cleared the path. Zheng Yu and the others followed behind. As they went deeper into the cold street, the temperature kept getting lower. The ground was almost covered with a thick layer of ice. After entering the cold street, the cold corpses encountered became more numerous, and they no longer appeared in waves, but rather appeared wherever they walked. Moreover, these cold corpses were no longer ordinary, each had its own identity. For example, the fat cold corpse they met at the entrance of the cold street was originally named the cold corpse of the pork shop owner. Just now, they had killed a cold corpse of a fishmonger. Now they were facing a chef cold corpse. The chef cold corpse was the strongest cold corpse Zheng Yu had encountered so far. Wearing a chef's uniform stained red with blood, its face looked as if it had been burned by hot oil, covered in swollen burn marks, terrifying in appearance, and strong in power. Abyss Monster, Chef Cold Corpse. Level, LV9. Health, 17,000. Attack Power, 300. Skill I, Level 4 Slow Aura. Skill 2, Enhanced Ice Armor. Skill 3, Look. A kitchen knife. Throws a kitchen knife. Skill 4, Look. A bunch of kitchen knives. As a chef, having a bunch of kitchen knives is quite normal, right? 17,000 health points are truly frightening. The attack power is not high, but the kitchen knives seem endless, continuously thrown out. Level 4 Slow Aura is one level higher than the simple level boss Cold Corpse's Slow Aura. This also made it impossible for the Goblin General to remain unharmed. It had already sustained many wounds, and even a kitchen knife was stuck in the giant wolf's leg. Ow woo. The giant wolf howled in pain. No wonder it's a nightmare level abyss. At this moment, sitting in a corner sheltered from the wind, Zheng Yu and the five were gathered around the twin fire demons, warming themselves while eating grilled sausages. This is the first time I've seen a giant wolf injured, and the first time I've seen the goblins fight so fiercely. Brother Yu, do we really not need the twin fire demons to join the battle? Tao Qian asked worriedly. Zheng Yu looked at Tao Qian, then at the grilled sausage in Tao Qian's hand, and smiled, saying, if the fire demons fight, who will grill the sausages? Tao Qian, you have a point, can't refute that. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. The Goblin General is saving skills. If it really wants to deal with this chef cold corpse, it will be an easy thing. Zheng Yu took a bite of the grilled sausage and spoke slowly. Every summoned beast has its own personality. The Goblin General is more cautious and conserves skills, perhaps sensing that there are more dangerous beings behind, so it saves skills for them. Although skills don't have a cooldown time, they generally cannot be released continuously twice. Whether it's a professional, a summoner's summoned beast, or a druid's beast, as well as the necromancer skeletons, all have two mechanisms that cannot be represented by data: stamina and energy. Therefore, the number of times skills can be released, the interval for casting spells, and the stamina for continuous running vary. Especially for the skill of Wolf Cavalry Charge, it's a high consumption skill. Each use tests stamina and energy. Whoosh! 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 The Goblin General chose to exchange fire with the chef Cold Corpse. Then the giant wolf dodged the kitchen knives using agile movements. Although the chef had many knives, there was always a preparation action before each throw. After just a few tests, the Goblin General had already grasped the pattern, able to easily dodge the knives and shoot arrows. Whoosh! Skill 2, Archery Mastery LV7. A precise arrow shot out, dealing 3066, 5.7 by 538, Goblin Attack Power, points of damage. Minus 3,450. One shot 3,005. Whoosh! Whoosh! Minus 3,519. Minus 3,443. Every arrow 3,005. Don't be fooled by the level 9 Chef Cold Corpse's high health. After 3 arrows, it's down to half health. 3 more arrows to break the ice armor. 3 more arrows to send the Chef Cold Corpse on its way. Killed the pork shop owner Cold Corpse, LV9, and gained 771 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained the armor, hat, Bloodied Chef Hat, bronze grade, LV5. Name of armor, hat Bloodstained Chef Hat. Wearing level, level 5. Grade, bronze. Attributes, health plus 500. Equipped effect, chef skill effect plus 10%, chance of chef making special food plus 15%. Warning. Please do not wear the chef hat in the cold street abyss, some people hate this hat. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up. The warning was seen as a clue. The entire history of the cold street abyss is unclear, because no one has ever cleared the nightmare level abyss. This chef hat obviously has a lot to do with the story of Cold Street. Did the goblin discover something? Wu Zong reminded. Zheng Yu then found that after killing the chef cold corpse, it found a cake from the restaurant where the chef appeared. A blood-red cake. Normally, cakes have fruits or chocolate on top, but this cake had entrails. Damn, that's disgusting. Tao Qian looked at the cake brought by the goblin general and almost threw up. A strong smell of blood, with crushed entrails on top, and due to the extremely low temperature, the entrails are frozen on the cake. Human entrails? Compared to the disgust of Tao Qian and Kuing, when Ren Qingyu was not like a girl who just graduated from high school, but looked carefully at the entrail fragments on the cake. Zheng Yu said, it should be from a child, around 7 or 8 years old. So what is this? When Ren Qingyu asked. Zheng Yu glanced at the cake's attributes and said, a quest item, it says here, the chef made this delicious cake to celebrate the centenary of Fortune Street. Delicious? Yes, that's what it says. So this place originally called Fortune Street is actually a food street built by cannibals? When Ren Qingyu guessed. Zheng Yu shook his head, it shouldn't be. They eat pork and kill fish, it should be an area like a normal agricultural market. That makes sense. When Ren Qingyu agreed with Zheng Yu's statement. Hey, can you two analyze a bit further away from that cake? If someone didn't know better, they might think you both are craving it. Kuing looked at Zheng Yu and Wen Qingyu, who were excitedly analyzing the entrail cake, and joked. Chapter 20, The Strength of the Goblin General. The General's Command. Roar. Unlike simple dungeons, there was no long wait. As soon as the Goblin General stepped into Central Park, a huge advanced cold corpse rushed out. Elite Cold Corpse. Level, LV13. Health, 39,000. Attack, 600. Skill I, Level 4 Slow Aura. Skill 2, Enhanced Ice Armor. Skill 3, Ice Shockwave. Skill 4, Ice Axe Throw. The skills didn't change, the size didn't change, the attack patterns didn't change, the only things that changed were health and attack power. Wow, level 13. 39,000 health? That health is a bit scary. From a previous boss monster, it became an elite monster. But it feels okay. If 5-10 level high potential warriors form a team, a level 13 cold corpse is not enough, the real difficulty seems to be later. So, let's quickly start the fire while the difficulty is still simple, I'm hungry. Zheng Yu interrupted their viewing thoughts, urging them to get busy. Man is iron, rice is steel, eat and drink well to have strength for watching the show. I bought lamb chops. Wu Zong took out a fresh lamb chop from his inventory. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately called the twin fire spirits, give it to the lamb chop. Wu Zong directly threw the lamb chop to the twin fire spirits. One fire spirit took it. The other fire spirit wrapped the lamb chop with just the right temperature. In just a few seconds, the lamb chop began to change color, making a sizzling sound. Brother Yu, your fire spirit summon is too convenient. Wu Zong said with envy. It cooks quickly, and there's no worry about burning, overcooking, or undercooking. Zheng Yu also said with satisfaction, fire spirits are trustworthy for barbecuing. Tao Qian glanced worriedly at the level 13 cold corpse below. Are we really letting the goblin handle so many cold corpses alone? At this time, Central Park had more than just one elite cold corpse. A group of cold corpses emerged from the forest behind Central Park. This time, it was truly a group. And the lowest level of the cold corpses was above level 3. There were even 2 level 10 cold corpses, eyeing the goblin general with greed. Zheng Yu laughed and said, who told you it's just goblins? As he spoke, a sound of woo echoed. Tao Qian and the others looked down. They discovered that the goblin general was holding a horn, and the sound was coming from it. A woo. With the sound of the horn, several wolf howls followed. Clack, clack, clack. Behind the goblin general, a combat team made up of goblins walked out. Leading the way were 5 goblin shield bearers, wielding huge silver shields. 2 goblin wolf riders approached the goblin general's side. Behind them were 5 goblin archers and 5 bloodthirsty goblin assassins with crazed eyes. At the back stood a goblin mage holding a staff. A perfect team composed entirely of the goblin race. The goblin general's new skill. Skill V, VIP steward level, general's command. Goblin archers, prepare. With the goblin general's command, the 5 goblin archers behind the shield bearers readied their bows. Aim. The bows were pulled back to the maximum. Shoot. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5 arrows were shot out. Minus 1,190. Minus 1,281. Minus 1,308. Minus 1,554. Minus 1,421. 5 damage values appeared on the bodies of the nearest cold corpses. Although the numbers were not high compared to the Goblin General, they matched the damage of ordinary professionals. Whoosh! Minus 3,158. Whoosh! Minus 2,100. Whoosh! Minus 1971. 3 more arrows were fired. These 3 arrows came from the Goblin General himself and the 2 Goblin Wolf Riders beside him. Continue. Aim. Fire. Whoosh! 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 The arrows never stopped. One arrow after another was shot, and cold corpses fell one by one. Kill Cold Corpse, LV3, gain 32 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse, LV4, gain 70 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse, LV4, gain 69 experience points. Kill. Except for a few high-level cold corpses, none could reach the area of Central Park. As soon as they stepped out of the forest, they were hit with at least 2 or 3 arrows. Level 4 cold corpses had about 2,000 health. Even a regular goblin archer's 2 arrows couldn't be blocked. Only those above level 8 could withstand a few more arrows before the Goblin General finished them off. Kill Cold Corpse, LV8, gain 602 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse, LV7, gain 499 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse, LV8, gain 617 experience points. Kill. I leveled up again. Tao Qian cooked instant noodles, his face filled with surprise. What level are you now? Zheng Yu asked. Level 5. You just hit level 5? Zheng Yu was a bit surprised. He was about to level up to 8, and he didn't expect Tao Qian to just reach level 5. Tao Qian said, we haven't participated in any battles from start to finish, so our experience is naturally lower, but it's fast, okay? Team up to fight the Abyss, and everyone shares the experience, so we're only slightly higher than you, and I've only been at my class change less than a day. Actually, it's pretty fast. Of course, I can't compare to you. You cleared the Abyss and killed the monsters, and you're competing for the leaderboard, so your level naturally rises faster than ours. Tao Qian was already very satisfied with his current leveling speed. No, not just satisfied, but exceeded expectations. In less than a day, reaching level 5. And it wouldn't stop there. If he completed the entire Nightmare level Abyss, he'd at least reach level 7, which was already ahead of 90% of new professionals. Beside him, Wu Zong said, just now I took a special glance at Li Feng and their levels. Li Feng is only level 6. They've cleared the dungeon twice in a row. In other words, when we clear the Nightmare level Abyss, the 4 of us in Jiangshui City will only be slightly behind you and Li Feng. The main point is that we level up easily. Indeed, it was easy. Eating lamb ribs and going through the Abyss. It was still the Nightmare level Abyss. No one could have imagined it. When Ren Qingyu gazed at the goblin combat team below, enviously saying, now I finally feel the terror of the summoner. I remember the textbook of the summoner said, if a summoner really has talent, one person can be an army. At first, I scoffed at this. Now it seems, it's true. They were indeed a bit worried, with so many cold corpses in Central Park, could just one goblin hold them back? The worry was a bit excessive. Not only could they hold back, it was already at the level of slaughter. Yeah, in the future if anyone tells me summoners are weak, I'll just slap this video in their face, leaving them speechless. This is called weak? Isn't this invincible? Wu Zong couldn't help but curse. They couldn't blame them for being too surprised. Because even Zhang Yu couldn't accurately estimate the combat capability of this goblin battle team. They could withstand and fight. Goblin shield warriors could almost block all the thrown axe attacks and even withstand the ice shock skill of level 13 elite cold corpses. Goblin archers, goblin wolf cavalry, and even goblin death warriors all had archery skills. With far range, high damage, and fast shooting speed. What isn't this invincible? And, as goblins with not so high intelligence, their tactical ability was extremely high. They followed the Goblin General's orders strictly. There was no disobedience whatsoever. A standard war machine. The horde of cold corpses hadn't even stepped into Central Park before 2/3 of them were wiped out. Only the level 13 elite cold corpses and a few high-level cold corpses were struggling. They were basically on their last legs. The cold corpses themselves were slow in movement. With wave after wave of arrows falling, the level 13 cold corpses were left with half health, and a few level 10 cold corpses, even one was already lying on the ground. Kill Cold Corpse, LV10, earn 954 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level, LV7 LV.8, 4400, requires 4062 more experience points to level up. Health, 8001100, 450 equipment attributes. Mana, 320330, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 8695, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 1920, 2 equipment attributes. Agility, 1516. Remaining free attribute points, 6. Level 8. Zhang Yu's face lit up with joy. Chapter 21, Headskin Spider. So fierce. Watching the cold corpses falling one by one, Tao Qian and the others actually developed a kind of illusion. Nightmare level abyss doesn't seem so hard after all. Of course, this was just an illusion. With 40,000 health points, if they were to chop at it, they could chop all day and still not kill it. But one ice shock could deal 2,000 damage, 2 high health monks would not be able to withstand it. Yet that group of shield warriors had already withstood several ice shocks. The ice armor under the archer's assault appeared to have no value at all. However, every guide noted that cold corpses despise ice armor the most, as it can block any damage, giving professionals a false sense of security. They almost could get a kill, but the damage hit the ice armor, leading to being counter-killed by the cold corpses. And then there's the level 4 slow aura. Once they are stuck by the cold corpses, one can only describe it as moving with great difficulty. I'm going, I can't do it. Tao Qian finally awakened from the illusion. I'm going, I got killed in an instant. Ku Ying added. Same here. Wenren Chengyu said. All they could say was watching Zhang Yu kill cold corpses looked really easy. If they tried, they would definitely get killed in an instant. Let alone that level 13 elite cold corpse, even the low-level cold corpses crawling out from the forest continuously were not something ordinary professionals could block. Eating and drinking, a large number of cold corpses had already fallen. Experience points rising rapidly. The cold that made the abyss of cold most worrying had disappeared due to the presence of the twin flame demons. In the end, the horde of cold corpses still couldn't approach the goblin general. Even the level 13 elite cold corpse fell under a barrage of arrows, 30 meters away from the goblin cold corpses. Under the skill general's command activated, it was almost a flawless victory. The only damage occurred was to the shield in the hands of the shield goblin. The shield was the only war damage. It was covered with ice shards and cuts from the ice axes that struck it, and there were cracks from the ice shock impacts. The goblin general didn't move a step. Boom! As the goblin general shot his final arrow, it took down a level 13 elite frost corpse, the cold body crashing heavily to the ground, making a sound like breaking ice. Kill Elite, Frost Corpse, LV13, gained 1547 experience points. Congratulations! Obtained the weapon Ice Blade, Silver Grade, LV10. Level 10 equipment. Zhang Yu was overjoyed. He immediately opened his inventory to look at this new gear. Weapon, Ice Blade. Required level, level 10. Usage requirement, classes proficient in daggers like Assassin Shadowman Grey Knight, requires agility of 35 or above. Grade, Silver. Attributes, strength plus 50, agility plus 30, movement speed plus 20%. Equipment effect, attacks have ice attribute damage plus 200, critical hits will always trigger freezing effect. An ice-type dagger? Zhang Yu looked at Ku Ying and Wenren Chengyu. I have a dagger, do you two want to buy it? Dagger. Ku Ying and Wenren Chengyu's eyes lit up at the same time. Zhang Yu said, but the wearing requirement is a bit high, you both probably can't use it yet. As he spoke, he sent the attributes to the team chat. It is indeed a bit high, the requirement is 40 agility, and I only have 22 agility now. Ku Ying said after checking the attributes, indicating she couldn't afford it. Zhang Yu said, although this dagger has high attribute requirements, the effect is really good. I remember the assassin has a backstab skill, which has a high chance to crit when dodging behind. Combined with the weapon's critical hit freezing effect, it can ensure that after you use backstab, the opponent will definitely be frozen, and you can deal extra damage. Ku Ying and Wenren Chengyu looked at Zhang Yu in surprise. I didn't expect you to know quite a bit about assassins. Zhang Yu shrugged, I understand all classes, except for summoners. I just searched this ice blade, and it's not too expensive at the temple auction, 300,000. I'll buy it for you at 200,000 as compensation for the invisibility potion money. If you need it, just find me after we finish in the abyss, but since you two are assassins, discuss who will use it. The attributes of ice blade are decent, but the price is not considered high. A good dagger that can be used between levels 10 to 15, priced at 300,000 is indeed not expensive. After all, most players are stuck in this level range. The reason it's not expensive is also that there are few assassins. If it were a warrior weapon, it would start at least from 800,000. The markup is too severe. Ku Ying and Wenren Chengyu seemed to be privately discussing whether to buy this dagger. Zhang Yu didn't disturb them. Instead, he turned to the goblin general and said, you all rest here for a bit, and after we finish eating, we will head into the forest. Central Park is the only resting area. Once you enter the forest, you have to walk to the end without stopping. Resting here is the best time. It can help the Goblin General and the Goblin Combat Team recover their stamina and finish eating the lamb chops. Eating lamb chops. 1 hour later. Zheng Yu and the others finished their meal. The summoned beast doesn't need to eat, otherwise, Zheng Yu would prepare some lamb chops for these contributors as well. After packing up, under the guidance of the Goblin General, they entered the forest. Before entering the forest, Zheng Yu took out a dummy and threw it to a Goblin Wolf Rider, asking it to tie the dummy behind the giant wolf. The forest is the last stage of the difficult abyss. As long as they guard the spring and deliver the female corpse to the frozen lake, they can clear the level. In nightmare mode, the forest is not the end, but the beginning of difficulty. To be safe, Zheng Yu released the dummy that could help block damage. Training Dummy Level 2 has 5,000 health points, can withstand all damage dealt to the summoner. Having 2 identical dummies can be combined to upgrade to Level 3 Training Dummy. This is equivalent to a shield of 5,000. Very suitable for Zheng Yu right now. After entering the forest, the temperature dropped again. The twin fire elementals raised the temperature of their aura, preventing Zheng Yu and the others from getting frostbite, while not making them too hot. The forest was larger than they had imagined. Following the difficult strategy map, they found that spring. Hiss. Upon reaching the vicinity of the spring, they all gasped in surprise. Because beside the spring, there lay a giant spider. The giant spider, a cold corpse, was a monster they had known from the strategy guide, but they never expected the nightmare level cold corpse spider to look like this. The spider's head was a human head. Its body was covered in signs of sewing. Upon closer inspection, what should have been black and hairy spider skin was actually human scalps. Pieces of human scalp were sewn onto it, and the black hair was not spider hair but real hair. Ugh! Colleen couldn't hold back and almost vomited. No wonder those cold corpses are missing their scalps, their heads, flesh and blood are frozen and exposed, they've been stitched onto this thing. This doesn't seem like a monster at all, it feels more like a revenge. Zheng Yu then remembered that cake made from human organs crafted by that child. And the female corpse that needed to be fished out from the well in the strategy. He began to understand why this street had turned into this. Roar! As the Goblin General stepped into the area of the spring, the human skin spider let out a threatening roar at the Goblin General. It still wasn't attacking, it was just driving them away. Exactly, they don't actually want to fight us, they're forced to battle because there's something they fear more. Human skin spider. Level, LV 15. Rank, Elite. Health, 60,000. Attack power, 1050. Skill I, Artificial Web. Skill 2, Ice Poison. Skill 3, Brutality. Skill 4, Grudge Invasion. Skill V, Hatred. Zheng Yu looked at the attributes of this human skin spider and felt the difficulty from the nightmare abyss. He said to the twin fire spirits beside him, "You go too." Who? Flames suddenly surged. The twin fire spirits had been holding back for a long time. Watching the Goblin General, who was also a summoned beast, kill ruthlessly while they could only help roast meat and sausages, they had been holding in a wave of fire that needed to be released. Chapter 22, Twin Fire Spirits. The human skin spider moved swiftly. When it spotted the Goblin General, it quickly changed positions, dodging the arrows that shot toward it. Put! It spat out a mouthful of white sticky liquid. It was an artificial web. It directly glued a shield goblin's shield to the ground, rendering it unable to move. Then the human skin spider spat out 3 more globs of spider silk. But before it touched the shield goblin, it instantly turned to ash. Who? The twin fire spirits rushed onto the battlefield angrily. Flames burned fiercely around them. The frozen ground due to the cold melted away, and the ground even began to dry up as the temperature rose. Sizzle. As the temperature gradually increased, the human skin spider's body, stitched with scalp, began to show signs of burning. It was already an ice-type monster, and fire was its nemesis. This was also the reason Zheng Yu chose a fire type for his second summoned beast. Minus 1,441. Minus 1,528. Minus 1,359. Minus 1,259. Segments of damage suddenly appeared on the body of the human skin spider. Flame Halo. Causing 1186 points of burn damage per second, 456, Fire Spirit Attack Power, asterisk 2.6, coefficient. And it wasn't just damage once per second, but twice per second. Twin Fire Spirits, Double Halo. The burn damage from the Flame Halo, the restrained damage from the Fire attribute, and the double Fire attribute damage from the Twin Fire Spirits. It caused nearly 3,000 damage per second. The health bar of the human skin spider visibly decreased. Not just the human skin spider, but the ground and the surrounding trees began to burn as well. Boom! Flames nearly engulfed everything around. even the goblin general, commanding his forces to retreat to the back. And directing the goblin archers to keep shooting. Roar! The burning body didn't seem to bring pain to the human skin spider, but as an ice-type monster with heavy energy, it deeply hated fire. It spewed out silk, trying to bind the twin fire spirits. But before the silk could reach the fire spirits, it had already burned away to ashes. Seeing its silk fail, the human skin spider charged directly toward the twin fire spirits, braving the flames. Protect the twin fire spirits, Zhang Yu said. Then, the goblin wizard, standing at the back, raised his staff. A green light emerged from the tip of the staff. The human skin spider suddenly paused, and the head sewn onto its body suddenly sank down, falling asleep. Sleep spell? Wu Zong recognized this magic. This is a level 5 mage skill, considered a pretty good control skill, which all early-stage mages would learn as a support skill. Unexpectedly, the goblin could also use such a spell. The sleep duration isn't long. Only about 1.5 seconds. But for the twin fire spirits and the goblin general, this time is sufficient. Flame Cage. Wolf Cavalry Charge. Facing the human skin spider with 55,000 health, the twin fire spirits and the goblin general had already received Zhang Yu's command to attack with full force, hold nothing back. The strongest skills were unleashed. Suddenly, a ring of fire appeared beneath the human skin spider. Deep red flames gathered within the fire ring. Boom! With a loud roar. Flame rose in the fire ring, completely covering the human skin spider. Flame Cage LV8. Causing 2645 damage per second, 456, Fire Sprite Attack Power, asterisk 5.8, Coefficient. -3018. -2985. In an instant, 2 damage numbers appeared. The explosive damage of the twin fire spirits isn't very high. But the continuous damage is terrifying. Double damage, with a per second interval. Moreover, the human skin spider has almost no magic resistance, making the damage dealt by the twin fire spirits somewhat incomprehensible. Roar! The human skin spider woke up from its slumber. It crazily retreated, wanting to escape this flame cage. But at this moment, the goblin general had already entered the scene. As Zhang Yu summoned beast, the flames of the twin fire spirits could not harm the goblin general, which is the best combination. Howl! The giant wolf charged in an unstoppable manner. It charged into the flame cage along with the goblin general, swinging down a hammer. -14891. And almost 15,000 high damage floated out. Hiss! The viewers behind, such as Tao Qian, gasped. What the heck is this? A single hammer causing 15,000 damage. I can't understand this damage. 15,000 for one hammer, that's too scary. If the opponent were a professional, who could take that hammer? The distant Tao Qian and others whispered to each other. Not necessarily, abyssal monsters are abyssal monsters, professionals are professionals, abyssal monsters generally have thick health and low defense, while professionals have various equipment and skills, making it hard to be one-hit killed. Wu Zong rationally analyzed. Hardly one-hit killed? Tell me, under the same level, who can withstand 15,000 damage? Tao Qian retorted. Wu Zong. Indeed, no one could. This is just one skill. You must know the goblin general still has a combat squad to supplement the damage, and a fire sprite that constantly releases flames causing damage each second. Koling said, according to what you said, if Zhang Yu participates in a professional fighter competition, wouldn't he be guaranteed to win? When Ren Qinjiu then said, not necessarily, after all, the only requirement to participate in the competition is being level 25 and above. After the second class change, there are no level restrictions. Actually, Wu Zong makes sense. Zhang Yu has high damage, but it may not deal so much damage against professionals. First is attribute restraint. Then, there's defensive capability. And one very important point, professionals are not the same as abyssal monsters, they won't just stand there and let him deal damage. Under level pressure, equipment pressure, and professional advantages, I don't think Zhang Yu can crush everything like he does now. Of course, he will achieve good results, but he won't stand at the top. I believe the summoner's advantage lies in traversing the abyss. The fighting competition would be very disadvantageous. After all, as long as they ignore the summoning beasts and just attack Zhang Yu, everything can be solved. In the abyss, abyssal monsters only attack the summoned beasts they consider a threat. This is why they could easily stand back and watch the fun, for this reason. But the fighting competition is completely different. Professionals are not simply abyssal monsters. Why deal with the summoned creatures? If we take out the summoner directly, everything will be fine. Moreover, there is no perfect profession except for the warrior. It has to be both deep and fighting. How is that possible? Wen Runqingyu analyzed. This is why Zhang Yu was not by their side, she dared to analyze it so boldly. Because at this moment, Zhang Yu was near the spring, observing something. Chapter 23, Flame Domain, No Cold Corpses Allowed. Zhang Yu was fishing for corpses. The Goblin General and the twin fire demons were in battle. Zhang Yu was responsible for fishing out the female corpse to complete the task. This job could not be given to others because only the profession that fished out the female corpse could obtain the task item and enter the ice-free lake. Using the rope at the well, he made a living noose and threw it down. He found the unfrozen water surface below, where a pale woman's head emerged. Do not blame me for the monster, I am taking you to where you should go. Although he was mentally prepared, this was indeed the first time he had done something like this, and he was still a bit inexperienced. There were also some taboos in his heart. The battle ahead was coming to an end. The human skin spider knocked unconscious in the fire circle was continuously burned by flames, losing blood. Its health was almost at zero. There was not a single piece of intact skin on its body, all burned to a terrifying appearance. Just as the Goblin General was about to deal the final blow to the human skin spider, a piercing sound directly interrupted the Goblin General's attack. Ah! This sound was like the screams of thousands of people. Blood began to seep out from within the human skin spider's body. Grey phantoms emerged all around. A chilling air rushed towards him. It made Zhang Yu shiver involuntarily. It actually ignored the fire halo of the twin fire demons. Zhang Yu looked at the human skin spider. That chill was not cold air, but a sinister resentment. Ah! The screams continued. Blood poured from the Goblin General's eyes and ears, and damage numbers appeared above his head. -1,259. -1,141. Two high damage numbers popped up. Frightened, Zhang Yu hurriedly ordered the Goblin General to retreat. This damage was already very high. Keep in mind, the level 8 Goblin General only had a health cap of 9,900, just from hearing the scream, it lost more than 2,000 health. Luckily, the damage range of this resentment was not large. Not only was Zhang Yu unharmed, but even the twin fire demons, who were a dozen meters away from the human skin spider, were not injured. Then, that resentment entered the body of the human skin spider. Crack! 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 The human skin spider's body suddenly enlarged. Its health rapidly recovered by 2/3. This has triggered the bloodthirsty mechanism. The bloodthirsty mechanism is a capability that all bosses possess. When health runs low, they begin the second phase. This ability, which should only belong to bosses, unexpectedly appeared on an elite monster. After the resentment entered its body, the human skin spider exuded an aura that warned others to stay away. It was indeed a warning to stay away because anyone who approached the human skin spider would be harmed by the resentment, losing health rapidly. This is what a nightmare abyss looks like. Zhang Yu remarked. This time he understood why the strategy said the best way was to escape with the female corpse, rather than kill the human skin spider. The bloodthirsty human skin spider could kill instantly. Zhang Yu immediately gave the Goblin General a healing potion of 1,000 points. And finally pulled the female corpse from the well. You have obtained Frozen Mad Mother. A prompt appeared. This indicated that the cold street abyss was entering the final stage. All he needed to do was to deliver the female corpse to the depths of the forest, and he would almost meet the real boss of the nightmare level difficulty in the cold street abyss. Zhang Yu guessed that it was most likely a child. Because the prompt had made it very clear. Brother Yu, are we leaving? Behind, Tao Qian shouted nervously. Because after Zhang Yu pulled the female corpse from the well, the surrounding forest echoed with various howls of cold corpses. The cold corpses were fully mobilized. Zhang Yu said, "Let's go." It was impossible to stay here. The cold corpses appeared from every corner of the forest. Staying would certainly trap them. There were too many, and the Goblin General couldn't ensure their safety. Zhang Yu threw the female corpse to the Goblin General. Carry it, don't lose it. Yes. The Goblin General caught the female corpse. Zhang Yu continued, don't let the human skin spider get close to the twin fire demon, let the shield soldiers step forward. The twin fire demon was the most important output. As long as they could withstand a few waves of attacks from the human skin spider, they could buy enough time for the twin fire demon, and the several thousand health points would quickly burn away. The nightmare level human skin spider was extremely fast. They could shake off the cold corpses but couldn't escape the pursuit of the human skin spider. The only solution was to kill it immediately. After receiving the order, one of the shield soldiers in the goblin combat team stood firm with his shield. He faced the human skin spider. -658. -699. -644. As soon as he entered the curse range of the human skin spider, a series of numbers appeared over the goblin's head. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the damage values. Fortunately, the shield goblin had decent defense. The curse had inflicted more than 1,000 damage on the Goblin General but only over 600 on the shield soldier. The shield soldier goblin stood bravely in front of the human skin spider, fearless of death. Roar! At this moment, the human skin spider emanated an incredibly brutal aura. Its attacks were chaotic, it would wildly attack any living creature in front of it. It charged at the shield soldier goblin with a roar. A series of bites. Minus 5,489. The shield goblin was instantly torn to shreds. Instant kill. Damn it! Not only Tao Qian and the others, but even Zhang Yu gasped in surprise. If it were a professional, they would have died on the spot. The goblin shield soldier was a summon of a summon, capable of being repeatedly summoned, so losing it wasn't painful. But the brutality of the human skin spider's combat power was indeed chilling. No wonder no one has cleared the nightmare level abyss. A monster that can instant kill is not even a boss, just an elite monster who could possibly clear this. Tao Qian exclaimed, watching the second shield soldier being torn apart as well. Stop shouting, we need to run now. Zhang Yu took the lead and bolted. There was no other choice, there were too many cold corpses. Dense and overwhelming, it felt like the apocalypse being surrounded by zombies. The goblin combat team needed to deal with the most troublesome human skin spider. Even if they had time, they couldn't block such a huge horde of cold corpses this time. Fire demon, fight fast and run! Zhang Yu urged. The twin fire demon and the goblin general retreated while throwing fireballs and shooting arrows at the human skin spider. Whoosh! The twin fire demon was furious. It thought it finally had a chance to shine. But unexpectedly, it encountered a hard challenge. Flames burned. 2 fireballs shot toward the human skin spider. Boom! Boom! They exploded on the human skin spider's face. Minus 3,548. Minus 3,666. Keep going. Now only the twin fire demon could deal high damage. The third shield goblin was also torn apart by the human skin spider. But the twin fire demon spellcasting took energy too, and the fire aura was weakening due to prolonged release. At that moment, the goblin wizard surprisingly inserted his finger into his chest. He pulled out a piece of bone. He placed it on the top of his staff, which had a groove. A series of incomprehensible incantations rang out. A purple light shone on the twin fire demon. In the next moment, the twin fire demon actually restored its full state, and its flames reignited fiercely. Boom! The flames displayed a terrifying purple color. All cold corpses that approached the twin fire demon turned to ashes. Fire domain, no entry for cold corpses. Chapter 24, The Human Skin Skeleton Trio. The twin fire demon has accepted the life sacrifice from the goblin wizard. Overall strength increased. Size increased. Damage increased. Health increased. Duration, 1 minute. The goblin wizard made a total of 2 moves. Once it was the sleep spell, stopping the attack of the skin spider. Once again, it is now offering life, enhancing the overall power of the twin fire demon. The twin fire demon grew larger, and the flames changed from red to deep purple. Any cold corpse entering the flame halo area would turn to ashes in seconds. A level 5 cold corpse with low health would turn to ash immediately upon entering the flame halo. A level 10 cold corpse with higher health could only last a maximum of 5 seconds. Kill elite cold corpse, LV10, gain 921 experience points. Kill elite cold corpse, LV6, gain 321 experience points. Kill elite cold corpse, LV5, gain 129 experience points. Kill elite cold corpse, LV7, gain 503 experience points. A series of experience points kept coming in. The experience bar was growing wildly. In just 1 minute, the experience increased by nearly 3,000. Only a little bit away from leveling up to level 9. The cold corpses kept dying, and experience kept increasing, making Zhang Yu want to stay here and grind for experience joyfully. But Zhang Yu also knew that only under the goblin wizard's sacrifice boost could the twin fire demon reach this level. Once the goblin wizard's boost was gone, the twin fire demon would soon lose its energy. Facing the endless stream of cold corpses emerging from the forest, even the twin fire demon with only 1 minute of wizard boost could not hold out. Kill the skin spider, we retreat. Zhang Yu said to the twin fire demon. The skin spider was the most important. The skin spider closest to the twin fire demon was bombarded by a series of fire spells. Initially, the twin fire demon's energy had reached its limit, unable to release skills, but through the goblin wizard's life sacrifice, it fully restored its energy. A set of spells was all thrown at the skin spider. Double fireballs. Double flame cages. Double fire attribute damage. Boom! The skin spider was engulfed in purple flames, releasing black smoke, with a strong, pungent smell of burnt rubber wafting out. Kill elite skin spider, LV15, gain 2,691 experience points. Congratulations! Gained armor, chest, skin spider armor, gold rank, LV10. Congratulations! Gained armor, hat, skin spider hat, gold rank, LV10. Congratulations! Gained armor, pants, skin spider pants, gold rank, LV10. Level, LV8 LV.9, 6800, still need 5298 experience points to level up. Health, 11001410, 450 equipment attributes. Magic, 330340, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 95105, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 2022, 2 equipment attributes. Agility, 1617. Remaining free attribute points, 10. Not bad, not bad. Zheng Yu was very happy looking at the 3 pieces of gold rank equipment. At level 10, gold rank is considered the highest rank of equipment, and a level 10 gold rank equipment, regardless of the profession, sells for around $1 million. Equipment price inflation is one aspect. There is also some reason related to merchant speculation. But the more important reason is that level 10 gold rank equipment can be used all the way to level 20. As long as one can safely pass through levels 10 to 20, they can truly make a living as a professional. Most wealthy professionals are willing to pay this amount. Zheng Yu looked at the 3 pieces of gold rank equipment. Armor, chest skin spider armor. Wearing level, LV10. Wearing requirement, any profession. Rank, gold. Attributes, health plus 4000, physical defense plus 15%, magic defense plus 15%. Equipment effect, when attacked, the skin spider armor will absorb 10% of the damage. Set effect, skin spider 3-piece set, chest hat pants. 4000 health. Zheng Yu was stunned. One piece of equipment adds health that is more than double his current health. It's a pity that the equipment's health cannot be converted into talent, or else it could have raised the twin fire demon to the 4th tier. Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian and Wu Zong and asked, "How much health do you both have now?" Tao Qian said, 4290. Wu Zong explained in more detail, "I just leveled up to 6, and now I have 5490 health." "Why are you over 1,000 higher than me?" Tao Qian was astonished. Wu Zong explained, "My highest potential is in Constitution. With high Constitution potential, the growth limit of health is also high. The monk is a high health class second only to the paladin. Once it was the sleep spell, stopping the attack of the skin spider. Once again, it is now. Offering life, enhancing the overall power of the twin fire demon." The twin fire demon grew larger, and the flames changed from red to deep purple. Any cold corpse entering the flame halo area would turn to ashes in seconds. A level 5 cold corpse with low health would turn to ash immediately upon entering the flame halo. A level 10 cold corpse with higher health could only last a maximum of 5 seconds. Kill Elite Cold Corpse, LV10, gain 921 experience points. Kill Elite Cold Corpse, LV6, gain 321 experience points. Kill Elite Cold Corpse, LV5, gain 129 experience points. Kill Elite Cold Corpse, LV7, gain 503 experience points. A series of experience points kept coming in. The experience bar was growing wildly. In just 1 minute, the experience increased by nearly 3,000. Only a little bit away from leveling up to level 9. The cold corpses kept dying, and experience kept increasing, making Zheng Yu want to stay here and grind for experience joyfully. But Zheng Yu also knew that only under the Goblin Wizard's sacrifice boost could the Twin Fire Demon reach this level. Once the Goblin Wizard's boost was gone, the Twin Fire Demon would soon lose its energy. Facing the endless stream of cold corpses emerging from the forest, even the Twin Fire Demon with only 1 minute of Wizard boost could not hold out. "Kill the skin spider, we retreat," Zheng Yu said to the Twin Fire Demon. The skin spider was the most important. The skin spider closest to the Twin Fire Demon was bombarded by a series of fire spells. Initially, the Twin Fire Demon's energy had reached its limit, unable to release skills, but through the Goblin Wizard's life sacrifice, it fully restored its energy. A set of spells was all thrown at the skin spider. Double fireballs. Double flame cages. Double fire attribute damage. Boom! The skin spider was engulfed in purple flames, releasing black smoke, with a strong, pungent smell of burnt rubber wafting out. Kill Elite Skin Spider, LV15, gain 2,691 experience points. Congratulations! Gained armor, chest, skin spider armor, gold rank, LV10. Congratulations! Gained armor, hat, skin spider hat, gold rank, LV10. Congratulations! Gained armor, pants, skin spider pants, gold rank, LV10. Level, LV8 LV.9, 6800, still need 5,298 experience points to level up. Health, 11001410, 450 equipment attributes. Magic, 330340, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 95105, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 2022, 2 equipment attributes. Agility, 1617. Remaining free attribute points, 10. Not bad, not bad. Zheng Yu was very happy looking at the 3 pieces of gold rank equipment. At level 10, gold rank is considered the highest rank of equipment, and a level 10 gold rank equipment, regardless of the profession, sells for around $1 million. Equipment price inflation is one aspect. There is also some reason related to merchant speculation. But the more important reason is that level 10 gold rank equipment can be used all the way to level 20. As long as one can safely pass through levels 10 to 20, they can truly make a living as a professional. Most wealthy professionals are willing to pay this amount. Zheng Yu looked at the 3 pieces of gold rank equipment. Armor, chest skin spider armor. Wearing level, LV10. Wearing requirement, any profession. Rank, gold. Attributes, health plus 4000, physical defense plus 15%, magic defense plus 15%. Equipment effect, when attacked, the skin spider armor will absorb 10% of the damage. Set effect, skin spider 3-piece set, chest hat pants. 4000 health. Zheng Yu was stunned. One piece of equipment adds health that is more than double his current health. It's a pity that the equipment's health cannot be converted into talent, or else it could have raised the twin fire demon to the 4th tier. Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian and Wu Zong and asked, "How much health do you both have now?" Tao Qian said, 4290. Wu Zong explained in more detail, "I just leveled up to 6, and now I have 5490 health." "Why are you over 1,000 higher than me?" Tao Qian was astonished. Wu Zong explained, "My highest potential is in Constitution. With high Constitution potential, the growth limit of health is also high. The monk is a high health class second only to the paladin." Zheng Yu estimated that when they upgraded to level 10, they would probably have around 8 or 9,000 health points, and an epic golden level equipment that adds 4,000 health points wouldn't seem so outrageous. Equipment is the most important source of combat power for professionals. It also increases physical and magical resistance by 15% and can even absorb 10% of extra damage. Its attributes are truly remarkable. Set effect. Zheng Yu saw the final attribute of the equipment. It turned out to be a set. And it directly dropped 3 pieces at once. This human skin spider has something special. Armor, hat, human skin spider hat. Wearing level, LV10. Wearing requirement, any profession. Quality, golden. Attributes, health plus 1500, energy plus 10%, energy recovery speed plus 10%. Equipment effect, the wearer or the wearer's summon creature, when energy is too low, will restore energy once, cooldown time is 2 hours. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, top hat pants. A hat that increases energy. The hat is completely made from black reversed spider skin. Zheng Yu was worried that the human skin spider set used that disgusting human skin. Fortunately, it didn't look that disgusting. Zheng Yu did not hate spiders, he hated spiders made of human skin. Armor, pants, human skin spider pants. Wearing level, LV10. Wearing requirement, any profession. Quality, golden. Attributes, health plus 2000, movement speed plus 15%, agility plus 5. Equipment effect, reduces negative effects like slow, bind, and sludge by 20%, jump power plus 30%, and is immune to all slowing/binding effects from spider webs. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, top hat pants. The shoe effect is average. Because it cannot be applied to summoned beasts. This is also a difficulty for summoners, the equipment effects rarely apply to summoned creatures aside from intelligence. After all, summoned beasts are strictly considered a skill. Health and speed enhancements have little effect on skills. For so many years, summoners have been abandoned for a reason. It's not that no one wants to prove the summoner's worth. The profession of summoner itself just isn't that capable. All 3 pieces of equipment are level 10 gear, which Zheng Yu cannot equip yet. But he still saw the set effects of the 3 items. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, top hat pants. Wearing human skin spider armor, human skin spider hat, human skin spider pants simultaneously activates set attributes, intelligence plus 50, strength plus 50, agility plus 5. And activates set effect hatred. Hatred will mark the last enemy that attacked you. Your next attack will add a hatred attack to that target, with attack value equal to critical damage value, but does not enjoy critical bonuses. Hatred? Zheng Yu remembered that this should be a skill of the human skin spider. No wonder the human skin spider can instantly take down the shield goblin with 6000 health, it must be this hatred effect. It can deal critical damage, but it's not a real critical, it just has the value. But that's enough. This set effect can let the goblin general unleash even higher bursts. At the same time, the flames on the twin fire demons changed from purple to red. The life sacrifice effect of the goblin wizard disappeared. Let's retreat. Zheng Yu directly recalled the energy-weakened twin fire demons back into the summoner space. The goblin shield soldiers held the rear. The goblin general and wolf riders cleared the way in front. Zheng Yu and the others rushed toward the unfrozen lake. Chapter 25. His son is Li Feng. All the shield soldiers are dead. 2 wolf riders were surrounded and couldn't come out. The goblin wizard sacrificed his life. Only 5 archers and 5 death knights are left. After escaping the encirclement of the Cold Corpse group, as they were about to approach the unfrozen lake, the Cold Corpse group did not continue to pursue. They seemed to be very afraid of this lake. This gave Zheng Yu and others a chance to rest. Zheng Yu checked the battle losses. The goblin general had lost half of his health, and the giant wolf's right leg was injured. The goblin combat team suffered heavy losses, but fortunately, 5 death knights were still alive. These 5 death warriors are the trump cards that Zheng Yu prepared for the boss in the frozen lake. The twin fire spirits have exhausted their energy and are recovering in the summoner's space. Zheng Yu looked around. He discovered that the Cold Corpse crowd had long since disappeared, and the silent surface of the frozen lake showed no signs of life. Let's take a break first. We'll go to the frozen lake once the twin fire spirits are fully recharged. No one objected to Zheng Yu's plan. When Zheng Yu said to rest, Tao Qian and others had already started preparing chairs and food. In fact, it wasn't just Zheng Yu and his team. Other teams were doing the same. A deep abyss can take several hours, and it is said that the longest abyss can last more than a month. Resting midway to recover stamina, energy, and to heal injuries is a must. Unless it's a relentless chasing abyss. Zheng Yu took out a pile of medicines from his inventory. He threw some high-quality pork directly to the giant wolf. The giant wolf swallowed it in a few bites. The visible wounds on its legs started to heal. Zheng Yu picked out different healing potions, restoring nearly 4,000 health points for the goblin general, filling its health to the max. The twin fire spirits still remained in the summoner's space. Because the summoner's space is the fastest place for summoned beasts to recover. Wow, I'm exhausted. Tao Qian lay in the tent that had been set up. Zheng Yu laughed and said, "You're tired? You didn't even fight." Tao Qian chuckled, "It's just that lying down for too long makes it a bit uncomfortable to suddenly run." Ha! Facing Tao Qian's antics, Zheng Yu chuckled. Wu Zong, while preparing food, said, "I can feel the nightmare level abyss difficulty now. With the number of cold corpses we just faced, a regular professional would never be able to get through." Kia Ing, who was cutting fruit, also said, "I think the hardest part isn't the cold corpse crowd. Professionals bold enough to enter the nightmare level abyss are all elite. They should have a way to break through. The hardest part is that human skin spider. It's fast, has high damage, and in a berserk state can instantly kill a person. Who can deal with that? No wonder Jiangshui City has had S-rank professionals over the years, but not a single one has cleared it. It really is difficult." At this moment, Zheng Yu also asked, "By the way, haven't previous S-rank professionals tried entering the nightmare level abyss? The rewards for the nightmare level abyss are extremely rich. It can be said that if one can clear a nightmare level abyss at each stage, they can lay a strong equipment foundation for the next stage. Because the nightmare level abyss guarantees the best equipment for that stage. The top equipment for level 10 is a platinum warrior weapon. It's something that dropped from nightmare level abysses in other cities. It is said that this platinum weapon, after a warrior's 25th level transition, can be sold at auction for as much as 20 million. A level 10 weapon priced at 10 million is already ridiculously exorbitant. What's even more outrageous is that after several hands, this weapon has been sold for 40 million. And has been given the title of strongest level 10 warrior weapon. In other words, with this weapon, even a totally untalented warrior can easily level up to professional level 3. That's why Zheng Yu must clear the nightmare level dungeon. Although the country provides resources and subsidies, they say it's unlimited. But it's not really unlimited. They just ensure you're not lacking in resources. But not every resource is available to you. Like that strongest level 10 warrior weapon, it all relies on one's ability. Unfortunately, the nightmare level abyss difficulty is too high. Non-SS level talented professionals find it hard to clear, and even SS level professionals must pair with the most suitable teammates to have a chance. One can only say that the external doubts towards Zheng Yu are somewhat justified. Tao Qian and others, who entered the nightmare level abyss with Zheng Yu, are also bold enough and headstrong enough. Tao Qian believes that no S-rank professionals have attempted it. When we entered the nightmare abyss before, there were announcement notifications. I couldn't find any news of an S-rank professional entering the nightmare level abyss in previous years. When Ren Xingyu, with great interest, turned to Zheng Yu and said, "Well, you should ask our high-profile team leader. An announcement to everyone costs money." Tao Qian looked at Zheng Yu, seeking an answer. Zheng Yu shrugged and said, "If I don't announce it, who would know I entered the nightmare abyss? They might think I'm afraid to team up with Li Feng. Of course, I have to announce it. Tao Qian's mouth twitched. I thought announcements were passive, but it turns out they're an active skill? How much did it cost? Kuing asked curiously. It was directly pushed to their faces, a total of 50,000. Kuing. 50,000 just to make an announcement. Kuing felt it was a bit wasteful. But Zheng Yu thought it was totally worth it. Why should I be low-key? I'm this strong, if I don't show off a little, wouldn't it be a waste of my talent? Zheng Yu said half-jokingly. But Tao Qian and Wen Renqingyu, along with the other two, felt that Zheng Yu wasn't being sincere with this statement. Wen Renqingyu thought of something and then asked, you said you didn't have a resurrection cross. I thought you were joking. After all, an S-rank talent should at least get a life-saving resurrection item. So, the resource department of Jiangshui City didn't provide you with any resources? Zheng Yu looked up at Wen Renqingyu. You know quite a lot. Wen Renqingyu shrugged. Before my family fell, the Wenren family was considered a top-tier family. I still know these things. Zheng Yu didn't comment on that. As for which family Wen Renqingyu belonged to or why they fell, Zheng Yu didn't ask. Everyone has their secrets, just like how they didn't ask Zheng Yu why his summoned beast was so strong, or why his goblin wolf cavalry turned into a goblin general. Asking further would be impolite. Wen Renqingyu guessed right. His subsidies still hadn't arrived. The reason Zheng Yu spent 50,000 on the announcement was because he was angry. Normally, as an S-rank talent, his subsidies and resources should have already been provided. They should have been given before he entered the abyss. Others might get theirs a little later, but an S-rank talent should have received it first. This is a form of respect for S-rank talents. Why hasn't he received it yet? Zheng Yu was also clear about this. No one had contacted him. It wasn't until he broke the abyss record that the mayor of Jiangshui City remembered him. What is this? It's clearly unequal treatment. Li Feng, an A-rank talent, was able to clear and refresh the normal abyss record so quickly. Because his supplies had already been given. A-rank talent had supplies, but he didn't. Zheng Yu didn't speak up, but that didn't mean he didn't know or that he wasn't angry. He could afford the announcement money. He also wanted to warn those people who had delayed his resources that he held grudges. I'm a person who holds grudges, and I don't like to swallow my anger. If something can be told to everyone, there's no need to hide it. Do you know? After we broke the history record for the simple level abyss, the mayor contacted me directly. When Renqingyu asked, did he call you directly? Zheng Yu smiled and then shook his head. No, he had the homeroom teacher notify me and asked me to contact him. Wen Renqingyu. Zheng Yu, with a very understanding attitude, said, of course, I understand. The resources in Jiangshui City aren't abundant. They gave them to Li Feng. Where would there be resources for a summoner? So now, I really want to know, if I clear the nightmare level abyss again, how will the mayor respond? When Renqingyu thought for a moment and then said, I remember the head of the resource department in Jiangshui City is named Li. Zheng Yu smiled and said, I know. His son is Li Feng. Chapter 26, Experts. Are they always right? The mayor's vision shouldn't be this small. Tao Qian asked, puzzled. To be a mayor, one must be at least level 45 as a professional. A local official is not just in charge of political management of the area, but also responsible for protection and the use of force to suppress any threats. The level of a professional symbolizes everything. Not necessarily. You should know that the country provides resources for professionals with S-level talent or above, and it's not just once. The follow-up resources are incredibly impressive. And the mayor needs results. He also wants to level up. After level 40, every level up becomes very difficult. In recent years, Jiangshui City's performance hasn't been very good. Although your S-level talent, the summoner profession might have been manipulated by certain people. There's a high chance that the resources are already with Li Feng. Wen Renqingyu analyzed rationally. Zheng Yu nodded as well. The mayor can't swallow my resources, but without his approval, this can't happen. It's a simple comparison principle, an S-level talent, but in a dead-end profession. An A-level talent, but in a popular profession, and this professional's father is the minister of the resources department. Zheng Yu shrugged. With this relationship, the answer is obvious. Tao Qian asked in confusion, isn't the resources department under the mayor's control? Why does the mayor need to flatter the minister of the resources department? Wen Renqingyu shook her head. First, you misunderstood the relationship. The resources department is the resources department, and the mayor is the mayor. There is no superior-subordinate relationship between them. In fact, the resources department is more important, as you can understand, because they control the resources. Also, the word flatter isn't quite right. First, the mayor needs results. From Zhang Yu's profession, even though Li Feng's talent is lower than Zhang Yu's, he is still a real soldier profession, which stands out for its stability. Second, the mayor and Li Nan complement each other. A few years ago, before my family fell into decline, I had heard of Li Nan. You can understand it as, with his status coming to Jianshui City, he's here to gain experience, but he will soon return. I see. After one run Xingyu explained this, Tao Qian understood everything. It wasn't that the mayor had a small vision, but that they had a small vision. The other side had a clear background, a very accurate analysis of the pros and cons of offending a nameless, backgroundless, and futureless summoner. It was better to give the resources to the Minister of the Resources Department, build a relationship, and stabilize the connections. They could also gain an A-level talent soldier, although his talent wasn't high, but stable. Whether or not the resources go to Zhang Yu, it is all reasonable. If the resources didn't go to Zhang Yu, he had no summoner guild to help him handle these things. They could say whatever they wanted. The class teacher's phone said the mayor would personally present the reward. But Zheng Yu knew very well that it was just that the mayor discovered that Zhang Yu, this summoner, didn't seem that bad, but the resources had already been allocated. To stabilize him, they had to go through the process. Make a big promise, then give a little compensation. That was enough. It was because of this reasonableness that Zhang Yu was very angry. What should have belonged to him, why should it be given to someone else? So, even if Zhang Yu had the time, he still refused the mayor's invitation to meet. He held a grudge. There was no way, Zhang Yu wasn't the type of person to be magnanimous. Whether or not he got the resources didn't matter, but what belonged to him couldn't be given to others. Even if he didn't want it, it wasn't for these people to take. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Zhou Yun listened to the phone and said in surprise. He refused to meet me? The class teacher's voice on the other end of the line was cautious. Zheng Yu said he has to enter the abyss, and time is tight. After he comes out of the abyss, I'll have him find you. The class teacher tried to make the words sound as smooth as possible. Mayor Zhou Yun laughed lightly. This kid still holds a grudge. Isn't it just because I didn't give him the resources? Fine, after he comes out of the abyss, I'll give him some compensation. But the class teacher on the other end was silent for a long time. Then, the class teacher's voice sounded somewhat strange when asking, Mayor, I want to know, did you really not give Zhang Yu any resources? His tone wasn't as respectful as before, but more like, questioning. Mayor Zhou Yun frowned. He could tell that the class teacher's tone had become hard. Angry, what identity do you have to question me? But after thinking for a moment, I still held it back. I also knew that the other person's emotions were probably not good right now. So I patiently explained, Teacher Zhang, you also know that resource subsidies need to be rated and reviewed, and after evaluation by experts at all levels in Jianshui City, it is unanimously believed that Li Feng's potential is a bit greater. Although Zhang Yu has an S-class talent, his profession is after all a summoner, and our Jianshui City has been at the bottom for years. We can no longer waste resources because of Zhang Yu. Resources are really limited. You need to understand the government, understand our decision. On the other end of the phone, the class teacher softly said after hearing the mayor's words, experts, are they always right? Mayor Zhou Yun's tone began to get impatient. Comrade Zhang Chang, I'll say it again, this is a decision made after evaluation, and the Provincial Resource Department has agreed and issued it. If you have any objections, you can go ask the provincial district. Zhou Yun was very annoyed. Although he was a mayor, there were many things he could not control himself. Especially regarding political achievements. Did he not want to give Zhang Yu, this S-class talent, resources? It was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. The country allocated a total of 4 S-class talent resources. 1 for level 1, 1 for level 10, 1 for level 25, 1 for level 40. All 4 rewards were very generous. But they expressed doubts about whether Zhang Yu could even upgrade to level 10. Who would the first and second allocations go to? Could he still tell the higher-ups that Jianshui City's key cultivator had failed again like last year? What future could a summoner have? Wasn't wasting those resources the worst? Coincidentally, the sons of the Minister of Resources in Jianshui City were A-class warriors, which was a win-win solution. As for Zhang Yu, he was just a summoner, soon to be forgotten among the crowd. His decision to allocate resources to Li Feng would instead be praised as the correct choice. He also understood that both Zhang Yu and his teacher would surely have grievances. So for a mayor like him, personally calling Zhang Yu's class teacher and patiently explaining the reasons for this decision was already giving them enough face. What else did they want? Did they really think that he, as the mayor, owed them something? He was not lying either, because once Zhang Yu's S-class talent summoner profession was reported, several other departments, including but not limited to the Ministry of Education, high school principals, the Ministry of Resources, etc., had come to him. He held many meetings and made many plans. In the end, it was decided to report to the provincial department, and to make an exception to not allocate resources to the S-class Zheng Yu but to the A-class Li Feng instead. Seeing that there was no sound on the other end of the phone, Zhou Yun said sincerely, the provincial department has agreed, what can I do? I can only guarantee you that I will give Zheng Yu some compensation, but the subsequent resources really have to be transferred to Li Feng. You need to understand me and understand the provincial district. Now the number of practitioners is increasing, and high-talent practitioners are also gradually increasing. Zhang Yu's S-class talent is truly not rare anymore. That's it, you think about it carefully. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yun called his secretary. Prepare a portion of resources to come from us, don't touch the resources from the resource department, prepare to give to Zhang Yu. This matter was indeed his fault, so he still planned to make it up to Zheng Yu a bit. However, the secretary said, Mayor, I think it may not be necessary to prepare it. Zhou Yun raised his head in confusion. The secretary said, Teacher Zhang Chang probably didn't tell you, Zheng Yu has entered a nightmare-level abyss this time. Zhou Yun was stunned for a moment. Does he want to die? The secretary did not answer but continued, before entering the nightmare-level instance, he spent money to release an announcement. At that time, all practitioners in the Cold Street Mystical Hall knew that Zhang Yu was entering the nightmare abyss. Zhou Yun's expression was strange, this kid has quite a temper. Is he planning to vent his dissatisfaction by dying? He did not believe that Zhang Yu had the ability to clear the nightmare-level abyss. The Cold Street Abyss had been around in Jiangshui City for more than 10 years, and no one had ever cleared the nightmare-level abyss. Let alone Zhang Yu as a summoner. At this moment, Zhou Yun also realized why teacher Zhang Cheng's attitude was so strange earlier. He had been respectful before but suddenly began to question. It turned out he knew that Zhang Yu had entered the nightmare-level abyss, and it was estimated that it would be difficult for him to come out alive. Zhang Yu neither borrowed money, nor did he have a good family, nor did he have resources, which meant he entered the nightmare-level abyss without any preparation. Wasn't this sending him to his death? However, Mayor Zhou Yun started to laugh and did not think this was a bad thing. You go prepare a death notice, do you know how to write one? The secretary's years of work experience wasn't for nothing, he naturally understood the twists and turns involved. He said, I will write it with heartfelt sincerity, lamenting that Jiangshui City has lost an S-level talent. Additionally, exaggerate as much as possible the announcement of Zhang Yu's expenses, depicting him as arrogant and proud because of his S-level talent, ultimately leading to his demise due to his arrogance. Also, write about the shortcomings of summoners, unable to escape battles normally, and that the resurrection cross cannot be used. And subtly mention Li Feng's achievements. Zhou Yun shook his head and said, don't write about Li Feng, remove that. Understood. The secretary wrote avoid suspicion in his notebook. Also prepare the resources I just had you get, and directly give them to Zhang Yu's teacher. I remember Zhang Chang has a child in high school, right? Let him handle this resource as he wishes. Understood. Chapter 27, Digging Graves. In the Cold Street Abyss. Zhang Yu lay on a lounge chair, resting with his eyes closed. Since there was no internet in the abyss, he couldn't even browse the forum, he could only drink some coffee and give his body a good rest. After about 2 hours of rest, the twin fire spirits regained their spirit. As a summoner, Zhang Yu could see the status data of his summoned beasts. The Goblin General's mental and physical state, after a brief rest, reached 98%. His health was fully restored. The Goblin General did not enter the summoner's space to rest, but the tag indicated that he was a battle-hardened veteran, making endurance his advantage. His mental and physical state remained consistently good. This old soldier, used to war and accustomed to fighting, who constantly walks between life and death, would always stay vigilant and serious. The Goblin General would not allow himself to truly relax, so he couldn't reach 100% status value. In contrast, the twin fire spirits quickly recovered to a full 100% state within Zhang Yu's summoner space. The tag for the twin fire spirits is young, lively, energetic combat elements. Youth is their capital. Combativeness is the personality of the twin fire spirits. But it also leads to them consuming energy quickly, not understanding the restraint of battle, resulting in the situation just earlier where they exhausted energy and couldn't unleash their skills. Lacking stamina, yet all their skills are continuous skills. I need to think of a way to enhance the combat endurance of the twin fire spirits. Zhang Yu pondered. After level 10, summoners would receive exclusive training skills, allowing them to nurture their summoned beasts by modifying their traits, enhancing attributes, and refining skills. Ultimately to reach combat readiness. Because it was too cumbersome and the costs far outweighed the practical abilities of the summoned beasts, many summoners, after struggling through the novice phase and reaching level 10, would ultimately choose to give up the summoner profession. But for Zhang Yu, no matter how he nurtured them, combat power would ultimately be determined by talent, so he had nothing to worry about. At this moment, Tao Qian and others were also packing up the camping equipment, tents, campfires, food, hot water, and other items. They were quick and efficient. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Where can I find such good teammates? If only you all were at my level, then after reaching level 10, I wouldn't have to find new teammates again. Although Tao Qian and Wu Zong were not strong, But Tao Qian's own brother understood Zhang Yu's thoughts very well, often doing things for him even before he had to ask. Just like when Zhang Yu said he wanted to compete for the rankings, Tao Qian immediately began recruiting teammates without any hesitation. Wu Zon's barbecue skills have made tremendous progress. Especially the grilled kidney, perfectly cooked with a great flavor. When Ren Qingjiu knows how to make tea. Kuing looks like a child who often works, very quick in organizing things. The key is, these two girls are really beautiful. They can work, they look good, they listen well, what more could one want? Zhang Yu feels that it will be hard to find such obedient and well-behaved teammates in the future. You go, it's fine, we are all level 6 now, after clearing the nightmare level abyss, we'll definitely reach level 7, getting to level 10 is just a matter of 1 or 2 easy dungeons. Tao Qian has already calculated it out. The level 2 abyss is between level 10 to 20. Even if you clear another nightmare level dungeon, you can't surpass level 20, there's still a chance, heh. And it's said that after level 20, each level requires hundreds of thousands of experience, we have plenty of chances to cling to you. Zhang Yu is reluctant to part with this group of saws who know how to get things done. Tao Qian and the others are even more reluctant to let go of Zhang Yu as their big leg. Following Zhang Yu's way of farming the abyss, the level will increase quickly, and in the competition for rankings, there can be no rest. They can't always rely on Zhang Yu's abyss. But they can cling for one time at least during this level 2 abyss phase. Once everything is packed up, Zhang Yu summons the twin fire demons in recovery state, and the goblin general stands at the front. Zhang Yu glances at the time. It has already been 6 hours since entering the nightmare level abyss. Now it's the last stage of the abyss. The hard level abyss ends at the human skin spider there. If the human skin spider can't be killed, the female corpse needs to be sent to the center of the lake. From here on, it's a place that all practitioners in Jiangshui City have never reached. Zhang Yu tosses the training dummy to Tao Qian. You just wait here, if anything goes wrong, you can exit the abyss in time. Let's go. After saying that, Zhang Yu lets a goblin death soldier carry the female corpse, while he and the goblin general ride on the giant wolf, entering the unfrozen lake. The unfrozen lake is very shallow. It only reaches the giant wolf's halfway leg position. The surrounding temperature is at least below -40 degrees, yet the unfrozen lake still ripples, crystal clear to the bottom. At the center of the unfrozen lake, there is a grave mound. No one knows whose grave it is. The grave is not big. It is trapped in the heart of the lake. Half soaked by the lake surface, but at the top of the grave, it remains dry. Carrying the female corpse, he approaches the grave, facing no obstacles. No cold corpses, no human skin monsters, just in bone-chilling cold and a grudge that can be felt clearly. Crack! A crisp sound of ice forming comes from behind. The temperature drops suddenly. The unfrozen lake instantly freezes when Zhang Yu steps on the grave mound. A tide of resentment surges out from the gravesite. Zhang Yu quickly retreats, stepping onto the unfrozen lake, with the goblin general, twin fire demons, and goblin combat team on high alert. It's obvious he has activated the final boss of the Cold Street Abyss. The last monster of the nightmare level abyss. Are you here to persuade me to let them go too? A noisy voice rings out from around. It doesn't sound like one person but as if hundreds of vengeful souls are shouting together. Zhang Yu quickly retreats and says, I'm just here to return things to their rightful place. As he speaks, he has the goblin general put down the female corpse. But it does not stop the temperature from dropping. The resentment, the cold breath, and the angry emotions swirl around this unfrozen lake. Who? The twin fire demons raise the temperature of their flame halo to resist the cold. Return things to their rightful place? She should forever stay in that deep well, never seeing the light of day, just like she did to me. Do you want to plead for her? The voice is shrill and piercing. Filled with hatred. Crack, crack, crack. Several cold corpses crawl out around the unfrozen lake. Zhang Yu's expression darkens. Because these cold corpses are all level 15. Death soldiers, stop them. Goblin General, directly go dig the grave. A level 15 human skin spider, even killing it is very difficult. A group of level 15 cold corpses, it's simply impossible to quickly solve them. We must deal with the boss in the grave. Only then can we completely clear the nightmare level abyss. Chapter 28 Curse Source, God of Cold Prison. The Goblin General charged, rushing to the grave at an incredibly fast speed. Roar! The cold corpse blocked in front of the Goblin General. Boom! The cold corpse used its body to stop the wolf cavalry charge. A level 15 cold corpse was directly knocked away. Minus 18,451. Level 9 Goblin General, with an attack power of 656 and a 27-fold attack coefficient from the wolf cavalry, hit nearly 20,000 damage. Taking away 2/3 of its health. The health of these cold corpses is not high. Zhang Yu retreated to the back, observing the battlefield. This is the combat style of summoning type professions. Not only summoners, but also druids who summon beasts, and necromancers who summon undead creatures, all use this combat style. The further back, the better. If it weren't for the fact that the profession must enter the unfrozen lake to trigger the boss mechanism, he wouldn't want to enter the unfrozen lake at all. Twins fire demons, death knights, archers, clear the way for the goblin general. Whoosh! 2 fire demons released fire rings and fireballs to deal damage, lowering the health of the cold corpses. Goblin archers harassed from the back, adding damage. Goblin death knights used their bodies to block the cold corpses, buying time for the goblin general. The goblin general leaped up, smashing the grave mound with his heavy hammer. Stop hiding, the cold corpses you control can't stop me at all. If you keep hiding, I'll dig your grave. Boom! The goblin general's heavy hammer came down. But it was caught by a pale little hand. Finally out. Zhengyu stared at that pale hand, child-sized, about 7 or 8 years old, with fingers so pale, the nails stained with blood and dirt, skin covered with a layer of frost like the other cold corpses. And its data also appeared before Zhengyu. Cursed Little Chi. Level, LV 15. Rank, Level 1 Curse. Curse Source, God of Cold Prison. Health, 200,000. Attack Power, 1500. Skill 1, Absolute 0. Skill 2, Bone Chilling Cold. Skill 3, Master of the Unfrozen Lake. Skill 4? Skill 5? TSK. 200,000 health. A bit scary indeed. No wonder few people clear the nightmare level abyss. Just this 200,000 health is enough to scare away so-called genius professionals. God of Cold Prison. Zhengyu looked at the term appearing on the nightmare level boss, actually not unfamiliar. Just like the game. This suddenly appeared temple, abyss, and digitized professionals on Earth also has a big background. That is, in opposition to the gods. According to the stories of other nightmare level abyss instances, one can obtain a piece of information: the abyss is a byproduct of the gods appearing. For example, this child named Little Chi in front of him. Having the ability to freeze everything and create cold corpses, yet ending up lying in the coffin within the unfrozen lake. The favor of the gods is not a blessing, but a curse. This is all the information Zhengyu knows about the abyss. After all, even the highest level non-Muyu is only level 71, and hasn't encountered a real abyss with gods. Crack! A crisp freezing sound appeared on the goblin general. As the boss Little Chi crawled out of the grave, the temperature around once again dropped, and directly froze the goblin general nearest to it. Ice Crystal Pendant effect has been triggered, immune to 1 freeze, effect enters cooldown, next effective time in 1 minute. The effect of the Ice Crystal Pendant is activated. This necklace, although only level 5, is very effective in the Cold Street Abyss. Not only does it immunize 1 freeze per minute, but it also adds 10 points of ice resistance and a 20% slow effect. Without this necklace, the goblin could not stand in front of Little Chi. Boom! Breaking the freeze, the goblin general without a word, not waiting for boss Little Chi to fully crawl out, swung a heavy hammer at that outstretched hand. 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. A magnificent display, yet not a bit of damage was dealt. Zhengyu frowned. It was actually normal not to deal damage. After all, the elite monsters in the Frozen Street Abyss all had ice armor protection. But the problem was, even with the ice armor, damage values should still be dealt. Even if it's 0 damage. Step back. Zhengyu immediately thought of something and made the goblin general quickly move away from the only ground on the unfrozen lake. Ah! But it was still too late. A sharp cry echoed from the graveyard around. The originally frozen unfrozen lake shattered completely, restoring the original rippling water surface. Standing on the lake surface, Zhengyu fell directly into the water. Although the lake's depth only reached Zhengyu's knees, the bone-chilling cold made him feel numb all over, a piercing chill spreading from his legs to his spine. At the same time, the goblin general and his wolf were sent flying out. Minus 4,187. Over 4,000 damage directly knocked off nearly half of the goblin general's health. Plus 1,000. Plus 2,500. Zhengyu rapidly replenished the goblin general's health. Previously in the restaurant of Chef Cold Corpse, he had found quite a few recovery items, which were now just right to use. The reason there was no damage dealt just now was because the boss Xiao Qi was casting a skill. Biting Cold deals damage composed of resentment and cold air. During the accumulation of cold air, it does not receive any damage. A skill of the boss. The mechanism is charging, and during the charging period, invincible. This mechanism is really disgusting. Zhengyu complained and also drank a potion. The invisibility potion given by Wen Renqingyu. A biting cold hit the goblin general, dealing 4,000 damage. If it hit him, the damage would overflow directly. Even with training dummies, it must be done steadily. If something goes wrong with him, everything will be lost. In the distance, upon seeing this damage, Tao Qian and others showed expressions of shock. What the hell? Tao Qian cursed directly. He had only seen the goblin general deal such damage to the cold corpse before, but he had never seen a goblin endure such high damage. This is too ridiculous, right? 4,000 directly. Kuing glanced at her own health and murmured, if it were me, I'd be dead in an instant. No wonder the nightmare level abyss is so hard to clear, it's simply impossible to clear. Wu Zong looked worriedly at the goblin general that had been knocked away, and Zhang Yu, who was already covered in frost. Can we beat this? A moment of silence. Even Tao Qian, who usually had great faith in Zhang Yu and always supported him unconditionally, did not speak. They were anxious but could do nothing. All they could do was wait anxiously. And hope that Zhang Yu had a trump card to turn the situation around. Zhang Yu definitely had a trump card. But now was not the time to reveal it. This was just the first move against the Frozen Street boss. Ah! The piercing scream continued. At this moment, the boy named Xiao Qi, cursed by the god of frozen prison, had completely crawled out of his grave. And was floating in mid-air, surrounded by swirling cold air. Resentment had even turned into visible black smoke, surrounding him. An 8-year-old boy with his insides hollowed out. His face was covered with scars, one arm bent at a 90-degree angle, deformed, pressed against his chest completely hollow, exposing segments of cut intestines and minced flesh. Fortunately, due to the cold temperature, everything inside was frozen, without any sticky blood or plasma. Ugly, frightening, bloody. But Zhang Yu felt very heartbroken. That organ cake, without a doubt, was made out of this child. It was unimaginable how much pain this child suffered when he was alive. Whoosh! At this moment, the twin fire elementals had already defeated 2 level 15 cold corpses. Adjusting the temperature of the fire halo appropriately, they returned to Zhang Yu's side to drive away the cold. Since Zhang Yu was in an invisible stage, only the Goblin General and the twin fire elementals were visible, along with the remaining living Goblin battle team. The floating Xiao Qi stared blankly at the twin fire elementals. It was obvious. He hated flames. You all should die. Voices came from all directions. Hoarse voices, tearing sounds, men, women, children. Little Qi was controlling the souls in the cold street abyss to speak. He charged straight towards the twin fire demons. The flames made him feel uncomfortable. He could sense that the twin fire demons were the most threatening beings. Block him. Zhang Yu quickly retreated, enduring the cold, staying away from the twin fire demons to avoid being affected. The death warriors swarmed forward. Little Qi's scarred face showed a look of disdain, and with a flick of his right hand, cold air swept over the 5 death warriors like an ice dragon. Crackle. Frozen solid. His skill, absolute 0. Looking at the frozen death warriors, Little Qi's eyes, which had long lost pupils, revealed an extremely contemptuous expression. But the next moment, he froze for a second. Because only 4 death warriors were frozen. One had somehow appeared behind him. Get away! Boom! Before he could react, this death warrior directly exploded in front of the boss. The purple flames completely engulfed him. Minus 5,874. Zhang Yu's first trump card. A death warrior that could use the assassin's blink skill and had self-explosion abilities. Chapter 29. Dad? Mom? The goblin death warrior's self-explosion damage was actually quite considerable. It dealt around 5,000 damage. But for the boss Little Qi, who had 200,000 health points, it was a mere drop in the bucket. However, the self-explosion damage wasn't important. What's important is that the blood splattered from the death warrior was poisonous. Not only was it poisonous, but it was also highly flammable. Goblin death warriors not only feared death, but also possessed the ability to explode upon death. Their long-term use of poison and special blood injections turned their blood into another weapon. Sizzle. The blood splattered all over boss Little Qi. It emitted a sizzling corrosive sound. Minus 109. Minus 125. Minus 158. The damage gradually increased. 3 to 4 ticks each second. Phew. The death of this warrior bought time for the twin fire demons. The flame cage was ready to go. Boom! The flames ignited the purple blood on boss Little Qi, which was already corrosive, burning immediately. Like a maggot, it tormented Little Qi's skin and body. Minus 258. Minus 269. Minus 3,684. Minus 2,284. The burning of the death warrior's poisonous blood, combined with the damage from the flame cage and the burning from the flame halo, all mixed together. The cold street boss's health visibly decreased. It's important to know that the twin fire demon's damage was doubled. nearly 10,000 health points per second. This made Tao Qian exclaim, "Wow! Nightmare-level abyss is indeed difficult. But Zheng Yu is too abnormal. Is this a summoner? This is a battle between bosses." Previously, Tao Qian didn't regard the twin fire demons highly. After all, they were just responsible for roasting sausages, but he didn't expect them to be this fierce. But it's still not enough. Even though the twin fire demons currently had the upper hand, Zheng Yu still had 4 death warriors to block the Cold Street boss, giving the twin fire demons enough output time. As long as there was enough time, the twin fire demons could burn everything to death. But Wen Renqingyu still frowned tightly. The boss has a brutal state, but this Cold Street boss hasn't released any skills yet. If it enters brutal state, the goblin death warriors won't hold it off. Tao Qian and Wu Zong also showed worried expressions. We must win. What Wu Zong and the others could do now was just pray. Ah! Another piercing scream. The voice filled with resentment instantly froze the death warriors preparing to approach it. Crack! The death warrior was frozen to death on the spot. And did not explode. Zheng Yu. Alright, so that's how you're going to play? Zheng Yu had planned to send another death warrior to block boss Little Qi. The twin fire demons had high output, but they were also very fragile. Just one hit could potentially kill the twin fire demons. But unexpectedly, this boy with hollowed-out organs had actually predicted the death warrior's movement position in advance. He can even evolve to adapt. It seems I can't just treat you as a game boss. Summon Beast Frenzy. Zheng Yu took out his second trump card. It was also his only active skill as a summoner. Summon Beast Frenzy, anger all of the summoners summoned beasts, making them enter a frenzy state, enhancing their overall strength. The skill description is very simple. No values, no coefficients, only a simple introduction. According to that not-so-textbook, the enhancement of Summon Beast Frenzy is based on the strength of the enemy. The stronger the enemy, the greater the enhancement, but correspondingly, the duration of the frenzy will be reduced, and after the frenzy ends, they will enter a weakened state. The duration of the frenzy is related to the talent level of the summoned beast. The higher the talent, the longer the duration. This is what the author of that textbook summarized after personally practicing. Summon Beast Frenzy, the summoner's trump card skill. The summoner profession is weak, but this Summon Beast Frenzy skill cannot be considered weak. Whoosh! At the moment of skill release, the flames on the twin flame fiend instantly turned purple. High-level flames doubled the damage again. Arg! Not only the twin flame fiend went into a frenzy, but also the goblin general, giant wolf, death knight, and goblin archer all went into a frenzy. Their eyes fell into madness. Their breath became chaotic. The one that changed the most was actually the death knight. Due to its special soldier type, it was already quite irrational, and now, after going into a frenzy, it completely lost its rationality and turned into a pure, crazy monster. Roar! The death knight let out a roar. Its crazy eyes fixated on the boss Xiaoqi, a gaze that only held primal desires, actually made Xiaoqi feel a hint of fear. Just this hint of fear gave the summoned beasts the chance to attack. All 4 death knights flashed to boss Xiaoqi's side. Boom! The first one self-destructed. Boom! The second one followed and self-destructed. Boom! The third one. Boom! The last one. 4 consecutive explosions directly blasted away 30,000 of boss Xiaoqi's health. But this wasn't over. The goblin general followed closely behind. The goblins charged. Like a steel knife, it stabbed into boss Xiaoqi's heart. Exaggerated massive damage erupted. Minus 32,489. Directly burst out 30,000 damage. Plus the continuous roasting from the twin flame fiend, and the goblin archer added more damage. Boss Xiaoqi's health was left with just over 40,000. Wonderful! Tao Qian shouted excitedly. After this set of actions, the health dropped quickly. If I didn't know that this boss has 200,000 health, with such a speed of health loss, I would think it's just a few thousand. So freaking abnormal. I didn't expect the summoner to have such a powerful skill, it's a bit strong. Wen Renqingyu said. Are you sure it's the skill that's strong and not Zheng Yu? Tao Qian retorted. Wen Renqingyu nodded and said, both are strong. I've observed before, Zheng Yu's goblin charge can deal a maximum of 18,000 damage. But after using this Summon Beast Frenzy skill, it directly increased the damage by nearly double. This is not a skill that a sub-10 level professional should have. This skill means the stronger the summoned beast, the greater the enhancement after frenzy. For other summoners, it might just be average. After all, doubling a useless one just equals 2 useless ones, but for Zheng Yu, doubling. Tao Qian added, 1 monster becomes 2 monsters. That kid has entered brutal mode. Wu Zong's words interrupted the conversation between the two. A bone-chilling cold swept over. The frozen lake rippled. As Zhang Yu's frenzy damage reduced him to a quarter of his health, the cursed Shao Qi entered brutal mode. His two hidden skills were revealed. Skill 4, Father? Skill V, Mother? I just want to ask, who on earth is winning in this nightmare-level abyss? Wu Zong held back for a long time before asking the question he had always wanted to ask. If Zhang Yu is this abnormal, is it really that difficult to clear nightmare-level abyss for other professionals? The reason he asked this question is because behind this boy, who had his insides ripped out, the human skin spider, which Zhang Yu had spent a lot of effort to deal with, appeared again. He is a father. The corpse of the woman pulled from the bottom of the well by Zhang Yu slowly stands up. She is a mother. The existence of parents should shield their children from the wind and rain. When I was alive, you abandoned me. Now that I am dead, you should at least do something for me. Shao Qi reveals his true voice for the first time. A clear, childlike voice. Chapter 30, No chance of winning. No levels? No health points? After the human skin spider and the corpse of the woman from the well appeared, Wu Zong discovered that the monsters referred to as father and mother by the cold street boss had no data. So he wanted to ask, who is winning in the nightmare level abyss? Because he could see no chance of winning at all. All 5 of Zhang Yu's death servants self-destructed, and the frenzy state seems to be nearing its end. They just managed to trigger the opponent's brutal state. How can we continue fighting? At this moment, Wu Zong had already developed the intention to withdraw from the abyss. If it weren't for the goblin general still holding the front line, he might have really turned back. One Renqingyu stared intently at the center of the lake. You need to understand, only Zhang Yu has the strength to fight this boss here, we can't help at all. In other cities, to clear the nightmare level abyss, there must be at least one SS level gifted professional, and the remaining team members must at least be of S level to qualify for clearing the nightmare level abyss. And even that does not guarantee a definite clearance. To be honest, it's already quite strong for Zhang Yu to reach this level. Wen Renqingyu had actually lost much hope for clearing the level. She did not expect the Cold Street Nightmare level abyss to be so powerful. Wen Renqingyu, Kuang, and Wu Zong had a somewhat despondent look in their eyes. After all, they had borrowed quite a bit of money betting on Zhang Yu's ability to clear the Nightmare level abyss. Money, in fact, wasn't a very serious issue. In just one day, they had leveled up to 6 or 7, which at least marked the beginning, and they could gradually pay it back after earning money. The unfortunate part is this Nightmare level abyss. If they could clear the Nightmare level abyss once, the completion rewards, historical record rewards, first clear rewards, special rewards of Nightmare level, these resources would be enough to sustain them until they reached at least level 20, entering the 3rd stage of the abyss. Unfortunately, fantasy is fantasy, and reality is cruel. Looking at the current situation, they could see no turning point for Zhang Yu at all. 2 monsters with no visible levels. 1 boss has entered a brutal state. On Zhang Yu's side, the twin fire demon is about to fall into exhaustion, and while the crazed goblin warrior can still fight, he cannot withstand 3 monsters at all. All the goblin death servants self-destructed and perished. The goblin wolf cavalry was left behind to cover the retreat, surrounded by the cold corpse horde. The goblin wizard sacrificed his life just to kill the human skin spider. Only the weakest goblin archer remains. After this battle, Zhang Yu has completely lost all chance of winning. I want to help him. Tao Chen took out the monk staff. He charged out. Are you crazy? Wu Zong directly grabbed Tao Qian. What can you help with by going up now? Can you kill the human skin spider or stop the corpse from the well? If it were another level of the abyss, they could still be considered combat power at level 6, but this is nightmare level abyss. Let alone them. Even if Li Feng came, he would only hold them back. Then I can't just watch Zhang Yu die. Tao Qian was very anxious. They could exit the abyss if they weren't in battle anymore. But Zhang Yu cannot. As long as he cannot escape the boss's attack, he cannot leave the abyss. Tao Chen barely thought and was ready to charge in to help Zhang Yu. Going up is also just delivering yourself to death. Wu Zong advised. I don't care. Tao Qian's eyes were determined as he lifted the monk staff and turned to enter the unfrozen lake. Although he knew very well that he was no match for the boss and the cold corpse monsters. But he still went. Not for anything else, if Zhang Yu died, he would feel guilty for a lifetime. Damn it. Crazy. Crazy. Wu Zong gritted his teeth and cursed. And the next moment, Wu Zong discovered that Kuang had also pulled out a dagger, her expression stunned. You don't also want to go up and die, do you? Kuang, with her doll-like face, seriously nodded. For me, I can only turn my life around by becoming a professional, otherwise, it's no different from being dead. After speaking, she entered a state of concealment and slowly slipped into the unfreezing lake. Wu Zong was a bit confused. He could understand Tao Qian going to help Zhang Yu because Zhang Yu and Tao Qian had been like brothers since childhood, with a bond of affection. But what about Kuing? Don't look at me, I don't know either. When Ren Qingyu noticed Wu Zong looking at her and casually said while hugging her arms. Then she pointed around and said, you must be wanting to withdraw, right? It's better to do it quickly. At this moment, Wu Zong noticed the rustling sounds around him. The cold corpse group reappeared due to the revival of the human skin spider. Damn! Wu Zong was in a dilemma. He did get along well with Zheng Yu and the others before, but that was just because Zheng Yu could help him level up. But now the situation was different. The cold corpse group appeared, and not only did he have no hiding place, but Zheng Yu's goblin general was also being suppressed by the human skin spider and the dead woman from the well. He couldn't see any hope of winning. After a moment of silence, he looked up and asked Wen Ren Qingyu, aren't you leaving? When Ren Qingyu took out her dagger, my sisters are here, if I go out, I will regret it for a lifetime. Wu Zong glanced at Zheng Yu and Tao Qian with a complicated expression. I want to live. Wu Zong finally sighed. Going up now is just sending yourself to death. Help me tell Tao Qian I'm sorry for him. In the end, Wu Zong chose to leave. He felt he was already crazy enough to have accompanied Zheng Yu and Tao Qian this far. A gamble is fine. But he couldn't gamble his life. After all, he had already seen the strength of the opponent, and to gamble again was foolish. He wanted to become a professional. He was indeed attracted by the rewards of the nightmarish abyss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have borrowed money from his brother to enter the abyss. But the problem was, the ship had already sailed, and the conclusion was set, there was no hope left. I advise you, while you haven't entered combat yet, try to back out. As long as there's still green mountains, you won't worry about no firewood. Wu Zong looked at Wen Ren Qingyu with some lingering feelings and advised. Wen Ren Qingyu showed no disguise of her disdain. You take care of yourself. Don't have any improper thoughts about me, you don't have that qualification yet. Also, I have no obligation to convey any messages for you. Now get lost. Wu Zong. He indeed had his eyes on Wen Ren Qingyu. But it was just a pity that beautiful girls like Ko Ying and Wen Ren Qingyu would die together with Zheng Yu. All right. Wu Zong shook his head. He chose to forcibly withdraw from the Abyss instance. Forcibly exiting the Abyss instance will result in a forced drop of 2 levels and will incur a negative impact of reducing 60% experience points in the next Abyss. If you understand the punishment mechanism for forcibly exiting the Abyss, please click confirm. You will exit the Abyss in 10 seconds. Wu Zong sighed. Compared to life, this punishment hardly mattered. Confirm exit. Exiting from the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Level, 10. 9, 8. Chapter 31, 4th Level. Twin Flame Dragon Snake, Team Notice. Team member Wu Zong, Monk, has left the team. Due to forcibly exiting the Abyss instance, Wu Zong will receive a punishment. Zheng Yu turned his head to take a look. He found that Wu Zong had turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the spot. And found Tao Qian, holding a monk's staff, shivering as he ran towards Zheng Yu in the unfreezing lake. Brother Yu, I'm here to help you. He called out while running. Then, because his legs were numb from the cold, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, a footprint appeared on his back. Puff! He was pressed down again. Kuing! It was clearly Kuing, the hidden assassin. Before Tao Qian could get up again, another footprint pressed down on his back. Damn! You two are too much. Tao Qian cursed. The assassin was fast, could conceal, and could blink. But there is a landing point, and that is the down Tao Qian. Zheng Yu looked at the two beautiful assassins in surprise. What's wrong? Didn't expect us to stay? When Ren Qingyu raised an eyebrow and looked at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu smiled and said, indeed. Based on the current situation, his chances of winning were indeed slim. Tao Qian was truly a brother who would risk his life for him. But Kuing and Wen Ren Qingyu, in the end, they were just a relationship based on interests. When Ren Qingyu pointed to the baby-faced Kuing beside her, she said she believes in you. Zheng Yu glanced at Kuing. During their earlier rest and idle chat, he had heard that the decision to join his team was made by Kuing. Although when Ren Qingyu came from a big family and knew a lot, when it came to making decisions, she always followed Kuing. Why? Zheng Yu asked. Then he pointed to the goblin general, who was being beaten down and had nearly half his health gone, just based on them. Kuing pursed her lips and said, I'm also taking a gamble, betting that you have a trump card. Zheng Yu chuckled, gambling needs at least a card, without a card, how can you bet? Kuing was not fooled by Zheng Yu, she said directly, because you are about to level up. Smart. Zheng Yu nodded. Neither Wu Zong, who preferred to endure a strong retreat punishment rather than stay here, nor Wen Ren Qingyu, who was well informed, realized that he was close to level 10. Instead, it was this seemingly somewhat naive legal lowly who noticed this point. That's right. This was Zhang Yu's final trump card. It was also the grand gift he was preparing for the Cold Street boss, Shao Qi. In fact, at this point, the strength of the Cold Street boss exceeded his expectations, possibly because he had been grinding the dungeon alone, and the difficulty had increased significantly. According to his plan, the Summon Beast Frenzy skill was originally to be used in the brutal phase. After all, hitting the level 10 cap and instantly boosting strength this way was too risky. But now, this was his only card left. It must be said that it is indeed a nightmare level abyss. It stripped him of his trump card completely. Level 10? When Ran Qingyu said in confusion, although level 10 does indeed increase strength, it is far from the qualitative changes of class evolution at level 25 or class awakening at level 50. Her concern was valid. Level 10 could only be considered a small improvement. Levels 25 and 50 represented significant advancements. It depends on the person. For me, every level up is a huge leap. Zhang Yu said in a calm tone. At the same time, the twin fire demons burned to death another level 15 cold corpse. Kill Cold Corpse, LV15, gain 1681 experience points. Congratulations! Level up. Level, LV9 LV.10, 11,000, need 10,541 experience points to level up. Health, 14101750, 450 equipment attribute. Intelligence, 105116, 35 equipment attribute. Remaining free attribute points, 20. Level up to level 10. Gain Summoner Basic Specialization Skills, Summon Beast Constitution Cultivation, Summon Beast Skill Training, Summon Beast Attribute Cultivation. Level 10. Zhang Yu looked at the improved attributes and nodded in satisfaction. He temporarily did not pay attention to the 3 newly acquired specialization skills. Specialization skills did not immediately grant Zhang Yu any increase. What mattered most was the health cap and free attribute points. Level 10 gave him 10 attribute points. 1 attribute point equals 50 health points. 20 free attribute points meant 100 talent points. This meant that as long as he sacrificed 500 health points, he could directly upgrade the twin fire demons to 4-star talent. This was Zhang Yu's reliance. A 3-star twin fire demon could already contain the Cold Street boss. If upgraded to 4-star, it would reverse the current situation. Most importantly, Zhang Yu discovered that every time he upgraded a summoned beast's level, its state would reset to peak condition. Boom! With a loud bang, the goblin general was sent flying by the human skin spider. The female corpse at the bottom of the well pressed her hands to the ground, and a huge ice spear surged from the frozen lake, piercing into the giant wolf's abdomen. Puff! Blood spurted out but was immediately frozen into ice shards. A whimper echoed, and the giant wolf died instantly. Only the goblin general was left to fight alone. Zhang Yu no longer hesitated. With the fastest speed, he put all his attribute points into health, and then sacrificed 1,500 health points for 150 talent points. He poured everything into the twin fire sprites. The goblin general needed 100 talent points to advance from level 3 to level 4. The twin fire sprites needed 150 talent points to make the same upgrade. However, the more talent points required, the greater the improvement after the upgrade. Buzz! A beam of light descended upon the twin fire sprites. Summon Beast Twin Fire Sprites, Level 3, Talent Evolution Twin Flame Dragon Snake, Level 4. Summoned Beast Twin Flame Dragon Snake. Level 10, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 9,500. Attack power, 696, 116, summoner's current intelligence, asterisk 6.0, coefficient. Talent, Level 4, 850 talent points needed for next upgrade, plus. Skill I, Fire Aura LV10. Can control the temperature within a 50-meter diameter range, at maximum, causing 2088 burn damage per second to all objects, 696, Fire Sprite attack power, asterisk 3.0, coefficient. Skill 2, Fire Breath LV10. Breathes out ultra-high temperature flames, causing massive damage. Fire Breath has strong adhesion, difficult to extinguish, dealing 4872, 696, Fire Sprite attack power, asterisk 7.0, coefficient, fire damage per second. Skill 3, Twin Contract, special skill, no level. The twin fire sprites coexist, can release skills simultaneously, damage stacks, doubling fire attribute damage. Skill 4, Fire Snake Hell LV10. Prepares a Fire Snake Hell area. When enemies enter this range, it automatically triggers. High temperature flames engulf the entire area, dealing 7239, 696, Fire Sprite attack power, asterisk 10.4, coefficient, damage per second, and generating 20, 10, summoner level, asterisk 2, coefficient, Fire Snake clones that can deal 1392, 696, Sprite attack power, asterisk 2.0, coefficient, explosive damage. Summoned beast equipment, none. A sound mixed with dragon roars and snake hisses echoed over the frozen lake. Hiss. the light of evolution faded. A two-headed snake appeared before everyone. Its body was over 5 meters long, connecting two heads that were neither dragon nor snake. Its red body was enveloped in deep red flames. The moment the twin flame dragon snake appeared, the cold that filled the cold street abyss was all dispelled. Boom! Flames descended. The boss Xiaoqi, who thought he was guaranteed victory, looked sullen and warily at the two-headed fire snake. Flames inherently counter ice. The level 3 twin fire sprites had already made it difficult for him, forcing him into a brutal state. Now, this twin flame dragon snake made Xiaoqi feel the threat of death. Ah! This time, boss Xiaoqi let out a scream. Flames counter ice. This was the absolute nemesis of the cold street abyss. Chapter 32, What right do you have to say sorry? Whoosh! Flames instantly engulfed everyone present. After evolving to level 4, the fire aura's range expanded to a diameter of 50 meters. Although it couldn't cover the entire frozen lake, it was still large enough. The flames' engulfment not only made Xiaoqi scream but also forced other ice attribute beings, like the skin spider and well-dwelling female corpse, to retreat, wanting to escape the burn of the flames. This provided the goblin general a chance to rest. Tao Qian and the others fell silent again. They looked at the twin flame dragon snake in speechlessness. Even though Kuing had already guessed that Zhang Yu might have a trump card at level 10, she didn't expect this card to be so overwhelming. As soon as the twin flame dragon snake appeared, it directly subdued the brutal state of the cold street boss. Someone is going to regret it. Seeing the twin flame dragon snake suppressing the boss, Tao Qian no longer maintained his tense demeanor, standing next to Zhang Yu with a smirk. Actually, it's quite normal. Zhang Yu knew that Tao Qian was referring to the already withdrawn Wu Zong. After all, he had no reason to accompany me to risk his life here. Although Wu Zong prepared for 3 years to become a professional and borrowed money to enter the family tree, everything compared to life is trivial, not enough to be a reason for him to risk his life here. Leaving was perfectly understandable. In the end, he bore the consequences himself. No matter good or bad, it has nothing to do with him anymore. I'm just curious, the reason you two are staying here. Zhang Yu looked at Wen Renqinjiu and Kuing with great curiosity. The matter of betting on my level 10 having a trump card is not the reason for you to stay here. Seeing Zhang Yu's serious tone, and that he wasn't just making up excuses, when Renqinjiu said, I want revenge, naturally I need strength. I originally had no hope for revenge, but if I can clear the nightmare level dungeon, there is hope. Kuing must become a practitioner. She has committed a serious mistake in her family and is being hunted by them. Without strength, the consequences are hardly better than death. It's a hard to refute reason. One is for revenge, and one is for survival, both needing strength. Hunted by your family? Zhang Yu was very interested in this term, mainly curious if a family would target their own blood relatives like that. Kuing did not explain why her family was hunting her. But it certainly wasn't a small matter. In short, these two were people with stories. Zhang Yu and Tao Qian exchanged a glance, still ordinary people living freely. During the conversation, the double flame dragon snake had already unleashed its most powerful skill, Fire Snake Hell. In an instant, the center of the unfrozen lake completely turned into a sea of fire. The boss, Xiaoqi, seemed to be in hell, burned and corroded by the flames. Damage surged from his body. Roar! Seeing Xiaoqi about to be burned to death, the corpse of the woman from the well suddenly pounced onto him, shielding him from the flames. Hiss! But the well corpse could not withstand the flames' damage either. Hiss hiss hiss. At the same time, the sound of snakes echoed. They surrounded the skin spider that was trying to escape, continuously attacking it. As a father, this skin spider, when faced with danger, thought only of escaping first. Each fire snake hell had 30 fire snakes. With the doubling ability of the twins, a total of 60 fire snakes surrounded the skin spider, tightly wrapping around its body. Hiss! The sound of burning echoed at the center of the unfrozen lake. Everything fell into the curtain along with this vigorous flame. The final battle was not fierce, nor was it the balanced confrontation imagined, it was only the double flame dragon snake's unilateral suppression. The 4th tier double flame dragon snake. Double fire attributes. Summoned beast frenzy effect. Made the double flame dragon snake have an absolute advantage, at least in the cold street abyss, it had an innate edge. Boom! The flames continued to burn. The skin spider kept struggling. But without a health bar, without life, it could not die, it could only struggle continuously, in constant pain. At the very center of the unfrozen lake, that true mother and son embraced in the flames of the fire snake hell, quietly waiting for death. No, it was the woman from the well waiting for death. She used her own body to suppress the struggling Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, burned to the point of skin breaking and carbonizing, wanted to leave this hell of fire, but was tightly held by the well corpse. Let me go! Let me go! Xiao Qi's face twisted, writhing, cursing madly. At this moment, his health was completely depleted, yet he didn't die completely. Zheng Yu did not let the double flame dragon snake and goblin general continue attacking because it was already over. The following matters were no longer Zheng Yu's concern. Do you want to kill me? Xiao Qi was furious, finding that he could not break free from the corpse's control. In his anger, he directly bit into the woman's shoulder. The pale face of the well corpse finally revealed a hint of gentle smile. Xiao Qi, let it all end, don't suffer anymore. End? Why end? My suffering was created by you. Now to say it ends? What reason is that? I'm sorry. Faced with Xiao Qi's questioning, the corpse only said a single "I'm sorry" and continued to hold him tightly. You should feel the most sorry. I was the one who gave birth to me. The female corpse remained silent. I'm sorry. After a long time, this was still the only sentence. Xiao Qi's patience was worn away by the female corpse. He reached out and grasped her neck to break free from her grasp. With a grim and terrifying expression, he said to the female corpse, "What's the use of saying sorry now? What's done is done. The torment I've suffered, you have never experienced. What right do you have to say you're sorry? What did you do while they captured and tortured me? Where were you when they cut me open and took out my organs to make a cake? Now you say you're sorry? You're unworthy!" Xiao Qi shouted, gripping the female corpse's neck tightly, questioning over and over again. But the female corpse never answered. Because that corpse had long been dead. Dead for who knows how many years. Whether it was the female corpse in the well or the human skin spider, they were all creations of Xiao Qi, just to satisfy the resentment he could never let go. Everything was under Xiao Qi's control. Even, including the action of being embraced by the female corpse and the words "I'm sorry." After all, how could a cold corpse created by oneself bind oneself? Whoosh! The flames vanished. Along with them vanished the cold and the unfreezing lake. What appeared instead was a street filled with a stifling atmosphere. Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Wenren Chengyu, and Kuing stood on the street, watching the ever-declining Fuyun Street and a crowd of angry people. They passed by Zheng Yu and the others, walking toward a 7 or 8-year-old child. It was you, wasn't it? The tourists are gone, the business is gone. I borrowed money to open my shop and now I haven't earned a penny. Instead, I've lost a lifetime of savings. Stop talking so much, the fortune teller said. As long as we kill him and use his organs to celebrate the birthday of Fuyun Street, it can return to its former glory. Grab him, a madman's child, it would be no loss to kill him. Among this group of people, Zheng Yu saw many familiar faces. The chef, the fish seller, the butcher, and the speaking village head. The head of the human skin spider was the village head's head. These people looked fierce, almost completely losing all sanity. This is Xiao Qi's memory? Chapter 33, let them return to their bodies and feel the true hell. If I'm not mistaken, these people must have gone mad a long time ago, when Ren Xingyu said on the side. It seems they've been brainwashed. Who is that fortune teller? Kuing asked. Zheng Yu shook his head, who knows? But it's clear that all the evil comes from that fortune teller, or rather, from the curse that Xiao Qi carries. As they spoke, the scene shifted to the chef's restaurant. Xiao Qi had already disappeared in an instant. The corpse was carelessly discarded to one side, next to it was a red cake. A group of people acted like they had gone mad, completely unaware of the absurdity of their actions, instead gathering with joyful expressions, placing the red cake at the entrance of Fuyun Street. Following the fortune teller's instructions, they built an altar, and personally changed Fuyun Street to Cold Street. So they changed it themselves. Zheng Yu's eyelids twitched. He had thought it was Xiao Qi who made the change. The ritual was halfway through. Everyone gathered around the cake, reverently and madly dividing pieces of the bloodstained cake while mumbling, "Next year will definitely be better, I'm so devoted, the gods will help us." Hearing their murmurs, Zheng Yu was indeed speechless. What turned them into this was the curse from the gods, yet they remained so devoted to the gods. At that moment, a madwoman approached the altar. She rushed to the blood-red cake in a frenzy. No one stopped her. Perhaps out of guilt. But more reason was that the ritual was already complete, and no one cared what the madwoman would do next. To everyone's surprise, the madwoman carefully picked up a piece of cake that had no blood on it. She smiled and asked the village head beside her. "Can I take this to Xiaoqi? Today is his birthday." Xiaoqi said he wanted to have a real birthday. I asked him what a real birthday is. He said it counts if there is a birthday cake. So, can you give this to me? The village chief stared at the mad woman blankly until he realized that she truly did not know that Xiaoqi was already dead, then he slowly nodded. The mad woman looked around and asked the village chief, "Have you seen Xiaoqi? I haven't seen him all day. This child, always running around." The mad woman spoke in fits, unable to control her facial muscles, but the love in her eyes could not be dulled. The village chief fixed his gaze on the mad woman. He might be playing by the well behind the street? How about I go with you to look for him? The scene shifted again. The village chief pushed the mad woman into the well. Damn it! Finally, it's all resolved. The village chief cursed angrily. I didn't expect after messing with you once, you'd still get pregnant and go hide in the mountains to have the child. So what if you gave birth? In the end, you brought forth a cursed spawn, harming us all. You shouldn't have given birth to Xiaoqi, you shouldn't even be alive. Damn! The village chief spat into the well. He turned and left. The next events played out just as Zheng Yu had thought. The cursed child was not so easy to kill. The corpse of Xiaoqi, discarded in the back kitchen, stood up again, freezing the entire cold street, turning everyone in the cold street into cold corpses. He made every villager who had eaten the cake suffer forever. He cast the mad woman down into the well forever, because he believed she should stay there eternally. Because without her, he would not have been born. And he would not have suffered so much pain. The cake was merely the end of this matter. Without a father, with a mother who was insane, he endured inhumane treatment on this street. Hatred, coldness, and grievance forged the now boss Xiaoqi. The scene returned. Xiaoqi's eyes flickered with hatred. He hated everything. But most of all, he hated the mother who gave him life. The abyss of the cold street, nightmare level, has ended, automatic settlement in 5 minutes, and exit from the instance. Is this how it ends? Tao Chen felt very blocked and quite anxious. This tragic ending's history seemed to become even more twisted because of their arrival. Isn't something missing? It feels so unsatisfactory. When Ren Qinjiu always felt something was lacking, and her mood was a bit irritable. They had finished the abyss, killed boss Xiaoqi, which should have been a joyous event, but they could never feel joy. Zheng Yu said, there is indeed something missing. This isn't how it should end. Zheng Yu took out that blood-colored cake from his backpack. Finding a piece of cake that wasn't stained with blood, he walked in front of the now charred and blank-eyed mad woman. He placed the blood-colored cake between them. Task item has been triggered. A prompt appeared instantly. The once dead mad woman suddenly opened her eyes. She smiled foolishly, showing a grateful smile to Zheng Yu, then fiddled in her pocket and pulled out a candle. She inserted it into the cake. With all her strength, she offered it to the charcoal before her. Xiaoqi, this is the birthday cake you wanted. Happy birthday. The mad woman's voice was incredibly gentle. She tried hard to be a real mother, but her insanity and cognitive deficits made it difficult for her to have normal logical thinking and real-life understanding. But she was really trying to be a good mother. A faint sound of cracking, the charcoal on Xiaoqi slowly shattered, revealing his original child's face. So pure, so adorable, so beautiful. No scars on his face, no hatred in his expression, no hollow body. Xiaoqi stared blankly at the mad woman before him. The gaze revealed a look that even he didn't understand. Come, Xiaoqi, blow out the candles. The crazy woman, with a broken and awkward voice, tried hard to say, I heard, they blow out candles on their birthdays, they say it can make a wish come true. Mom. I hope Xiaoqi can live a normal life. Mom hopes that I won't be Xiaoqi's mom anymore, so Xiaoqi can always be happy, like other kids, having a proper birthday every year. Mom hopes Xiaoqi has a normal mom, not me. Xiaoqi can wear a backpack, go to school with good friends, instead of hiding in the mountains with me. Xiaoqi, Mom. Mom hopes she's not your mom, but Mom is so selfish, because Mom never thought of giving you up. Because you are mine, the only one I ever had, the only one I ever loved. Xiaoqi, forgive me for selfishly giving birth to you. You should make a wish, say you want to leave here, go to a place where no one knows me. There, you will be very happy, very happy, very happy. Xiaoqi looked at the mom in front of him. He finally realized that, in this world, the only one who loved him was this person he hated the most. He thought of the woman who once made a flower crown to cheer him up when he was bullied because of her. He thought of the woman who always remembered his birthday, who secretly stole various foods for him from Fortune Street, celebrating a not proper birthday. Suddenly, a feeling of guilt surged in him, and he started to wonder if he had really done something wrong. But at that moment, Zheng Yu spoke to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi. You did nothing wrong. You don't need to feel guilty. The wrong one was never you, nor your mother. It was that fortune teller, those villagers who believed in the fortune teller's words, and that village chief who took over the crazy woman. Zheng Yu took out the blood-red cake. Zheng Yu had already noticed that when Xiaoqi entered a critically injured state, the attributes of the blood-red cake changed. Cursed version, blood-red cake. After absorbing the resentment of Cold Street for hundreds of years, the cake nurtured the original souls of Cold Street, feeding them to the bodies, they will revive. Shao Qi. Zheng Yu smiled somewhat eerily, but also with a sense of relief. He pushed the blood-red cake towards him, laughing and saying, "Back then, they ate this cake and stayed here forever, now let's let them eat it again." The cold corpses have no consciousness, no thoughts, they don't know repentance, and they feel no pain. This is far from enough to relieve your resentment. If you want revenge, you need to be thorough. Here. Zheng Yu pushed the completely changed blood-red cake towards Shao Qi. With a radiant smile, he said, "Let those demons, those beasts who once made you suffer, truly feel hell. Let them return to their bodies, feel pain once again. This is the ending I believe should happen." Chapter 34, A Hellish Feast Belonging Only to Cold Street. In fact, the entire Cold Street Abyss was created by Shao Qi himself, whether it was the chef Cold Corpse, the fish killer Cold Corpse, the butcher shop owner Cold Corpse, or the human skin spider, the never-freezing lake, they were all created by him. The only thing that remained in its original state was the corpse of the woman in the well, his crazy mother. To Zheng Yu, Cold Street Abyss had two possible endings. One was that Shao Qi and his crazy mother would die together, achieving a total kill ending. But Zheng Yu felt this ending was unsatisfactory. The other was using the cursed internal organs cake to bring back the wandering souls in Cold Street Abyss, returning them to the cold corpses' bodies, giving Shao Qi a satisfying revenge. This was the ending Zheng Yu believed to be the most comfortable. He was a person who always took revenge, and regardless of the final rewards, he felt this ending was well worth it. Congratulations! You have completed the only achievement of Cold Street Abyss, Living King of Hell. Living King of Hell, achievement badge, you will be trapped in Cold Street Abyss, causing the souls of the dead to revive. Let them relive the pain of revenge by their enemies, even the King of Hell praised, this is the true King of Hell. Achievement basic attributes, intelligence plus 1%, strength plus 1%. Achievement special attributes, damage from cold corpses to you plus 50%, damage you deal to cold corpses plus 100%. After handing the internal organ cake to Shao Qi, a special achievement activated. The attributes are quite good, it's actually a percentage increase. Although it's only 1%, it's still a considerable boost in the later stages, because once the achievement is activated, you can wear it without really needing to wear the badge. Many professionals, after hitting a level cap, choose to complete various achievements to gain badge attributes and increase their strength. These professionals are called achievement hunters. And this has given rise to a job that specializes in helping others complete achievements, and it's said that the earnings are quite good. As for the special attributes of the achievement, Zheng Yu believes they should be useful. After all, the attribute mentions cold corpses, not the Cold Street Abyss. Cold corpses were created by Shao Qi, but they were made using the cursed power of the god of cold prison. It's possible that he might encounter this god of cold prison in the future. If he does, this achievement will give him an advantage. The abyss has ended, exiting the abyss, 10-9. The system voice rang out. Tao Qian and Wenren Qingyu and others all let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Shao Qi and the mad woman embracing, and the human skin spider twitching on the ground, along with the mess of cold corpses in the lake, Tao Qian proudly said, "Zheng Yu and I are really fierce." Wenren Qingyu, Koing. With the countdown ending, Zheng Yu and others were successively teleported out of the Cold Street Abyss. The four left. The various cold corpses lying in that unfrozen lake suddenly began to twitch, and their previously dull eyes suddenly showed a glimmer of light. The chef Cold Corpse, the fish-killing guy, the meat shop owner, the human skin spider, one by one, the cold corpses all stood up again. This time, they were no longer cold or numb, but were filled with fear. Shao Qi helped the mad woman up and smiled at her, saying, "Mom, let us have a proper birthday this time." The mad woman asked, "What is a proper birthday?" Shao Qi curled the corner of his mouth into a cruel arc, his voice cold yet filled with interest as he said, "Of course, to see blood and internal organs, that counts as a proper birthday. Come on. Let us hold a banquet. A banquet that only belongs to the Cold Street, a hellish banquet." Meanwhile, in the hall of the Cold Street Abyss, a group of people were crowding around a team that had just come out. Wow! So awesome! Is Li Feng really an A-level talent? Not only did he break the regular level record of the Cold Street Abyss, but he also refreshed the difficult level record that had been held for several years. I have to say, he's really amazing. I remember that this record was broken 3 years ago by an S-level talent profession, accompanied by 4 A-level talents, right? Yes, it was originally a record that was impossible to break, and now it has been broken by Li Feng. So envious. The crowd was surrounding Li Feng, who had just cleared the difficult level of the Cold Street Abyss and broken the record. Wu Zong sat in the corner, watching the smug look on Li Feng's face, feeling very calm inside. Li Feng is Li Feng, and I am myself. Li Feng breaking the record is his ability. He is glad about his current choice. At least he can keep his life. Though the money might be wasted, he now has a level 6 rank, and he can easily find teammates in any team. Grinding the simple level of the abyss is very easy. What a pity. Someone said behind Li Feng. Li Feng was stunned because that was exactly what he was thinking. He turned around and found it was several unfamiliar professionals chatting. They were talking about Zheng Yu. I don't feel it's a pity at all. Zheng Yu caused his own death, insisting on entering the nightmare level abyss. If he had agreed to Li Feng's request to team up back then, wouldn't he have gotten a reward for free now? One can only say that Zheng Yu is a bit too arrogant. Heh, you don't understand anything. No, do you understand now? I actually know things you don't. Zheng Yu and Li Feng's relationship is far from what you think it is. Could it be there's some gossip? Heh, do you want to hear it? Foster father. The person clearly didn't expect someone to lower their status just for gossip. He didn't keep them guessing and directly said. Why do you think Zheng Yu rejected Li Feng's invitation? Arrogance? The person shook his head. Too shallow. Your understanding is shallow. Because Li Feng took away the resources that should belong to Zheng Yu. What do you mean? What resources? The S-grade talent subsidy. You know how many good things are in an S-grade talent subsidy? Not to mention the 5 million revival cross. There are golden level weapons. Golden level armor. Golden level jewelry. Wow, a full set of golden level? Of course, this doesn't even include the money and medicines in the subsidy. All of it went to Li Feng. No, wait, the S-grade subsidy shouldn't be given to Zheng Yu? That's what I want to say. Zheng Yu not only didn't get it, but was also directly invited into the team by Li Feng in front of him. If you were Zheng Yu, would you join the team? I definitely wouldn't. That's an insult. You're thinking too simply. It's not just an insult. You are an S-grade talent, your resources were stolen, would you be willing? Of course not. Then what would you do? Report it. If the city doesn't care, then report it to the province. If the province doesn't care, then go to the central government. S-grade subsidies aren't just one. He's taken away my future. Exactly, you think this way, Zheng Yu thinks this way too, and Li Feng will be afraid Zheng Yu will do this. After all, it will affect his father's career. Could it be? That's right, as long as Zheng Yu disappears into the abyss without anyone noticing, there will be no problem. Inviting Zheng Yu, do you think it was goodwill? In fact, it's a banquet of Huanmen. Wow, there's so much going on behind this? But how do you know all this? When questioned, the person revealed a special smile and said, because I'm Li Feng's brother. Chapter 35, Clearing the Level. Nightmare Level Abyss Reward. The person who claimed to be Li Feng's brother, after saying this, inexplicably vanished. Wu Zone listened to the whole process. He felt somewhat regretful while also noticing that many people were discussing the matter of Li Feng stealing Zheng Yu's resources. No wonder Zheng Yu wants to enter the nightmare level abyss, to voice his grievances. I think it's a bit foolish. He still has S-grade talent even without the subsidies. Isn't it good to be alive? No, people aren't dead yet. Why do you all think Zheng Yu is doomed? Heh, look who it is. Isn't that the monk who went in with Zheng Yu? Why is he here? Left early, suffering the penalties for quitting early. If he can be here, how could Zheng Yu still be alive? What if? There is no what if. If Zheng Yu can clear the level, forget it, clearing the level is too unrealistic for him. Even if Zheng Yu survives, I'll stand on my head while the fan is on high. But honestly, if I were Zheng Yu, I wouldn't stubbornly enter the nightmare level abyss. Too much temper. What can you do? Haven't you heard? Li Feng's father is Li Nan. Not only is Li Nan the head of the resources department, but he's also the son of Li Changgong from the central area, a huge background. Li Changgong? That level 65 flame warrior? Yes, that's him. Didn't expect Li Feng has this background too. So, Zheng Yu was robbed of not just resources, but also future development. Otherwise, do you think Li Feng came to our Jianshui city? Just to steal resources? It shouldn't be, after all, that would be too blatant. It might just be a coincidence. Li Feng happened to fail to awaken his S-grade talent and, at the same time, there's an S-grade Zheng Yu, who is a useless summoner. One can only say that Zheng Yu is unlucky. What a pity. The discussions of the crowd not only reached Wu Zon's ears but were also heard by Li Feng. Brother Feng, do you want to teach them a lesson? They're spreading rumors. The buzzcut youth beside Li Feng asked. Li Feng shook his head. He wasn't very worried about these rumors. After all, he wouldn't stay in Jianshui City for long, and when he left, the rumors would gradually fade away. The matter of snatching resources from Zheng Yu was his suggestion. Originally, his father, Li Nan, rejected it. But with his mother's help and the threat from her family, his father mentioned it to Mayor Zhou Yun, and surprisingly, things got done. Not only did they smoothly obtain the resources, but they also got approval from the provincial level, making it no longer a theft, but a rightful acquisition. It mainly had to do with Zheng Yu being a summoner, which made everything simpler. At this moment, Li Feng noticed Wu Zong sitting in the corner. Coincidentally, Wu Zong was also looking at him. Li Feng smiled and walked up to Wu Zong. Wu Zong, with a bad attitude, said, "Why are you here? To humiliate me for betraying the team?" Although he did not agree with Zheng Yu's actions, he equally looked down on Li Feng, who snatched resources from others. Li Feng shook his head. "No, I don't have the right to insult you. After all, I don't have the courage to enter the nightmare level abyss. I just came to remind you, some things should be said, and some should not be." Wu Zong was so angry that he laughed. "Do you think I said those rumors? Otherwise?" Li Feng believed that only Zheng Yu and his teammates could know about this. At this moment, Wu Zong fit the description. No matter if you said it or not, just remember, to avoid adding trouble for yourself. Faced with such a threat, Wu Zong hesitated for a moment but finally swallowed the harsh words he had prepared. Zheng Yu was already dead, and even cursing Li Feng had no meaning for him. He was just curious about one thing. "I want to know, did you really invite Zheng Yu just to kill him?" Wu Zong asked directly. He actually never intended to get a real answer, he just wanted to annoy Li Feng a bit. But Li Feng sighed and said, "I don't know why it got rumored like this, but I really did sincerely invite Zheng Yu back then. Consider it a compensation for him, after all, his strength did deserve to be my teammate. But now there's no chance left, he dug his own grave and can't blame it on me." Wu Zong surprisingly began to believe Li Feng's words. "I just don't understand, with your excellent background and a powerful grandfather, you should have endless resources. Why steal from Zheng Yu?" Li Feng replied with a blank expression. "Steal? Everything is reasonable and legal. It went through provincial review, which identified my potential as higher than Zheng Yu's, and that's why the resources were given to me." Li Feng didn't answer Wu Zong's question directly. He couldn't just say that the S-class resources given by the country were overwhelmingly crazy. Or that most influential families would do this. Though it was a hidden rule of their upper society, it was a secret he cannot reveal to someone like Wu Zong. If spoken, one would die quickly. Reasonable and legal. Wu Zong mumbled those 4 words. Is it reasonable? Not reasonable. Is it legal? Ironically, it is indeed legal as hell. Wu Zong felt very uncomfortable. On one hand, he thought he knew something that others didn't but couldn't speak it out. On the other hand, he felt sad for Zheng Yu's death. Looking at Wu Zong, who was head down and silent, Li Feng snorted coldly. He could see that this kind of person talked tough but was actually a coward. Just as Li Feng was about to leave, Wu Zong sighed, and everyone lamented about how unfair the world was. A notification swept in like a bomb. Notification. Congratulations to the professional team Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time of the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level. Clearance time, 7 hours 18 minutes 11 seconds. Captain, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Koing, Assassin, Wenren Qinjiu, Assassin. Team member Wu Zong, Monk, will not receive any rewards due to fleeing at a critical moment and will face strong penalties. The other team members receive rewards: professional experience plus 15,000, a history record gift pack, Nightmare level of Cold Street Abyss, and a title of Historian, Nightmare level version of Cold Street Abyss, *1. Silence. No one spoke. Some repeatedly opened the notifications and closed them, wanting to confirm whether they had misread. Is this a system error? Someone broke the silence and asked. No one answered him. The only responses were gasps of disbelief. And phrases of "what the hell?" Of course, the system would not make a mistake. This is the Holy Temple. A holy temple that had never made any errors for decades. So many felt it must be their own problem. How is that possible? Zheng Yu cleared the Nightmare level abyss? A summoner, with 4 sidekicks, cleared the Nightmare level abyss. Are you kidding me? Chapter 36, This outrageous fortune, we accepted in Yushui City. At first, they did not believe it. Until a new row of data appeared on the leaderboard screen in the center of the Cold Street Abyss Hall. The clearing data recorded by the Holy Temple. Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, first clear record, Zheng Yu, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wenren Qinjiu, Assassin, Koing, Assassin. Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, clearing record, 7 hours 18 minutes 11 seconds. Clearing members, Zheng Yu, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wenren Qinjiu, Assassin, Koing, Assassin. Though Zheng Yu and the others had not yet been teleported out. But records can't lie. This summoner, whom everyone had doubted, actually cleared the Nightmare Abyss. I feel like I'm dreaming. Someone said. Me too, it feels too unreal. Is Zheng Yu really just S-level talent? That's not important, I want to know if Zheng Yu really is a summoner? Wasn't it said that summoners are the weakest? How did he clear the Nightmare level abyss? Who knows? No one believed in Zheng Yu before. This isn't about belief anymore. Wasn't there someone who said if Zhang Yu survived, we would run a fan every day? Now he not only survived but also cleared the nightmare level abyss. Come on, let's see it happen. What I said was Zhang Yu surviving and running a fan. I didn't say he would clear the nightmare level to run a fan. What's the difference? Aren't they both still alive? Not the same. What's not the same? One is surviving, the other is surviving even more impressively and severely slapping all our faces. The way of surviving is different. You mentioned that, and I actually feel sorry for someone. Who? Li Feng? Li Feng is actually fine, although he got slapped hard in the face. He'll still have troubles in future resource competition, but he is still a Li, so it's not our place to feel sorry for him. You mean Wu Zong? Exactly, look at his face now. Put. Pure liver color. I can't, I need to laugh for a bit. This is definitely a hapless guy, the nightmare level abyss. Won't he just give up this outrageous fortune? What hapless guy? He chose to give up himself, who can he blame? That's true. Their discussions were loud. They hardly concealed it. It was either by accident or on purpose. Rather than envying Zhang Yu, they preferred to watch Wu Zong's joke. What could have been an easy fortune for them had now turned into a lifelong regret. No one knew what had happened in the nightmare-level Cold Street abyss, but they understood, this had nothing to do with Wu Zong anymore. Schadenfreude was the greatest joy. Wu Zong's face was indeed the color of liver. He sat there in a daze, the drastic ups and downs in such a short time left him gasping for breath. Sigh. Wu Zong ultimately could not hold back and let out a sigh of regret and anger. Just one step away. Just that one step, he could have made it onto the leaderboard, enjoyed resources, and experienced envious looks instead of the gloating gazes from those around him. If only he had persisted a little longer back then. Persist? He suddenly froze. He remembered when Zhang Yu was suppressed by the Cold Street boss. Tao Qian picked up the monk's staff with a determined look, completely disregarding his own advice, and rushed in without hesitation. He recalled the courage of Ku Ying and Wenring Qingyu, who were willing to gamble their lives. If given another chance, could he really hold on? Could he, like Tao Qian, charge forward for his brothers? Could he risk his life for his own future? No. He knew he was just a coward. He looked at the notice in front of him. Team member Wu Zong, monk, will not receive any rewards for fleeing in battle and will face penalties for being expelled. Fleeing in battle, these 4 words, like an insult, pierced Wu Zong's eyes, causing him to black out and collapse to the ground. Help! Someone has fainted from anger after not receiving a reward. Is there a priest? Please, a healing spell. Someone, unafraid of trouble, shouted intentionally. Maybe it's better not to. If he wakes up now and sees Zhang Yu, how will he face him? That's too cruel, right? Ha, indeed, that's cruel. Let me handle this cruel thing. I'm a level 10 priest, watch my great healing spell. I'm enjoying this all day, today is really interesting. People love to watch the show, no matter how big the trouble is. Especially with something so delightful, they enjoy kicking someone when they're down. This is called positive energy. A crowd gathered to watch, chattering away, while some had already started posting online. Previously ridiculing Zhang Yu, all those posts were unearthed like digging up a grave. Original post, Zhang Yu is full of himself, he even rejects a teammate of 4 A-class talent. Post 126, Li Feng is full of himself, how dare he steal Zhang Yu's resources. Post 127, ha, 4 A-classes mean nothing. If Li Feng hadn't stolen Zhang Yu's resources, with his background, how could he break the record? He's just a pure thief. Original post, being the only S-class talent in Jianshui City, his actions are incomprehensible. Post 298, haha, incomprehensible? He's capable of clearing the nightmare level abyss on his own, does he need Li Feng? Post 299, it's truly incomprehensible? The incomprehensible part isn't Zhang Yu's choice, but Zhang Yu's strength. Original post, detailed analysis of the difficulty of clearing the Cold Street abyss at simple level in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Post 1112, so what did you analyze? Post 1113, the original poster analyzed a bunch of stuff and concluded that Zhang Yu passed the simple level Cold Street abyss by luck. Now that he's cleared the nightmare level, what luck do you have to analyze? Post 1114, who would have thought this ridiculous analytical post would actually have over 1,000 replies? Original post, rational analysis, Zhang Yu's rejection of Li Feng's invitation is actually a good thing, proving Zhang Yu's strong confidence. Post 17, damn. It's you again. Post 18, awesome. Among so many posts, you're the only one supporting the god Zhang Yu, and you're right, such powerful confidence. Post 19, only with great strength can there be great confidence, the original poster, you understand. Post 20, don't backtrack, this person is just a fluke. I've read his posts, none are mainstream, he's just rebelling. This time, he's just lucky. Original post, Coward Zhang Yu, Trash Summoner, Pure Ridicule post, unwelcome if you dislike it. Post 154, come, confront me. Post 155, come, step out to be scolded. Post 191, Coward Original poster, trash. Pure Ridicule, welcome to the competition. Zhang Yu hadn't even teleported out yet. In just 5 short minutes, the entire Jiangshui City forums exploded. Not just the forums, but also the mayor's office phone and the resource department minister Li Nan's phone. An emergency meeting was urgently convened late at night in the Jiangshui City mayor's office. Meanwhile, the news reached the neighbor city, Shangyu City. Shangyu City Mayor Zhang Zhan looked nervously at his secretary, who shook his head and said, Zhang Yu hasn't answered the phone. Zhang Zhan nodded and said, that means he hasn't left the abyss yet. He stood up, lit a cigarette, and after a moment of thought, said to the secretary, you need to send someone to Jiangshui City immediately. Block him at the door. Let Chai Fong go, he is fast and can get from Shangyu City to Jiangshui City in just 2 minutes. We must capture this genius. Since Jiangshui City doesn't want him, we in Shangyu City will have him. This overwhelming wealth, we in Shangyu City will take it. Chapter 37, we must capture Zhang Yu. There is competition among professionals, competing for resources, competing for rankings. The same goes for cities. Shangyu City and Jiangshui City are old rivals. In Jiangnan province, they swap between first and second place every year, lacking quality talent, and the output of talent is insufficient, leading to inadequate funding from above. With outdated equipment, backward medical care, and poor education, no one comes, leading to a vicious cycle. If there are no achievements, this mayor may really not be able to continue in office. Zhang Zhan was troubled because there were still no promising professionals today. Then he discovered Zhang Yu. He had always been paying attention to the situation in Jiangshui City. Naturally, he was aware of Zhang Yu's condition. An S-class talent, robbed of resources. The one who stole his resources was the grandson of Li Changgong. A commoner facing such a situation would have to yield, wanting to get the resources back? That's impossible. Most importantly, Zhang Yu wasn't even considered a common person. No father, no mother. His grandfather had just passed away. He lives in a slum. After learning about Zhang Yu, he thought this could be an opportunity. Even if he was just a summoner, it was worth taking a gamble. While hesitating, Zhang Yu broke the record for the simple level Cold Street Abyss, which further solidified his thoughts. However, he still hesitated a bit. Because he learned that the provincial area had even approved the change of Zhang Yu's subsidy qualification to Li Feng. He was not able to get much anymore. After struggling for a night, just as he was about to give up, he received the shocking news that Zhang Yu cleared the nightmare level abyss. He jumped up from his seat. Then he called his secretary, immediately applied for resources upward, and brought in Shangyu City's resource department to discuss measures to capture this genius, Zhang Yu. But since Zhang Yu has cleared the nightmare level abyss, surely Zhou Yun can tell the severity, right? He shouldn't give him up to us. Someone raised a question. Not give? Who says he won't? Aren't we going to steal him? Does it require his consent? But the problem is, our offered price won't be much higher than Zhou Yun's, and they have Li Nan's help. If Li Nan is willing to offer more resources to appease Zhang Yu's emotions, we have no advantage. That indeed is a problem. The difficulty of stealing a person is not low because a professional able to clear the nightmare level abyss has unlimited potential for the future, let alone Zhang Yu, who didn't solo but cleared with 4 support players. This kind of talent and combat ability is enough for the mayor to put aside his pride and properly appease Zhang Yu. Zhang Zhan, however, smiled and said, it's not as pessimistic as you think. I believe we have a great chance to capture this genius. Zhang Yu is not the type to endure. He has already issued a public announcement, clearly venting dissatisfaction with Zhou Yun. If he has no other choice, he may temporarily endure for the sake of resources. But once there is a choice other than Zhou Yun in Jiangshui City, he definitely won't choose reconciliation. Zhang Zhan analyzed with a look of deep understanding of Zhang Yu. I understand this kind of person very well. He openly rejected Li Feng, indirectly mocking Mayor Zhou Yun with a public announcement, and entered the nightmare level abyss, slapping the face of Jiangshui City's resource department. This kind of person should not be provoked but is the best to get along with. Because we know very clearly what he needs. Zhang Zhan was confident, as long as nothing unexpected happened, once his letter of intent was sent over, Zhang Yu would have the opportunity to refuse Zhou Yun's appeasement on a ladder. At that moment, someone from the Human Resources Management Department knocked and entered the office. Mayor Zhang, we checked, and there is indeed a problem with Zhang Yu's household registration. His parents went missing years ago, and his so-called grandfather is just an old scavenger who picked Zhang Yu up. There is no blood relation. Zhang Zhan asked, so, Zhang Yu does not belong to Jiangshui City? Not only that, he doesn't even have a registered household. No household registration? Is he an illegal resident? Not exactly, it's just temporarily on hold. You know, these procedures can be quite difficult. It neither proves his relationship with his grandfather nor allows Zheng Yu to attend school. So, we can only wait until Zheng Yu is 18 to handle it himself. So, it hasn't been done yet? No. Great. That's wonderful. Let's just say, heaven is helping our Shangyu city. If it weren't for Li Nan, Zhou Yun wouldn't have given up on Zheng Yu. After all, compared to an S-class summoner, Li Nan and his family are much more suitable to befriend. This is how Zheng Yu, this genius, was overlooked. You quickly handle the procedures, make sure all of Zheng Yu's paperwork is complete, and let him become a citizen of our Shangyu city immediately. By the way, there are a few more things for you to take care of. In Jianshui City, in the office of a high school. Take your things back, I don't want them. Zheng Yu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Chang, looked expressionlessly at the mayor's office secretary and coldly refused. The secretary smiled at Zhang Chang. The smile was standard, but the words were icy. Mr. Zhang, you better think carefully before speaking. If you accept this resource, consider it as if nothing happened, and next year you can be the principal of the high school. What if I don't accept? If you don't accept, then what? You can just expel me. Zhang Chang said indifferently. This isn't the first time. In the past, you liked to manipulate supplementary resources, but back then it was for B-class and C-class resources, now it's just S-class. It's all the same, I just can't bear it in my conscience. Zhang Cheng pointed at the clean desk and a box next to it, clearly having prepared to leave. Not just because of Zheng Yu. This was a long-standing grievance. Ha! The smiling tiger secretary snorted coldly, since Mr. Zhang is determined, then I can only say sorry. Just as the smiling tiger secretary was about to take away the gift prepared for Zhang Chang, a notification appeared before them. Both froze. They made the same action of closing the notification, reopening it, rubbing their eyes, widening their eyes, and slightly opening their mouths. There was no choice, almost every professional who heard this news had gone through this. This was a reflex reaction of disbelief. The secretary was stunned. What is going on? Zheng Yu cleared the nightmare level abyss? Zheng Yu? Is that the Zheng Yu we just talked about? Something is wrong, something is very wrong. This is going to be a huge problem. The secretary quickly sensed something. Because everything he had done recently was based on the result that Zheng Yu would die in the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss. But he had never thought that Zheng Yu would clear the nightmare level abyss. Everything was in chaos. Everything was a mess. Because at that moment, he thought of Zheng Yu's household registration issue. Some reasons caused Zheng Yu to be stuck. It wasn't that the government couldn't handle it, but the muddled household registration issue would actually eliminate the subsequent impact of Li Feng snatching Zheng Yu's resources. But now, it had become the most troublesome matter. Damn! The politically sharp secretary couldn't care about etiquette anymore. He was about to turn and leave, but was called back by Zhang Chang. Leave the things. What? I said, leave the things, isn't this for me? Zhang Cheng changed his mind, he wanted this resource as compensation for Zheng Yu. The secretary didn't have time to argue with Zhang Chang, he had to hurry to do the follow-up work, so he put down the resource and quickly left the school. Zhang Chang looked at the resource in front of him, and the heavy heart he had before suddenly felt much lighter. I didn't expect that I had been holding back for so long, and finally being tough for once has brought me such good luck. A professional who cleared the nightmare level abyss is my student. Zhang Chang was very proud. Although he knew very well that he could not stay in Jianshui City, he did not regret it. At this moment, a phone call came to him. Hello? He did not know who was calling. Hello, you are Zhang Yu's teacher Zhang Chang, right? Yes, I am. Are you willing to come to our Shangyu City to be a teacher? Chapter 38, If you take my resources, you must pay a price. Zheng Yu had not yet come out of the abyss when the outside world was already stirring for him. Shangyu City was eager to poach talents and was reapplying for resources for Zheng Yu. People enjoyed the fun, and the Jianshui City Forum was busier than ever. As for this side of Jianshui City, it was still quiet. And at this time, Zheng Yu was in the teleportation space, looking at his rewards. You have cleared the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, and received rewards, Cold Street Treasure Chest, Nightmare level, Professional Experience plus 15,000. Congratulations! You have received the first clear reward for the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level. Received, Cold Street Abyss first clear gift bag, Nightmare level, Professional Experience plus 15,000. 1 clearance reward. 1 first clear reward. 2 Nightmare level treasure chests from level 1 Abyss meant 2 pieces of Platinum level equipment. Plus the historical record reward announced before teleportation. Counted together, there were 3 rewards. A total of 45,000 experience points. From level 10 to 11 requires 11,000 experience. Zheng Yu estimated that 45,000 experience could at least raise him to level 13. Very nice. As expected of Nightmare level Abyss, the rewards were really satisfying. However, as it was still in the teleportation process, he could not claim the rewards now. As a wave of dizziness passed, Zheng Yu and the others finally came out of the abyss. Zheng Yu and them are out. I have to say, Zheng Yu looks pretty handsome. Are you in love? Don't think about it, didn't you see the two beauties beside him? They are a lot prettier than you. Damn it, Nightmare level Abyss, this wave made him rich. Moreover, it's the first clear of the Nightmare level Abyss, with rewards including Abyss records. I can't even imagine how outrageous the rewards must be. Isn't it better than the resources given by Jianshui City? Whether it's good or not is one thing. This resource was earned by Zheng Yu himself. The government's resources should go to Zheng Yu, not Li Feng. Logic is logic, reality is reality. Before Zheng Yu cleared the Nightmare level Abyss, didn't you think summoners were useless? 99% of people in the forum thought it was fine for the resources to go to Li Feng. Now you are just being a backseat driver. This has nothing to do with me, isn't it the mayor's decision? I just want to know what Mayor Zhou Yun plans to do. I heard that the resources Li Feng received were following the proper procedures, not only analyzed by experts from Jianshui City, who unanimously believed that Li Feng was the most suitable for the resources, but also approved by the higher provincial district. Next, there will surely be a spectacle to watch. Yeah, who would have thought Zheng Yu was so powerful, directly slapping those experts in the face? Experts? Just a group of fools. I remember that group of experts even said to sell our vacant houses, so we would have money to buy equipment. Is that human talk? Incapable of achieving anything but capable of causing trouble. Hey, wait till you see that? Are those government people? Someone found out that at the entrance of Cold Street Abyss, several well-dressed men stood there with briefcases, walking towards Zheng Yu. Isn't that Chai Feng? Who is Chai Feng? Currently a professional from Shangyu City, it seems he just got promoted to the Minister of Resources, currently at level 42. What is he here for? What else could it be? To poach talents. To poach Zheng Yu? Could it be anyone else? Damn, Shangyu City is so bold, coming to our city to poach S-level talent. You should ask Mayor Zhou Yun and Minister Li Nan why Shangyu City dares to come and poach. Isn't it because they threw Zheng Yu away like trash? If they are going to poach, then let them, it has nothing to do with me. How can it have nothing to do with you? It does, and it's significant. How so? Every city has a powerful professional. Our city is Zhou Yun, who used to be from Jianshui City. But he was always stuck at level 45, unable to pass through. If Zheng Yu surpasses level 45, he will replace Zhou Yun and become the mayor of Jianshui City. What does that have to do with me? The connection is that in the fourth stage of the abyss, each one is extremely difficult, but for every abyss cleared, the temple supplies resources to the entire surrounding city area. Don't you understand yet? Every city spends so many resources to train professionals just for this. Hiss. Finally, someone understood the significance of the S-level talent professional's existence. Doesn't that mean that if Zheng Yu is taken away, then every abyss he clears in the future won't relate to us at all? We have absolutely nothing to do with it. That's not okay. Our Jianshui City has only one professional who has cleared the nightmare level abyss in decades. This is a sure thing that can awaken. We can't let the strong run away. Some people began to react. They started to panic. If Zheng Yu grew strong by himself, it actually wouldn't matter to them at all. They were from two different worlds, and in the future, there wouldn't be any connection. But now it was different. Zheng Yu was not only an S-level talent. He was also the only professional in over a decade to clear the nightmare level abyss of the Cold Street Abyss. He would definitely surpass level 40 in the future. Whatever abyss Zheng Yu clears, they all profit from it. When Zheng Yu eats meat, they drink soup, even that soup is like a pie falling from the sky. It's over, it's over, it's over, why hasn't anyone from Jianshui City come yet? Someone saw Zheng Yu already communicating with the resource department's Chai Feng from Shangyu City and suddenly became anxious. No, I have to call the mayor. You even know the mayor's number? Isn't there a complaint hotline? It's unreachable, I've tried. What about the petition? There are cameras, and the petition box is locked with a fist-sized padlock. Do you think this is a joke? Do you really think Zhou Yun and Li Nan will back down? Damn, how disgusting. Someone cursed quietly. Indeed. Zhou Yun chose Li Feng for his own future, abandoning Zheng Yu instead. But actually, Li Feng is okay. Li Feng's family is in the central district. Coming to our Jianshui City is obviously just to snatch away Zheng Yu's resource quota. No matter how strong Li Feng is, it has nothing to do with us. Zheng Yu met the professional from Shangyu City. Level 42. The profession is a second-tier mage. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, his first words were, "Do you want Zhou Yun to regret it? Come to our Shangyu city, and let Zhou Yun bear all the blame and curses from the citizens of Jiangshui City in the future. We can help you solve the S-level resource quota problem." One sentence struck Zhang Yu directly. This Chai Fong knows how to negotiate. Because this was exactly the result Zhang Yu wanted. If they took my resources, they had to pay some price. Chapter 39, Zhou Yun's outlook is really small. While Zhang Yu was discussing follow-up matters with Chai Fong, Wu Zong was watching from a distance with envy. He felt very wronged, and also very twisted. He didn't envy Zhang Yu. After all, Zhang Yu earned everything with strength and didn't force him to withdraw. It was all his own wrong choice. What he envied were Tao Qian, Wen Renqingyu, and Ku Ying standing beside Zhang Yu. Just a few hours ago, they were still gathered together eating barbecue, chatting and laughing, but now he could only hide in the corner, enviously watching them. He didn't dare to appear in front of Zhang Yu. He felt ashamed. And didn't know what to say. Apologize? Whatever he said now was useless. The moment he doubted Zhang Yu's choice to withdraw from the abyss, he had already been excluded from Zhang Yu's small group. This was still his own choice. Wu Zong ultimately chose to leave quietly. He wouldn't come to the Cold Street Abyss to level up for the time being, at least until Tao Qian and the others reached level 10 and entered the second-tier abyss. Would he dare to come back? Wu Zong's departing figure. Tao Qian saw it. For friends, Tao Qian felt a bit regretful. He had persisted in the martial arts school for 3 years, reluctant to eat and drink, just to have the chance to walk the path of a professional again one day. He had finally caught the opportunity, only to give it up because of his own choice. What a pity. Tao Qian sighed. Beside him, Wen Renqingyu said with a smile, "There's nothing to regret, it's all your own choice. As an adult, you should take responsibility for your choices and also pay for the results of those choices." In fact, he has gained something, at least he has reached level 6. True. Tao Qian nodded. He wasn't trying to plead for Wu Zong, who had fled at the last moment. He was just lamenting that some decisions could influence one's entire life. For example, his firm choice to support Zhang Yu. To be honest, he initially supported Zhang Yu simply because Zhang Yu was his good brother. They grew up together, skipped school together, and fought together. But unexpectedly, his firm choice would open the path of a professional for him. You must understand that among the entire Kyushu, the number of professionals who can clear the nightmare level abyss is very few. Now, he is one of them. By the way, where is Li Feng? Ku Ying asked eagerly. She couldn't wait to see Li Feng's expression. She also wanted to know how Jiangshui City would handle the issue of Zhang Yu being replaced. Haven't seen him, he probably left? Tao Qian looked around but didn't see Li Feng's figure. If I were him, I would also leave early. There's no way to really stay here and watch Zhang Yu's face, right? Indeed. Not seeing Li Feng was a pity. But they saw a large group of people marching in. Is that Secretary Zhou of Mayor? Yes, it's him. I've seen him. He mentioned Mayor Zhou coming to our school to give a speech recently. Tao Qian frowned. Wait, they only sent a secretary? When Renqingyu smiled and said, "It seems that Mayor Zhou Yun of Jiangshui City really has a small mindset, doesn't he?" Shangyu City 1. Ku Ying asked in confusion, "I really don't understand, do they really not care about Zhang Yu? That's a professional who has cleared the nightmare level abyss." When Renqingyu rationally analyzed, they probably gave up. The power of the Li family and Zhang Yu's future, he can only choose one. Besides, do you think Zhang Yu would accept Zhou Yun's apology? Ku Ying thought for a moment and said, "It depends on how sincere the apology is." Exactly, according to Zhang Yu's temper, Zhou Yun at least needs to write an apology letter and make it public for Zhang Yu to possibly accept this unfair treatment. But do you think a big city mayor like Zhou Yun, who is a level 45 professional, would do that? So, the appearance of Shangyu City just gives Zhang Yu an opportunity to choose, preventing a hard clash that ends badly. Now, we just wait for things to slowly unfold. Zhou Yun might become a source of shame for Jiangshui City in the future. The stronger Zhang Yu becomes, the higher the level he reaches, Zhou Yun will forever be criticized by his own hometown people and even his relatives. In this world, strength is everything. Level indirectly represents strength. As long as Zhang Yu's level is higher, the future choice of Zhou Yun to get rid of Zhang Yu will only lead to more criticism. Zhang Yu. The mayor's secretary called out eagerly. He brought people to stand in front of Zhang Yu. First of all, congratulations to Zhang Yu for clearing the nightmare level abyss of Han Street. On behalf of the whole Jiangshui City, we will hold a grand celebration. The citizens of Jiangshui City will celebrate your victory in clearing the nightmare level dungeon. Regarding your S-level subsidy issue, it's true that our mayor's office did wrong by not providing you with resource compensation in time. But don't worry, we in Jiangshui City will compensate you with another set of resources. I assure you it will not be lower than the S-level subsidy. The secretary quickly listed all the compensations he could think of. But he didn't mention at all that Zhang Yu's resources had been taken away by Li Feng. Zhang Yu hadn't spoken yet, and on the side, Chai Feng said first, "That's hilarious, is this the way you think to compensate?" "Hilarious, do you really think that currying favor with Li Nan will bring you benefits?" "Oh, no, it can bring benefits, but only for Zhou Yun, the people of Jiangshui City will gain nothing." Because there were many onlookers, Chai Feng said this almost in front of the young professionals of Jiangshui City. The secretary knew very well that this was Chai Feng intensifying the conflict. The secretary simply ignored Chai Feng and directly said to Zhang Yu, "You have to think clearly, you are now a person of Jiangshui City. If you go to Shangyu City, are you morally binding me?" Before the secretary could finish, Zhang Yu retorted directly, "No. Or do you think that if I leave Jiangshui City, I am the one at a loss, not you?" Zhang Yu laughed. He looked at the secretary and said, "If you want me to stay, it's not impossible, just agree to 2 conditions. "What conditions?" the secretary asked. Chai Feng beside them also looked at Zhang Yu nervously. "First, give me back the resources meant for Li Feng, just as they are. Second, I want a public apology from Zhou Yun and Li Nan." The secretary fell into silence. The requests made by Zhang Yu were actually the most basic demands, but he knew very well that these were impossible matters. The secretary explained vigorously, "You should know that Li Feng getting this resource is above board in every aspect, both in process and reasonableness." "So you mean, I am the one with the problem?" "No. I just want to ask you, wasn't this resource originally mine?" Zhang Yu questioned. The secretary fell silent. "Fine, no answer, no problem, because you can't make the call. So you go back and tell Zhou Yun, if he agrees to my 2 conditions, I will not leave." Zhang Yu shrugged and then said, "You see, I am not being aggressive at all, I even don't ask for any compensation. I just want the most basic, my resources, and an apology." "But you can't satisfy me. So is it I who is leaving Jiangshui City, or are you pushing me to leave?" The secretary was at a loss for words. After all, they were in the wrong. Chapter 40 Level 13. The Third Summoned Beast. The conversation directly fell apart. And there was no room for negotiation. Because Zhou Yun would never apologize. As a mayor and a level 45 professional, how could he apologize to a novice summoner? Even if this summoner had just passed a nightmare level abyss he hadn't recorded for over 10 years, it wouldn't be enough for a mayor to apologize to him publicly. In this world, strength is everything. Zhou Yun had the strength of level 45, and that was his pride and capital. Even if he had potential, it had to be realized into strength to be truly fair. If even Zhou Yun couldn't apologize publicly, then Li Nan wouldn't stand a chance either. As for the resources, they were impossible to retrieve. Zhou Yun had used this resource to give Li Feng, in exchange for the qualification to enter the Li family faction. Taking it back would mean offending both sides. Between the Li family and Zhang Yu, he could only choose one. Of course, he couldn't choose Zhang Yu. Perfect solution? It doesn't exist. The secretary also understood that he had followed many mayors, and Zhou Yun was the most arrogant and impatient professional he had ever seen. The secretary looked at Zhang Yu, sighed, and didn't speak in an official tone anymore. "If I stand in your shoes, I wouldn't accept it either, but if I stand in Zhou Yun's shoes, I wouldn't back down. So, I can only hope that you won't have any developments in the future, otherwise I will be cursed just like Zhou Yun." At the end of the day, this was just the secretary's job. The secretary took his people and left. After Zhang Yu exchanged contact information with Chai Feng, he left the Cold Street Abyss Hall with Tao Qian and others. Jiangshui City Mayor's Office. Li Nan and Zhou Yun learned of Zhang Yu's 2 requests from the secretary. Seeing Li Nan didn't speak, Zhou Yun took the initiative to say, "This kid Zhang Yu thinks that by lucking through a nightmare level abyss, he can make demands of me. The future is still growing. I don't believe that a summoner alone can have any significant development." Li Nan puffed on his cigarette, his expression indifferent as he spoke, "But you can't say that. Being able to clear the nightmare level abyss can't be described as mere luck. However, the stage 1 abyss, even if it's nightmare level, can only be considered a beginner's abyss. In our central district, every abyss has countless geniuses who have cleared nightmare level abysses. It just happens to be quite rare in your impoverished little town." Impoverished little town. Zhou Yun really wanted to complain. Although Jiangshui City is not on par with the central district, this capital of Kyushu, it certainly can't be called an impoverished little town. Li Nan, oblivious to Zhou Yun's subtle expression, continued, "How you choose, I won't interfere, but I, Li Nan, have only this one son, Li Feng. Don't worry, Minister Li, I understand." "That's good." Li Nan stubbed out his cigarette and then left Zhou Yun's office. At the moment Li Nan left, the smile on his face turned dark. At his level, to continue upgrading without enough strength, one must choose a side. Li Nan parachuting into Jiangshui City is the best opportunity for him. Choosing a side, joining the Li family faction, would bring not just political protection, but also priority for team formation. Decades of development allowed certain people to monopolize part of the Abyss's power. This part of power is the right to form teams. It's called a faction. The difficulty of Stage 4 Abysses makes the configuration of teammates entering the Abyss highly luxurious. Most strong professionals will join factions to solidify their status. Only members of the same faction have the chance to team up with strong teammates. This is the most important condition for clearing the Abyss. And throughout Kyushu, there are only a few strongest factions, one of which is the Li family faction, led by the level 65 Li Changong. Compared to the resentment of an S-class talent summoner, being able to join the Li family faction through this matter is far more important. Nothing is more vital than improving strength. As for why Li Nan dotes on Li Feng so much, it's not solely because he is my only son. It's also about the family's status. For a family like the Li family, the family status is very strict. Li Nan wants to compete for the family status. To become a key figure in the faction, he needs not just his own strength, but his offspring cannot be lacking either. Obviously, the A-class talent Li Feng is Li Nan's dark spot. And having only one son is not because of his affection for Li Feng, it's because he has no other choice. He probably wants to let Li Feng have more upgrade resources without relying on the family's resources, thus solidifying his status. Zhou Yun thought for a moment and picked up the phone. Secretary Wang, make sure that the Human Resources Bureau blocks Zhang Yu's household registration. He wants to go to Shangyu City, right? Just make sure he can't go. Mayor Zhou, it might not be possible to block him. What? Can't block it? Why? The secretary explained, Zhang Yu isn't originally from Jiangshui City, his grandfather was just a garbage picker without proper registration. He has never had a household registration. Then how did he go to school? Because he is excellent, his grades are top-notch, almost first in the school, so. Zhou Yun understood, the top school overlooked Zhang Yu's household registration issue for the sake of his grades. What have they been doing? Zhou Yun wanted to curse. By the way, tell that teacher of Zhang Yu's, named Zhang Chang, not to let him stay in the school. The secretary paused and said, Zhang Chang has already gone to Shangyu City. Why can't they even handle this bit of a task? Why must I worry about it? A bunch of useless people. Zhou Yun couldn't help but curse. The secretary felt wronged. In the entire government, he worked the hardest. Every time something happened, he was the one sent to clean up the mess. You don't even ask, how did it develop to this extent, because of whom? And you are there cursing me? The secretary suddenly felt an urge of I don't want to do this anymore. Alright, it has come to this, let's just go with it. A new professional, just that. Send out a notice, I will enter the 4th level abyss of Jiangshui City in a few days, and when I clear it, all professionals in the city will benefit. By that time, no one will remember who Zheng Yu is. As for the future. As a summoner, what future does he have? Zhou Yun still believes that Zheng Yu cleared the nightmare level dungeon by luck. He does not believe that Zheng Yu can truly threaten his future position. Not now, and definitely not in the future. Besides, he has basically joined the Li family faction. The future looks bright, so what is there to fear about the future? However, Zhou Yun still sent out the fire. It was aimed at that group of experts. Immediately fire that group of idiots, then write a notice to announce to all professionals. You know how to write it. The secretary still held some resentment, but work is work, after all, one has to support a family. Got it. Downplay the Zheng Yu incident, completely omit references to Minister Li Feng and Li Nan. Shift the blame onto the experts, expose their scandals, divert attention, then, seal their mouths. He was quite familiar with this whole process. Go do it. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Yun finally expressed his gratitude. Jiangshui City can do without Zhou Yun, or even without Zheng Yu, but it absolutely cannot do without Secretary Wang. In the slums of Jiangshui City. At Zheng Yu's home. Tao Qian skillfully entered Zheng Yu's house, took ice cream from the fridge, and asked Zheng Yu, do you want some? Zheng Yu shook his head. Just have one. No, haven't you frozen enough in the cold street abyss? Coming out just to eat ice cream? What about you two? Do you want some? Tao Qian asked Wenren Qingyu and Kuing, who had also come to Zheng Yu's house. Wenren Qingyu shook her head. Kuing curiously asked, isn't this Zheng Yu's house? Why does it feel like your home? Tao Qian casually poured some water and sat on the sofa. Since Zheng Yu came to Jiangshui City, I've been his neighbor, I'm very familiar with his home. Zheng Yu nodded, indicating that this is normal. Let's get serious. Zheng Yu put down his phone. I just talked with Chai Fong, teacher Zhang Chang has already been transferred to Shangyu City, and next up is you too. I'm not sure, were you both originally from Jiangshui City? Zheng Yu asked Wenren Chengyu and Kuing. When Ren Xingyu shook her head and said, no. Then when you reach level 10, come to Shinyu City. There are 2 level 2 abysses there, you can make some strategies then. Good. Ko Ying replied eagerly. This meant Zhang Yu agreed to continue bringing them along, and this was an opportunity. Although they were just tag-alongs, the rewards they received would not be fairly distributed, but even so, the rewards from Zhang Yu guiding them through high-difficulty abysses would still be much more than ordinary people got. It could be described as heaven and earth, not an exaggeration at all. However, when Ren Xingyu anxiously asked, but the difficulty of the level 2 abyss far exceeds level 1. Are you sure you can continue to take us? Yes. Zhang Yu said nothing more. His 2 words of promise made Ren Xingyu and the others feel reassured. Zhang Yu needed teammates like them who would listen. He had previously asked Tao Qian, Ren Changyu, and Ku Ying about the rewards they received, and it was just a historical record abyss box. The first clear reward was a random golden level equipment box. The nightmare level clear reward was a choice of 1 golden level weapon of any profession, but it could only be a weapon produced from the Cold Street Abyss. The experience reward was also 3 times less than Zhang Yu's. This meant that the Holy Hall would allocate rewards based on performance in the Abyss battle, humanizing the distribution of rewards. However, even the reduced rewards were enough to make others envious. Actually, you don't have to wait for us. I see the reward of 15,000 experience is enough to get us to level 10. Tao Qian said. Then what are we waiting for? Claim the rewards and let's open the boxes. Zhang Yu was also very much looking forward to it. After all, it was also his first time clearing the nightmare level abyss. He had been looking forward to this chest that would surely drop platinum level equipment for a long time. Claim the rewards. Zhang Yu directly claimed all 3 rewards in one go. Historical record rewards, Adventurer experience plus 15,000, a historical record gift pack, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level, a title of historical recorder, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level version, *1. First clear reward, Cold Street Abyss First Clear Gift Pack, Nightmare level, Adventurer experience plus 15,000. Nightmare level clearance reward, Cold Street Treasure Box, Nightmare level, Adventurer experience plus 15,000. First, he instantly earned 45,000 experience. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV10 LV13, 27400, need 26900 more experience to level up. Health, 1252,800, 450 equipment attribute. Mana, 340 370, 150 equipment attribute. Intelligence, 116 161, 35 equipment attribute. Strength, 2026, 2 equipment attribute. Agility, 1619. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Just as Zhang Yu had initially estimated, he directly leveled up 3 levels. Reaching level 13. The increased health and free attribute points meant he now had talent points to evolve his summoned beast. What should I choose for the 3rd summoned beast? Chapter 41 Platinum Weapon. Cold Prison Staff. Zhang Yu did not rush to choose a summoned beast. He first opened the Historical Record Gift Pack. It is said that the Historical Record Gift Pack must drop a top-level platinum weapon, which made Zhang Yu very expectant. He was in need of a suitable weapon now. He opened the gift pack. A flash of colorful light flickered in the panel. You have opened the Historical Record Gift Pack, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level. Your profession is detected as Summoner, reward pool locked to the Staff series. Congratulations! You have obtained the weapon Cold Prison Staff LV10, Platinum grade. Congratulations! You have obtained Enhancement Stones *10, Forging Stones *10, Ice Stones, Materials, *100, Healing Potions, 5,000 Health, *10. Directly giving him a staff? Zhang Yu's face lit up with joy. He had originally thought that if another type of weapon dropped, he would use the equipment forging device to change it into his weapon. Unexpectedly, the gift pack was quite user-friendly, directly giving him a staff. However, thinking about it, it was reasonable. Because one of Tao Qian's team had a self-selected gold-level weapon gift pack, which allowed them to choose a weapon suited to their profession. As the highest record holder, he had no reason not to have one. A transparent staff made of ice crystals appeared in Zhang Yu's inventory. Cold Prison. Looking at this name, Zhang Yu thought of the god of Cold Prison that he cursed for Shaoqi. This staff must be the strongest weapon in the Cold Street Abyss. Zhang Yu looked at the attributes of the Cold Prison Staff. Weapon, Cold Prison Staff. Wearing level, level 10. Wearing requirement, Staff Mastery Profession. Grade, Platinum. Attributes, Intelligence plus 150, Casting Speed plus 50%, Skill Damage plus 10%, Ice Damage increased by 150%. Equipment effect, after releasing 3 skills, automatically releases a Cold Prison skill, locking the enemy with powerful ice abilities, dealing 3000 fixed ice attribute damage, and freezing the enemy. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes, not installed. This is something good. Zheng Yu was very satisfied with this staff. Just the 150 intelligence bonus is already quite good. After all, Zheng Yu's current intelligence is only 161 points. Subtracting the 10 points of intelligence from the beginner staff, the intelligence increase from this Cold Prison staff is almost the same. Not only that, but the skill damage and ice damage too. For a summoner, skill damage translates to the skill damage of the summoned beast, making a significant enhancement. However, the casting speed does not hold much use for Zheng Yu. The equipment effect is also surprisingly powerful. Every 3 skills released can attach a fixed damage control skill. The summoned beast skill release can also trigger the effect of the Cold Prison staff. As for forging, enhancement, refinement, and runes, all are at 0. Platinum grade and above equipment can undergo 4 types of cultivation. Forging requires forging stones and corresponding attribute materials, like the ice stones from the Cold Street Abyss. Forging stones can be obtained by breaking down equipment, which can increase the base attributes of the equipment and change its attributes to enhance the property strength. Enhancement requires enhancement stones and corresponding attribute materials. It is produced in level 2 and above abysses, which can increase the ignored damage attributes of weapons and enhance the defense attributes of armor. To refine, it is necessary to have core stones and corresponding attribute materials, abyss outputs of level 3 and above, which can also be purchased directly from the temple to enhance the weapon's quality. Runes can be obtained from abyss outputs of level 4 and above, and can also be purchased directly from the temple. Runes carry powerful additional effects, and divine runes are even comparable to a mage's forbidden spell effects. All of these can be purchased at the temple. The prices are generally very expensive. But even the most expensive materials will have someone willing to cultivate them. A level 10 professional, if they have a cultivated platinum-grade equipment, can pass through level 2 with ease without causing any chaos. Treasure chests can also consistently yield some enhancement stones and forging stones materials. Zheng Yu directly replaced the novice staff with the Cold Prison staff, increasing his overall intelligence to 301. Then, Zheng Yu opened the remaining 2 nightmare-level Cold Street treasure chests. You have opened the Cold Street Abyss first-time gift package, nightmare level. Congratulations! You have obtained the Ring Engagement Ring Exuding Grievance LV10, Platinum Grade. Congratulations! You have obtained Enhancement Stones *5, Forging Stones *5, Ice Stones, Materials, *25, Recovery Potions, 5000 Health, *10. You have opened the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Level Treasure Chest. Congratulations! You have obtained the Summoning Beast Equipment Fish Slayer Knife LV10, Platinum Grade. Congratulations! You have obtained Enhancement Stones *5, Forging Stones *5, Ice Stones, Materials, *25, Recovery Potions, 5000 Health, *10. Oh, not bad. Unexpectedly, a Summoning Beast equipment was obtained. This is not easy to come by. If other professionals were to get this equipment, they would probably be furious. They would neither use it nor be able to sell it. If sold at a low price, it would be a pity for a platinum grade quality. In level 10 equipment, platinum grades cannot be considered top tier because there is a price but no market. Summoning Beast Equipment, Fish Slayer Knife. Equipment level, level 10. Equipment attributes, health plus 5000, attack power plus 350. Equipment effect, a Summoning Beast equipped with the Fish Slayer Knife will have the exclusive line, after 30 years of killing fish, my heart and my knife are equally cold. After saying the line, the next 3 attacks will have their speed increased by 100%. This must be the exclusive weapon of that fish killer, Hand of Cold. Zheng Yu directly equipped it on the Goblin General. Then he looked at the platinum grade ring. Ring, Engagement Ring Exuding Grievance. Wearing level, level 10. Wearing requirement, none. Grade, platinum. Attributes, intelligence plus 100, strength plus 100, magic power plus 500. Equipment effect 1, Mental Shield, a shield formed from grievance, can resist 10,000 shield value of magical damage. Equipment effect 2, Shield Break, when the shield breaks, it causes 2,500 points of fixed damage to the surroundings. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Rune, no runes embedded. To be honest, the ring's attributes are quite good, much stronger than other level 10 equipment. 100 points of intelligence are very appealing. 10,000 shield value can be said to be very high. 2,500 points of fixed damage can be considered negligible. Looking at this 10,000 point shield value, Zheng Yu recalled those professional match videos he had seen before, where a high damage assassin hit a warrior but only dealt a few hundred damage. He didn't understand it at the time, but now he understood. Equipment suppression. With this grievance ring, it is difficult for an average assassin to take him down in one hit. Putting on the ring, his intelligence increased by another 100. With 2 platinum-grade equipments, his intelligence soared to 401. Then he put on the 3-piece set obtained from the skin spider. Attributes greatly enhanced. Name, Zheng Yu. Title, Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Level Record Holder, Living King of Hell. Profession, Summoner. Level 13, 26,900 experience points away from the next level up. Health, 10,300, 7,950 equipment attributes. Magic power, 370. Intelligence, 451. Strength, 180. Agility, 28. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Skills, Contract Formation, Summoning Beast Frenzy, Summoning Beast Physique Training, Summoning Beast Skill Training, Summoning Beast Attribute Cultivation. Summoning Beast Space, Goblin General, Dual Flame Dragon Snake, Unconstricted. Talent, Demon Contract, Butler Heart, Focused on Accompaniment, Library Card. Equipment, 3-piece set of Human Skin Spider, Ice Crystal Pendant, Engagement Ring Exuding Grievance, Cold Prison Staff, Novice Mage Armor, Novice Mage Boots. Summoning Beast Equipment, Sharp Thong, Fish Killing Knife. Chapter 42, 4.2 million Gold Shield. The Human Skin Spider 3-piece set directly topped his health to 10,000. But the health he could use was only 2,350 points. Plus 15 talent points. And 10 talent points from training dummies. In total, he could offer up 320 talent points. Zheng Yu glanced at the Goblin General. Talent, level 4, 500 points needed to upgrade, plus. He looked again at the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. Talent, level 4, 850 points needed to upgrade, plus. One needs 500 points to evolve to level 5, the other needs 850 points to evolve to level 5. Still a long way to go. To reach the level of soloing in the Stage 2 Abyss, a level 5 Summon Beast is a must, although with his current strength, he can easily grind the Abyss. But his goal remains the Nightmare level. Having experienced the difficulty of the Nightmare level in the Cold Street Abyss, he is even more cautious and fearful of the Nightmare Abyss in Stage 2. Fortunately, he now has many ways to improve his strength. Cultivating equipment, cultivating summon beasts, a 3rd summon beast, and 2 hex strengthening runes waiting to be collected at level 10. All of these can help increase his strength. Forging, strengthening, refining, runes all can be bought with money. As long as the resources applied for from Shangyu City arrive, he can have a small strengthening session. As for the 3rd summon beast, Zheng Yu found 4 level 10 summon beast skill books in the temple. They are Shadow Bat, War Centaur, Wasteland Wolf, and Rain Butterfly. The Shadow Bat is an assassin-type summon beast. The War Centaur and Wasteland Wolf are warrior-type summon beasts. The Rain Butterfly is a support-type summon beast. Zheng Yu leans towards the Rain Butterfly. After fighting with Shao Qi, he realized he lacked sustainability and recovery ability. The Twin Flame Dragon Serpent has very high damage but is very fragile, releasing skills consumes a lot of energy, so he needs a support summon beast that can protect him and restore energy. The Goblin General has explosive damage but is not fast, just right that the Rain Butterfly can increase the group's speed. Zheng Yu did not hesitate and chose the Rain Butterfly directly. He is not lacking in damage. Choosing the Rain Butterfly is also because he does not need to invest a lot of talent points for now. After all, he wants to save up talent points to upgrade the Goblin General to level 5. In the early stages, talent points are simply not enough to upgrade 3 summon beasts at once. He must concentrate resources on 1 summon beast. The Goblin General is the best choice. It can withstand damage, deal damage, and the Goblin Combat Team fills all functional roles, and it requires fewer talent points to advance. It's almost a perfect choice. Most importantly, the extra 3 training skills for summon beasts after the summoner reaches level 10 can only train 1. Of course, the first choice is the Goblin General. After reaching level 10, every profession will receive specialization skills, allowing the same profession to develop different schools of skills. For example, warriors will receive 3 different specialization skills: vitality, explosive, and attack defense integration. Choosing different skills leads to totally different development directions. Mixed development and comprehensive development are also possible. The summoner is no different. Divided into 3 schools: physical development, skill development, and attribute development. Physical development can be divided into the Giant Beast School, which mainly focuses on the size, health, and defense of summon beasts. Skill development mainly targets the training method of the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, with schools including Nuclear Damage School, Magic Bombing School, Pure Elemental School, and Mixed Elemental School, etc. Attribute development is the simplest. It's purely stacking attributes. The Goblin General follows the attribute school: the higher the attributes, the higher his damage. In the past, summon beasts mostly followed the attribute school, because resources are limited, pure stacking of attributes is the simplest. Of course, he could also train the goblin general according to the physical development method, creating a goblin with a huge size. However, cultivating a summoned beast not only requires various expensive materials, but also needs to sacrifice summoned beasts with the same talent for cultivation. More importantly, there is the cost of time. A lot of time, a lot of money, is needed to cultivate a truly perfect summoned beast. This is the obstacle that has hindered the growth path of past summoners. Because they cannot cultivate, summoners are unable to truly showcase the strength that summoned beasts should have, making the summoner profession unable to clear the abyss and get rankings in various competitions. Over time, summoners have become a lowly profession. Talented professionals don't even consider the summoner profession, and without talent, they can't cultivate good summoned beasts. In summary, a vicious cycle. Zheng first bought the Rain Butterfly Summoned Beast skill book from the temple shop. Summoned Beast Rain Butterfly. Skill book, can be learned at level 10. One-time item, the skill book disappears after learning. Summoner professionals can learn it to obtain a cultivable Rain Butterfly. Price, 30,000 yuan. To be fair, it's a bargain. Skill books are very hard to come by. Zheng cleared the abyss twice, and even once at the nightmare level, yet he didn't get a single skill book. Normally, a level 10 warrior skill, the worst Fireblade, costs around 200,000, and it's not a fixed price, it needs to be auctioned. The average transaction price is about 300,000. Although warriors are a popular profession, this popularity leads to high prices for all warrior equipment, consumables, and skills. Zheng threw all the unused materials and equipment from the warehouse into the temple shop. He kept the enhancement stones and forging stones. The rest included new beginner mage robes, beginner mage boots, gloves, and he sold them all. The cold corpses in the cold street abyss dropped many materials, which he also sold to the material merchant. Materials that ordinary professionals find useless are quite valuable in the hands of merchants. Altogether, he earned quite a bit of money. Just selling cold ice stones made him nearly 200,000. Ice blade, 270,000. Because when Ren Xingyu and Kuing had gotten a golden weapon selection box, their previous trades naturally became useless, so Zheng listed them in the temple and sold them for 270,000 in an instant. The Bloodstained Chef's hat, priced at 120,000, was bought by a player of the General Chef secondary profession. A level 5 bone-cutting knife unexpectedly sold for 150,000. A large pile of beginner equipment, with a full set of 5 pieces of warrior gear, sold directly for 100,000 at a fixed price. In the Nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, beginner equipment dropped like it was free. Just one trip through the Nightmare level Abyss, he made enough money from garbage to buy a house. Tao Qian and the others received less, but they still gathered around 300,000 to 400,000 in earnings. This does not even include the equipment they got from opening boxes. Tao Qian opened a platinum level robe, a golden level monk's staff, and a golden level shield tank shield from the historical record treasure chest. Platinum level equipment is definitely not sellable, it's a treasure from the bottom of the chest. The monk's staff was obtained from the selection treasure box. You could say that with this weapon, Tao Qian can no longer be seen as a mere support. As for the shield tank shield. Wow! 4.2 million. Tao Qian found the previous trading price of this shield. His first reaction was one of complete confusion. Wait, why would someone spend 4 or 5 million to buy a level 10 equipment? Chapter 43, Triple Realm. Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Did you not notice that a 20-level golden shield only costs 2 million? Zheng Yu pointed to another piece of equipment in the temple shop. You need to know that at level 10, golden equipment is the best equipment you can see in the market. Platinum equipment can only be obtained by clearing Nightmare level Abyss, and it generally won't be sold, thus, golden equipment becomes highly inflated. Tao Qian shook his head in disbelief. Damn, there are really a lot of rich people. Look, this level 10 platinum warrior weapon sold for 13 million. Scary. You don't understand the world of rich people. Zheng Yu recalled the wealthy individuals from his previous life, where even a car cost several million, and the prices of this equipment were not much different from their luxury items. Wow, someone placed a bid. A fixed price of 4 million, should I sell it? Tao Qian had just hung the shield in the temple when someone made a bid. When Ren Xingyu analyzed, shield warriors aren't top professions, but many rich people choose this class because it's not easy to die and the operation is simple. You can go for an auction. Okay, I'll listen to you. Tao Qian was very obedient. After all, when Ren Xingyu was the most knowledgeable among the 4 of them, Tao Qian directly rejected the fixed price. He hung it in the auction house, starting the bid at the lowest price of 3.4 million, with an auction time of 24 hours. I just remembered a question. Tao Qian focused on the auction price while speaking to Zheng Yu. This shield is already a few million. How many pieces of golden level equipment did Li Feng take from you? 1 set. The answer came from Wen Ren Chengyu. Tao Qian, how many pieces? A standard set includes a weapon, top, gloves, hat, pants, and boots, 6 pieces. Hiss. Tao Qian's eyes twitched. These 6 pieces must be around 20 million? When Ren Chengyu reminded, Li Feng is a warrior. The price of warrior equipment is higher. This entire set would double the price. Li Feng, that bastard. After finally understanding the value of S-class resources, he started cursing. He finally understood why people from families like Li Feng's came to snatch resources. The value of resources far exceeded his imagination. When Ren Chengyu explained, because the abyss keeps appearing, and large abysses keep expanding. If no one suppresses them, the whole world will be swallowed by the abyss. So, the government's primary goal is to cultivate more professionals. Almost all resources from the national treasury are used to cultivate talented professionals. This is only the first phase of resources. The second, third, and even fourth phases will be higher, never lower. It can only be said that the market price of level 10 golden level equipment is inflated and does not match the actual price. It looks a bit exaggerated. Tao Qian nodded, I see. He didn't know if Tao Qian absorbed it. He was already focusing all his attention on the auction house. The shield he just threw into the auction house was already receiving bids. It could be seen how sought after level 10 golden level equipment was. When Ren Chengyu and Kuing each acquired their own professional equipment and sold an extra piece of golden level equipment. When Ren Chengyu sold a pair of golden level ranger boots. Kuing sold golden level warrior armor. Armor is far less valuable than weapons, but Kuing's warrior armor still sold for almost 4 million. After selling, the two hurriedly left Zhang Yu's house to repay their debt. The longer they dragged it out, the more interest they would accrue. Tao Qian then lay directly on Zhang Yu's sofa, beginning to select silver level equipment. A golden level weapon could be exchanged for a whole set of silver level equipment and still leave a large sum of money. Tao Qian happily picked out equipment. Zhang Yu entered the room to contract his new summoned beast. Rain Butterfly. Buzz. The contract became effective. A light blue rain butterfly with huge wings appeared in the center of the magic array. The wings were large, spread out over 2 meters long. For a level 1-0 rank summoned beast, this size was already quite big. Zhang Yu didn't know much about rain butterflies. Because in the past, no summoner had ever chosen a rain butterfly as a summoned beast. I guess I can cultivate it in the direction of physical strength. A giant supportive butterfly? Zhang Yu thought of the butterfly queen from the Godzilla movie. If it really can cultivate rain butterfly to that extent, assistance? Directly crushing with size. Rain butterfly is beautiful. Even Zhang Yu, a straight man, has to say that rain butterfly's looks are top-notch. Summoned beast rain butterfly. Level 13, upgrades with the summoner's level. Health 7,800. Attack power 1353, 451, summoner's intelligence, *3, coefficient. Talent, first tier, needs 20 more talent points to upgrade, plus. Skill I, Rain Butterfly Guardian LV13. Rain Butterfly will bind a guardian relationship with one summoned beast, providing 5412, 1353, Rain Butterfly's attack power, *4, coefficient, shield value. When the shield breaks, it deals 2030, 1353, Rain Butterfly's attack power, *1.5, coefficient, damage and helps bear 50% of the damage. Skill 2, Spirit Butterfly LV13. As a spirit creature, Rain Butterfly has a rapid recovery ability. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50%. Active, immediately recovers 4059, 1353, Rain Butterfly's attack power, *3, coefficient, health points. When recovering, healing effect is enhanced by 25%. Skill 3, Butterfly Song LV13. Rain Butterfly consumes 3% of its health per second to chant. Increases all of the summoner's summoned beast's agility speed by 130 points and movement speed by 130 points. Summoned beast equipment, none. So powerful. Zhang Yu was astonished as he looked at the attributes of Rain Butterfly. 3 skills. Health recovery, shield, and speed, all included. But the real power isn't actually Rain Butterfly, but Zhang Yu's ridiculously high intelligence, giving Rain Butterfly 1353 attack power. Whether it is the shield or health recovery, they are all in the thousands. The Goblin General paired with Rain Butterfly has both endurance and recovery. The Goblin can explode, and Rain Butterfly bears the damage. And this is only the first tier talent. Zhang Yu calculated that to upgrade Rain Butterfly to the third tier talent, he only needs 90 talent points. He immediately sacrificed health points, consuming talent points. Summoned Beast Rain Butterfly, first tier, talent evolution. Summoned Beast Spirit Butterfly, second tier. Summoned Beast Spirit Butterfly, second tier, talent evolution. Summoned Beast Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly, third tier. Chapter 44 Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Corps. Summoned Beast Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly. Level 13, upgrades with the summoner's level. Health 11,500. Attack power 2,706, 451, summoner's intelligence, *6, coefficient. Talent, 3rd tier, needs 300 more talent points to upgrade, plus. Skill I, Spirit Butterfly Guardian LV13. Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly will bind a guardian relationship with one summoned beast, providing 13530, 2706, Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly's attack power, *5, coefficient, shield value. When the shield breaks, it deals 5683, 2706, Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly's attack power, *2.1, coefficient, damage and helps bear 50% of the damage. Skill 2, Spirit Butterfly LV13. Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly, being a spirit creature, possesses quick recovery abilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50%. Active, immediately recovers 10,824, 2706, Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly's attack power, *4, coefficient, health points. When recovering, healing effect is enhanced by 50%. Skill 3, Butterfly Song LV13. Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly consumes 3% of its health per second to chant. Increases all of the summoner's summoned beast's agility speed by 260 points and movement speed by 260 points. Skill 4, Spiritual Nourishment. Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly transfers its energy to the summoned beast with the lowest energy, restoring its spiritual power. Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly's spiritual power increases by 100%. Summoned beast equipment, none. 3rd tier Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly. Not only does it have an additional skill for providing energy, spiritual nourishment, but its attack power has also increased to 2706. Now, the Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly can release shields of nearly 14,000, and a single health point can recover 10,000 health. This is already an astonishing level. The increase in intelligence from the Platinum Staff and Platinum Ring has led to a significant improvement in values. Upon advancing to the 3rd tier, the Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly has become very large. At the moment of successful evolution, Junyu directly summoned the Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly into the summoning space to prevent it from breaking through the floor. In the summoning space, the Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly flapped its wings and greeted the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. The summoner's summoning space is a vast free space. It's not like in the game, with a grid system. Inside the summoner's space, all summoned beasts rest, live, and daze around. Before the arrival of the Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly, the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent and Goblin General hardly communicated, which is mainly the fault of the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. During the Twin Flame Demon stage, Zhenyu found that this fire-type summoned beast had a rather solitary temper. Not only solitary, but also irritable. This led the Goblin General to rarely communicate with him, fearing the dual flame dragon snake might explode. The Goblin General's personality resembled that of a seasoned veteran, fond of drinking, and was a cheerful uncle. Seeing the Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly appear in the summoned beast space made the Goblin General quite happy. At least he didn't have to face a foul-mouthed fire snake all the time. As for the dual flame dragon snake, it seemed to ignore the Giant Wing Spirit Butterfly and continue to sleep coiled up. Summoned beasts all have personalities. They are not just skills, they are more like lives sealed in skill books. Besides nurturing their strength and fighting alongside them, I think it's also important to cultivate feelings and intimacy. These were the words written by Zhang Anquan in that textbook. As Zhang Yu's level increased, he felt more and more that the textbook was not as useless as he had previously believed. The complexity of the summoner profession far exceeded that of other professions. Exiting the summoning space, Zhang Yu opened the Hex-Tech Enhancement Runes. You have 2 Hex-Tech Enhancement Runes to claim. Would you like to claim them now? Claim. These were the 2 Hex-Tech runes he received when he leveled up to level 10, which he had kept unopened. Congratulations! You have drawn the 5th rune, the Prism level rune Windfall. Congratulations! You have drawn the 6th rune, the Prism level rune Golden Egg. Windfall, Prism level enhancement rune, gain 100 talent points for every summoner level, and receive 100 talent points for the next 3 level ups. Golden Egg, Prism level enhancement rune, obtain a golden egg, which needs 22 abyss matches to hatch. After hatching, it provides a large quantity of high-quality rewards based on the summoner's level. Friendly reminder, Hell level abyss matches count as 2 matches. Damn it! Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse. 2 prisms. I'm now at level 13, so it's not too late. I can get 1,300 talent points all at once. That means the Goblin General and Dual Flame Dragon Snake have enough talent points to advance to the 5th tier. As for the Golden Egg, it needs 22 matches. Only at the 3rd stage does Hell level difficulty of the Abyss become available, which is still quite distant. However, it's worth the wait. Because the rewards from the Golden Egg will be very good. Opening the 2 enhancement runes. You have received a Windfall, plus 1,300 talent points. You have obtained a golden egg, still needing 22 matches to unlock it. Storing the golden egg in the item slot. Then directly summoning the Goblin General and Dual Flame Dragon Snake. Start evolving. Dual Flame Dragon Snake, consuming 850 points, directly evolves into the 5th tier. Summon Beast Dual Flame Dragon Snake, 4th tier, Talent Evolution Summon Beast Dual Magic Flame Gelone, 5th tier. 5th tier evolution, the Dragon Snake directly evolves into a Gelone. It also gained a new skill, Gelone Breath. Gelone Breath, the dual magic flame Gelone gathers fire energy and unleashes a high-temperature breath, dealing 27,706, 3,958, dual magic flame Gelone's attack, *7, coefficient, instant damage. Standard explosive fire damage. Along with fire burning and double damage from twins, Zheng Yu couldn't even imagine how high the damage from this breath would be. The most significant change in the dual magic flame Gelone was its form. The 5th tier dual magic flame Gelone still had a two-headed appearance, but both snake heads had fully transformed into Gelone shapes, and its snake body was covered in dragon scales. Its body remained composed of elemental flames. The attack coefficient grew from 6.0 at the 4th tier to 8.0 now. Plus, with the summoned beast equipped with a fish-slaying knife, its attack power reached 3,958. Health increase wasn't much. The damage is enormous. However, with the Goblin General in front to take hits, no one could harm the dual magic flame Gelone. Zheng Yu thought as he looked at the Goblin General. There were still 450 talent points left from the windfall. Directly push to the limit of 500 life points, exchange for 50 talent points, gather 500, and directly advance. The Goblin General advances to the 5th level talent, only needing 500 talent points. Enough. Summon Beast Goblin General, 4th level, Talent Evolution Summon Beast Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Group, 5th level. Chapter 45, it's so enjoyable, and you still want to force a retreat? The 5th level Goblin General didn't even change its name, the only change was the addition of Heavy Cavalry Group. No new skills. But the core skill, Commander's Order, underwent a major change. Skill V, Commander's Order Heavy Cavalry Group. Commander's Order Heavy Cavalry Group. Summon the Goblin Army, 26 units, the number of summons increases with level, to fight. Army composition, 8 Goblin Archers, 8 Goblin Assassins, 8 Goblin Shield Soldiers, 1 Goblin Sorcerer, 1 Troll Goblin, summoning time is unlimited, and you cannot summon again until all Goblin Army members are dead. Summon the Goblin Heavy Cavalry Squad, 26 units, the number of summons increases with level, to fight. Squad composition, 26 Heavy Armored Goblin Wolf Riders. Profit is amazing. Zheng Yu was very satisfied with this heavy cavalry army. There's a saying that in the times without firearms, having 50 heavy cavalry was already impressive, having 500 heavy cavalry to rebel gave one considerable confidence. 5,000 heavy cavalry sweeping away all armies. Although he currently only had 26 Goblin heavy cavalry, in the abyss, they were an absolute weapon for clearing monsters. 5th level is already so strong. What about 6th level? Can't it take off? Then Zheng Yu glanced at the next upgrade requirement. Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Group, Talent, 5th level, still needs 3,000 talent points to upgrade, plus. Alright. He looked again at the Twin Demon Fire Dragon. Twin Demon Fire Dragon, Talent, 5th level, still needs 5,000 talent points to upgrade, plus. Alright. 5,000 talents. That means 50,000 health points. Actually, it's not that bad. Because up to now, there has never been a 5th level summoned beast recorded in history among summoners. 5th level is indeed considered theoretical maximum. Level 12 to 13 increases 400 health points limit. As the level increases, the health point increase will be higher, if only using the demon contract at 20th level could have a 6th level summoned beast. However, at level 15, a new summoner contract space can be unlocked, which also requires some talent points. Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly is still only 3rd level. Tisk. Zheng Yu calculated that talent points were far from enough. Fortunately, there's also unexpected wealth. The Prism level enhancement runes were something Zheng Yu really liked. The next levels 14, 15, and 16 would each give 1,400 talent points, 1,500 talent points, and 1,600 talent points respectively. Altogether a stable 6th level. Imagine, a 16th level summoner possessing a 6th level talent summoned beast, which would be a dimensional strike against other professionals. At 10th level, you can learn the Rain Butterfly, a 1st level talent. At 15th level, you can learn the Shadow Monster, a 2nd level talent. Following this, if a summoner follows the routine, they would need to reach at least level 40 to possess a 6th level summoned beast. Demon Contract plus Unexpected Wealth can directly fill the early stages. In fact, summoners can also enhance the talent of their summoned beasts using other methods, such as repeatedly training the 3 skills available at level 10, which can also improve talent. It just takes a long period of time. According to the safety understanding in textbooks, summoners are professions that cannot rush, requiring time to slowly grind. However, in Zhang Yu's hands, it has somewhat advanced ahead of schedule. After counting the loot, Zhang Yu, slightly excited and not feeling sleepy, casually wrote a strategy. Deep Cold Spring Abyss, Nightmare Level Strategy, Video plus Images plus Detailed Explanations, Hand-in-Hand Guide to Passing Nightmare Level Abyss. Paid post, 100 gold beans/hour. There were many paid posts in the forum. Strategies, gossip, secrets, equipment analysis, career development, even fortune-telling. 100 gold beans equals 100 yuan. Since he was just idle anyway, Zhang Yu had been recording while fighting. These types of posts with videos and images generally sold very well. Zhang Yu wrote a lengthy strategy guide of 10,000 words. Once published, it directly climbed to the top of the forum hot ranking. Wow! Nightmare level strategy. Is this really him? No kidding, he even included videos and pictures. How could it not be him? Step-by-step guidance? So, if I learn it, I can also tackle the nightmare level abyss? One dares to teach, and one dares to learn, but what's scary is, someone actually dares to believe it. What I lack is a strategy. What I lack is combat power. Although this guide might not help me, I still want to buy it. I am mostly curious about what the complete history of the Cold Street Abyss is. I am even more curious why Zhang Yu, a summoner, can clear the nightmare level abyss. Because of a strategy guide. The heat of the Jiangshui City Forum suddenly rose again. The number of purchases skyrocketed. In fact, most people bought the guide out of curiosity about Zhang Yu's strength, while some were there to nitpick. Even if Zhang Yu cleared the nightmare level abyss, many still believed it was luck over skill. Or they thought Zhang Yu must have found some shortcut to clear it. After all, Zhang Yu is a summoner. Called the weakest summoner, yet he cleared the hardest nightmare level abyss. Even after a day, many still didn't believe it. Jiangshui City Martial Arts Hall. Wu Zong, unaware that Tao Qian and others were already level 10, decided to return to the martial arts hall first to avoid overlapping their team time. The other colleagues at the martial arts hall looked at him with unusual eyes. There was no malice. Just a bit of schadenfreude. Everyone was colleagues, all sharing the same fate of not becoming professionals. If he really clung to Zhang Yu's leg and successfully cleared the nightmare level abyss, they would be on different paths. Fortunately, that did not happen. Otherwise, it would be them feeling uncomfortable. Wu Zong was somewhat accustomed to being watched like this. Because at that moment in the Cold Street Abyss lobby, everyone looked at him like this. Even if those people weren't even level 1 and probably would never have the courage and chance to enter the abyss, that didn't stop them from enjoying the show. Used to it. Wu Zong comforted himself. Anyway, waiting a bit longer would still allow him to enter the abyss. The only person who did not look at him differently was his brother, who comforted him. It's okay, if it were me, I would do the same. This was not just comfort. He had also spent the whole night browsing the forum. He understood that if it weren't for life and death situations, his younger brother wouldn't be the type to retreat at a critical moment. Bro, about the money, Wu Zong hesitated. It's alright. You can pay me back whenever you have the money. I'm not in a hurry, I've saved quite a bit over the years running the martial arts hall. At most, I'll just get scolded by your sister-in-law. Besides, you didn't get nothing. You're level 6 now, that's stepping onto the path of a professional. Wu Zong still felt a bit gloomy. Stepped onto it? Not really. True professionals are considered so at level 25. Without Zhang Yu, he estimated it would be hard for him to reach level 25. Hey, look, Zhang Yu has posted a strategy. What strategy? Of course, it's the nightmare level strategy. What's the use of that? I can't even get through the simple level abyss, and no one wants me. What if there's a chance? That's true, anyway, it's just $100, looking doesn't hurt. Since you put it that way, I'm actually interested. Hearing the discussion, Wu Zong and his brother also opened their phones, seeing that the hottest post on the forum was indeed Zhang Yu's strategy. Wu Zong's brother directly purchased the post. Wu Zong did not buy it, he was a first-hand experiencer and knew very well how Zhang Yu cleared it. Strategy? Nonsense strategy. Wasn't it just relying on raw strength to crush through? Even if you know the strategy, it's useless. Even the butcher at the door would freeze you out, you couldn't even get past. Let alone the fish-cutting guy and the human-skin spider behind. Wow! But when they opened the post, both gasped in shock. Because Zhang Yu cheaply put their barbecue-gathering photo on the first page. Here is the scene of the Goblin General battling the cold corpses. Zhang Yu, Wenren Xingyu, Kuing, Tao Qian, and Wu Zong are all in the scene. Smiling brightly. There's wine and meat. Wu Zong's older brother couldn't help but look at Wu Zong. Did you guys go on a picnic? What he really wanted to ask was, they're having such a great time, why did you still quit the group? Chapter 46, One Dares to Teach, and One Dares to Learn. But fortunately, someone carefully noticed that this was a photo from the Simple Level Abyss. Because when Ren Xingyu had posted it in the forum before. Zheng Yu posted it purely to stir up hatred, to annoy those who refused to team up with him before. Next comes the actual Nightmare Level Abyss strategy. Very detailed. Divided into 5 stages. 1. The Butcher Boss Cold Corpses, the Fish Killing Boy Cold Corpses. 2. The Chef Cold Corpses. 3. The Human Skin Spider. 4. The Corpse Girl in the Well. 5. The Little Chi with hollowed out organs. 5 stages, each with videos and pictures. Zheng Yu made detailed explanations, including how to stop the human skin spider, the 2 forms of Little Chi, and how to deal with both the normal and brutal phases. A very serious strategy, but the comments below are not very serious. Zheng Yu really wants to teach us. I thought this was a show-off post, but I didn't expect Zheng Yu to actually be doing a strategy. Heh, you're overthinking it, this is just Zheng Yu showing off. You think just following his strategy will help you stop the Chef Cold Corpse's flying knives? Or escape from the human skin spider's chase? Wait, are summoners this strong? This summoned beast feels stronger than the SS level warrior I saw the day before yesterday. If I met this in real life, I'd say impressive, but this is the internet, I can only say, kid, not good enough, you still need to practice. Although this group of people is talking big online, they can all see from the videos and records in the post that this Nightmare Level Abyss is truly difficult. Zheng Yu's summoned beast is truly strong. In the first half of the strategy, they can see Zheng Yu eating and drinking with Tao Qian and the others while grinding monsters. But in the second half, when they reach the human skin spider, the difficulty spikes directly. The terrifying human skin spider. It almost gathered half of the cold corpses from the forest. At this point, many who thought they had some strength, thinking that if Zheng Yu, a summoner, could clear the nightmare level cold street abyss, they could too. But the reality is, they really can't. In the video, the human skin spider bites a goblin shield soldier with 6,000 damage per bite, extremely fast, with control, defense, speed, and damage, basically a nightmare for beginner players. Forget about killing the human skin spider. They don't even have the strength to escape from this forest. This is the abyss that people go through? No wonder no one has cleared the nightmare level abyss in Jianshui City for over a decade, it's this hard. I saw some people in the forum before saying that Zheng Yu cleared the nightmare level abyss by luck. Come on, come out and explain, is this luck? Luck? A goblin that can deal over 10,000 damage is called luck? I can only say that Zheng Yu's summoned beast is insanely strong. But I have to admit, the nightmare level abyss is truly abnormal. This human skin spider has no weaknesses. How can other classes fight it, except for freaks like Zheng Yu? Upstairs, you're shocked too early. This is just the beginning. There are even stronger ones? The bosses are even more insane. Hiss. Some players who had already watched the entire strategy began to spoil the plot. To them, this post wasn't really a strategy anymore, it felt more like a first-person perspective abyss story with a plot. From Zheng Yu's perspective, it's a standard feel-good story. Spoilers are also a staple of such stories. As the strategy continues, killing the human skin spider, escaping the cold corpses, and reaching the frozen lake, the real difficulty has just begun. Zheng Yu uses the term bosses even I find tricky to describe Little Chi. Many people echoed the same exclamation that Wu Zong once made, who exactly is winning the nightmare level abyss? The appearance of Boss Shao Chi in the video, the attribute list of Boss Shao Chi in the picture, the human skin spider that reappeared in its brutal state, the resurrected female corpse from the well, and the cold corpse group rolling back from the forest, made all the professionals who questioned Zheng Yu's strength shut their mouths. As for how to deal with Boss Shao Chi, Zheng Yu explained everything with just one sentence, just use hard power to tackle it. No strategies. Only strength. Brother, it's really not your fault. Wu Zong's brother, seeing the brutal cold street boss pressing Zheng Yu down and beating him, finally understood his brother when there was no safe place left in the cold street abyss. It wasn't that his brother was cowardly. He just made a correct and reasonable decision. If it were anyone else, they would have made that decision. Compared to death, what was that little punishment? As for Tao Qian, when Ren Xingyu and Kuing, he could only say that these three were not normal. The online reputation of Wu Zong had also changed. How should I put it, if it were me, I would retreat faster than Wu Zong. Wu Zong is pretty good, he even took the risk to dissuade Tao Qian and the others. You can only say that normal people would choose to withdraw, it's the ones who don't care about their lives that are the abnormal ones, right? But the final result is that Tao Qian and the others received rewards, while Wu Zong, who made the correct choice, got nothing. How is that reasonable? Is it reasonable for a summoner to go through a nightmare level abyss? Isn't it unreasonable for Tao Qian to fight for his brother? If I were Wu Zong, I wouldn't retreat. Heh, the giants online are clowns in reality. Fools who love to watch the fun and stir trouble. At this moment, Zheng Yu was also reading the comments on the forum. Seeing that Wu Zong's reputation was starting to turn positive, he finally felt relieved. To be honest, he had no thoughts about Wu Zong leaving the team. In his eyes, this was perfectly normal. When faced with danger, prioritizing one's own safety, isn't that a reasonable thing? Wu Zong was not a relative of his. Charging a fee of 300,000, although below the market price, was still the price he proposed himself. After all, they were just a relationship of advantage between a strong leg and soy sauce. There were no grudges. In other words, he could be scolded. Tao Qian could be scolded. But those who were just watching the fun outside, why could they scold? The reasons Zheng Yu posted were twofold: to respond to those who said he relied on luck or found shortcuts, and to help explain Wu Zong. There was no enmity between the two. Zheng Yu did not care about Wu Zong's withdrawal. After all, the one who would ultimately regret it would be Wu Zong. He just wanted to tell those who were watching the joke outside that if they were in this situation, they might not last as long as Wu Zong did. The most popular part of the post was not the boss fighting phase, but the final phase when Xiao Qi recalled. Whoa, I didn't expect that such a terrifying Xiao Qi had such a tragic background. No wonder Xiao Qi has such a huge resentment. If I had the same energy as Xiao Qi, my resentment would be even greater. So this is how the organ cake is used. I learned something, I'll try it next time. No way, does someone really think they can survive to the point of using the organ cake? I'm not sure if Zheng Yu was really teaching me, but I know some people really believe it. So touching, woo-woo. I really like Zheng Yu's words, letting those beasts feel real pain. It feels like a sweet revenge. When he confronted Mayor Zhou Yun before, I already knew this kid had a strong temper, but I really like him. Not only did he not blame the forceful withdrawal of Wu Zong, he also posted to help clear Wu Zong's name. I've become a fan. But some people are going to feel uncomfortable. I wonder what Li Nan, Li Feng, and Zhou Yun think after seeing this post. They are high above, can they control these? True. Chapter 47, Goal, Second Stage Nightmare Level Abyss. The post's popularity was extremely high. Almost overnight, more than 10,000 copies were sold. Because not only the professionals from Jiangshui City bought. The professionals in Shangyu City heard that the mayor had recruited an S-class genius, and they curiously looked at the post. After all, every city treats S-class gifted professionals as treasures, making them hard to poach. When they learned that Zheng Yu was a summoner, they became even more curious. The news spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Surrounding urban areas also wondered just how powerful this summoner named Zheng Yu really was. Zheng Yu did not expect that just one post would earn him over 1 million. After deducting the forum's share and paying some taxes, he was left with over 700,000. No wonder professionals make money. Even such a simple post can earn tens of thousands. Zheng Yu happily withdrew the money. At the first high school, the legend of Zheng Yu was circulating. After being robbed of resources by Li Feng, in a fit of anger, he cleared a nightmare-level abyss and confronted Li Nan head-on, rejecting Mayor Zhou Yun's apology, and directly joined Shangyu City. After a series of actions, Zheng Yu even gained a group of followers. Leaving Jiangshui City for Shangyu City was not only not criticized but instead praised as having backbone. I've thought from Zheng Yu's perspective, if I were him and had my resources taken by Li Feng, I probably could only seethe with impotent rage. I would report it and raise a banner so all the professionals in Jiangshui City would know about it. Isn't that just impotent rage? If you can't solve the problem, you will throw a tantrum, those who have the ability. The head of the resources department in Shangyu City directly came to poach him. It's said that not just Shangyu City, but people have also seen representatives from Qinan City and Xiahe City coming. Hiss. I just want to know, does Li Feng feel at ease using someone else's resources? What's there to be uneasy about? Anyway, I saw a post that detailed the subsidy list for S-class resources. Damn, it made me so envious. A full set of golden level warrior equipment. With that set of equipment, I could clear the difficult abyss. Hey, stop talking, Li Feng is here. Damn, why is he coming to school? Today is the day for third-year professionals to receive their professional certificates. Tisk, so envious. The professional certificate. It is not exactly a graduation certificate. But it proves that this student will walk the path of a professional. However, the certificate is not something you can just pick up. You need the principal's verification, believing you are qualified to walk the path of a professional and can rely on leveling up and clearing abyss for a living, to be awarded this certificate. Additionally, an exam is required. The exam content is politics. Similar to the civil servant exam from Zheng Yu's previous life. This means that professionals with this certificate can enter politics. Otherwise, simply having strength without brains, how could the public trust these strong individuals with leadership positions? Students who have not received a professional certificate must continue their studies. After all, for 90% of professionals, leveling up is just a means to find jobs more easily. The school will continue to train them for 3 months, including combat training, archery training, agility movement training, and physical training. They will also train their professional skills, such as medicine making and equipment repair, as secondary professions. During these 3 months, if they truly lack talent and luck to clear the abyss, they will switch to academic subjects and learn other disciplines. I heard that this year our first high school only issued 3 certificates. Only 3? That's not few. You think professional certificates are easy to get? Once you have that certificate, even without leveling up, you can earn a base salary of $5,000 each month. It's a stable job. So envious. If Zheng Yu were here, there would be 4 certificates. TSK, what a pity. Li Feng naturally heard the discussions of this group of people. Because everyone was talking about it everywhere. You could hear it in the restroom, hear it while eating, hear it whatever you were doing. Everyone was using Zheng Yu to demean him. Li Feng's eyes were complicated, filled with anger and unwillingness, but more importantly grievance. He thought that by following his father to Jiangshui City, he could escape from those perverted geniuses within the factions. It will not be treated as gossip by idle people. When he was in the central district, he lived such a life. He didn't expect that he would encounter a pervert in this poor rural area of Jiangshui City. Regarding Zheng Yu, he hated him. But he was submissive. There was no way he had read that strategy guide. It was absolute strength crushing him. The only thing he was angry about was why his luck had to be so bad. Because of Zheng Yu, he got beaten by his father last night. Clearly, he had worked very hard, clearly he had refreshed the time in the difficult abyss, yet it was still useless. He was the useless person in his father's mouth. He was the thief that other classmates talked about. He was the tool that Zhou Yun used to please his father. I clearly invited him. Why did he not accept? Li Feng thought that if Zheng Yu had accepted his invitation back then, he would have been killed in the difficult abyss, where he was already filled with murderous intent. Actually, he thought this was the best outcome. Sigh. Li Feng sighed deeply. Around noon, Zheng Yu was awakened by the 2 girls, Wen Renqingyu and Kuang. The 2 of them were carrying a large pile of luggage. You 2 aren't moving in, are you? Do you have any dirty thoughts about my brother Yu? Tao Qian was making lunch and commented on the 2 of them with so much stuff. Then he turned to Zheng Yu and said, Brother Yu, I think these 2 girls don't look like good people, you need to be careful. Shut your mouth, no one takes you for a mute. Wen Renqingyu shot back directly. Brother Yu sent us a message saying we're going to Shangyu City tonight. He wants us to pack our bags and go together. So anxious? Tao Qian looked at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu said, moving, handling procedures, obtaining the professional certificate, settling down at least takes 2 days, enough time for my summoned beasts to recover fully. I want to level up faster. The nightmare level abyss consumes a lot of energy, and even the double magic fire dragon and goblin general at level 5 reset their energy. But the state is not at peak condition. It needs rest and adjustment. 2 days is just right. And I plan to enter the nightmare level abyss again, so I need to get to Shangyu City quickly and prepare in advance. Wait a second. Tao Qian put down the spatula and walked up to Zheng Yu seriously. Nightmare level? Yes. Second stage abyss? What else? We're already level 10, we can't even enter the first stage abyss. No, what I mean is, do you have confidence? Tao Qian actually wanted to say that the second stage abyss is not comparable to the first stage abyss at all. Even if you cleared the nightmare level abyss of stage 1, is it too risky to go directly into the second stage abyss without trying anything? But Tao Qian did not say it outright. Mainly because he was afraid of being slapped in the face. When Zheng Yu said he wanted to compete for the leaderboard, he had also doubted him. Since then, he never mentioned it again. Doubting Zheng Yu's strength was just asking to be slapped. Zheng Yu shook his head and said, actually, I don't know either. After all, this is my first time reaching level 10. How about, we play it safe? When Renqingyu suggested, let's clear a difficult level to practice first? Kuang thought about it and wanted to complain. Is the second stage difficult level a practice? Zheng Yu smiled and said, although I don't know how strong the second stage nightmare level abyss is, but my strength has improved quite a bit this time. The probability is about 50%. This time I'll charge you 1 million to take you through the nightmare level abyss, do you want to come? Ignoring the opposition, Zheng Yu directly made an offer. Tao Qian, who had just been worried and opposed, immediately agreed without a second thought, it's a deal. When Renqingyu was even more straightforward, transferring the money directly. Zheng Yu. Aren't you worried? Tao Qian, you know, brother, I will definitely support you. If you say go, we go. When Renqingyu, isn't there a 50% chance? Let's gamble. Only Kuing was the most honest. 1 million to gamble on the second stage nightmare level abyss, even a god would refuse. Danger? Which abyss is not dangerous? With Shang Yu here, there is only a 50% chance of danger. Is that still called danger? Moreover, the three of them clearly realized that they couldn't persuade Zheng Yu at all. Since Zheng Yu wants to go crazy, then let's go crazy together. At this moment, Tao Qian suddenly remembered a question and said, if you can really lead us through a nightmare level abyss again, this year's new recruit ranking list will have no one but you at the top. In previous years, it was always the newcomers from the central area who received this reward. I can already imagine the look of shock on the faces of those proud central area geniuses when they see Jiang Shui. No, it's the professionals from Shangyu City, and he's a summoner at that. Chapter 48, Chicken Blood and Exorcism. I understand this. Shangyu City. Wow, this house is really big, with a yard and a swimming pool. Brother Yu, are you living like a rich second generation ahead of time? After Tao Qian and the others completed the formalities, they arrived at this villa. What rich second generation? I started from scratch. Yes. Tao Qian directly took a bottle of beer from the ice bucket beside Zheng Yu and gulped down a big mouthful. This thing is still comfortable. Did you buy this house? Zheng Yu lay on the lounge chair, looking at his phone without raising his head, and said, it's from the resource department, given to me by Chai Feng. I'm just living here temporarily. Tao Qian assessed the scale of the villa. It's quite spacious. The rent for this villa must be over 10,000. A 3-story small Western-style building, the yard is very large, with a lawn and a swimming pool. By the way, did you receive your S-level resources yet? Zheng Yu shook his head, not yet. Chai Feng said that because it was past the application deadline, and I had applied once before, but the resources went to Li Feng, so it's a bit complicated. Tao Qian frowned, you can't apply anymore? Although it wasn't his resources, it was closely related to him. Because Zheng Yu had resources, his strength would be greater, and the safety of crossing the abyss would be higher. He naturally felt anxious. They said that the mayor of Shangyu City, Zhang Zhan, personally went to the provincial district to handle the process. Whether it can be applied successfully, I'm not sure. Tao Qian, holding the beer, also lay back on the lounge chair and said, if Shangyu City doesn't secure your resources, then wouldn't we be at a loss coming to Shangyu City? It's all the same. Zheng Yu didn't care. Whether Shangyu City can apply for this resource or not, I won't continue staying in Jiangshui City. You can apply again at level 20. Then wouldn't you lose the resources from the first stage? Tao Qian complained on behalf of Zheng Yu. Chai Feng said that if the application doesn't go through, their resource department will pay out of pocket to make up for my first stage resources, no less than the resources issued by the provincial district. This was the condition discussed when Chai Feng first met Zheng Yu. It seems that Shangyu City really values you. Mainly because Shangyu City has had very poor performance in recent years. Not to mention S-level, there are very few professionals with A-level talents, and those who do are not developing well. If it goes on like this, there might not even be any newcomers to participate in the professional competition. Zhang Zhan and Chai Feng are naturally anxious. That's true. Tao Qian then asked, what about when Rin Xingyu and the others? Tao Qian arrived in Shangyu City last because he needed to handle his own household transfer procedures. They went shopping. I sent them to buy some essentials for going into the abyss. Girls are better at bargaining, they can save a bit. Accustomed to being poor, Zheng Yu had a habitual tendency to save. Tao Qian's eyes lit up. Have you decided which abyss to go to? Zheng Yu nodded. Going to Shangyu Hall. Hiss. The most disgusting one? Although Tao Qian made a shocked expression, he actually wasn't surprised at all. Because Shangyu Hall was the only abyss with nightmare-level strategies. But it was also the abyss that when Ren Xingyu, Kuing, and even Tao Qian wanted to avoid the most. Because it was really haunted there. Zheng Yu explained, there are a total of 3 Phase 2 abysses in Shangyu City. Shangyu Hall, Blood Color Film Factory, and Dark Valley Bottom. Of the 3 abysses, only Shangyu Hall has a successful record, with a complete strategy, detailing how to get rewards and shortcuts. I know that some of you are a bit afraid of the hall. But to improve the success rate of clearing it, the Ancestral Hall is the most suitable abyss for practice. So I made a relatively stable decision. Relatively stable. Tao Qian felt that Zheng Yu was showing off, but he had no evidence. Using Nightmare Level Abyss for practice. He even said that Nightmare Level Abyss is relatively stable. Listen to this, is this human talk? Unheard of. But Zheng Yu really seemed to be considering them. Zheng Yu explained, there is a complete strategy, and it was made by the mayor of Shangyu, Zhang Zhan, when he was young, so it is very reliable. How about it, are you reassured this time? Zheng Yu even felt he was quite thoughtful. Tao Qian. Of course, the first completion reward of the Ancestral Hall is gone, but there is still hope for the Blood-Colored Film Factory and Dark Valley. Do you plan to clear them all? Otherwise? If we leave such good rewards untaken, wouldn't it be a pity? All right. Tao Qian chose to support Zheng Yu. He didn't have much say in this anyway. As long as Zheng Yu wants to play Witch Abyss, just play it. He is just a bystander. His only task is to create a good atmosphere, to cook, and to drink. The Ancestral Hall is a ghost-type abyss, so I had Renkinju and the others prepare some tools to deal with ghosts. These things are relatively expensive in the temple store, but they have cheaper ones in the offline market. Additionally, the Yin energy in the Ancestral Hall is quite heavy, so you should go get some chickens when you have time. Tao Qian understood. Chicken blood wards off evil, I get that. Zheng Yu shook his head. Who told you to ward off evil? The ghosts in the abyss all have health bars. What are you afraid of? I asked you to get some chickens because I heard that the free-range chickens in Shanyu are a local specialty. Let's roast them to eat in the Ancestral Hall. Tao Qian. 6. Afternoon. Chai Fong brought good news. The provincial district approved his resource application and is going through the process. It is said that Zhang Zhan directly contacted a big shot in his faction to coordinate some connections to get it approved. It's really hard to handle such procedures without connections. Chai Fong complained on the phone. So, are you interested in joining our faction? Chai Fong took this opportunity to ask directly. Zheng Yu neither refused nor agreed but simply asked, isn't it only level 40 practitioners that are qualified to enter the faction? A faction can be understood as an organization established by powerful practitioners to monopolize some resources. Powerful and unbreakable. Because the interests are inseparable. But not just anyone can enter, the simplest requirement blocks 99% of practitioners. A minimum of level 40 to enter a faction. Because before level 40, one cannot even be considered a strong person. Chai Fong smiled and said, hey, isn't this recruiting talent in advance? Being able to clear nightmare-level abysses, level 40 is stable. By the way, have you thought about which abyss to go to in the second stage? Chai Fong no longer inquired about Zhang Yu's thoughts on joining the faction but asked another question. The Ancestral Hall. That's a calm choice. This choice seemed quite conservative in Chai Fong's opinion. The Ancestral Hall of Shanyu is the abyss with the most clearances for practitioners in Shanyu City because there are countless strategies. It's the favorite abyss for second-stage practitioners in Shanyu City. Chai Fong was a bit disappointed. He was actually looking forward to Zheng Yu trying some other abysses in Shanyu City and breaking some records. After all, the attitudes toward inviting Zheng Yu varied among practitioners in Shanyu City. Even though Zheng Yu has achievements in clearing nightmare abysses, many still believe that the summoner profession has no future, and giving resources to Zheng Yu is a wrong decision. So if he sets a record and shows results, those people will fall silent. But from Zheng Yu's perspective, the Ancestral Hall is definitely the best choice. Because it is safe. So, Chai Fong would say, this is a calm choice. Not influenced by the outside world, only choosing what suits oneself. Such a choice is hard to connect to Zheng Yu, who had rashly entered the nightmare-level abyss in anger before. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhan, who had just returned from the provincial district, asked, he didn't choose the blood-colored film factory? Chai Fong nodded. I also thought he would choose the abyss of the movie factory. Refreshing the records there is the most likely thing to happen. This kid looks reckless, but is overly calm. Reckless? I don't think Zheng Yu is reckless, Zhang Zhan said with a smile. He just doesn't like to yield. That's not a flaw. If young people acted like us, always cautious and fearful, then they wouldn't be young anymore. Actually, choosing the Ancestral Hall is also good. If he refreshes the historical record of the Ancestral Hall, wouldn't that be of even greater value? Zhang Zhan was very optimistic. But Chai Fong said without hesitation, I think it's unlikely. The abyss of Shanyu's Ancestral Hall is the most familiar abyss copy to the people of Shanyu, refreshed countless times by Shanyu's professionals. It's not that easy to refresh. Unless he plans to go to the nightmare-level abyss. And from what I see, it seems he wants to take Tao Qian and those two girls with him. Soloing to break the record? Impossible, not to mention entering the nightmare-level abyss. At this point, Chai Fong thought of something. Wait, isn't there a person missing from his team? Zhang Zhan nodded, yes, they are short one person. There are 4 of them now, and a young man strong with the nightmare-level abyss, he must be regretting it badly now. If they are short one person. Chai Fong rubbed his chin, deep in thought. How about I send someone to him? Send help? That's an option. How about Zhang Wenchang? An A-level talent warrior, now seems to be at level 18. Unexpectedly, Chai Fong directly rejected the idea. Who said I wanted to send him help? With Zheng Yu's strength, sending someone is meaningless. Not one of the S-level professionals in our Shangyu City second phase can do anything to help. Since Zhang Yu wants to solo, he will definitely refuse any help. Zhang Zhan asked in confusion, then what do you want to do? I have a distant cousin. She changed jobs last year but got delayed for a year due to some family matters. I'll let her come along. Zhang Zhan, but you just said you weren't optimistic about Zhang Yu. Chai Feng chuckled, I'm not optimistic about him breaking the record, but in the second phase, he is considered a great asset. This asset needs to be held onto by my cousin, just like when I teamed up with you back then. Zhang Zhan. Chapter 49, one teammate who can cook kidneys is missing. In Shangyu City. In the Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss lobby. After 2 days of hassle, Zhang Yu and others finally finished everything that needed to be dealt with and finally had time to get down to business. There are very few people. Tao Qian looked at the lobby with only a handful of professionals. The nearby staff, having nothing else to do, explained, because the first batch of professionals this year is still in the first phase abyss. You can't even get in line for the first phase abyss. As for those older professionals, either they have leveled up or they have completely given up. Isn't it normal for there to be few people? Tao Qian nodded, that makes sense, I was a bit inconsiderate. After all, he just transferred from Jiangshui City, and his previous words had a slight ambiguity. Entering the lobby. There weren't many people. But there were still some holding signs looking for teammates. One Ran Xingyu said, we are short a teammate. Normally, 4 people can enter the abyss, but without one person, the experience and rewards will decrease as the number of people decreases. If you want to compete for rankings, it's best to bring a bystander. Bystanders in the second phase are very easy to find, and they are willing to pay. Almost 60 to 70% of professionals get stuck at this stage. Some don't want to risk their lives in the abyss. And some simply can't win, plus no one to guide them, so they just look for a job, saving money while waiting for big shots to take them. Tao Qian asked in confusion, no one to guide them? That shouldn't be the case. During the first phase abyss, I saw a lot of people. That was the first phase abyss. With level suppression, helping someone through even a simple or normal abyss is easy. Even so, it still needs to be a standard combination of 2 warriors with a priest to take people. When it came to the second phase of the abyss, strong professionals grouped together to level up. Who had the leisure to just stand by? Unless it's someone who doesn't want to move to the third phase and just wants to trade strength for money, maybe they can take 1 or 2. Then there's Zhang Yu, someone like him who wants to compete for the ranking. But the problem is, in a small city like Shangyu, how many years does it take to produce a genius who can compete for the ranking? I see, Tao Qian said, with an expression that made it look like he understood more or less. Then he pointed to the group of professionals in the Shangyu Ancestor Hall's Abyss lobby who were looking for teammates, then just find one among them. Tao Qian directly approached the staff. He posted a search report on the screen in the lobby to find a teammate. Looking for support, 4 members needed, requirements, obedient, doesn't steal monsters, doesn't loot items, knows cooking and barbecue, preferably can grill kidneys, non-compensatory, price negotiable. Zhang Yu saw this notice and gave Tao Qian a thumbs up. Tao Qian really understood him. He didn't need teammates with strength, he just needed one who could grill kidneys, to fill the gap left by Wu Zong. As soon as the announcement was made, some professionals privately messaged Zhang Yu. Anonymous, warrior need a teammate? Zhang Yu, summoner yes. Anonymous, warrior wait, you're a summoner? Anonymous, warrior hold on. Who's your main damage dealer? The warrior who contacted Zhang Yu was confused, he had never seen such an unusual team, a summoner as leader, and 2 assassins? The monk looked somewhat capable. Before Zhang Yu could reply, the anonymous warrior said directly, let me talk to the monk, he should be your team leader. Zhang Yu asked, why talk to him? The anonymous warrior sent a speechless expression. Then he said, I need to discuss the price. Zhang Yu replied directly, just talk to me. Can you make decisions? Yes. I have a B-level talent, my talent is fire, able to suppress the negative energy in the hall, level 18, completed the easy level abyss 5 times, and the normal level abyss once. After a self-introduction, he directly told Zhang Yu, I want 800,000, not too expensive, right? What? Zhang Yu sent a big question mark. No, can you really make decisions? My strength, asking for 800,000 is not expensive. Although your team configuration is quite ordinary, with me and that monk, if we swap 1 assassin for a priest, clearing an easy abyss won't be difficult. Zhang Yu, summoner, would you mind taking a good look at the announcement I posted? Zhang Yu felt a bit lazy to explain. How could someone not even look at the announcement content and directly come to ask for money? The other side was silent for a moment. Then he sent Zhang Yu another question mark expression. Anonymous, warrior no way, brother? Are you guys crazy or am I blind? This configuration, this level, and you want to carry people to brush the abyss? Anonymous, warrior and you need someone who can grill kidneys? I'm truly speechless with you guys, are you messing with me here? The other side was obviously very angry. Zhang Yu felt a bit strange. He was staring at a summoner's occupation and the other party didn't recognize him? Zhang Yu, summoner, don't you browse forums? Anonymous, warrior forums? Just a place where failed professionals boast and chatter, what's there to browse? You guys didn't see some posts saying there's a shortcut to the hall, did you? Anonymous, warrior brother, I advise you, don't believe it. If you do, you'll die quickly. Anonymous, warrior, I'm out, a bunch of kids playing tricks on me. I thought I finally encountered a business opportunity. Then this warrior no longer paid attention to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu looked at Tao Qian, who also had a gloomy face. Clearly, someone had privately messaged him too, and the conversation wasn't pleasant. Alright, it seems that a true support is not easy to find. When Ren Xingyu also said, I didn't expect it to be like this. She thought finding a support would be very easy. Zhang Yu said, it seems the mayor tried to keep my arrival in Shangyu as low profile as possible, probably worried I wouldn't perform well. There is another possibility. One Ren Xingyu said, they never expected the nightmare level abyss would give so much experience, and they didn't think you'd be a stage 2 professional right away. So what should we do now? Tao Qian asked. I found a few people, some came asking for money directly, and some just left when they saw you were the captain. There's one interesting case, he knows you cleared stage 1 of the nightmare level abyss but still refused to join the team. He thinks being asked to roast kidneys is an insult to him. Kuing, who was aside, laughed. If Wu Zong heard this, he would be furious. Yes, he has no chance to roast kidneys right now. It's mainly because your reputation, Yugu, hasn't risen yet. Stage 2 professionals are still a bit proud. How about I find someone on the forum? Just as Wen Renxingyu was about to go on the forum to find soy sauce, Zheng Yu received a call from Chai Fong. Xiaoyu, I heard you plan to enter the abyss today? Chai Fong's tone was very polite. Zheng Yu was stunned for a moment. I plan to enter, just looking for teammates. Oh, you need a teammate? Chai Fong feigned surprise and asked. Zheng Yu explained, to be precise, I need someone who can roast kidneys. Chai Fong, what? Someone who can roast kidneys? Chapter 50 Nightmare Level Abyss Temple. After some negotiations, they finally reached an agreement with, what a coincidence, I happen to have a sister who can roast kidneys. The price was set at 3 million per person. Although Chai Fong thought Zheng Yu was asking too much, he didn't hesitate at all, he had to feed the genius he gathered. He thought this was probably because Zheng Yu was unhappy that they hadn't secured resources yet. Giving a bit more was normal. Then it's settled, I'll transfer the money to you shortly, you all just wait a moment, okay? Okay. Zheng Yu hung up the phone and smiled, I found the soy sauce. Who? Chai Fong's distant cousin. The resource department head? Yes. She can roast kidneys? Tao Qian asked. Chai Fong said his cousin's family does barbecue, should be better than Wu Zong. Then it's no problem. Wan Ran Xingyu. Is it really okay for you all to discuss whether someone can roast kidneys so seriously? Chai Yun, Ranger, requests to join the team. Captain has agreed to allow Chai Yun, Ranger, to join the team. Chai Yun, Ranger, hello, Captain Zheng Yu, hello everyone, my name is Chai Yun, nice to meet you all. Greater than or equal to? Less than or equal to, smile. Tao Qian, monk so cute. Zheng Yu, summoner welcome. Wan Ran Xingyu, assassin welcome, sister. Kuing, assassin welcome, sister. Seeing the word sister, Chai Yun, who was on a taxi heading to the temple in Shangyu, ground her teeth. She was indeed 1 year older than Wan Ran Xingyu, she was a professional from last year but had been stuck at level 12, unable to progress. With no teammates, and no big shots, she had formed a team after over a month of effort but almost died in the temple. Later, due to some family matters and her own lack of talent, she decided to give up. She had originally not planned to continue down this path until last night when her better-than-others cousin Chai Fong called her, saying he found a big shot to take her through the abyss. No risk, no need to do it herself, just come along as soy sauce. Being rated as a big shot by Chai Fong meant it would definitely be fine. But once she thought about the fact that the other party was a year younger than her, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. Upon arriving at the Abyss Hall of Shangyu City Temple, she quickly found her team. Because Wan Ran Xingyu's figure was simply too eye-catching. A group of 4 people who looked very young gathered together, very hard to miss. Zheng Yu also saw Chai Yun. A very healthy-looking girl. Tan skin, long legs, short hair looking very neat, bandages wrapped around her wrists, and muscles clearly visible on her forearms and calves. Zheng Yu nodded to Chai Yun and then said, there's a file I sent in the chat group, take a look, don't make any mistakes. Okay. Chai Yun's first impression of Zheng Yu was reliable. At least he wouldn't try to save face while rushing into the abyss without a guide. But she hadn't really paid much attention to the materials Zhang Yu sent, because it seemed somewhat unnecessary. After all, the Changtang Abyss in Shangyu City was just a subject in the schools there, and every student was well aware of it. No need for a guide. Chaiyun didn't show her disdain because she learned from her brother that Zhang Yu was the genius brought over from Jiangshui City. He was from Jiangshui City, so it was normal for him not to understand the abyss in Shangyu City. 1 hour. Zhang Yu said, "We enter the abyss in 1 hour." Zhang Yu gave Chaiyun time to look over the materials. Chaiyun had just joined the team, so she couldn't say much. Her brother had told her to keep quiet because Zhang Yu preferred pure supporting roles. However, the more Chaiyun looked, the more something felt off. Why did it seem like a guide for a nightmare-level abyss? She suspected that Zhang Yu had found the wrong guide. For ordinary practitioners, a guide for a nightmare-level abyss was just something to enjoy. It couldn't really teach any skills. If one wanted to learn skills, it had to be a guide for a difficult abyss. Chaiyun couldn't help but remind Zhang Yu, what's wrong? Zhang Yu saw Chaiyun looking hesitant and asked directly. Chaiyun simply stated her thoughts. "Did you guys find the wrong guide? I saw the guide shared in the group is for the nightmare-level abyss." Zhang Yu nodded. "That's right, it's that guide." Chaiyun. Seeing that Chaiyun looked puzzled, Zhang Yu said directly, "Even though you guys don't need to fight, the Changtang Abyss has many traps and mechanisms, especially the nightmare-level abyss, which is very different from the ordinary-level abyss you're familiar with. The nightmare-level abyss leans more towards reality, so the role of the guide is significant and can help us refresh historical records." Ah. Chaiyun let out a peculiar sound. "Nightmare level. Didn't your brother tell you?" Zhang Yu asked. Nearby, Tao Qian retorted, "Zhang Yu, brother Yu, did you tell Chai Feng that you were tackling the nightmare level Changtang?" Zhang Yu was stunned. I don't think I did." At that moment, Zhang Yu realized, no wonder when I asked Chai Feng for 3 million, his tone was strange, he must have thought it was too expensive. Chaiyun stared blankly at Zhang Yu. "Are you serious?" Zhang Yu said, somewhat speechless, "You are the third practitioner to ask me this question today. How about this? It really is a communication issue on my part. My team and I are entering the nightmare-level Changtang Abyss in Shangyu City. If you think there's a risk, you can exit the team. I can return the money to Chai Feng. As for support players, I can find more on the forum. There will always be brave warriors." Chaiyun stood there and thought for a moment. She was very hesitant. Until Zhang Yu looked at her hands and said, "Looking at the calluses on your hands, it shows you haven't given up on training this past year. As an ranger, arm strength is the most important. How about we gamble together?" This was an active invitation from Zhang Yu. A practitioner who had rested for a year but still persisted in training and had developed thick calluses on her palms indicated that she had never given up on the path of a practitioner. So, Zhang Yu decided to give her an opportunity. If she was willing to take a gamble, this path of a practitioner would open up for her. Chaiyun looked seriously at Zhang Yu, her eyes filled with doubt, confusion, but more anticipation. "Are you confident?" 50%. Either death or clearing the level? Great understanding. I might withdraw halfway," Chaiyun said directly, without hiding anything. Zhang Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. "That's okay, I've been through this sort of thing, but the money can't be refunded." Chaiyun. 3 million. If you really can clear the nightmare level Changtang, it would be a great bargain for me. Chaiyun remained silent for a long time. I must be crazy, she muttered to herself, rationality telling her that a summoner with 4 soy sauces, it is impossible to pass through the nightmare level abyss. Even if Zhang Yu has had glorious achievements, it is still not possible. Because the difficulty of the first stage abyss cannot be compared to the second stage abyss. But there was a voice in her mind telling her to gamble. In the end, she chose to reject rational judgment. I bet. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Congratulations, you got on the pirate ship." Should I tell your brother? Chaiyun said, "I'll tell him." Chaiyun directly sent a message to Chai Feng, "I'm going into the nightmare level abyss. If I can't come back, please take care of my parents." Is that done? Yes. Then let's set off. Zhang Yu opened the page, selected the Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss, nightmare level. Zhang Yu, summoner in. Tao Qian, monk. To be honest, I'm a bit nervous this time. Kuang, assassin. Good luck. When Renqingyu, assassin. Don't be nervous, either clear it and become wealthy, or die in the nightmare level abyss. That's not a shameful death. Tao Qian, monk. Spit, 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 you crow's mouth. Chai Yun, ranger. Entering Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss, nightmare level, please wait. At the same time, while Chai Feng was in a meeting, he received a message from Chai Yun. At first, he didn't realize anything, just laughed and said, "This girl is still playing that sentimental card with me." But upon a second glance, what the hell? He jumped straight out of his chair. Zhang Zhan, who was speaking, said unhappily, "We are in a meeting. What's all this about?" But Chai Fong didn't care about what Zhang Zhan said at all. Because he saw the crucial keyword nightmare level. Zheng Yu is going to the nightmare level ancestral hall abyss. No wonder, he asked me for 3 million so insistently. Zhang Zhan was stunned by Chai Fong's words. "You mean, the summoner we dug up is entering the nightmare level abyss?" Chai Fong nodded. "My cousin Chai Yun just sent me a message, and she left a damn last message." Zhang Zhan. "Do you remember at what level we entered the nightmare level abyss?" Zhang Zhan, level 19. Zheng Yu is only level 13. And he brought 4 soy sauces. Has he gone mad? Just as Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong thought Zheng Yu was crazy. The 5 of them had already entered the ancestral hall abyss. Zheng Yu saw nothing but darkness in front of him, and an old man's voice came to his ears. The ancestral hall, its main purpose, is to worship. Marriage, funerals, longevity, celebrations, worshipping ancestors and sages. Worship, pray, celebrate, bless, believing that ancestors and deities will protect them. In Shangyu village, it is the same. Their ancestors have blessed them for generations, granting them good fortune, freedom from hunger, and protection from wars and fires. They thank their ancestors and respect the ancestral hall, until, one day, the ancestors begin to have demands. "I guarantee your safety, you worship to preserve life. Do the ancestors you worship truly protect you? Or rather, are you worshipping your ancestors?" The voice was low, telling the story of the ancestral hall abyss as if narrating a ghost story. Chapter 51, It seems like I'm holding a real big leg. You have entered the Shangyu City ancestral hall abyss at nightmare level difficulty. This difficulty perfectly restores the true appearance of the abyss and recreates the entire history of the abyss. The difficulty is extremely high, and the death rate is incredibly high. Please pay attention to safety. A chilling wind blew. Accompanied by a sense of push and pull, Zheng Yu and the others appeared on a dark forest path. Zheng Yu inexplicably shivered. The wind here is far from as piercing as the cold street abyss, but it still sent a chill down his spine. As if something was staring at him fiercely. With resentment and greed. Staring? Wait, who told you to stare at me? Zheng Yu looked toward the pitch-black side of the road, speaking with dissatisfaction. Not talking, huh? Without hesitation, Zheng Yu summoned the Goblin General. Goblin, charge at it. The Goblin General promptly slapped his giant wolf mount, charging towards the right side of the forest path. Ah. After a sharp, ear-piercing wail. Kill the roadblock ghost LV-15, gain 2094 experience points. It's quiet now. That annoying feeling of being watched immediately vanished. Trying to scare me? Who gave you the guts? Tao Qian. Big brother, the ancestral hall abyss just created this atmosphere for you, and you ruined it. Just when there was a hint of Chinese horror, it was directly broken by Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu walked to the place where the roadblock ghost had died, looking at the pile of white ash on the ground, with his hands behind his back. In the end, this is just an abyss. As long as there's a health bar, I'm Lin Zhengying. Tao Qian rushed over quickly. Brother Yu is amazing. By the way, who is Lin Zhengying? Zheng Yu. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the trees, and faintly, the sound of children's laughter could be heard. How dare you, demon, laugh at me? Zheng Yu angrily shouted. He. The child's playful laughter slowly faded away in the swirling cold wind. Actually, Zheng Yu was just playing around, because after reading the guide, he knew very well that just entering the shrine abyss, the small forest path leading to Shangyu village, was not dangerous at all. It was just a little trick to set the atmosphere. The roadblock ghost could make players encounter a ghost wall, which wouldn't cause harm, but would delay their entry into Shangyu village. The sound of the child's laughter was also just a warning. Similar to the cold corpse at the butcher shop in the previous Han Street abyss, used to scare people. While Zheng Yu was immersed in playing Lin Zhengying, Wenran Xingyu and Kuing had already taken out the copper coin strings and talisman seals they had prepared. According to the guide written by Zhang Zhan, the nightmare level abyss's Yin energy gradually erodes our minds. Translated, it means that the Yin energy will affect the recovery of mental power, and the longer we stay in the shrine abyss, the greater the effect. Wenran Xingyu divided the 5 copper coin strings. Zheng Yu took the copper coin string, it was a bit sticky. Copper coin string, made from the copper coins of the shrine, soaked in the dog blood of Shangyu village for 49 days, linked by the headstrings of newlywed women from Shangyu village, and then smeared with glutinous rice paste used in tomb worship. It can block the erosion of Yin spirits. Wenran Xingyu explained, the copper coins, dog blood, headstrings, and glutinous rice are all materials dropped from other difficulty abysses in the shrine. Only Shangyu City sells them. Zheng Yu asked, very expensive, right? Since the money was paid by Wenran Xingyu and Kuing, Zheng Yu didn't know the price. 3,000 yuan for 5 strings. So cheap? Nearby, the local Shangyu citizen, Chai Yun, said, only the nightmare level abyss needs this stuff. To be honest, if it weren't for you guys, no one would buy it. I see. Then, when Ren Xingyu handed all the talisman seals to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu glanced at the talisman seals, they were all items mentioned in Zhang Zhan's guide. He put them away and said, you all read the guide. According to Zhang Zhan, the theoretical time to clear the shrine is never less than 3 days. Because after entering Shangyu village, you have to follow the plot, staying for at least 3 days before the boss mechanism triggers, which is the ancestor of Shangyu village controlled by the yin spirit behind the shrine. The first day is the ritual. The second day is the ghost marriage. The third day is the night of 100 ghosts. After the night of 100 ghosts, you can see the shrine boss, so to break the record, you can only fight for time when killing the boss. If we follow Zhang Zhan's guide exactly, it's all about the speed of killing the boss. It's possible to fail and not break the record. So, we need to find ways to activate the boss earlier, like angering the fake ancestor behind the shrine. But I don't have any ideas for now, so we'll go step by step. Zhang Yu spoke about his plan, then casually summoned the double demon fire serpent. The appearance of the double demon fire serpent instantly dispelled the surrounding yin energy, warming their bodies again. Let's go, head into the village first. The goblin general led the way, and the double demon fire serpent followed behind. The group of people walked along the pitch-black forest path toward Shangyu village. The last to leave, Chai Yun, looked deeply at the place where the roadblock ghost had died, her eyes full of shock. Chai Yun had no objections to Zhang Yu's plan. Even though Zhang Yu's words, anger the fake ancestor behind the shrine to speed up the clearance, would make any professional in Shangyu City feel uneasy, she said nothing. Everyone laughs at Zhang Yu's whimsical ideas. But Chai Yun does not. Because she saw with her own eyes the goblin general charge forward and instantly kill the roadblock ghost. Although the roadblock ghost was only level 15. But killing it in one charge is somewhat outrageous. That damage of over 50,000 made Chai Yun unable to accept. Is this the damage dealt by a summoned beast? 50,000. She suddenly felt that her so-called bet did not hold at all with Zhang Yu. For Zhang Yu, entering the nightmare level abyss is not a gamble, but truly a matter of confidence and strength. The thought of he might really break the record of the shrine kept swirling in Chai Yun's mind. This time it seems, she really clung to a true big leg. Chapter 52, Big Brother, are you shopping in the cemetery? The road into Shangyu village needs to pass through this forest path. Occasionally, a few roadblock ghosts will appear. There is not much danger, it just constantly reminds the adventurers that there really are ghosts here. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. It directly hit the ghost in the face. These roadside roadblock ghosts are extremely easy to deal with. According to other guides, these roadblock ghosts are actually just passers-by passing through Shangyu village. Which means they are just the unlucky ones. Minus 10,745. An arrow shot out for 10,000 damage. The level 5 Goblin General has over 3,000 attack power, and with the archery mastery of a 5.7x coefficient, normal damage can exceed 20,000. But ghost-type creatures do not count as normal. In a simple level shrine, ghosts can ignore 10% of damage. In a normal level shrine, ghosts can ignore 15% of damage. In a hard level shrine, they ignore 25% of damage. When it comes to nightmare level shrines, it directly rises to 60%. Ignoring 60% of damage, combined with hit rate, evasion, attribute restraint, and various factors, ghosts in nightmare level shrines become extremely difficult to kill. This is also the reason why many adventurers in Shangyu City are limited in challenging the nightmare level abyss. But fortunately, ghost-type creatures do not have high health. A level 15 human skin spider has 60,000 health. But a normal roadblock ghost only has 20,000 health. That means just 2 arrows. Whoosh! The Goblin General raised his hand and shot another arrow. He directly made the roadblock ghost at the end of the path lose its soul. Killed roadblock ghost LV-15, gained 2,244 experience points. The Goblin General kept shooting the little fragile roadblock ghosts, and Zhang Yu asked Tao Qian and the others with interest, do you want an orange? There are oranges? Tao Qian didn't remember buying any oranges while packing supplies. Zhang Yu handed him an orange. Tao Qian didn't think much of it and just ate it. After a while, Zhang Yu asked again, do you want some cookies? Zhang Yu handed Tao Qian a few cookies. Tao Qian, ? Wait, where did you get these? Just as he finished speaking, Tao Qian found that they had unknowingly walked into a cemetery, and the orange and cookies in Zhang Yu's hand were all taken from the graves. Tao Qian hurriedly threw away the cookies in his hand. He looked up to see Zhang Yu running to another grave, selecting offerings. No, big brother, did you come here to shop in the cemetery? Zhang Yu. This is a graveyard? Chai Yun immediately recognized this place. The graveyard is the first challenging location in the Shrine Abyss, which will refresh a high-level wraith. This wraith is the soul of the original village chief of Shanyu, strong and difficult to deal with. Chayan said anxiously, to deal with the village chief's wraith, we must attract it outside the graveyard, otherwise entering the graveyard directly will lead to attacks from all the wraiths in the graveyard. No, we shouldn't have come to the graveyard this quickly. Chayan hurriedly stepped back. But she found that neither Zhang Yu nor Tao Qian moved. Only when Ren Qinjiu glanced at Chayan, didn't you see the strategy Captain Zhang Yu sent you? Chayan fell silent. She really hadn't looked closely. Mainly because at that time she did not know Zhang Yu was going to enter the nightmare-level abyss, so she didn't take it seriously. Zhang Yu patiently explained, Zhang Zhan's nightmare-level abyss strategy said that originally in other difficulty levels of the Shrine's abyss, the graveyard has a fixed location, as long as you are careful, you can always find it. But in the nightmarish abyss, graveyards appear randomly. The earlier they appear, the higher the danger. Luckily, we entered the graveyard within 10 minutes, a full half-hour earlier than Zhang Zhan. Chai Yun. Are you sure this is lucky? Isn't this even more dangerous? Zhang Yu smiled and said, of course it's lucky, because the earlier you encounter the graveyard, the sooner you can unlock the main storyline of the shrine, and clear the abyss faster. Although I don't know if it works, as long as we kill all the road-blocking ghosts we encounter without missing any, we can meet the graveyard earlier. It seems my guess was right. Chai Yun looked at Zhang Yu in surprise. She had been curious why Zhang Yu was so determined to kill the road-blocking ghosts, even pulling those far away in the woods out to beat them until their souls scattered. She thought Zhang Yu was just cherishing the little experience, but who knew he had a purpose? Chai Yun looked at Zhang Yu, who gave her a feeling of being both crazy and reliable, creating a sense of disharmony. But the problem is, how are you going to deal with them? Chai Yun noticed that shadowy figures of ghosts were already faintly appearing in the graveyard, and there were many. Zhang Yu smiled at Chai Yun and said, after we pass this stage, you should really check the strategy one sent, otherwise, you will hold us back later. Also, let me correct a mistake. In the nightmarish abyss, it's not just one elite high-level ghost, but an elite high-level monster. As for how to deal with them, Zhang Yu snapped his fingers. The twin demonic fire serpent behind him suddenly unleashed flames, directly engulfing the entire graveyard. Of course, we just charge in and attack directly. Zhang Yu had done a lot of homework on the Shrine Abyss, and he had a basic grasp of the difficulty of the graveyard, he could sweep through it. To speed up the dungeon progress, he couldn't really follow Zhang Zhan's strategy. The storyline of the Shrine Abyss was very simple, there was no need for exploration, no need to solve any problems, just hold on for 3 days. Disrupt a ceremony and anger the false ancestors behind the shrine. So from the very start, there could be no hesitations. It had to be direct and straightforward. Whatever was violent, just do it. Let the false ancestor, tainted by the evil spirit, be angered in advance for the possibility of breaking records. Burning down the entire graveyard was Zhang Yu's first step. Ah! As the fire ring of the twin demonic fire serpent burst forth, it completely covered the entire graveyard, and the ghosts that feared the flames let out piercing screams. The upgraded 5th-tier twin demonic fire serpent had a fire ring that now extended to a range of 50 meters. Covering this not too large graveyard was not difficult. Moreover, the double fire attribute damage of the burning effect made the ghosts here suffer terribly. Against cold corpses, the twin demonic fire serpent was their nemesis. Against ghosts, the twin demonic fire serpent was their father. Boom! The graveyard was set ablaze. With the twin effect, the double fire ring damage, directly negating 50% of the damage immunity, along with the fire damage that was already a restraint against them. The entire graveyard was engulfed in a sea of flames. Ah! The screams of the ghosts were endless. This place had once been a hell for professionals, now it was a hell for ghosts. Strings of damage points emerged all over the graveyard. Minus 5,741. Minus 5,329. Minus 587. Minus 698. Burn damage. Minus 5,339. Minus 5,788. Over 10,000 damage per second. Looking at this damage effect, Chayan always felt it was unreal. Was this not even more powerful than a mage? Beside her, Tao Qian, Wenren Shengyu, and Kuang looked very satisfied watching Chayan's shocked expression. Yes. Just that half-open mouth, that puzzled look in her eyes, that shocked trembling pinky finger, it hits the spot. This is the state. Chapter 53, the highest-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. It hits the spot. Tao Qian said playfully. Because when they first saw Zhang Yu's damage, it is also this kind of state. What mechanism, what danger, is completely non-existent in Zhang Yu's summoned beast's explosive damage? Not only a one-hit kill, but also a range-based one-hit kill. The burning continues. This time in the graveyard, the ordinary gloomy souls that appeared are all level 20 beings, and their health is tripled. It's nearly impossible to burn them to death in one shot. Moreover, in this feast of roasting souls, the most important dish has not yet arrived. Whoosh! The Een wind rises. Wails emerge. Surrounding sounds of sorrowful music play faintly. On the largest grave in the cemetery, an old man, with a decaying face and emitting black smoke all over, crawls out of the grave. Like other gloomy souls, he appears in a semi-transparent form. But the black smoke behind him vaguely resembles a strange animal. Gloomy Soul Village Chief of Shangyu. The first to offer souls to the ancestors. Level, LV20. Rank, Elite. Health, 150,000. Attack power, 2500. Skill I, Een Energy Encapsulation. Skill 2, Een Poison. Skill 3, Possession. Skill 4? A level 20 elite monster. Zhang Yu's expression became serious. This elite monster could almost rival the boss Xiao Qi from the nightmare level difficulty in the Cold Street Abyss. It should be known that this is just the first checkpoint of the Ancestral Hall Abyss. This guest from afar, may I ask where our Shinyu village has offended you? The village chief's gloomy soul said ominously while staring at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu pointed to the surrounding souls still wailing and said, I see this place is quite unlucky, there are too many dirty things here. Let me clean it up for you. The village chief's gloomy soul became furious. The black gas behind him surged out, and the Een energy engulfed the entire graveyard, even managing to suppress the flames of the dual demon fire lizard for a moment. The surrounding gloomy souls finally had time to rush towards Zhang Yu and the others. Chaiyan watched this scene, her legs turning weak. She could not figure out how Zhang Yu should deal with this group of gloomy souls. You old man, I kindly help you clean up the dirty things, yet you are ungrateful. Fine then, since you don't like it, let's burn together. Dual Demon Fire Lizard. Zhang Yu commanded the dual demon fire lizard behind him, burn to your heart's content. Roar. After a sound like a half-snake and half-dragon's roar, the fire snake hell finally descended on this graveyard. But this time it was not a fire snake. Instead, it was a stronger fire lizard. Boom. Flames ignited. Since the main dish, the village chief's gloomy soul, has appeared, it was time for the dual demon fire lizard to simmer the fire down. Double Flames Halo. Double Fire Snake Hell. Double Fire Attribute Burn. Even with high health, after this combo, the gloomy souls would be roasted to a crisp. Kill Gloomy Soul LV20, gain experience 3786. Kill Gloomy Soul LV20, gain experience 3587. Kill Gloomy Soul LV20, gain experience 3444. Kill. A feast of flames roasting. Experience surged in delight. No one shared experience with him, and the experience skyrocketed. Not yet finished killing, his level directly rose to level 14. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV13 LV.14, 59600, need 56,500 more experience points to level up. Health, 94009970, 7,950 equipment attributes. Mana, 870880. Intelligence, 451469. Strength, 126130. Agility, 2930. Remaining free attribute points, 5. The leveling speed is extremely fast. This is why bringing 4 support characters to the leaderboard is essential. When 5 people enter the abyss, the overall difficulty increases, leading to an increase in overall experience. But if others do not participate in battle, the strong player vying for the leaderboard will reap more experience. Soloing the nightmare level abyss, the leveling speed is unimaginable for others. Just one wave of gloomy souls directly raised a level. Ah! A shrill scream interrupted Zhang Yu's joy of leveling up. The village chief's gloomy soul looked at the other gloomy souls being burned to death, and in a fit of rage released Een energy, enveloping the entire graveyard. Attempting to contend with the fire snake hell of the dual demon fire lizard. But the dual demon fire lizard, which is naturally resistant to Een energy, could not possibly be suppressed. Instead, the flames grew increasingly vigorous. Seeing he could not suppress the flames, he himself was getting burned and felt unbearably uncomfortable. He transformed directly into a ball of black smoke, fiercely lunging towards Zhang Yu. Incredibly fast. But beside him, the goblin general responsible for protecting Zhang Yu's safety was not idle. In this chaotic battle involving summoners, one must prepare a summoned beast to always protect their own safety. The goblin general raised his heavy hammer and struck the dark smoke fiercely. Whoosh! The heavy hammer smashed directly into the body of the ghost village chief. Minus 8,742. It dealt 8,000 damage. But the ghost did not stop because of this. The ghost village chief transformed into dark smoke and directly ignored the heavy hammer, charging straight toward Zhang Yu. Professionals can deal direct damage to ghosts in the abyss. But essentially, a ghost is still a ghost, and physical means are really hard to stop them. Zhang Yu. Seeing the ghost charging toward Zhang Yu, Tao Qian and others shouted nervously. This was because it was their first time seeing Zhang Yu face direct harm. Summoners have one deadly weakness. That is, all the strength of the summoner is concentrated on the summoned beast, and the summoner themselves is extremely weak in terms of health and defense. However, in the next moment, Tao Qian realized their worries were unnecessary. The summoner may be weak, but they completely forgot that Zhang Yu had 3 pieces of platinum-grade equipment. The Ghost Village Chief's attack on Zhang Yu directly struck the shield of the Ring of Resentment. Engagement Ring emitting resentment. Equipment Effect 1, Mental Shield, a shield formed from resentment that can resist 10,000 shield damage from spells. Equipment Effect 2, Shield Break, after the shield is broken, it causes 2,500 fixed damage to the surroundings. 10,000 shields. The Ghost Village Chief couldn't break it at all. Even if the shield was broken, there were the Skin Spider 3-piece sets defenses, and the Training Dummies taunting defense. To touch Zhang Yu, you first had to get through these layers of defenses. Minus 6,458. White damage appeared above Zhang Yu. White damage meant a reduction in shield value. 6,000. To be honest, that's quite high. The Ghost Village Chief used possession, but unable to break the Ring of Resentment's shield, got stuck in midair. Whoosh. At that instant, the dual demon flame dragon was ready with its hottest breath. Dragon's Breath. Zhang Yu watched the Ghost Village Chief, enveloped in the Crimson Dragon's breath, screaming continuously, and said with a smile, the best ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods. Charcoal grilled ghost. You just need to add a regular breath that can melt iron. Kill the Ghost Chief of Shangyu Village LV20, gain experience 7848. Chapter 54, A Terrifying Thought, the Perfect Clear Method. The entire cemetery was left only with the crackling sound of burning. The ghost who had previously shouted to kill Zhang Yu was now completely scared out of its wits. After the Ghost Village Chief died, the dark smoke attached to him flew into the sky, swirling around for 2 circles. It seemed to be remembering Zhang Yu's appearance. Then it disappeared into thin air. Congratulations! You have received the accessory Village Chief's Pipe, LV0, Silver Grade. Congratulations! You have received the Armor Robe of the Dead, LV20, Silver Grade. 2 pieces of equipment dropped. 1 accessory, an old-looking pipe, which obviously was not for professionals to smoke from, after all, the mouthpiece was so dirty it was hard to use. Accessory, Village Chief's Pipe. Wearing level, none. Wearing requirement, none. Grade, Silver. Attribute, none. Equipment effect, by putting this mouthpiece in your mouth, you will enjoy the same treatment as the Village Chief in Shangyu Village. Really something you can put in your mouth? Zhang Yu looked at this dirty mouthpiece with disdain. Clearly, it was a quest item. Although it is a bit dirty, it could be used to save my life at a critical moment. While feeling disgusted in his heart, he knew this item was something mentioned in Zhang Zhan's battle strategy that was never brought up before. Because Zhang Zhan and his group hadn't actually killed the Ghost Village Chief. The Ghost Village Chief would release his last skill, which is the one not visible on the attribute panel, when his health fell below 5%. It was called Yin-Yang Separation. This meant you could no longer attack the Ghost Village Chief. You could only watch the experience and equipment you were supposed to have slip away before your eyes. So, Zhang Yu had initially let the dual demon flame dragon hold back a bit. With a fiery halo, slowly simmering, in the end, when the village chief of the Yin Souls was caught off guard, using the skill Dragon's Breath which deals high damage, he directly eliminated the village chief in an instant. This is the benefit of having a strategy. Zhang Yu looked at the pipe in his hand, and in his heart, he had a plan. He wanted to break Zhang Zhan's record. The village chief's pipe was the most important item. As for the Robe of the Dead, Zhang Yu directly tossed it into his inventory, classifying it as to be soul items. The 20-level silver equipment, he couldn't equip it anyway. After Zhang Yu cleared the rewards, Chai Yun beside him was still in shock. Is this the end? The level of the village chief of the Yin Souls, known as the first roadblock of the nightmare level abyss, was burned away by Zhang Yu in an instant? She stared blankly at the 2 summoned beasts beside Zhang Yu. The strong goblin general. The 2-headed dragon engulfed in flames. These 2 summoned beasts completely shattered her understanding of summoners. So, summoners are this strong. At this moment, Tao Qian heard Chai Yun's mumbling and immediately repeated a phrase he had said countless times, it's not the summoner who is strong, it's Zhang Yu. Moreover, you are too early in being shocked. If my brother Yu were only at this level, how could he have the confidence to challenge the nightmare level abyss? As a Yu fan, Tao Qian was completely unreserved in bragging about Zhang Yu. And he wasn't just talking nonsense. He had solid reasons to brag. In dealing with the village chief of the Yin Souls, the ones who contributed to the battle were only the two fiery dragons. The goblin general's death squad did not even appear. The summoned beast's frenzy skill had not been activated. Zhang Yu still held back more than one hand. Furthermore, the third summoned beast, upgraded to level 10, had not been released yet. Just wait, the real battle is still to come. Tao Qian had an expression that said, just you wait. Let's go, stop boasting. Zhang Yu interrupted Tao Qian. After the village chief of the Yin Souls disappeared. Through the trees of the graveyard, they could see the dim lights of Shangyu village lighting up below the mountain. Shangyu village has appeared, the main storyline begins, let's hurry up. All right. Hearing Zhang Yu's urging, Tao Qian quickly followed. Chaiyan recalled what Tao Qian had just said, although she felt there was some boasting involved. From the calm emotions of Tao Qian, Wen Renqingyu, and Kuing, it was clear that Zhang Yu was trustworthy enough for them. The worries that had been lingering in Chaiyan's heart began to turn into subtle excitement. If Zhang Yu could really clear the nightmare-level abyss, it would be an incredible win. Although the difficulty was a bit high. And this was just the first level. But, what if? Early morning. Shangyu village was brightly lit. But the lights were dim and ghostly. There was not a single person on the street. Doors were tightly closed. A chilling wind blew. After more than an hour of travel, Zhang Yu and the others finally reached Shangyu village located at the foot of the mountain from the graveyard. Before entering Shangyu village, Zhang Yu recalled the two fiery dragons, leaving only the goblin general. The fire attribute of the two fiery dragons would disperse the evil spirit. This was not helpful for him to find the trace of the shrine. To find the shrine, he first needed to locate the paper effigy. You have entered Shangyu village, please be careful, as everything you see may threaten your life. Stepping into Shangyu village. The system sent a thoughtful reminder. We should look for the shrine now. Chai Yun hurriedly said. The purpose was to prove that she had been seriously reading Zhang Yu's strategy during their earlier travel. Last-minute effort. No, it was grasping onto Zhang Yu at the last minute. Zhang Yu nodded, indicating for Chai Yun to continue. Because the street was too eerily quiet, her voice lowered, slightly afraid to speak too loudly. Zhang Zhan's strategy says that the first thing to do in Shangyu village is to find the shrine. Once we find the shrine, hiding inside will trigger a scene, allowing us to watch the full sacrificial ceremony of the villagers of Shangyu village. But the problem is, the building of the ancestral hall is not obvious, and it has no fixed location. You have to rely on luck to find it. If you enter the wrong house, you'll be trapped. The second challenge of the abyss of Shangyu ancestral hall. Every household here harbors danger. Just like the system prompt says, everything is dangerous. The fastest and simplest way is to use talismans. They will burn according to the strength of the ghostly aura in the room. The more vigorously it burns, the stronger the ghostly presence in the house. The house with the strongest ghostly aura is very likely the ancestral hall. Chaiyan continued, that's right, this is what Zhang Zhan wrote in the strategy, find the ancestral hall, hidden inside the wooden coffin in the hall, then proceed with the story. But our goal is to break the records left by Zhang Zhan, so we can't just copy the strategy, we need to make changes. Chaiyan asked, how do we change it? Zhang Yu wrote this matter down in the strategy, to truly break the record and earn rewards, changes must be made. And the most impactful change comes from the flow of the story. Zhang Yu said, to me, Zhang Zhan's completion was a crafty approach, looking at the story of Shangyu village's ancestral grave mistaken worship from a third-party perspective. But the entire strategy didn't explain why the ancestral grave was worshipped incorrectly, who was being worshipped, why Shangyu village ended up in such a ghostly state, and why the ghostly village chief blocked our way in the graveyard. These details are missing from Zhang Zhan's strategy. This is not a complete strategy. One could say it allows passage through the abyss, but it is not perfect. Listening to Zhang Yu's words, Chaiyan inexplicably began to trust his reasoning, but she also knew that if this statement were thrown into the forum of Shangyu City, it would probably be met with severe backlash. After all, the completion record of Shangyu Ancestral Hall by Zhang Zhan is regarded as a Bible by the professionals of Shangyu City. How could a mere summoner dare to question it? But since witnessing Zhang Yu's strength and his completely different way of thinking, this native professional from Shangyu City really began to question whether Zhang Zhan's strategy was not so perfect. So, what do you plan to do? Chai Yun asked. Zhang Yu replied, from Zhang Zhan's perspective, everything he did was correct, but he still failed to explain the whole story. That means the perspective is wrong. Wrong perspective? That's right, Zhang Zhan's perspective observes all of Shangyu village through a third person, the three phases of worship, ghost marriages, and the night of 100 ghosts. What if we change the perspective and participate in this game from the point of view of the worshippers? When Zhang Yu said this, not only was Chaiyan stunned, but also Tao Qian and Wen Renqingyu were at a loss for words. Before they could voice their objections, Zhang Yu's next statement made them shiver with fear. Or, we could become the sacrifices directly. Wouldn't that allow us to face that fake ancestor directly? Chapter 55, a goblin combat squad more terrifying than ghosts. What kind of expressions are you all making? After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he found no one responded to him. Chai Yun opened her mouth but did not speak. Only Tao Qian, who was close to Zhang Yu, said, "This doesn't seem to be in the plan, right? Didn't we agree to find the location of the ancestral hall based on the burning intensity of the talismans? Isn't it too dangerous to become a sacrifice directly?" Only Tao Qian would say such things. Because after spending time with Zhang Yu, when Ren Qingyu and Kuing noticed that Zhang Yu had a very strong-willed personality. Once Zhang Yu made a decision, it was hard to change it. Zhang Yu looked at their expressions and smiled, "Don't worry, I'm not crazy, I won't do anything that would cost you your lives." Tao Qian. Are you sure? Regarding whether Zhang Yu was crazy, all four present questioned in their hearts. But they did not dare to speak. Zhang Yu smiled and explained. This plan indeed came from a sudden burst of inspiration, but there is a basis, and it should be the only correct way to solve the problem. He took out a dirty pipe. Then threw it to Tao Qian. "This is for you." "What is this?" Tao Qian looked at the pipe with some disdain, but when he saw the pipe's attributes, his eyes suddenly showed surprise. "This is?" "That's right, this is the most important item that Zhang Zhan missed. It's also the only item that can get us into the sacrifice. In a moment, I'll let you put it in your mouth, and you'll put it in your mouth." "Ha?" Tao Qian was stunned for a moment. "Me?" "Yes, this is a key item, do you not want it?" Hearing this, Tao Qian immediately said, "I want it. I want it." This means that he will have a contribution in this instance, and the rewards he eventually gets will not be completely useless. Although this pipe is indeed a bit disgusting. But you can't say, when Zhang Yu said these words, the little girls beside him all looked at this pipe with envy. Dirty? Having rewards is enough, who still fears dirt? Besides, this is just a pipe, putting a pipe in your mouth can increase rewards. Some female professionals have even gone to bed with big shots just to join a team through the abyss. Putting a pipe in your mouth is not better than putting that thing in your mouth? But unfortunately, there is only one pipe. So what do we do next? When Ren Qingyu and others also saw the pipe's attributes, and with the identity of the village chief, they really could join the sacrifice. Zhang Yu said, like Zhang Zhan, find the sacrificial hall. However, the purpose is different. He is looking for the sacrificial hall to hide. We are looking for the sacrificial hall to stir things up. The more chaos, the better. According to Zhang Yu's plan, they need to find the temple, but they can't actually find the temple yet. The five of them each held a talisman and stood in front of different villagers' houses. As long as it is not sacrificial time, this group of crazy villagers will not come out. Approaching the door. The talisman will ignite. Zhang Yu glanced at the talisman in his hand, which flickered with a little spark, proving that there were very few spirits inside, or possibly no spirits at all, just villagers. Villagers are the weakest beings in the entire sacrificial hall abyss, almost dying with a single touch. And there is no punishment mechanism. Similar to innocent bystanders in a GTA game. Of course, there is no reward. The five of them were quite far apart, and the village was very quiet, making it inconvenient to shout, so they simply communicated via a chat group. Tao Qian, monk, my talisman has burned a quarter, there should be something in this courtyard. Kuing, assassin, mine burned a third. When Ren Qingyu, assassin, my talisman hasn't moved. Chai Yun, ranger, my talisman has burned completely. Zhang Yu, summoner Chai Yun, remember your house number, it is most likely the sacrificial hall now. Chai Yun, ranger, okay. Zhang Yu, summoner, gather at Kuying's house door. Tao Qian, monk, okay. They gathered in front of the villager's house where Kuing was. The burning talisman indicated that there were evil spirits present in the house. Entering the room would trigger the mechanism, the evil spirits would start attacking the professionals, and the stronger the fire burned, the stronger the evil spirits would be. The most vigorous would be the sacrificial hall. But it was not very accurate. Because powerful evil spirits could also burn a talisman, meaning it could be the sacrificial hall or a level 20 elite monster. This would rely on luck. Zhang Yu's goal was to create chaos. Then they would first eliminate the houses that were most likely the sacrificial hall. Kill the ghosts first and talk later. Bang! The goblin general opened the way and kicked the door open. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind surged from inside the door, accompanied by a foul stench, causing Zhang Yu and others to hurriedly cover their noses. Smash! A copper coin from the string in Zhang Yu's arm shattered with a sound. The coin string had a total of 18 coins. Each time it resisted a spiritual attack, one would shatter, able to resist a total of 18 times. After the cold wind passed, Zhang Yu and others finally saw the structure of this rune clearly. What came into view was a large courtyard, with a money tree in the middle, proving that this family was not poor. The door of the room directly facing the courtyard door was half open. Inside, they could vaguely see an old nanny. Sitting on a chair in the hall, wearing a gray cotton shirt, the old man was staring at them. The most important thing was that the old man's eyes were streaming with blood tears. The scene was extremely eerie at that moment. Zheng Yu was not scared or worried at all. It wasn't just because he could see the old man's health bar above his head, but because he wouldn't even step into the courtyard. What's the most powerful thing about summoners? Answer: no need to go to the battlefield personally. Goblin General, charge. The Goblin General was fearless. What kind of monsters and spirits? They were all ready to die. Riding a wolf cavalry, the Goblin General charged straight toward the eerie old lady sitting in the hall. Zheng Yu turned his back directly, not even looking at the battle scene, and said to Tao Qian and the others, "We just wait here. You can scare yourself, go ahead and play your tricks. If I was even a little scared, I'd take your surname." The abyss of the Shuyang Ancestral Hall had a special feature, that it killed up close. It was like the ghost village chief, who could avoid the Goblin General's obstruction and charge straight at Zheng Yu, a scene often seen in horror movies. You clearly know a scary moment is about to happen. But when the ghostly face suddenly appears, you still get a shock. Tao Qian and the others didn't like entering the Ancestral Hall either, because many second-phase warriors who had gone through the Ancestral Hall, despite having strategies, still had lingering fears. This was much more immersive than playing a horror game. But Zheng Yu was a summoner. Which meant, as long as he had overwhelming strength, he didn't need to watch the fight to command it. Bang! Zheng Yu even kindly closed the door for the Goblin General and the old lady. "You guys continue, I won't disturb you." "Tao Qian, you can do it like this?" "Kuing, so we just wait here?" "When wrenching you, there's more than one ghost in this house, there's one by the money tree, and one hanging on the beam, probably for a while." "Zheng Yu, anyone want an orange?" "Tao Qian, no, thanks." "When wrenching you, how about some tea?" "Zheng Yu, very good." Watching Wen Rinxingyu set up the tea table, Kuling took out some tea snacks, while Chayan felt a sense of unreality. In the courtyard, the eerie screams of the ghosts could be heard. Outside the courtyard, Zhang Yu and the others were actually drinking tea? This is the abyss? This is a nightmare-level abyss? How did a perfectly good horror-type abyss turn into this? Chayan suddenly felt that maybe summoners did have an advantage, at least in this kind of horror-type abyss. They didn't have to face the terrifying scenes themselves. Inside the courtyard, ghosts were crying and howling. Inside the house, it was peaceful. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Yu had only drunk 1 cup of tea when he received the system's kill notifications. Killed LV-20 Blood Tear Spectre, gained 5,744 experience. Killed LV-20 Hanging Ghost, gained 5,871 experience. Killed LV-20 Miser, gained 6,022 experience. Creak. The door opened with a creak. Chayan looked inside the door, and besides the mighty goblin general, there were also deathly goblins wrapped in black cloth, their eyes as beast-like as hungry predators, a group of goblin wolf cavalry riding fierce giant wolves, and a war giant troll that was over 3 meters tall and looked terrifyingly ugly. This was the evolved goblin combat squad. Looking at this group of goblins that looked more ferocious than ghosts, Chayan felt like ghosts weren't so terrifying after all. Chapter 56, the 2 ghosts knocked the door, but the ones who fell were the 2 ghosts. The next scene was the goblin general leading a group of thugs to knock on doors and search the houses. Based on the condition of the burned seals, they found 3 houses that were completely on fire and contained a large number of spirits, while the others were simply swept through. Just as the system described, there was danger everywhere here. The deadwood branches in the corners, the cloth dolls on the beds, the red lanterns on the trees, the child soaking in a giant jar, a half-body female ghost embedded in the wall, various hanging ghosts, drowned ghosts, sudden death ghosts, sickness ghosts, vengeful spirits. According to the descriptions of professionals who had cleared the difficult level Ancestral Hall Abyss, even if you know there are ghosts here, you will still be scared to death, because what should exist and what shouldn't exist all exists in the Ancestral Hall Abyss. Horror is the main theme of the Ancestral Hall Abyss. But when they face a group of even more ferocious goblins, ghosts are no longer ghosts. Because goblins have no concept of ghosts. They only recognize blood bars. They do not recognize monsters. Chinese ghosts care more about atmosphere, a closed environment, paired with death stories, and the true ugliness of appearance. Zheng Yu still felt this troll was scarier. Mainly because a troll's hammer can smash away half the health of a dead ghost, that is the real horror. This troll once encountered twin ghosts knocking on a door. But it was the twin ghosts that fell. What kind of ghost has a blood bar? Zheng Yu complained, directly refusing to look at the giant child pulled out from the tank. And the blood-colored doll that suddenly stood up from the bed. Jumping out suddenly is really annoying. Zheng Yu refused to take a tour. And turned to leave. These ghosts occupying the villagers' rooms are not strong. A goblin general with a battle squad can easily deal with them. This group of ghosts likes to startle people. When you enter the yard, they suddenly appear from a corner to ambush you. Because ghost-type creatures have a setting. They will collect the scare values of the professionals, and when the scare value reaches a certain level, ghosts will also evolve. Therefore, ghost-type creatures tirelessly engage in scaring activities. Zheng Yu doesn't want to suffer that punishment. He directly closed his eyes to avoid it. If you can scare a goblin general, then you are impressive. Zheng Yu simply knocked on a house that had no spirits, only villagers, while the old and young watched Zheng Yu tremble. He set up the grill and started preparing for dinner that day. Sizzle. The aroma of barbecue wafted in the air. Zheng Yu sniffed and then said, "Is it burned?" Chai Yun hurriedly turned the meat over. A few minutes later, Zheng Yu took the kidney grilled by Chai Yun, took a bite, and then silently put it down. "Isn't your family running a barbecue shop?" Zheng Yu couldn't help but ask. Chai Yun was taken aback. Who said that? Zheng Yu. Chai Fong is such a liar. Clearly, Chai Fong had lied. Chai Yun didn't know how to grill kidneys at all. Chai Yun was also confused because when she first met Zheng Yu, she was asked if she could grill kidneys, and at that time, she didn't take it seriously. After all, who would barbecue kidneys to eat in an abyss? It really can. And there's plenty of time. I can learn. Chai Yun's attitude was serious. The posture of holding onto a big leg was extremely correct. First, let Tao Qian handle it. Grilling meat is also an art. To avoid Chai Yun wasting the precious grilled meat she bought, Zheng Yu hurriedly let Tao Qian take over. A few minutes later, the aroma spread throughout the yard. Gulyolu. A clear sound of a stomach growling came from the corner. Zheng Yu turned and looked. He found it was a child in this yard. This yard they entered had no spirits, only an elderly person and a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The old person was holding the girl, curled up in the corner trying not to disturb Zheng Yu and the others. But no one can resist the temptation of barbecue. Especially for a child who has been hungry for several days. The little girl looked eagerly at Zheng Yu and the grilling meat nearby. "Would you like to have a piece?" Zheng Yu asked. The little girl did not answer, but instead shrank back into the old person's arms due to Zheng Yu's sudden question. Zheng Yu looked at the old person. "I have something I would like to ask you. I can exchange it with barbecue." The old person stared blankly at the ground, as if he hadn't heard Zheng Yu's words at all. Zheng Yu smiled and said, "You should have no reason to refuse. And you wouldn't want to know what would happen if you refuse me." Zheng Yu said directly. He had no intention of bonding with the villagers here. Often, one can see the protagonist establishing good relationships with local villagers, then extracting various information from them. Zheng Yu felt it was entirely unnecessary. First, he knew very well how extreme and closed off the villagers' thoughts were in such a secluded village. To put it bluntly, their thinking could be described as terrifying. Heart to heart? To truly connect, you'd just be waiting to be backstabbed by the other party. Second, he didn't believe he had the protagonist's aura that could casually rely on his words or any charm to get them to share information with him. The best way was to use force. Quick and straightforward. So, Zheng Yu gave the old man two choices. Either bring the child to eat grilled meat and then share the situation of the village. Or, be torn apart like the group of demons outside. Torn apart by goblins. The old man finally raised his head, looking at the smiling boy as if he saw the child from the village long ago. He picked up the little girl and came to Zheng Yu's side. A very wise choice. Zheng Yu handed the grilled meat skewer to the little girl. The little girl looked up, wanting to say thank you to Zheng Yu, but only made a babbling sound. Zheng Yu saw that the child had no tongue in her mouth. What happened to her? Zheng Yu asked. The old man understood what Zheng Yu was asking, reaching out to touch the child's head, saying, because she talked too much, she had the right to speak taken away. By whom? The old man did not speak. Wan Yu also chimed in, asking, is it your ancestor? The old man glanced at the few people and then gave a bitter smile, saying, no. K is not our ancestor. Then who is he? Wan Yu felt the answer was right in front of her and immediately asked. The old man pointed at the child's mouth. The answer was self-evident. He could not speak. Because if he did, his tongue would also be taken away. Zheng Yu looked down and saw that the child had finished the meat skewer, so he picked up another one and handed it to the little girl. But the little girl shook her head. The old man explained, she has no tongue, cannot taste, and eats only by chewing with her muscles. Moreover, we do not need to eat. Wan Yu frowned and asked, I just heard the child's stomach growling, and still being stubborn? The old man shook his head, saying, "We will be hungry, but we can never be full." "Is it because of your false ancestor?" Wen Qingyu asked. The old man hesitated for a long while before speaking. "I do not know your purpose for coming here, nor do I understand why you must come on this day of the ritual. But I advise you, do not participate in the upcoming ritual. Find a place to hide. I know of a place, right in the ancestral hall, with 3 wooden coffins. If you lie inside, they will not see you." Zheng Yu and Wen Qingyu exchanged glances. They then understood why Zhang Zhan wanted to hide inside the coffin. It turned out someone was guiding. Chapter 57, Ritual, Plague, Interest, Ghost Village. "What if we don't hide?" Zheng Yu asked directly. The old man stared with bloodshot eyes at Zheng Yu. "If you don't hide, you will die." "By whom will I be killed?" Zheng Yu pressed for an answer. "I cannot say." Zheng Yu looked at the old man, who was about 70 years old, wearing a dark blue linen cotton coat, his fingers trembling slightly as if fearing something. Zhang Zhan's strategy clearly stated that in the nightmare level abyss, one must hide in a wooden coffin. But no one knew the consequences of not hiding in the coffin. Clearly, Zhang Zhan had also inquired information from one of the villagers here. They would all lead outsiders to the coffin. Was it out of kindness? Or malice? Impossible to judge. "Tell me, why did your village become like this?" Zheng Yu was not asking a question. The old man looked up and saw Zheng Yu smiling, along with the 2 beautiful girls behind him who had already drawn their daggers, and his heart trembled as he hurriedly said, 10 years ago, the village was not like this. At that time, due to years of drought, the village's harvest was poor, and we were so poor that we could not survive, so we went up the mountain and dug open our ancestors' coffins." "Wait." Zheng Yu interrupted the old man's words. "You are so poor that you can't survive, why disturb the ancestral tomb? Isn't that a great taboo?" The old man shook his head and said, "This is a tradition that has been passed down in our village for generations. Whenever the village faces difficulties that cannot be solved, we will open the grave of the oldest ancestor, taking the ancestor's coffin along with the remains into the ancestral hall." "Ritual?" Wen Qingyu thought of something. "Yes, ritual." The old man continued, "This is a situation forced upon us. If it were not because we truly could not survive, we would not even think of doing this." "And then?" Zheng Yu asked. The old man coughed violently twice, clearly not in good health. After coughing, he continued, "The ritual was very successful. On the mountain in the south, purple tea leaves sprouted overnight. This kind of tea has a fragrant aroma that is unforgettable. After picking and selling the tea leaves, not only did we trade for food, but everyone in Shangyu village also lived well." While talking about these things, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Zheng Yu nodded and said, "It can be seen that in such a closed village, every family could actually build such a large courtyard. They must have been wealthy." "We were wealthy, but not for long." The old man continued Zheng Yu's words, "The tea business attracted many troubles, such as unequal profit distribution and raids from outsiders. To preserve the good life we had worked hard for, we..." "You didn't perform another ritual, did you?" The old man sighed. "Yes. To drive away competitors, outsiders, and those in the village with ulterior motives wanting to monopolize the tea, the village chief secretly gathered us elders for a second ritual. We dug up another ancestor's coffin. That year, a plague came to our village. With the protection of our ancestors, as long as the villagers were loyal to Shangyu village and had no ulterior motives, they would not be infected by the plague, but any outsider and those with ill intentions would die." Zheng Yu said thoughtfully, "So, your current closed state is related to this plague?" "Yes. The closed Shangyu village became wealthier because the tea business became a monopoly. Would anyone still buy your tea? Aren't they afraid of getting the plague?" Wen Qingyu asked. "Afraid, but they can't bear to part with the taste of the tea. No one can resist Shangyu village's tea, and because of the plague, the tea has become rarer and more precious. Black market traders are willing to take risks for profit." Zheng Yu nodded, "Over 100% profit is enough to make people risk their lives. That makes sense. So even though we are closed off because of the plague, we still live richly because black traders can bring us everything we need." "Everything including people?" Zheng Yu fixed his gaze on the old man's eyes, wanting to see if he was lying. The old man hesitated and nodded slightly. A village polluted by the plague did not seek to close itself off, rather, the outside world had cut them off. For a village to survive, they either intermarried or found people from outside the village. Who would come? No one returns. But there are black traders. In the face of huge profits, capturing a few women and bringing them into the village is not really difficult. Clearly, this village had the appearance of the extremely evil village that Zheng Yu had imagined. Human trafficking, isolation, incest, and Zheng Yu looked at the little girl's missing tongue, his eyes flashing with sternness. "Continue." Zheng Yu did not show his feelings and urged the old man to continue. The old man didn't speak. Zheng Yu sneered and said, "You just said that there are 3 coffins in the ancestral hall, which means you have performed rituals 3 times before this. The last time, when was it, and why was the ritual performed?" Facing Zheng Yu's aggressive tone and when Ren Qingjiu waving the dagger in front of him, the old man helplessly sighed and had to say, "Since you want to hear, then let me tell you. Since the plague, Shangyu village has been closed off for 3 years. Everyone in Shangyu village has been living happily. We rely on the mountains for our food, and whatever we want, the black market traders will satisfy us, including." The old man glanced at Zheng Yu, "Including what you mentioned, people. But there are always those who are not satisfied with the blessings of our ancestors, who stay in this blessed village." Blessings? When Ren Qingyu could hardly listen anymore, her brow furrowed tightly. A plague that cut off all contact between the village and the outside world, a village that survives by trading people, actually regarded by the old man's views as blessings and gifts. She was greatly shocked and expressed her confusion. Zheng Yu felt that the old man's words came from the heart. With no knowledge and never having seen the outside world, the impoverished people living all their lives in this village, in a place where you can get anything you want, is it not a blessing? Put simply, regardless of the plague issue, for this old man, this village is a paradise. The ones who want to leave are the young people, right? Zheng Yu guessed. Yes, a group of kids, at the age when they should be getting married, breaking the village's rules, wanting to leave here. And then? Zheng Yu was very curious about how they stopped these rebellious youths bursting with energy. The old man replied, "The village chief, according to village rules, broke their legs." Okay, more direct than Zheng Yu imagined. Just like himself, directly conquering with force. But it was also from that day onwards, the purple tea leaves could no longer grow. And then, came the 3rd ritual. From the old man's trembling hands and shaking voice, Zheng Yu already knew that the village turned into a ghost village because of that 3rd ritual. Most likely, it was those few youths with broken legs who disrupted the ritual. Chapter 58, Breaking the Deadlock. The true truth of the ghost village. After the old man said this, he did not continue talking and showed a determined expression like, "Kill me, and I won't say anything further." Zheng Yu did not push him or the child. The old man sighed in relief and once again shrank back into the corner on the stool hiding. So today is the 4th ritual. After the old man left, when Ren Qingyu analyzed. According to the villagers' words, the reason the village became like this is because of the 3rd ritual, most likely disrupted by those young people with broken legs harboring resentment. To restore the village to its original state, that's why there is today's ritual. What Ren Qingyu said was almost the same as Zheng Yu's previous guess. Zheng Yu agreed with Ren Qingyu's statement, so, the villagers absolutely do not allow outsiders to disrupt this ritual. Then it shows that the 3 wooden coffins mentioned by the old man are indeed safe places. Zhang Zhan must have analyzed this information, ultimately choosing to trust the villagers' words, temporarily avoiding conflict with them and letting them complete the ritual. Ren Qingyu said, "I believe Zhang Zhan thinks that as long as the ritual is completed, the village will return to its original state, thus achieving the possibility of passing." Zheng Yu nodded, "This possibility cannot be ruled out. But the result we know is that even if the ritual is successful, Shangyu village is still a ghost village, still facing the night marriage on the 2nd day, and the 100 ghosts parade on the 3rd day." Both of their analyses directly pointed to the direction Zheng Yu had mentioned earlier. That is, disrupting the ritual. When Ren Qingyu thought for a moment and then said, "The ancestor who can realize the wishes of Shangyu village should be that Yin god, right? Just like the cold prison god who cursed Shao Qi in the cold street abyss. This Shangyu village also became like this because of the appearance of the Yin god." Zheng Yu then proposed a different view. Perhaps, at the very beginning, there was no such thing as a Yin god. When Ren Qingyu puzzledly asked, "Why do you say that?" Zheng Yu smiled and said, "Don't you think that purple tea leaves, which are irresistible and even make people willing to take life-threatening risks to drink, resemble something?" When Ren Qingyu didn't react at first. Instead, Koing, who had been listening to their analysis, said, "Poppy." Zheng Yu nodded. It should be a similar thing, only such things can have such high profits. The so-called grave-digging rituals are just something the village chief, or a group led by the village chief, made up, something akin to superstition. Things that appear out of nowhere must have a source, and rituals are the best way to fool these uneducated villagers. They will willingly plant these illegal things from outside. Then, using a 2nd ritual, they will trap these people. You understand, once they touch these things, wanting to leave is not so easy. The purpose of the 3rd ritual is also simple, to find an excuse to deal with those who want to leave. As Zheng Yu analyzed, when Ren Qingyu gradually pieced together the whole history of Shangyu village and found it very logical. That's right. It should be like this. When Ren Qingyu enjoyed this process of unraveling mysteries, she had done constant analysis in the last cold street abyss, but she still hadn't thought of the use of internal organ cakes. This abyss, unexpectedly, couldn't outsmart Zheng Yu either. She looked at Zheng Yu and found that Zheng Yu not only had strength but was also unusually sensitive to details within the abyss. However, Tao Qian was somewhat confused. So now that we know all this, what use does it have? Zheng Yu explained, this means that all along, there has been no ancestor who can fulfill wishes. The most likely scenario is that the whole village died due to some events, eventually becoming a ghost village. You need to know one thing. In the setting of the abyss, certain conditions must be met for the curse of the gods to take effect. For example, when Shaoqi was hollowed out of his organs, and his mother was pushed into the well, resentment, anger, and hatred, combined with the curse of the god of cold prison, created the cold street. Shangyu village is the same. Yin gods only appear in places full of Yin souls. Now do you understand what I mean? Zhang Yu's eyes drifted toward the old man and the little child, slowly saying, it's not that the Yin god came first, and then the Shangyu village. But rather, the Shangyu ghost village that suited the existence of the Yin god's curse came first, giving rise to the Shangyu ancestral hall abyss. The causality is reversed. Tao Qian frowned, pondering Zhang Yu's words, so you mean, they are also ghosts? But if they are ghosts, why do the talismans not burn, and why are there no blood bars? It was not Zheng Yu or Wen Renqingyu explaining to Tao Qian but the always silent Chai Yun. Chai Yun said, there is a saying that someone has proposed in the forum, ghostly beings, if they are not aware that they are ghosts, can appear in human form. So, Zheng Yu's conjecture is possible. This time, Tao Qian also understood some things, so, what you mean is, no matter how they perform rituals, it actually has no effect, just like in the Cold Street Abyss, or it is actually some person who has the power of the Yin god, punishing these villagers? You finally understood. Zheng Yu smiled and said, so, the purpose is very clear. The rituals are utterly useless. It is merely the obsession of those villagers who believe they are not dead, they hope to gain peace through rituals and return to their former lives. That is why the village chief is not in the village but in the graveyard. It is the one with the Yin god's power who has trapped the soul of the village chief in the graveyard, preventing him from telling the villagers the truth. Here, the villagers repeat this ritual day after day, year after year, endlessly. What do rituals need? Digging graves? Yes. Dig up the village chief's grave. Hiss. Tao Qian gasped in shock. The logic became clear. Digging up the grave for sacrifices, digging every day, making that instigator, the village chief, get dug up from his grave every day, then sent to the shrine for torment. The villagers would forever live in fear of the ghost village. The most torturous part was that they would always believe that the fourth sacrifice would work. The most desperate often comes from that unreachable hope. Tao Qian slapped his head and realized, so, the marriage of the dead on the second day, and the night parade of 100 ghosts on the third day are not aimed at us outsiders. But rather to torment these villagers? Zhang Yu gave Tao Qian the child can be taught expression. Then let me ask you again, who in the whole village would have such deep hatred towards Shangyu village? Tao Qian thought for a moment, those young men who broke legs? Zhang Yu shook his head, do you think they have such hatred to turn the whole village into a ghost village? Those young men are at most just foolish youths who don't want to continue making drugs and want to stand on their own. Tao Qian suddenly remembered the question Zhang Yu previously asked the elder. They bought people. Tao Qian mumbled. So, it's people who were trafficked in? Zhang Yu nodded, Tao Qian, you have discovered the blind spot. Zhang Zhan has always thought that the boss he was dealing with was that false ancestor, but actually, the false ancestor is the village chief who was already cleared out at the graveyard. The real boss is the one behind the scenes who turned Shangyu village into a ghost village. That person who hates Shangyu village to the bone. As long as we find her, we won't need 3 days, we can clear the shrine abyss. Chapter 59, come, let me see what's going on. That old man is gone? Kuing reminded. Everyone looked to the corner where the old man had been, finding only that poor little girl without a tongue huddled in the corner, while that old man had vanished. Tao Qian said excitedly, did he hear our words and go report us? Zheng Yu laughed, he wouldn't hear what we said. After all, that curse caster of the dark spirit has been watching us, how could she let the old man know the truth? However, the second half of what you said is right, he did go to report us. In the elder's eyes, our presence is a threat to their sacrifices. When Renqingyu added, these foolish people deeply believe in the lies woven by the village chief, thinking the sacrifices must work and that we outsiders cannot be allowed to disrupt. At first, he had us hide in the coffin out of good intentions, but not to avoid ghosts, but to avoid the other villagers. Because no one would think someone would hide in the coffin used for sacrifices. But just now, Mai and Zhang Yu's attitudes clearly rejected the elders, you could say, good intentions and indicated a desire to participate in the sacrifice. This must have touched his bottom line. By now, he should already have notified the other villagers. After when Renqingyu finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Yu, her expression seeming to ask if my analysis was not wrong, right? Zhang Yu also nodded satisfactorily. In the team, the only one who could help him sort out the abyss logic was Wen Renqingyu. Zheng Yu finished the last bite of kidney, stood up, and said, "Let's go, after a hearty meal, it's time to make a big fuss." The old man was intentionally let go by him. Someone needed to send word to allow the sacrifice to proceed early. The goblin general had been making a ruckus in Shangyu village for so long, and they hadn't come out, indicating that this group of villagers truly had no ability. As long as the sacrifice could be completed, they could endure anything. But if someone came to disrupt the sacrifice, they would definitely take action. What Zheng Yu wanted was for this group of villagers to start taking action. It was much easier to deal with than them always being like a turtle hiding its head. "By the way, take her with us." Before leaving, Zheng Yu pointed to the little girl in the corner. Tao Qian volunteered. "Hold the little girl," following Zheng Yu, walking out of the yard. At this moment, the streets are already in chaos. Without the restraint of the goblin general, the goblin combat team led by trolls has gone berserk. Ghosts? In the trolls' eyes, they are merely playthings. Except for that goblin wizard, the rest of the goblin combat team is bloodthirsty. Especially the death warriors. When they see a ghost, their eyes turn red. Although the ghosts in Shangyu village are level 20, they are few in number and mainly rely on scaring people, lacking much fighting ability. They are easily surrounded and beaten by the goblin combat team. Basically, it's a situation of 10 goblins against 1 ghost. The goblin combat team has ranged attackers, melee warriors, fearless fighters, spellcasters, and trolls as bulky meat shields to draw hate. Whether it's a hanging ghost, a sickness ghost, or a seemingly strong sudden death ghost, none can stand against the goblin combat team. The ghosts are treated as prey. The street is in turmoil. When Renkinjiu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but say, the boss behind Shangyu village really can sit still. Originally, their plan was to create a big disturbance. See if they could make something unable to sit still and end the plot early. But now it seems, with such chaos, that behind-the-scenes Shadow God Curse Boss isn't concerned at all, as those dying are merely weak ghosts. She doesn't care how bad the disturbance gets. Because this Shangyu village is a torment village for the villagers, repeating every 3 days, the sacrifices are fake, the ghost marriages are fake, and the Night of 100 Ghosts is just a means for her to punish the villagers. Letting Zheng Yu make his noise is of no consequence. Zheng Yu smiled and said, her ability to endure is because she doesn't care. Anyway, the sacrifice itself is fake. Even if we destroy the sacrifice, she can still proceed directly with ghost marriage and a Night of 100 Ghosts. When Renkinjiu understood Zheng Yu's words, so our current goal is to destroy the sacrifice? Yes. With force? Tao Qian asked. He even took out his golden class monk staff. Since becoming a professional, he had never fought. As a bystander, he knew his place as a bystander. Against level 20 ghost-type creatures, he didn't see himself as a match. But he was confident in knocking a few villagers around without stealing Zheng Yu's experience. Zheng Yu, not holding back his irritation, said, "Do you really think force will be effective?" "No, won't it?" Tao Qian had just seen Zheng Yu threaten an old man with force to extract information. Zheng Yu asked, "These villagers full of ghosts, this sacrifice repeated who knows how many times, hasn't made even one see the truth. Do you think your stick is more effective than the Shadow God?" Tao Qian. Don't even talk about these villagers who have been isolated and have never seen the world. Even those in the city can willingly commit suicide for the sake of so-called faith. They cannot be awakened. Zheng Yu shook his head. He had personally seen his relatives go astray, and no one could guide them, not even their children or parents. Tao Qian wanted to say something, but when he saw the villagers emerging from the fog, each with a face of madness and terrifying eyes as if they wanted to devour him. Tao Qian shivered and asked, "What if I went all out?" "I refuse to believe they're not afraid of death." Tao Qian planned to use killing the chicken to scare the monkey approach. "Unless you kill them all. Otherwise, it has no meaning. Because they're ghosts, if you kill them, they will only become more terrified and pin their last hopes on the sacrifices that once helped them. But killing them all is also a problem. Because you are avenging for that behind-the-scenes boss, and everything will reset, starting the sacrifices, ghost marriages, and a Night of 100 Ghosts all over again. We won't find the boss, and instead, it will take even longer." Tao Qian was dumbfounded. What to do then? "It's a pipe, you're just too dumb," said when Renkinjiu beside him, speechless. "Your memory is really bad. They don't trust their relatives, don't trust their children, don't trust their parents, don't trust the police, but they absolutely trust one person's words, the village chief who led them astray. The identity of the village chief is not much different from that of a cult leader." After when Renkinjiu's reminder, Tao Qian suddenly remembered the village chief's pipe. Oh right, he hurriedly took out the pipe, looked at Zheng Yu, and asked, "Did I bring it?" Zheng Yu nodded and instructed, "Once you have it, don't say anything else, find someone to lead us to the shrine. We must fight in the shrine." "Okay." Just as Tao Qian was about to put the pipe in his mouth, a familiar voice came. "It's them." It's them who want to ruin the ritual. They must be the outside merchants, trying to steal our tea leaves. The speaker was the old man. Zhang Yu's attention was not on the old man but on the little girl without a tongue. When the little girl saw the old man again, she not only didn't show any signs of reliance or excitement, but instead, took a step back. A flicker of understanding flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. Just as the villagers angrily approached Zhang Yu and the others, ready to question who they were, Tao Qian appeared, with the pipe in his mouth, shaking his head. Come, let me see what's going on. Chapter 60, He is not a person, but a ghost. Zhang Yu. I didn't ask you to act like a village chief, I didn't want you to act like a rogue. Now, Tao Qian was a real old rogue, cleaning his teeth, smoothing his hair, shaking his head. Just like a young thug hanging out near the school gate. When Ren Qingjiu, King, and Chai Yun tacitly took a step back. This person is too embarrassing. Even if the other side is a group of ghosts. But even with such poor acting, under the effect of the village chief's pipe as a decoration, the villagers still had no suspicions. They even excitedly shouted, "Village chief! You have finally returned." Many older villagers even shed tears. The village chief is back. There will be good days. Village chief, you finally returned. I thought you were taken by those heartless merchants. Ah. The villagers crowded around Tao Qian. Only the old man who had seen Tao Qian's appearance stared at Tao Qian's face, his eyes showing a hint of hesitation, just as he was about to speak. Whoosh! An arrow shot straight through the old man's throat. Puff! Blood sprayed everywhere. This sudden event stunned the originally lively villagers. Tao Qian saw the scene and immediately understood Zhang Yu's meaning. The village chief's pipe had a flaw. Villagers who had seen Tao Qian's appearance before he took the pipe would recognize him. The solution was simple. Just kill him. Tao Qian immediately stepped forward and said, "Everyone, don't panic." Then he pointed at the old man's body, lying on the ground with an arrow piercing his throat. He shouted loudly, "This is a traitor." Traitor? Yes, a traitor. Tao Qian had already entered character. These are the masters I invited to perform the true ritual, not the merchants he claimed are trying to ruin the ritual. Someone raised doubt, but you can't just kill him. Tao Qian angrily rebuked, "Are you questioning me?" The person shrank back, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, Zhang Yu stepped forward and pointed at the dead old man's body and said, "He is not a person, but a ghost." After he finished speaking, the villagers saw the old man's body transform into a wisp of shadow and dissipate into the air. Of course, this was not Zhang Yu's doing, he merely stepped out at the right moment. Because the people here are all ghosts. This also indirectly confirmed Zhang Yu's earlier guess. This ghost village has no living people at all. In a place with living people, how could there also be hanging ghosts, starving ghosts, and sick ghosts? It really is a ghost. As the corpse disappeared, the villagers immediately believed Tao Qian's words and began to look at Zhang Yu with respectful eyes. At this moment, Zhang Yu typed in the chat group, "Too many words lead to mistakes, hurry to the shrine." Tao Qian, martial monk OK. Zhang Yu had already noticed the surrounding yin energy growing stronger. Clearly, the behind-the-scenes boss was starting to get restless after seeing this scene. She could see the villagers getting killed. She could see the ritual failing. But absolutely must not let an outsider, who is not a villager, lead them by the nose, and even more so, must not let these villagers know the truth. This is why the little girl's tongue would disappear. The little girl had once spoken the truth. God, to fulfill the curse, will grant the cursed power, helping them achieve their wishes, but if the curse fails to complete the task, they will lose power and even be punished. This is a sentence that all practitioners can recite. This sentence explains the core point of the entire abyss's existence. It is also the most basic condition for practitioners to break through the abyss. In the Cold Street Abyss, Shaoqi's task is to create cold corpses and maintain the cold temperature of Cold Street. The curse bearers of Shangyu village are the same. In Zhang Zhan's strategy, he once mentioned that the curse bearers of the Dark God might need to ensure the existence of Shangyu village to receive the Dark God's curse. If the villagers know the truth, Shangyu Ghost Village would no longer be Shangyu Ghost Village. She would do everything to prevent the process of revealing the truth. However, from the beginning to the end, no practitioner challenged the nightmarish Great Abyss, taking Zhang Yu's strategic route. They all obediently hid in coffins, following the 3-day schedule. Thus, there was no step to reveal the truth. More importantly, no one had ever proposed the guess and assumption that the villagers might be ghosts. But the truth cannot be told to the villagers here. First, the villagers are unlikely to believe it. Second, the entire Shangyu village is the main battlefield of the Dark God's curse bearers, with only the ancestral hall being different. Zhang Zhan's strategy plays a role here. The ancestral hall is a suitable place for combat. Tao Qian deliberately walked among the villagers, letting them lead the way to the ancestral hall, unaware of its location. The villagers were all very excited. In the previous 3 rituals, success was guaranteed with the village chief present. In their hearts, the village chief was the important figure who could communicate with their ancestors. The ancestral hall is the largest building in Shanyu village. From the outside, it seems no different from other houses. But the internal space is much larger than imagined. In the round center sits a copper vat more than 2 meters wide, with a pale blue flame burning inside. In the main hall, there are 3 coffins placed. These are the 3 ancestral coffins used in the previous ritual. Interestingly, the coffins have not rotted until now. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zhengyu clearly felt the yin energy being blocked outside. This yard has something. Zhengyu muttered to himself softly. The yin energy of the entire Shangyu village is everywhere, which is why Zhengyu said that the Dark God's curse bearer has always kept an eye on them. Yin energy is the power of the Dark God's curse bearer. But once entering the shrine, the yin energy diminished significantly. This indicates that there must be something within this shrine. No wonder Zhang Zhan said we must fight here, it makes sense. While speaking, Tao Qian had already been surrounded by the villagers and brought into the hall. Zhengyu and others also crossed over the coffins and arrived at the hall. The hall had long been transformed into the appearance of the ancestral hall, with various ancestral altars and inscriptions, but standing in the center was a clay sculpture. The clay sculpture is half white and half black, with the black side glaring and the white side without eyes or mouth. Hands clasped together. But in the palms clasped together, there is a clearly visible blade. Chapter 61, The Strongest Elite Monster. The Ghost Bride, Red Dress. How can there be someone worshipping such a strange thing? When Ren Qinjiu complained. This is what practitioners in the forum referred to as the two-faced Dark God sculpture. It is also speculated that this is the true form of the Dark God, but it is only a speculation. Practitioners at this level have not yet qualified to face the deity directly. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zhang Yu ordered the goblin general to guard outside the door. Walking to Tao Qian's side, he said, before the ritual. I have a question for you. Answer me honestly, and I will help you finish the ritual and give you peace. Tao Qian, as the village chief, naturally had to speak, so he said, don't worry about answering, this is part of improving the success rate of the ritual. With the village chief's assurance, the villagers let down their guard. Zheng Yu opened his mouth and asked, the women you bought, how many of them are still alive now? Who? The dark wind crazily slammed the door outside the ancestral hall. Even though Zheng Yu hadn't gotten an answer yet, seeing the commotion outside, he knew he had asked the right question. The one behind all this must be one of the trafficked women. Are you talking about the pig women? A villager asked. Pig women? This almost insulting word made one Ren Qingyu, standing behind, want to curse, but was stopped just in time by Zhang Yu's look. Pig women. Zhang Yu's expression was very calm. Because he remembered news he had seen before, in villages like this, women who were trafficked in were really called pig women. They were like pigs, only meant for giving birth. I don't understand, what do you mean by pig women? Zheng Yu asked, pretending not to know. A farm woman said, they are women bought from traders who can have babies. The village chief said they are not worthy to live with us, so we kept them all at the east end of the village, in the pig pen. Zheng Yu narrowed his eyes, pig pen. Ah, it's just named pig pen, but not a real pig pen. All the bought women are kept there. If someone wants one, they go pick one and take her home to continue the family line. If they don't want her anymore, they send her back. Zhang Yu's breathing became a bit uneven. One Ren Qingyu, who couldn't hold it in anymore, could only vent in the group chat, these beasts are even worse than I imagined. Koing, I don't even want to finish the game now, just let these damn people suffer here, like those cold corpses. Zheng Yu and the others were about to explode with anger, but the villagers thought this was completely normal. They had no resistance at all to the questions Zheng Yu asked. But the one outside was different. Boom! Just as Zheng Yu asked about the pig pen, a loud rumble came from outside. She was getting anxious. Zheng Yu looked at the raging dark wind outside. He was sure her hiding place must be in the pig pen. The howling of vengeful spirits sounded outside the ancestral hall. Zheng Yu told the goblin general to guard the door. He had one more question to ask. Where is the pig pen? Zheng Yu asked with a colder and colder tone. East end of the village. Is there still anyone alive in there? Probably not, after you disappeared, Chief, the most haunted place in the village was the pig pen. No one dares to go there. The last time you went, how many were still alive? 2 I think. Boom. The noise outside grew louder and louder. Your goblin wolf rider has died. Your goblin death warrior has died. 2 system messages came in, the attacks outside were getting more and more fierce. Zheng Yu had basically asked all the necessary questions. Clearly, she didn't want the ritual to continue anymore, covering up the truth was what she needed to do now. That's enough. Zheng Yu received a few more death messages, all from the Goblin combat team. After getting some important info, Zheng Yu directly ordered the Goblin general, let her in, fighting outside is too passive. Boom! A loud crash, the troll's body was actually thrown back into the courtyard of the Ancestral Hall. Standing outside the Ancestral Hall was a mist-shaped body completely covered in darkness, no longer human-shaped and absurdly huge. In the black fog, you could see all kinds of ghost shapes. Like a fusion of many ghosts. Gathered Vengeful Spirit. Level, LV 20. Rank, Elite. HP, 280,000. Attack, 3,000. Skill I, Hanged Ghost. Skill 2, Drowned Ghost. Skill 3, Frozen Ghost. Skill 4, Burned Ghost. Skill V, Wronged Ghost. Skill 6, Fierce Ghost. Elite Monster. This was the second elite monster they encountered, besides the Ghost Village Chief. This elite monster, known as the Gathering of Souls, is an existence that has never been recorded in Zhang Zhan's strategy. The good news is a new plot has emerged, which means we are on the right track. The bad news is, this elite monster is a bit fierce. Zheng Yu immediately summoned the twin demon fire dragons. At this point, it could already be considered a success. Not only did they find out where the real boss was, but they also successfully angered the opponent, directly skipping the so-called sacrificial plot. It was all fake, watching the plot had no meaning at all. Getting straight to the battle is what matters. Now was the real time to show strength, and also Zheng Yu's favorite stage. Whoosh! As soon as the twin demon fire dragons appeared, they launched several fireballs at the Gathering of Souls. Boom! 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 Flames exploded directly on the Gathering of Souls. Ah! The ghosts entangled around the Gathering of Souls continuously let out cries of agony. The screams of the ghosts had damaging effects, and they were area damage. When Ren Qingjiu, Kuing, and Chaiyun were all hurt by the sound of the ghostly wails. Fortunately, when Ren Qingjiu and Kuing had golden grade armor, which blocked some of the damage, but Chaiyun was not so lucky. Just one ghostly scream's area attack had taken away a third of her health. You all hide. Zheng Yu immediately instructed. At that moment, Chaiyun finally realized that this was not a battle she could intervene in. Earlier, seeing Zheng Yu easily overturn the entire Shangyu village with a mere goblin general, she had subconsciously relaxed her guard. She even thought that the nightmare-level abyss was just ordinary. But now she was awakened. She was just a bystander, what courage did she have to relax her guard? Perhaps realizing that Chaiyun was the weakest, the Gathering of Souls unexpectedly launched an attack on her. Whoosh! A rope shot out from the body of the Gathering of Souls. It wrapped tightly around Chaiyun's neck. Chaiyun was instantly choked, her face turning purple as her health steadily decreased. It was the Hanging Ghost's skill. Swish! A cold light flashed. When Ren Qingjiu saved Chaiyun. Stepping on a whirlwind, she quickly used her dagger to cut the rope. Thank you. I almost died. Chaiyun expressed her gratitude, she was left with barely any health. If when Ren Qingjiu had been any later, she would have had to use a resurrection cross worth 5 million. Compared to life, money wasn't much of an issue. The key point was that the resurrection cross could only be used once in the abyss. Once used, it was really dangerous. When Ren Qingjiu spoke coolly, you didn't almost die, you almost got everyone killed. Don't hold Zheng Yu back. When Ren Qingjiu's tone was almost scolding. Can't you even do something as simple as being a bystander? Didn't you know to hide quickly? Chaiyun wanted to argue back, but her thoughts were interrupted by a mournful sound from outside. The mournful sound came from the farthest distance on the street. The sound was piercing, the penetrating power of the Swana made the entire Shangyu village seem to tremble. She's here. In the Shangyu Shrine's abyss, the strongest elite monster, the red-clad female ghost of the death marriage. Chapter 62, Red-clad female ghost, Yellow Weasel, and Death Warriors. The Gathering of Souls and the red-clad female ghost of the death marriage appeared simultaneously. A day early. Zheng Yu was somewhat satisfied, the earlier appearance of the red-clad female ghost meant that he could definitely refresh the records left by Zhang Zhan. But the most important thing now was to kill the red-clad female ghost first. The mournful sound grew closer. The Yin energy also became denser. Whoosh! An evil wind blew by. The red sedan, which had been far away, suddenly appeared in front of the shrine door. 4 yellow weasels carried a coffin. Inside the red sedan was the red-clad female ghost. Among ghostly beings, the red-clad female ghost is a high rank, far surpassing the village chief of Souls and the Gathering of Souls. Zhang Zhan's strategy also mentioned the red-clad female ghost, advising to dodge if possible, using the protection of the shrine. Fight! Dingling! A sound that came from somewhere inside the red palanquin. Zheng Yu could not see the attributes of the red-clothed ghost inside the palanquin, so he simply charged in. Summon Beast Frenzy. Zheng Yu released the Summon Beast Frenzy skill without any hesitation. Boom. The flames on the double demon fire serpent turned purple in an instant, dispersing the evil energy throughout the area. A fiery halo was released. The walls, floor, and beams of the ancestral hall all caught fire under the effect of the fiery halo. Zheng Yu commanded, Goblin archers, shoot the palanquin and force the red-clothed ghost out, shield soldiers block the yellow weasels, Goblin general and double demon fire serpent, go take out the evil spirit cluster. Normally, there was no need for Zheng Yu's commands, as they would just sweep through. But facing two level 20 elite monsters at the same time required battle planning. If they could take out the evil spirit cluster first, they would have time to focus on the red-clothed ghost. Roar! But the first to act was actually the 4 yellow weasels carrying the palanquin. The yellow weasel is a standing weasel, one had a dark green eye, while the other 3 had black-red eyes. In the center of their brows, there were deep scars, with long claws and very swift movements. Yellow weasel. Level, LV20. Grade, Elite. Health, 140,000. Attack power, 2,000. Skill I, Spirit Communication. Skill 2, Possession. Skill 3, Ghostification. They are actually elite monsters too. Zheng Yu frowned. Including the 4 yellow weasels, he was now facing 6 level 20 elite monsters at once. But fortunately, these 4 yellow weasels only had 3 skills. Even elite monsters have varying strengths. These 4 yellow weasels were the weakest elite monsters. Bang! Facing the extremely swift yellow weasels, the 8 shield soldiers lifted their shields, forming a wall to block the attack of the first yellow weasel. -0. The yellow weasel struck the goblin shield soldier's shield, dealing 0 damage. Because after the goblin general advanced to the 5th tier, the goblins in his squad evolved too. The goblin shield soldiers could absorb fixed damage. A very powerful frontline defense troop. Whoosh! 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 The battle squad worked in perfect harmony. Shield soldiers held their shields. Archers immediately shot arrows. Goblin wolf riders attacked from both sides. For elite monsters? What you are facing is a whole battle squad. Moreover, it is a well-trained summoner squad led by a general, stronger than a real army because they absolutely obey orders, feel no fear, and are unafraid of death. This, the goblin death soldiers can prove. Swish! The death soldiers quickly activated their blinking skill, instantly appearing around the red-clothed ghost in the red palanquin. Roar! Seeing the death soldiers sneak in, the 4 yellow weasels hurriedly turned back, but how could the goblin wolf riders let them get away? Charge! The seasoned goblin warriors, along with the huge wolves over 3 meters long, 5 goblin wolf riders charged forward, directly knocking the 4 yellow weasels away. -24,158. -26,584. -19,854. -21,147. 4 high damage numbers burst out, directly reducing one of the yellow weasels' health to critical. Roar! But to everyone's surprise, the critically injured yellow weasel suddenly swelled up, landing on all 4s, as the evil energy surged into its body, instantly transforming into a giant yellow weasel the size of a giant wolf, breathing out a foul odor, now in a ghost state. Roar! But at the same time, a massive roar directly drowned out the yell of the ghostified yellow weasel. It was the ogre. Zheng Yu had not let him join the fight at first, waiting for this moment. The strongest combat ability in the goblin battle squad is the ogre. With its massive body, extremely high damage capability, and huge health, it could even be a trump card in Zheng Yu's hands. The yellow weasel entered ghost state but was also in a critical health phase. To minimize casualties, the ogre had to enter and start harvesting at this moment. Boom! The ogre jumped high, and directly smashed down onto the ghostified yellow weasel. Here comes another swing. Bang! In an instant, the yellow weasel turned into a ghost. It didn't give it any chance to show its power at all. Kill elite monster yellow weasel LV20, earn experience 9417. Congratulations! Earned armor top yellow weasel coat, LV20, golden level. 9,000 experience in hand. Killing the ghost village chief also yielded this much experience, meaning their strengths are about equal, and rewards are similar. Zheng Yu had no time to check the equipment's attributes. But a level 20 golden gear is worth at least a small million. Whoosh! After the yellow weasel died, a black smoke burst from its corpse and flew into the red sedan chair. As the dead soldiers approached, the archers harassed, and the yellow weasel died, the red-dressed female ghost in the sedan finally made her move. Suddenly, several red silks emerged from the sedan, wrapping around the goblin dead soldiers near it. With a strange force, they were pulled into the sky and then dropped hard. At the same time, the ghostly aura from inside the sedan surged outward like a tangible substance. It directly shattered the shield wall of the shield soldiers. Hiss. Looking at the densely packed damage values and the 3 dead soldiers that were killed instantly, Zheng Yu had to exclaim, Zhang Zhan wasn't exaggerating, this red-dressed female ghost is indeed strong. But no matter how strong the red-dressed female ghost is, she never expected that it wasn't her who killed the dead soldiers, but the dead soldiers who embraced death. Boom! 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 The 3 dead goblin soldiers exploded one after another. Flesh, poison, black smoke directly enveloped the red sedan. The evolved dead soldiers had more explosive power upon death, the bloody venom was even more disgusting ghostly. Hiss. The highly corrosive blood unexpectedly corroded the red silk, splattering on the sedan. Minus 2,548. It actually dealt damage. At this moment, Zhang Yu finally understood, this red sedan damn, it's also an elite monster. Chapter 63, Cold Prison Staff, Explosive Damage Goblin General. Red Sedan. Level, LV20. Rank, Elite. Health, 300,000. Attack power, 3,000. Skill I, Shelter. Skill 2, Lament. Skill 3, Red Rope. Skill 4, Lift Sedan Ghost. Good heavens! It really is an elite monster. This is something. Zheng Yu immediately said to the dual demon Fire Jiao and Goblin General, you two hurry up, the troll can't hold on any longer. Over here, the dual demon Fire Jiao and Goblin General also felt the pressure. Because this gathering of ghosts had too many tricks. Suddenly, a drowning ghost appeared, pulling the dual demon Fire Jiao into the water. Then a freezing ghost appeared, immobilizing the Goblin General. Then a wronged ghost appeared, confusing the two of them, making them attack incorrectly. While the gathering of ghosts seemed weak, the endless ghost skills weren't easy to kill quickly. Fortunately, the flames of the dual demon Fire Jiao had been evolved through the summoner's frenzy, and the drowning ghost's water skills couldn't suppress it. The gathering of ghosts was consistently losing health to the blazing fire ring and infernal fire snake. When the Goblin General was frozen, Zhang Yu's icy crystal pendant activated just in time, breaking the ice. The only troublesome ones were the wronged ghost and the hanging ghost. One was responsible for control. One was responsible for dealing damage with the hanging rope. Hearing Zhang Yu's urging, the Goblin General pulled out a fish-slicing knife. Zhang Yu had switched the equipment between the Goblin General and the dual demon Fire Jiao earlier, the Goblin General was more suited to this fish-slicing knife. In a clumsy voice, with unclear enunciation, the Goblin General said, after slicing fish for 30 years, my heart is as cold as my knife. To be honest, with the General's posture and attitude, whatever he said had presence. Even if it was such a line. Hiss. Suddenly, the muscles in the Goblin General's arm bulged, and the fish-slicing knife shimmered with silver light. Fish-slicing knife effect. As long as this line is spoken, the next 3 attacks will have a 100% increase in attack speed. The Goblin General charged directly. Boom! The nearby dual demon Fire Jiao also cooperated very well with the Goblin General, using fireballs to help clear the way. Directly blasted away the vengeful ghost that wanted to confuse the Goblin General again. The giant wolf stepped back, pushed off the ground, and leaped high into the air. The Goblin General jumped directly off the giant wolf. One attacked from above, one attacked from below, joining forces. The first strike mixed with the skill damage of the heavy jump, causing 18,741 damage. The second strike. The human skin spider 3-piece set effect activated. Set effect Resentment. Resentment will mark your enemy, your next attack will add a resentment attack to that target, with damage equal to critical damage value, but without critical bonus. Critical hit. 25,417. Puff. The second hit directly smashed the ghost's head that had just poked out, trying to stop the Goblin General. It turned into black smoke and disappeared. Without the ghost's cover, the Goblin General's third strike almost fell instantly, although it was normal damage. But it still dealt over 10,000 damage. At the same time, the charging skill carried by the giant wolf also fell on the Gathering of Souls. Boom! A loud explosion occurred above the Gathering of Souls. Minus 45,488. An exaggerated damage of 45,000. If it weren't for the damage reduction from ghostly creatures, this charge could have directly dealt 80,000 or 90,000 damage. With the speed boost from the killing knife, the 3 hits were quickly completed. Adding the charge and a set of small skills directly took away the Gathering of Souls' 100,000 health points, with many skills used, but only a few seconds passed. Along with the continuous flame attack from the twin magic fire dragons by the side, the health of the Gathering of Souls rapidly dropped. Hiss. In the distance, Tao Qian and others watching the battle let out their highest praise, gasping in awe. Although they were already used to it, this was their job. Chaos and murder. Zheng Yu was responsible for the chaos and murder. They were responsible for the chaos. Those who didn't shout 666 are not good bystanders. The only one shocked was Cai Yun. Cai Yun's astonished expression made Tao Qian and others feel comfortable again. Crack. At the same time, the effect of the cold prison staff activated. Every 3 skills released automatically releases the cold prison skill, using powerful ice abilities to lock the enemy, causing 3000 fixed ice attribute damage and freezing the enemy. Minus 3000. Minus 3000. Because the Goblin General's skills and the Twin Magic Fire Dragon's skills overlapped, 2 cold prison skills were released simultaneously from the cold prison staff. Zheng Yu then discovered that fixed damage skills could ignore all defenses and damage reductions. Although 3000 wasn't high, but the freezing effect was guaranteed. The Gathering of Souls had no resistance and was directly frozen. Seeing such an opportunity, the Goblin General wasted no time and charged up. Bang! The fully charged warrior's heavy strike had a coefficient of 13 times, adding the frenzy bonus from the summoned beast, and the critical effect of resentment activated again. It heavily smashed down on the Gathering of Souls. Boom! Directly blasting the Gathering of Souls more than 10 meters away, crashing into the huge bronze basin in the center of the yard. Minus 41,478. 40,000 damage. Seeing the Gathering of Souls being smashed away, the Twin Magic Fire Dragons took advantage of the situation and wanted its life. They charged over, flipped the bronze basin onto the Gathering of Souls, pressed down on top, and then burned. Ah! The screams of several souls echoed continuously. But they couldn't break free from the 2-meter diameter bronze basin that was flipped over on them. The flames directly covered the bronze basin. Minus 7,415. Minus 1,475. Minus 9,874. A series of damage numbers kept popping up. The huge bronze basin was burned bright red by the flames, while inside, the Gathering of Souls was like a roast duck in the furnace, gradually losing its life. This is a bit cruel. Even Zheng Yu was taken aback. This was completely like the copper bull torture. Ah! From within the bronze basin, a series of fierce screams emerged. It actually managed to force open the bronze basin. The Gathering of Souls, with its whole body burned red, was left with only a layer of blood skin, but precisely because it was in a low health state, it released skills similar to brutality. Fierce Ghost. Chapter 64. A female ghost, sweating profusely, right? The fierce ghost appears. A cold wind rises. The dark energy swirling in the sky transforms into dark souls, falling into the ancestral hall. A yard full of dark souls. With the fierce ghost's mournful scream, they rushed towards the Goblin General and the Twin Fire Dragons. Zheng Yu's eyes darkened. Just as he was about to reveal his trump card, he suddenly heard a very clear chime ringing from the spirit hall inside the ancestral hall. When the bell sound echoed inside and outside the ancestral hall. This bell sound instantly froze all the dark souls. Even the fierce ghost transformed dark souls and the yellow weasels fighting the trolls were frozen, only the red-draped female ghost in the red palanquin was unaffected. Just as I thought. Zheng Yu turned to look at the ancestral hall. He did not look at the clay sculpture of the two-faced dark deity but at the dusty black and white photo beside the spirit hall. Ha! Your descendants are like this, yet you still protect them, really a devoted protector. Zheng Yu scoffed. Then he said to the Goblin General and the Twin Fire Dragons, aren't you going to collect the souls quickly? This was a rare opportunity. The frozen fierce ghost transformed dark soul cluster was the most difficult brutal stage to deal with, and being frozen meant it was a live target. The key was that there was also a group of dark souls delivered for free around. This was all experience. Killed Dark Soul LV20, gain 5,879 experience. Killed Dark Soul LV20, gain 5,547 experience. Killed Dark Soul LV20, gain 5,802 experience. Kill. The Twin Fire Dragons almost maxed out their Fire Halo and Fire Snake Hell output, fiercely collecting souls. Experience was quickly rising. Moreover, Zheng Yu discovered that the ancestors in this ancestral hall were quite powerful. The freezing lasted a long time. And it even froze the red palanquin, restricting the unwilling red-draped female ghost from coming out. This gave Zheng Yu time to collect experience intensively. Level 14 to 15 requires 59,000 experience. He thought leveling up would be hard this time. But this wave almost filled his experience bar directly. In the end, with a powerful strike from the Goblin General, the fierce ghost transformed Dark Soul Cluster was taken down, and Zheng Yu received the system notification. Kill Elite Monster Dark Soul Cluster LV20, gain 14,452 experience. Congratulations! You gained the bracelet Dark Soul Bracelet LV20, Platinum. Congratulations! You gain Material Soul Pearl. Congratulations! Level up! Level, LV14 LV.15, 73,600, need 56,500 more experience to level up. Health, 997010, 610, 7,950 equipment attributes. Magic, 880890. Intelligence, 469485. Strength, 130134. Agility, 3031. Remaining free attribute points, 12. Level has increased to level 15, activating the 4th summoning beast space. Level has increased to level 15, gain 2 hex enhancement runes, please draw. Zhang Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. The Dark Soul Cluster directly gave him 14,000 experience. He had previously killed a village of ghosts, which granted a lot of experience, but this Dark Soul Cluster directly leveled Zhang Yu up to 15. For every 5 levels a profession increases, it is a significant boost. For a summoner, it means an additional summoning beast space, allowing the summoning of the 4th beast. But in fact, the 4th summoning beast had little impact on his current growth, because there were no resources to cultivate it. Zhang Yu finally understood why summoners typically abandoned the profession around level 15. Because they couldn't afford the training. He was already starting to struggle with the training of 4 summoning beasts, let alone those lacking talent and resources, unable to clear the nightmare level abyss. Moreover, his 4th summoning beast hadn't been prepared in advance. Because Chai Fong from the Resources Department of Shangyu City had long promised to find him a level 15 summoning beast from the treasury. If he could find a highly talented one, it would save him a lot of talent points. Zhang Yu still had no time to check the equipment. He put the platinum level bracelet into his storage and locked it, afraid that he might accidentally sell it in the sanctuary. A 20 level platinum level equipment was top tier. After taking down the Dark Soul Cluster, the Goblin General and the twin fire dragons could finally join the battle against the red-draped female ghost. At this moment, the battlefield here was in ruins. 6 death soldiers were dead. 3 goblin shield soldiers had died. Almost all the wolf cavalry goblins were dead, leaving only one, exchanging damage with the ghostly yellow weasel. The troll was battered and bruised by the continuous appearance of red satin from within the palanquin. To be honest, if it weren't for the help from the one in the shrine just now, the troll would have died long ago. However, the situation was different now. Goblin General. Double Demon Fire Flood. Troll. And the Goblin Wizard ready to cast spells, willing to sacrifice himself at any moment. The counterattack was about to begin. Whoosh. A mass of black mist suddenly surged out from the palanquin. It forced back all the goblin battle squads surrounding the red palanquin. The red-clothed female ghost in the palanquin spoke for the first time. He. A very charming laugh. But in Zhang Yu's ears, it sounded like a mockery. It was obvious. This red-clothed female ghost did not take the Goblin General and the double demon fire flood seriously. Although they were strong. But the problem was, after the previous battle, the energy of these 2 monsters was almost depleted. Perhaps having seen through this, the red-clothed female ghost in the palanquin actually stopped attacking and said, "Little brother, you are so handsome, do you want to spend a wonderful night with your sister?" The voice was extremely tempting. Zhang Yu recalled that Zhang Zhan's strategy mentioned. The red-clothed female ghost would trick adventurers out of the shrine through temptation, then kill them. Zhang Yu suddenly realized. It seemed that from the very beginning, this red palanquin had never taken a step into the shrine. Instead, it had always been at the entrance of the shrine, attacking using the red satin. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. He directly summoned the giant winged spirit butterfly. I initially planned to keep it for the boss, but now it seems I have to use it. However, killing you might just end it. Ling. An ethereal call echoed throughout Shanyu village. A large and beautiful butterfly appeared behind Zhang Yu. Wow! Tao Qian and others, who had seen the big scene, couldn't help but be surprised. There was no other choice. Anyone seeing this giant butterfly over 4 meters tall would be amazed. Firstly, because of its size. It looked very spectacular. Secondly, because it was so beautiful. With the appearance of the giant winged spirit butterfly, a series of ethereal sounds were released, casting various healing skills in succession. Spirit Butterfly Guardian. The protective bond with the troll. Among all of Zhang Yu's summons, the creature with the thickest health was actually the summon of summons, the troll. A thick shield appeared on the troll, restoring the troll's health. Butterfly Song. The giant winged spirit butterfly began to chant. It increased the agility of all summons by 260 points and their movement speed by 260 points. It should be known that Zhang Yu's agility was only 30 points. A nearly tenfold increase in agility. And it was for all of them. Lastly, Spirit Technique Nourishment. Restoring the energy of the summons. After a set of supportive skills, the troll restored its health, the double demon fire flood regained energy, and with the life sacrifice from the goblin wizard, the goblin general also restored all energy and health. Now, the red-clothed female ghost faced an army of summons that were in peak condition, full of energy, and still in the frenzy phase. Zhang Yu looked at the red-clothed female ghost in the palanquin and said, "If you invite me to a wonderful night, you need to have that ability. So, how is it, female ghost? Are you sweating? P.S. This dungeon will end tomorrow, don't rush." Chapter 65, Dealing with a straightforward man like Zhang Yu requires being direct. The giant winged spirit butterfly completely changed the battlefield. The red-clothed female ghost stopped laughing. The remaining 3 living yellow weasels instantly entered ghostly form to prepare for the coming battle. The palanquin, corroded by the death soldier's poison blood, emitted a creaking sound. It was clear that the peak state of the troll, goblin general, double demon fire flood, and giant winged spirit butterfly put a huge amount of pressure on the palanquin. "Didn't you want me to support you? I'm on my way," Zhang Yu said with a smile. Then he gently waved his hand. Summoned beasts rushed in. Roar! The troll charged forward first, blocking the red sedan with its massive size, wielding a giant hammer, and swung it down heavily at the red sedan. "Get lost!" From within the sedan came a delicate voice. The voice was beautiful, but accompanied by a solidified aura of resentment. It sounded extremely chilling. Boom! A powerful dark energy swept over the troll. Minus 9,871. Red damage appeared above the troll's head. 9,000 damage. It seemed high. But in fact, it didn't even break the shield that the giant winged spirit butterfly had set on the troll. With the shield absorbing the damage, the dark energy attack from the ghostly woman did not stop the troll's advance at all. Bang! The troll's heavy hammer smashed down on the red sedan without any hindrance. Minus 5,587. The damage was not high either. When it struck the red sedan, there was also a layer of gray shield protecting it. This was the elite monster's skill, the red sedan's skill protection. The damage wasn't high, which Zhang Yu had already expected. This sedan was also a ghost-type being. Just like the red shoes and the ragdoll, it had the ability to reduce damage from ghostly beings, and the protection skill could also reduce some damage. Doing 5,000 damage was already quite good. After all, this was only one strike. Zhang Yu had plenty of summoned beasts. Whoosh! 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 The second round of attacks initiated by goblin archers. Minus 1,054. Minus 1,112. Minus 1,058. The damage was lower, but dense. Next came the fire halos from the double magic fire dragons, fiery serpents from hell, the goblin general's charge, and the ambush from the death soldiers. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp drum sound rang out from around the red sedan. A band dressed in mourning clothes emerged from the white mist. Funeral music. This was also a skill of the red sedan. Zhang Yu recalled the 4 skills of the red sedan in his mind. The sedan bearers must be those 4 yellow creatures. Protection was that layer of gray shield. Funeral music was the sorrowful spirits in mourning clothes that appeared now, able to lower the attacking desire of summoned beasts, belonging to status-type skills. Red string. Zhang Yu felt that the red silk he saw before should be the red string skill. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. So it means the red-dressed ghost inside the sedan hasn't used any skills at all, just relying on the dark energy. At this moment, Zhang Yu looked down at the mute little girl beside him. Seeing her nervously watching the red sedan, he already had an answer in his heart. So that's how it is. No wonder you wouldn't enter this ancestral hall. Turns out you are the one behind this. Zhang Yu had always had a question about Zhang Zhan's strategy, which was that Zhang Zhan's descriptions of the red-dressed ghost skills were actually all of the red sedan skills. In other words, from Zhang Zhan's perspective, the red sedan was the red-dressed ghost. That's why they gave them the same name, Ghost Marriage. But actually, the red sedan controlled the red silk, and the person inside the sedan was the one controlling all the dark energy in Shangyu village. Zhang Yu thought of this. Immediately turned to Ren Qingjiu and Tao Qian and said, "You two keep an eye on this place, don't let any villager leave." Tao Qian immediately asked, "Where are you going?" Zhang Yu replied, "To see if the behind-the-scenes boss is still in the pig pen." "Spirit butterfly, follow me." Zhang Yu took a spirit butterfly with him. Then he held the little girl's hand and swaggered to the entrance of the ancestral hall. A stream of dark energy swept towards Zhang Yu. Whoosh! Crash! The shield of the grievance ring shattered. Zheng Yu looked at the traces on the ground torn open by the dark energy, clearly avoiding the little girl, and smiled, holding the little girl in his arms. Then he said to the little girl, "This way she won't dare to hit me." The little girl looked at Zheng Yu with complex eyes. Zheng Yu smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. To be honest, I have no ill intentions, I just need to resolve some matters. Anyway, for you, it's just 3 repeated days. Who knows, I might help relieve more resentment during these 3 repeated days. A curse bearer I once served held me in high regard, if you ever meet him." Zheng Yu casually walked right past the red bridal sedan without being attacked. He was not surrounded by sinister energy. It was as if he couldn't see the numerous spirits lining the street, holding a little girl, and walking naturally toward the east end of the village. Tao Qian asked in confusion, "What is going on here?" When Ren Qingjiu looked thoughtfully at Zheng Yu's departing figure, probably because, at this point, both sides already know the cards. Know the cards? When Ren Qingjiu nodded, the red-dressed female ghost in the sedan has never shown her true face to Zhang Zhan, which means she is most likely the mastermind. That's why there are only sacrifices, ghost marriages, and night walks of 100 ghosts in Zhang Zhan's strategy, but no final boss battle. Because the sacrifices are fake, and the ghost marriage is also fake. The red sedan is the real ghost marriage. At this level, Zhang Yu's summoned beast has already suppressed the red sedan, which actually counts as an end. Just one last step remains. Go to the pigpen. Tao Qian asked, "What about the night walk of 100 ghosts?" When Ren Qingjiu's expression was a bit strange, she said, "The sacrifices and ghost marriages are fake, the night walk of 100 ghosts should not be real either." The pigpen. The so-called night walk of 100 ghosts should refer to that group of women and children who were sold, culminating in a massacre of villagers. Tao Qian pretended to understand, nodding, "Your speculation is similar to mine." When Ren Qingjiu rolled her eyes and ignored Tao Qian. She glanced at the time. 7 hours. From entering the ancestral hall of Shanyu village until now, only 7 hours had passed. For over a decade, a nightmare abyss, no one had ever broken Zhang Zhan's record. And now, 7 hours. When Ren Qingjiu recalled how she was persuaded by Kuing to join Zhang Yu's team, back then she had looked down on Zhang Yu a bit, even expressing distrust. Looking back now, her friend truly was a person of great fortune. Such a powerful ally she managed to seize hold of. When Ren Qingjiu looked seriously at Kuing. Kuing felt awkward under her gaze, asking, "What's wrong with you?" When Ren Qingjiu said, "I'm thinking about how to tightly bind you and Tao Qian together." Kuing? Tao Qian immediately understood when Ren Qingjiu's meaning, pointing at the red satin sticking out from inside the red sedan. "Then, how about we just tie them up directly?" When Ren Qingjiu nodded, "That's right, with a straightforward guy like Zheng Yu, we need to be direct." Kuing, meow meow meow. Chapter 66, They do not deserve to be protected by the ancestors. Zheng Yu smoothly arrived at the pigpen. Here, the sinister energy was heavier than in the ancestral hall. Upon reaching the pigpen, the little girl unexpectedly spoke to Zheng Yu, asking, "How did you know I also came from here?" Her voice was a mixed sound of spirits, not coming from her throat. Feeling the growing cold energy of the little girl in his arms, Zheng Yu did not feel scared at all, but rather explained with interest, "Because you are a ghost." The little girl didn't understand. Zheng Yu pointed at the group of spirits following him, saying, "Look, the hanged ghost has its tongue sticking out because it couldn't pull it back during hanging. That limping ghost who died of illness had trouble moving its legs before dying. The old man said you were punished and had your tongue cut out. How could a ghost lose its tongue? The fact that you can chew food skillfully without a tongue shows that your tongue must have been cut off when you were alive. To do something so cruel to a little girl means that you don't belong to the ancestral hall at all." In fact, the little girl had already shown signs of being different early on. The old man went to warn and didn't take her along, allowing her to stay with Zheng Yu. When encountering the gathering of spirits and the ghostly bride in red, she didn't show any panic. Zheng Yu already knew that the little girl was not one of the villagers. But she was not the boss either. In other words, there was no real boss in the ancestral hall abyss. The night parade of 100 ghosts is just the final stage. The little girl pouted, "I'll give you credit for being smart, the outsiders who came in before were all foolish. When I told them to hide in the coffin, they really did it. They thought it was some good place, but in reality, I made them hide there just to watch them make fools of themselves." Listening to the little girl's words, a special light appeared in Zheng Yu's eyes. Zheng Yu asked, "Why do you want to watch them make fools of themselves?" The little girl angrily replied, "Who told them to want to help those beasts, the villagers? So that's how it is." Zheng Yu clearly understood that Zhang Zhan and the others had not guessed the true background of the ancestral hall abyss, they simply thought it was a haunted village. Misled by the prompt upon entering the abyss, they believed the problems here were caused by worshipping the wrong ancestors. From the very beginning, Zhang Zhan's approach to solving the puzzle was wrong. Zheng Yu casually asked, "Have many other outsiders come here?" The little girl shook her head, "Not many, around every so often." You are the second wave of outsiders to come recently. The last wave was quite funny, they ran around screaming while we chased them. The little girl rarely showed the personality of a child. She chattered on. The one I remember most was a strong wave of outsiders who successfully survived the night of revenge and drove them out before the reset of Shangyu village. Zhang Yu. He roughly put things together. For more than a decade, only Zhang Zhan and his team completed the Ancestral Hall Abyss. All professionals in Shangyu City believed the nightmare-level Ancestral Hall should be cleared this way, but in fact, they had all been fooled by the little girl and her ghosts. One could only say that Zhang Zhan cleared the Ancestral Hall in the most foolish way. He dragged it on for 3 days. Dragged it until the ghost marriage ended and the night parade of 100 ghosts stopped. No, it should be called the Night of Revenge. But these were all minor matters. Zhang Yu was even more surprised that they possessed the memories of the outsiders. The outsider who successfully survived the Night of Revenge must have been Zhang Zhan and his team, later referred to by the little girl as the Foolish Outsiders, which was the junior professionals who saw Zhang Zhan's strategy. He was the first professional to clear the game in this way and got this astonishing information from the little girl. At the entrance of the pigpen, Zhang Yu could see the overwhelming resentment inside. The so-called night parade of 100 ghosts is made up of people who were once imprisoned here and ultimately died after being trafficked. Zhang Yu could feel the resentful ghosts in the pigpen were observing him. It was as if they were waiting for Zhang Yu to make a decision. This is why Zhang Yu came to the pigpen. Because there are 2 endings to the Ancestral Hall. 2 choices. The first choice is Zhang Zhan's choice, to believe in the villagers and drag it out for 3 days in the Ancestral Hall. The second choice. Join the revenge team. Facing the ghosts, Zhang Yu thought for a moment and directly asked the little girl, "Who cut off your tongue?" The little girl tilted her head. "Guess? It must be that old man next to you, right? How boring." After Zhang Yu guessed it right, the little girl showed an unhappy expression. "I'll help you kill him later." "No need." The little girl was not interested in Zhang Yu's help. But Zhang Yu added, "Not only will I kill him, I will help you take the things from the Ancestral Hall." The little girl was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Zhang Yu and asked, "What else do you not know?" Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Actually, I was just guessing. But your reaction and their attitude told me I guessed right." Zhang Yu pointed at the ghosts in the pigpen who no longer directed their dark energy at him. One must choose a side. Zhang Yu chose the side he believed was right. No matter if you are the gods of curses, or the ones who created this ghost village of Shangyu, you are all the ones who are victimized. Bad people must be punished. They do not have the right to be protected by our ancestors. The abyss of the Ancestral Hall requires the professionals to make a firm choice, which is why he walked all the way to the pigsty, and there were no ghosts to stop him. Because they were waiting for Zhang Yu's decision. Chapter 67. The title of the living Yama King is indeed not wasted. Having made his decision, Zhang Yu gained the support of hundreds of ghosts. The yin energy that had been pressing on him before completely dissipated. The little girl looked at Zhang Yu and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you have earned the approval of the elder sisters." "That is my honor." Zhang Yu gently nodded to the hundreds of ghosts in the pigsty. The little girl looked towards the Ancestral Hall and said, "Although we have received the pity of the yin gods, granting us the power to summon spirits, allowing us to turn the whole village into a ghost village. But with our ancestors in the Ancestral Hall, we cannot truly punish those beasts." Zhang Yu asked, "Then what if there are no ancestors?" The little girl smiled sweetly, "That would be great. I would make them despair from the very root and tear them to pieces in the Ancestral Hall. I will make them live in the pigsty while we enter the Ancestral Hall. I will make them worship me. Make them worship the one they think is the lowest. I will truly make them turn into pigs. Living the lives we once had." The little girl kept chattering, using the cutest voice to say the cruelest words. It was clear that this revenge plan had been in her mind for a long time, only waiting for a professional to take this path. Because apart from the little girl who was taken in by an old man and had her tongue cut off, the other ghosts in the pigsty could not enter the Ancestral Hall. To achieve this, they needed the help of the outsiders, the professionals. Listening to the little girl's cruel words, Zhang Yu directly praised, "Now that sounds like it. Revenge should be thorough, not roundabout. The way you previously took revenge, they didn't even know where they went wrong, nor did they know who was taking revenge on them. They only felt pure fear, with no regret at all." As a petty expert, Zhang Yu criticized their previous revenge as being more about show than substance. "You need to make them regret." Zhang Yu said, "Leave this matter to me." The little girl looked at Zhang Yu, then at the already shattered red palanquin, and asked, "But how will you take away their ancestor?" "He is much stronger than my elder sisters." Zhang Yu confidently said, "That's very simple." Zhang Yu picked up the little girl and returned to the Ancestral Hall again. At this moment, the red palanquin was completely shattered. Almost 20,000 experience points and a platinum-level piece of equipment had already been earned while he conversed with the little girl. The red-clad ghost also floated out from the shattered palanquin, hovering in midair. But she did not make any attacks. Instead, she stared at Zheng Yu, who was walking back. At Zheng Yu's request, the summoned creatures also ceased their attacks. Everyone looked curiously at Zheng Yu, including the villagers hiding inside. Zheng Yu, holding the little girl, entered the ancestral hall. When Ren Qingjiu hurriedly asked, "What's the situation?" Zheng Yu smiled and said, "Basically okay now, we just need to let these villagers make their own choices, and then we can leave here." Choices? When Ren Qingjiu did not understand, Zheng Yu gestured for her to just watch. Goblin General, summon the heavy cavalry regiment. Yes. Boom. A loud and uniform sound of marching echoed, as 30 heavily armored goblin cavalry emerged behind the Goblin General. Armored giant wolves marched in a neat step, standing in the center of the ancestral hall. In the sky, the red-clad ghost frowned at this impressive heavy cavalry regiment. She did not expect that after all this fighting, this outsider still had trump cards that had not been used.